Chapter 1. The Desert Control Worker. China News reported. The head of the 044 Desert Control Area has been missing for 10 days, and the body has been found by the police. It is reported that this is the 7th head of the 044 Control Area to die mysteriously. The 044 Control Area is plagued by accidents, earning it the name Death Desert. With a click, Qiao Shu expressionlessly turned off the car radio, lost in thought as he surveyed the desolate land before him. "You really know how to court death." The man driving the car shot a sympathetic glance at Qiao Shu. "If it weren't for your voluntary application to come to the 044 Control Area, the higher-ups would have already decided to abandon this place," the man said nervously. "With 7 consecutive heads dying here, our transport team doesn't even want to take on tasks here." Hearing the team leader's words, Qiao Shu forced a bitter smile. "Do you think I wanted to come here myself? I'm also not in control of my own fate." He projected his consciousness into his mind, and a transparent light screen appeared in his mind. Desert Control Worker System. Main task: join the Desert Control Worker Organization and apply to go to the 044 Control Area. Task: reward permanent retention of this system. Good news. I have crossed over. Bad news. The golden finger hasn't arrived yet. Due to global warming, vast areas of soil productivity have declined, and land desertification has become the most serious problem. To address the issue of land desertification, the Chinese government established the Bureau for Prevention and Control of Land Desertification and recruited a large number of talents to join, abbreviated as Desert Control Workers. Qiao Shu's major in university was quite interesting, called Soil and Water Conservation and Desertification Prevention. This major was definitely a niche in his past life, but in this parallel world, it is one of the most valuable and promising majors. Therefore, Qiao Shu naturally became a member of the Desert Control Workers. "We've arrived." The team leader stepped on the brake, and the convoy slowly came to a stop. Qiao Shu's expression changed as he looked at the billowing yellow sand before him. Feeling the scorching heat around him, his heart surged with ambition. "Is this the place where I will work for the next year?" The house ahead is the headquarters of the 044 Control Area. The team leader patted Qiao Shu on the shoulder. Qiao Shu looked ahead and was instantly frozen in place, his enthusiasm diminished by more than half. "This is the control area's headquarters? If you didn't know, you'd think it was the thatched hut from the thatch cottage is ruined by the autumn wind. The crumbling brick walls, the wooden beams, and the roof tiles missing more than half. If you look closely, you can even see traces of bullet holes on the brick wall surface." Although he felt disdainful inside, Qiao Shu did not back down. He didn't come here to enjoy life. "Team leader, where are my colleagues?" Qiao Shu asked eagerly. "What colleagues?" The team leader looked at Qiao Shu in surprise. "This place has been abandoned for so long. People have long since fled. We have to take detours to deliver supplies." After saying this, the team leader jokingly patted Qiao Shu's shoulder. "Young man, you have a bright future. You just entered, and you're already the head of the control area." The corners of Qiao Shu's mouth twitched slightly. "In such a large 044 control area, am I the only desert control worker?" The team leader sighed, seemingly reluctant, and advised, "Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. We will send you supplies once a month. Just hide in this headquarters and endure your one-year term. Then apply to leave as soon as possible. It's impossible to survive here, let alone plant trees. This control area, it's hopeless." The team leader shook his head and had his subordinates help carry Qiao Shu's luggage into the headquarters. The team leader left Qiao Shu with an off-road vehicle and enough gasoline, food and water for a month's survival, along with some necessary survival supplies. Finally, the team leader handed Qiao Shu a long cylindrical package and a hunting rifle. "I almost forgot this most important thing. You must keep it safe." Qiao Shu asked curiously, "What is this?" "The national flag," the team leader said solemnly. "In a place like this, only it and the gun can protect you. I hope you won't run into those damn poachers." The team leader's expression was strange, like a guest at a memorial service, sympathetic yet numb. The 044 Control Area, known as the graveyard of desert control workers, the team leader clearly did not believe Qiao Shu would survive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if to accompany the team leader's warning, the desert, which had just been sunny, suddenly began to wind. The team leader's expression changed. "It's windy. We need to leave. It will be troublesome if we encounter a sandstorm." The team leader and the transport team members hurriedly walked towards the convoy, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "Thank you for your contribution, Desert Control Worker." The team leader and the members behind him saluted Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu's expression changed. He hurriedly returned the salute. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is in the 044 Desert Control Area. Task completed. Desert Control Worker System has been permanently saved and activated. Desert Control Worker System at your service. Host, Qiao Shu. Level, Apprentice Desert Control Worker. Identity, Head of the 044 Control Area. Current greeting points, 0. As the convoy disappeared from view, Qiao Shu immediately began to study the newly activated system. Greeting points are the core resource of the Desert Control Worker System, which can be used to purchase items, draw prizes, or unlock various system functions. Planting vegetation in the desert to establish anti-desertification belts, protecting and settling animals in the desert, promoting the ideology of desert control workers. As long as Qiao Shu does something beneficial for desert control, he can earn greening points. Qiao Shu looked around somewhat confused. Yellow sand rolling, a desolate scene. Such land absolutely cannot sustain plants, not even the easiest to grow saxaul trees and cacti. So now, if Qiao Shu wants to earn greening points, there's only one method left. System, start live streaming. In an instant, a height-looking small spherical drone appeared, hovering above Qiao Shu's head. Ding! Live streaming function is starting. Scanning signal source. Live streaming has started. Please rename the live stream room. After a moment's thought, Qiao Shu said, let's call it Desert Control Worker Report, holding the Death Desert on day 1. A transparent virtual screen appeared before Qiao Shu, displaying the live stream room's content and barrage information. Death Desert. Isn't that the 044 control area? Is this for real? Goodness, I've seen a Daredevil streamer live from the Arctic before, and now I encounter one streaming from the Death Desert. Following for now, maybe in a couple of days, the streamer will be on the evening news. Counting the streamer, this is already the 8th one. This control area is a bit terrifying. Seeing that there were viewers tuning in right after the broadcast started, Qiao Shu immediately spoke up. Hello everyone, my name is Qiao Shu, and I am an apprentice desert control worker. As you can see, the 044 control area is notoriously a no man's land desert, and I am the only desert control worker here. The highest temperature here during the day can reach 45 degrees, let alone humans. Even animals won't appear here. As the camera shifted, the desolate yellow sand came into the viewer's sight. The rolling heat waves seemed to materialize, distorting the high-definition footage. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot broke the desert's tranquility. Qiao Shu turned his head sharply, looking in the direction of the gunshot. Chapter 2. The cutest animal in the world. The 044 control area is truly a no man's land. Whether it be local herders or traveling adventurers and explorers, it is absolutely forbidden to enter this area. And the only people who can use guns in such places are one kind of person: illegal poachers. The moment he heard the gunshot, Qiao Shu quickly sprang up and grabbed the shotgun that the team leader had left for him in this desolate desert. Only the gun could bring him a semblance of security. The gunshot echoed loudly in the deserted desert, and the viewers in the live stream clearly heard it. That sounded like a gunshot. How could there be gunfire in such an uninhabited area? Didn't the host say before? He is the only desert protector here, so the one shooting must be a poacher. Wait, host, are you crazy? What are you going to do? The viewers were shocked to see Qiao Shu grit his teeth, lift the gun, and decisively run toward the direction of the gunfire. The regulations for desert protectors, Qiao Shu said, breathing evenly, his gaze resolute, require desert protectors to ensure the safety of wildlife in the management area, and 2. Stop illegal poaching when necessary. Although he was reciting the rigid rules, the determination in Qiao Shu's eyes earned the respect of the viewers. In Qiao Shu's hands was a 5-shot semi-automatic shotgun, also known as the 5-bang in Huagua. This type of shotgun was once widely distributed among civilians, and due to its accessibility and high lethality, it was often used as a weapon by criminals. After gun control measures were implemented in Huagua, such shotguns could only be found in licensed hunting grounds or in places approved for guardianship and other purposes. As Qiao Shu crossed a sand dune, his vision opened up in front of him. 2 sand motorcycles sped away from a distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. 4 men, their faces obscured by scarves, sat to a motorcycle. One of the men was holding a shotgun and, upon seeing Qiao Shu, laughed arrogantly. Welcome to the desert of death, desert protector. He placed his palm on his throat and made a slashing motion toward Qiao Shu. The two motorcycles sped away rapidly, quickly leaving the range of the shotgun. Qiao Shu's face darkened as he lowered the gun, staring intently at the retreating motorcycles. It was clear to anyone that the poachers firing a gun at the entrance of the management area on his first day was no accident. This was blatant, premeditated intimidation. Qiao Shu felt a surge of anger, his hands gripping the shotgun tightly. Suddenly, a furry little creature darted past him. Qiao Shu rubbed his eyes and looked down at the sand. A line of inconspicuous blood appeared on the scorching sand, winding its way to behind a rock. Could it be that those poachers weren't just firing warning shots, but had actually hit something? Qiao Shu maintained a shooting stance and followed the trail of blood. At the same time, a fluffy little animal cautiously poked its head out, its large, prominent ears catching attention. Qiao Shu paused, locking eyes with those big, dark eyes. This little creature was about the size of a kitten, with light yellow fur, a white belly, and a tail that ended in black. From its appearance, this little animal was undoubtedly adorable. Unfortunately, the little guy's hind leg was drooping, blood flowing from its soft fur to the ground. The viewers in the live stream saw the little creature and expressed their sympathy. How soft and cute. What is this thing? It looks like this little guy is injured. Did the poachers hit it? Bleeding. How cruel. Qiao Shu's expression tightened as he slowly lowered his shotgun and explained to everyone, this is a fennec fox, a mammal unique to desert regions, which has even been voted the cutest animal in the world. Although worried about the fennec fox's condition, Qiao Shu did not approach it directly. Interacting with wildlife requires a gradual approach. Rash actions and direct eye contact could be seen as hostile behavior. Qiao Shu bent down, slowed his steps, and slowly approached the fennec fox, tried to avoid direct eye contact with its large, gem-like eyes so as not to startle it. Chirp, chirp. Seeing Qiao Shu getting closer, the fennec fox's large ears perked up, emitting a warning sound. Qiao Shu silently stopped, crouched down next to the fennec fox, and tried to minimize his size to avoid imposing more pressure on the little creature. Once the little guy gradually calmed down, Qiao Shu slowly extended his hand. The fennec fox folded its large ears back and cautiously sniffed the back of Qiao Shu's hand. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Qiao Shu spoke softly like a gentle spring breeze. Seeing the little creature not showing fear, Qiao Shu gently stroked its back. Indeed, it was very soft. IT hasn't fully developed, yet it should be a fennec fox cub. Qiao Shu observed the little one's condition closely. The fat reserves under its fur are almost depleted. It must have gone a long time without food or water. With its almond-shaped face, pointed chin, and large blinking eyes, combined with its oversized ears, even in poor condition, this little guy was still a natural cutie. Qiao Shu's gaze shifted down to the little one's hind leg, and he froze. Splotches of blood clung to its fur, one hind leg hanging limply, its paw powerless and drooping. This is a gunshot wound. That group of poachers shot it, Qiao Shu said seriously. Although this wound doesn't look fatal, this young fennec fox can't possibly survive in this desert with an injury. What's worse is that this means there's a gang of ruthless human poachers in the 044 management area. Due to the rarity of live streaming in the desert and the appearance of the adorable fennec fox, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 1,000. Most viewers were attracted by this cute little creature, and upon hearing Qiao Shu mention poachers, they all expressed their outrage. Those damn poachers, how could they harm such a cute little animal? Is this a fox? Why does it look like a kitten? If there are poachers around, isn't the host in danger? The cutest animal in the world? I want to raise one. Qiao Shu glanced at the barrage of comments and then gently cradled the little creature in his arms. The little fennec fox did not resist, obediently lying on Qiao Shu's lap, though its slight trembling betrayed its nervousness. This comment is right, but it's this very mindset that leads poachers to capture fennec foxes in large numbers. Humans and dogs are the fennec fox's greatest enemies. Poachers hunt fennec foxes, mostly for the pet trade and to make clothes from their fur. Their cute appearance is not an advantage, but has instead become a culprit in the decline of the fennec fox population. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage fell silent. Chapter 3 Ding. The wild fennec fox has sent you an adoption request. Qiao Shu squinted his eyes and carefully checked the injuries of the small fennec fox in his arms. The little guy was very well behaved, but Qiao Shu could feel its tiny body trembling slightly. Foxes are inherently sensitive animals, and fennec foxes are no exception. Although he studied desert management in his past life and had seen many species unique to deserts, this was his first encounter with a fennec fox. In his previous life, fennec foxes were unique to the Sahara Desert, and they were not seen in the deserts of other countries. In this parallel world, the species in Huagua are even more diverse, with many animals that wouldn't appear in the deserts of Huagua in his previous life also showing up here. Although he was very curious about this cute animal, the priority was to treat the little guy's wounds. Qiao Shu slung his hunting rifle over his shoulder and carried the small fennec fox into the dilapidated headquarters, where his gear and luggage, including medical supplies, were stored. After rummaging through his emergency medical kit, Qiao Shu gently said to the little fennec fox, "Now I'm going to bandage your wound, so please bear with me a little." The fennec fox remained silent, just looking at him with its big, watery eyes. It seemed very obedient and quite understanding, not as wild and difficult to tame as he expected. Qiao Shu's heart softened, and he took out alcohol, bandages, and ointment and placed them aside. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of viewers in the live stream, Qiao Shu quickly bandaged the fennec fox's wounds, perhaps due to the low power of the poacher's weapon. Or maybe because of the little guy's small size, the wounds weren't very serious. At least they hadn't hit any bones. The little guy was lucky. The bullet had nearly grazed its vital areas and bones. Qiao Shu even sweetly tied a bow with the bandage for the little one. Ding! The host rescued a wild fennec fox and gained 1,500 greening points. Ding! For the first time earning greening points. A reward Desert Manager Beginner's Gift Pack has been stored in the system warehouse and can be claimed at any time. Ding! The wild fennec fox has sent you an adoption request. Do you accept? An adoption request? He instinctively looked at the fennec fox in his arms. Squeak! The tender yellow fennec fox wriggled gently in Qiao Shu's embrace, its big eyes fixed on him, and its tail wagging restlessly. Looking into those big, watery eyes, Qiao Shu sighed helplessly. No wonder King Zhou couldn't resist. Foxes of any breed seem to have their charm skills maxed out from birth. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream melted. I say the host should just keep the little guy. A tiny fox like this can't possibly survive alone in the desert. The little guy is so cute. Host, adopt it, and I'll send you gifts. The host is a desert manager, right? It's reasonable for a desert manager to raise a little fennec fox. Qiao Shu looked at the comments and smiled wryly. Fennec foxes are highly social animals. This little one must have been living with its family. If I keep it, its parents will be worried if they can't find it. It seemed that the little fennec fox sensed Qiao Shu's dilemma and suddenly sat up straight, licking his chin with its wet tongue. Qiao Shu's heart softened again. But this desert is so dangerous now, with poachers outside. I can't let the little guy go home alone. Qiao Shu was a decisive person. After thinking for a moment, he immediately decided, forget it. Since we've met, it's fate, and I can't just leave it alone. I'll temporarily adopt it until its injuries are healed, then help it find its family. After saying that, Qiao Shu smiled and weighed the little fennec fox in his arms. Little one, we'll be living together from now on, so please take care of me. Squeak! The little fennec fox seemed to feel Qiao Shu's kindness and responded cheerfully. Its tender voice seemed to carry a hint of milk scent. And the natural charm skills of fox cubs instantly captivated the viewers in the live stream. Ozzel, no matter how many times I see it, it's still so cute. I've followed. I'll live in this live stream from now on. I keep my word, since the host adopted this little fox. I'll send you tips. Leader Godzilla sent a super rocket. Thank you for the gift, Leader Godzilla, but there's no need to send more gifts, even without them. I have the responsibility to protect wild animals from poachers. Qiao Shu thanked for the gift, withdrew his gaze, and began to assess the room's condition. He had been too busy bandaging the fennec fox's wounds to notice the environment inside. Now that he looked around, the room was an absolute mess. He didn't know what the previous desert manager was thinking. The place was filled with household garbage and various bottles, and even the bed was covered in dust. There was very little furniture in the room, just a bed, a table, and a few storage boxes. There were also 2 other rooms, a kitchen and a bathroom, both in a deplorable state of hygiene. It seemed that the former desert manager had completely settled into a life of neglect after arriving here. Qiao Shu had a slight cleanliness obsession. He could endure hardship, but it couldn't be too dirty or messy. He took out a clean blanket from his luggage, spread it on the bed, and placed the little fennec fox on it, gently instructing, "Little one, I'm going to clean up, so be good and don't run around, okay?" After being placed on the blanket, the little fennec fox immediately curled up into a light yellow fur ball, making Qiao Shu unable to resist reaching out to pet again. After settling the little one, Qiao Shu quickly began to tidy up the room. While cleaning, he spoke to the viewers. "It's my first day on the job. Although there are many things to do, the first priority must be to solve the shelter issue. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extreme, averaging between 30 to 50 degrees Celsius. It's hot summer during the day, but it turns into a cold winter at night. I need to hurry up to ensure I can rest and light a fire tonight, so I'm qualified to face future challenges. The desert may seem barren, but it's actually full of miracles. Have you ever seen a scene where the red desert is covered in ice and snow?" The viewers in the live stream naturally didn't believe it. "I don't believe it. Snow in the desert? I haven't read much, so don't lie to me, host. Isn't the desert supposed to be hot and dry? Even if it's cold at night, it wouldn't snow, right?" Anyone who's gone through 9 years of compulsory education wouldn't say this. "If it snows in the desert, I'll just live stream eating 3 pounds of Oreos." Qiao Shu looked at the comments and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, please don't come to my live stream to trick me into food and drinks, okay? As long as you keep following my live stream, you'll have the chance to see the miraculous sight of snow in the desert." Chapter 4 Newbie Gift Pack. Half an hour later, the powerful sun in the desert began to set in the west, and this hot land finally had a chance to breathe. As the sunset slanted down, golden sunlight filtered through the mottled glass window and shone on Qiao Shu, casting a long shadow. Looking at the neat and new room in front of him, Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction. Aside from a large pile of household garbage, the previous ant control workers had also left behind quite a few good items: a sharp machete, a bundle of sturdy nylon rope, a large capacity water bottle, a pair of black-framed glasses, and a pile of wood from dismantled abandoned furniture, as well as a stack of illustrated books, which should have been used by a few predecessors to pass the time when they were bored. Curious, Qiao Shu casually picked up a book and flipped through it, only to change his expression suddenly. Damn, Jin Bingmei, which predecessor left behind this treasure? Even having fallen to the 044 control area, they still had the mind to study this extraordinary book. Taking advantage of the camera not capturing the book title, Qiao Shu quickly and carefully stuffed Jin Ping Mei into his bosom. Looking again at the stack of books, aside from this peculiar book, there were various magazines with entertaining pictures. In short, they were all good items. With an unfazed face and steady heart, Qiao Shu continued speaking to the camera. In a wild survival environment, the primary needs to address are the basic human necessities of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. The housing issue has been temporarily resolved. Next, I need to start a campfire and then solve the food problem. He glanced at the little fennec fox napping on the bed and smiled. After all this fuss, the little guy should be quite hungry. Its injuries have stabilized, and it can eat something now. Qiao Shu walked to the side and brought over a few pieces of wood left by the previous ant control workers for firewood. Although the house from the general administration was simple, it was fully equipped. What pleased Qiao Shu the most was that there was a simple fireplace on the northern wall of the kitchen, which could be used for heating and cooking. After throwing the firewood into the fireplace and bringing the little fennec fox to the kitchen, Qiao Shu continued to speak to the audience. There are many ways to start a fire in the wild, and today I will teach you the simplest and most practical method for starting a fire outdoors. This statement piqued the audience's curiosity. Starting a fire by hand? Could it be by friction or using a fire bow? After saying this, Qiao Shu, under the watchful eyes of the audience, pulled out a lighter from his pocket. The flame that sprang from the lighter easily ignited the tinder beneath the firewood. Ah, thank you, streamer, for teaching me how to start a fire with a lighter. Both those who could and could not start a fire in the wild fell silent. I'm new here. Is this streamer always so cheeky? Watching the flames gradually grow larger, Qiao Shu explained with a smile. In the wild, the most precious thing is your physical strength. Therefore, rather than spending a lot of time and energy trying to start a fire the old-fashioned way, it's better to prepare a few lighters and fire starters, just in case. Of course, if you don't have these things on you, then you can only start a fire by hand. There are many methods for that, and I will show everyone when I have the chance. As the fire continued to grow, Qiao Shu took out an iron pot from his luggage, and, feeling a bit reluctant, added some drinking water. The water delivered by the transport team was limited, and he had to use it carefully. While waiting for the water to boil, Qiao Shu silently communicated with the system in his mind. System, help me extract the newbie gift pack. Ding! The newbie gift pack has been extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining combat skill, intermediate shooting. 1 enhancement to physical attributes. 1 Colt Python revolver, 200 rounds of ammunition. 10 cubic meters of drinking water. 10 bottles of moo fresh milk. 100 improved haloxylon amidendrin seedlings. The above rewards have been deposited into the system warehouse and can be extracted by the host at any time. Qiao Shu squinted his eyes, trying to suppress his inner excitement. Although the items weren't too many, they were all urgently needed. It's not very convenient to open a live stream right now. So Qiao Shu had to hold back his excitement and didn't take these items out. Just as Qiao Shu was lost in thought, he suddenly felt something soft in his hands. Looking down, he realized it was the little fennec fox jumping into his arms, its big eyes staring motionlessly at the boiling water in the pot. Feeling Qiao Shu's attention, the little creature turned to look at him, its big eyes round and its little mouth slightly curled up. Goo-goo. The fennec fox can make various sounds. The chirp sound signifies a warning, while the goo-goo sound has a somewhat spoiled meaning. Looking at the adorable little creature in his arms, Qiao Shu couldn't help but smile. This is boiling water. You can't drink it. Suddenly, Qiao Shu thought of the moo fresh milk from the gift pack. As a transmigrator, he was very familiar with this. It was the milk from the Pokemon series Milk Tank, renowned for its taste and nutrition. Moo fresh milk is extremely beneficial for Pokemon, and if the little fennec fox drinks it, wouldn't it directly become a fox immortal? Fennec foxes are omnivorous animals that can eat almost anything, including small rodents, lizards, birds, poultry eggs, and insects, as well as fruits, leaves, and plant roots. The harsh desert environment means that animals living here are not so delicate. They almost all have powerful stomachs. Wait a moment, don't run around. Qiao Shu aimed the camera at the little fennec fox, while he went to the outer room where his luggage was stored and extracted a bottle of moo fresh milk. The moment he opened the cap, the whole room was filled with a rich milk fragrance, the thick aroma of cow's milk wafting throughout. The little fennec fox in the kitchen wrinkled its small nose, suddenly standing upright, its 2 large ears perked up in Qiao Shu's direction. Not to mention that the little fennec fox couldn't resist the temptation of the milk scent. Even Qiao Shu couldn't help but lick his dry lips. This milk smells so good. After a moment of struggle, Qiao Shu finally managed to resist the impulse to have a sip himself. What kind of good person would snatch milk from their pet? Especially when it's the milk from the milk tank? Pouring the milk into a plate, Qiao Shu walked back into the kitchen. The little fennec fox could no longer contain itself, limping over, wagging its little tail to snuggle up to Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu held the milk bowl in one hand and gently pushed the furry little head away with the other. Don't mess around, or I'll spill the milk bowl. The little fennec fox obviously didn't understand Qiao Shu's joke and kept nudging its head toward the milk bowl. With no choice, Qiao Shu had to place the milk bowl on the ground. The little creature's eyes lit up as it leaned forward and started licking the sweet milk. Watching the little one's adorable eating posture, Qiao Shu's mood brightened. Since he had already taken in this little creature, he should give it a name. Qiao Shu contemplated as he watched the little one buried in its meal. Chapter 5. Live broadcast settlement. Hearing that Qiao Shu wanted to name the little one, the bullet comments became lively again. Naming? I'm good at that. By the way, what is the little one's last name? The sand fox is also a type of fox, so it should have a last name, who, right? Survival of the fittest. Perhaps this is heaven's arrangement. Let's call it Hu Yeshu. What a terrible name. If you ask me, it should have a trendy name. Let's call it Hu Jiangwo. If you ask me, it should have a cuter name. Let's call it by Hu Zai. Qiao Shu looked at the ridiculous comments from the netizens and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Clearly, it was a soft and cute little fox. Yet they insisted on giving it names that sounded like burly men with beards. Meanwhile, the little sand fox was focused on drinking milk, its small tail wagging, seemingly indifferent to the name it would carry for life. Qiao Shu's heart stirred, and he slowly reached out, lifting the little one's tail to take a peek. He was mainly curious about whether such a cute little fox was male or female. With a quick glance, Qiao Shu swiftly put the tail down. Feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head, Sorry, turns out you're a girl. Since she's a female sand fox, and so cute. A familiar name suddenly came to mind. For a girl, let's call you Ollie. Qiao Shu smiled and gently patted the little one's soft back. The little sand fox ignored him, having already consumed more than half of the milk in the bowl. In a world before Qiao Shu's crossing, Ollie was a classic name associated with fox characters in literature and games, with many adorable fox characters named Ollie. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement, Qiao Shu chuckled. Balkuma, Ali. Ollie seemed to have had her fill, lifted her head to glance at Qiao Shu, and then waddled over to him, contentedly pretending to nap while making a gurgling sound. Ali, not bad, sound quite cute. Congratulations, streamer, you now have a furry child. Just for the little one's sake, I have to give the streamer a follow. Ali, that's okay, but I think Hu Jiangwo sounds trendier. Although Ollie's also quite nice, I still think by Huzai sounds more impressive. The little one had filled her belly, and Qiao Shu felt a wave of hunger. After all the fuss, he hadn't eaten for a whole day. The water in the iron pot had already boiled, and he quickly took out a bag of instant noodles from his luggage, throwing the noodle block and seasoning packet into the boiling water. Most of the supplies provided by the transport team were instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and military-canned foods that were easy to store. They could be eaten for a meal or two, but eating them for a long time would be quite unpalatable. However, the desert was not without its delicacies. It was just that Qiao Shu was new to the area and wasn't familiar with the surroundings, so he naturally couldn't enjoy such luxuries. Holding the steaming instant noodles, he moved to the window, and the camera followed his gaze outside. As the sky grew darker, the vibrant clouds turned a deep red. In the distant sand, dunes became blurry. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky with a fiery hue, like a splendid satin unfurling, merging with the endless yellow sands. What a breathtaking view of the lonely smoke rises straight in the desert. The long river reflects the round sun. All right, let's take one last look at the beautiful sunset in the desert before ending today's live broadcast. Tomorrow, I will be live streaming the exploration of the surroundings of the general office, so everyone can give a follow and see you tomorrow. Without heeding the viewers' pleas, Qiao Shu ended the broadcast. At the moment he ended the stream, the popularity of the live room was fixed at just over 10,000. For a newcomer who had just started streaming, this achievement was already quite impressive. The special identity of a sand control worker and the cute Ali attracted the viewers' interest. Ding! Host is live streaming to promote sand control workers, starting to settle greening points. Highest live popularity, 12. 155. Average viewing time, 1 hour 23 minutes. Average live popularity, 7. 800 settling greening points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 900 greening points. Current greening point balance is 400 points. Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction. This was also one of the reasons he was in a hurry to end the stream. Outside the general office was the vast desert, where there were fierce poachers and wild beasts, as well as the most extreme and harsh environments in the world. A slight misstep could lead to his fate mirroring that of previous sand control workers, dying silently here. The system was his only reliance, and the urgent task was to convert all these greening points into his combat power. System, use, combat skill, intermediate shooting, and physical quality enhancement. A strong life force surged into Qiao Shu's body, and Ali in his arms perked up her big ears, looking a bit confused as she gazed at Qiao Shu. This bipedal creature, who looked nice when he smiled, suddenly exuded an aura that made even the fox feel terrified. Ali silently retracted her little paws, her big ears drooping down, tightly wrapping her head. After a moment, Qiao Shu slowly opened his eyes, filled with surprise. Before becoming a sand control worker, Qiao Shu was just an ordinary college student. Everyone knows the physical fitness of a college student. Although Qiao Shu often worked out and underwent 3 months of training at the sand control headquarters, he definitely wouldn't be considered very strong. However, after the system's enhancement of his physical quality, Qiao Shu could clearly feel the strength and vitality within him. He was definitely not weaker than a soldier from an elite unit. The intermediate shooting combat skill was even more impressive, directly elevating his shooting level to that of a sharpshooter. Qiao Shu took the Colt Python revolver from the system's warehouse, gripping it tightly in his hand. Finally feeling a bit of security. This revolver is hailed as one of the best in the world, with immense power, capable of taking down a fierce beast even at very close range. Most importantly, the revolver can be carried on person, allowing him to draw and fire at any moment. With these tools, he now had the capability to fight against those poachers. As for whether he could defeat them, Qiao Shu focused on the lower right corner of the system's light curtain. Current greening point balance, 400 points. Then he looked up at the giant wheel at the top of the light curtain. This was the lottery function in the sand control worker system, costing 10,000 greening points for one draw, and a 10 consecutive draw would grant an extra free one. Most importantly, the lottery function was currently in a new player discount period, with 6 days and 20 hours remaining. Within this week, draws would only cost 1,000 greening points. Undoubtedly, at this current stage, doing a 10 consecutive draw was the most cost-effective way to become stronger. System, I want to do a 10 consecutive draw. Chapter 6, the first 10 consecutive draws. Just as the voice fell, a huge lottery wheel appeared in the void before him. Qiao Shu did not rush to spin the wheel, but first checked the prize pool. The prize pool for the 10 consecutive draws was dazzling, mainly consisting of 3 categories of rewards: resources, items, and skills. Resources were easy to understand, namely water and food, the most scarce items in the desert, along with some building materials and even improved premium soil. Among them, what Qiao Shu coveted the most were those saplings that had been modified by the system. Although the desert conditions were harsh, some resilient plants still thrived here, such as cistanche, white thorns, sand chives, desert roses, and poplar. The saplings produced by the system came in various types and could better adapt to the harsh environment after modification. To completely transform the 044 governance area, the only way was afforestation, and quality saplings were of utmost importance. As for items, they had a high upper limit and a low lower limit for rewards. They included various types, such as weapons, vehicles, tools, and equipment. The worst item could very well be a joyful brandblade. But magical items like Moo fresh milk from anime were also widely present in the prize pool. Qiao Shu even saw the bow and arrow used by Hawkeye in the Avengers. However, Qiao Shu was not skilled in archery. Although Hawkeye's bow and arrow were powerful, they were not suitable for him. The skill rewards were what Qiao Shu wanted the most. No matter how good the resources and items were, they were external possessions. Only skills could truly enhance oneself. Skill rewards were also divided into several categories, such as the recently acquired intermediate shooting, which was a combat skill. There were also life skills like cooking, sewing, and repairing. Skills like hunting, parkour, and rock climbing were categorized as survival skills. And the rarest special skills, whose effects were akin to superpowers, were each the most unique existence. Qiao Shu rubbed his hands and casually pulled over the nearby Ali, gently ruffling its little head, touching the fox's head in the year of the tiger. No worries in all things. Touching the fox's face in the year of the tiger. A happy and fulfilling year. Ali, yet. The little fox felt a bit itchy on the head where Qiao Shu had touched, stretching its uninjured hind leg to scratch its head. But the little legs of the earless fox were simply too short, no matter how hard the little one tried. It couldn't reach its own head. It looked at Qiao Shu with a face full of grievance, its fox face written with unhappiness. You better have some luck. No witties. Just borrowing your fortune. Qiao Shu smiled as he helped the little one scratch its scalp. The little guy comfortably squinted its eyes, curling up next to Qiao Shu. With Ali's luck, Qiao Shu trembled as he extended his finger toward the huge wheel in the void. Let's start the 10 consecutive draws. The wheel slowly spun, the pointer gliding through the various colored sections. According to rarity, the lottery rewards were categorized into 5 levels: white common, green, excellent, blue, rare, purple, epic, and gold, legendary. The white area occupied more than half of the wheel, and the combined areas of the other colors were not as large as the white area. Qiao Shu couldn't help but curse the system for being a scammer, having no safety net. Based on his non-lucky experience from his previous life, he was sure that the rewards from these 10 consecutive draws would be either white or green. Sure enough, for the first draw, the pointer slowly stopped in the large white area. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white resource, a case of bottled cola. Qiao Shu's expression relaxed. Although it was a white reward, a case of cola was pretty good and not as bad as he had imagined. In the desert, any drinkable liquid was a precious good. Moreover, it was cola, which was high in sugar and energy. With a thought, a case of red packaged cola appeared out of thin air before him. Ali was startled and quickly buried its little head in Qiao Shu's arms. Seeing the familiar red packaging, Qiao Shu's face turned green. It's Coca-Cola. Can this be drunk? Of course, cola should be Pepsi. The wheel continued to spin rapidly, unaffected by Qiao Shu's internal complaints. Soon, the pointer stopped again in a green area. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a green item, a multifunctional sleeping bag. This is also not bad. Qiao Shu turned to look at the bedding on the wooden bed in the bedroom. The dark purple sheets were covered with a thin layer of dust, giving off an indescribable, strange smell. God knows how the previous sand controller rested on such bedding. If Qiao Shu hadn't only brought one blanket, he would have thrown this eyesore bedding far away. The desert had a huge temperature difference between day and night, so having this multifunctional sleeping bag would better guarantee his sleep quality. The lottery wheel continued to spin, and the next 4 rewards perfectly showcased Qiao Shu's non-lucky attributes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a white resource, a case of high-calcium milk powder. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a white resource, a pack of soft toilet paper. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a white item, a Swiss Army knife. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a white resource, a case of compressed biscuits. The white light flashed continuously, and Qiao Shu helplessly rubbed his temples. Indeed, it was either white or green, but at least he wouldn't be lacking food and water in the short term. The next moment, a brilliant purple light suddenly burst out in the room. Qiao Shu then remembered that 10 consecutive draws would grant an extra draw. As everyone knows, free things are the most expensive, and gifts are the best. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple item. Chapter 7. The First Night in the Desert. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple item. Desert Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia. Is it purple? Qiao Shu was overjoyed, unable to resist picking up the little Ali in her arms and spinning around in place. Ali became dizzy from the spinning, and, after being put down, its 4 little legs took unsteady steps. Qiao Shu looked at the little creature's adorable state and smiled, beginning to check the attributes of this purple item. Desert Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia. Quality, purple. Usage: by closely interacting with a desert species, you can unlock detailed information about that species. Note: this item can be upgraded with 100,000 greening points to unlock more features. Qiao Shu was puzzled. Is that it? Isn't this just an encyclopedia? Does it really deserve a purple quality? Qiao Shu glanced at the dizzy Ali beside her and silently thought, identification. Desert Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia has no physical form and can appear directly in Qiao Shu's consciousness, just like the system. Soon, a series of information floated into her mind. Species name: fennec fox, alias, big-eared fox, desert fox, kingdom, Animalia, phylum, Chordata, class, Mammalia, order, Carnivora, family, Canidae, genus Vulpes, introduction, one of the smallest canids in the world. The soles of its feet are covered with soft fur, allowing it to dissipate heat through its large ears, adapting to the dry and hot climate of the desert, while also being able to quickly respond to tiny sound around it. Food: omnivorous, primarily feeding on small rodents, lizards, birds, bird eggs, insects, fruits, leaves, and plant roots. Distribution area: as shown in the image. Click to expanding. The Fennec Fox Encyclopedia has been unlocked, and the host's affinity for this species has slightly increased. Qiao Shu was overjoyed. This was quite a gain. The information about the fennec fox was not particularly important, but the distribution area map was impressive. It marked the range and approximate population size of the fennec fox in the 044 management area. This function was incredibly powerful. Just imagine, as Qiao Shu encounters more animals and plants, she would have a comprehensive understanding of the population distributions of various species in the 044 management area. Whether it be fennec foxes, camels, desert wolves, or cacti, poplars, and saxaul trees, none would escape Qiao Shu's notice. However, this distribution range could not pinpoint individuals, so relying on it to help little Ali find its parents was unrealistic. Moreover, after unlocking the species encyclopedia, her affinity for that species would increase. Qiao Shu could sense that the way little Ollie looked at her was already a bit gentler than before. No wonder it's a purple item. This was a huge profit. If purple items had such powerful effects, then the rarest golden items must be invincible. Qiao Shu reluctantly closed the lottery interface. A 10 draw cost 10,000 greening points, and she no longer had the balance to try again. However, she had already made up her mind that all the greening points obtained from the live stream tomorrow would be used for the lottery. The lottery price within 7 days was 1,000 greening points, which was a new player discount period, making it the best time for draws. Who knows how outrageous the prices would be after missing this period. After calming her excited heart, Qiao Shu began to organize her supplies. The inventory of the 044 headquarters could be divided into 3 batches. One left by previous desert managers, one brought by Qiao Shu, and the last obtained from the lottery. After briefly summarizing the supplies, Qiao Shu was pleasantly surprised to find that the current food and water storage at the 044 headquarters was enough for her and Ali to survive for 3 months. Even if the transport team encountered an accident at the end of the month and failed to deliver supplies, she wouldn't starve. After moving the supplies to the kitchen for storage, Qiao Shu began to organize her weapons and equipment. Melee weapons, a machete, a Swiss Army knife, and a tactical dagger. Range weapons, a 5-shot shotgun, and a Colt Python revolver. This was all of Qiao Shu's equipment. It was more than enough to deal with some wild beasts. After all, there weren't any particularly fierce predators in the desert. But if she used these weapons to fight poachers, she would meet the same fate as the previous desert manager. After tidying up the weapons, Qiao Shu glanced out the window. The sunset had completely disappeared, and the desert blended into the black sky. The air was filled with a dry atmosphere, and the temperature dropped sharply. Based on Qiao Shu's experience, the nighttime temperature in this desert should have already dropped to single digits. All right, time to sleep. Qiao Shu picked up the little fox beside her and crawled into the multi-functional sleeping bag she had just obtained. The fireplace was installed in the kitchen, and she couldn't light a campfire in the bedroom. Otherwise, she would be choked to death by the smoke before being killed by poachers. This meant that the bedroom was very cold, and the injured Ali might not survive the cold night with just its little fur. There was no choice. Qiao Shu could only awkwardly hold the little creature to sleep. The little Ali lay obediently in Qiao Shu's arms, its big eyes blinking, making Qiao Shu feel a bit shy. "What are you looking at?" "Ing," Ali softly called out. Qiao Shu's expression became strange. Ing monster? I could punch one." "Never mind, that's too harsh." From the initial alert chirp to the now softying, this showed that Ali had completely begun to trust her. Holding the soft little fox, lying in the appropriately warm sleeping bag, drowsiness quickly swept over her. "Ing." Little Ali listened to Qiao Shu's even breathing and felt an unprecedented sense of security. Finding the most comfortable angle in Qiao Shu's arms, Ali curled up into a yellow-white fluffy ball and fell into a deep sleep. Qiao Shu spent her first night in the Death Desert accompanied by a little fox. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Qiao Shu's face. She frowned and slowly opened her eyes, looking at the somewhat unfamiliar environment. Qiao Shu realized that she was already in the unmanned desert and slowly exhaled. "Wow, I survived another day." Since the moment she arrived in the 044 management area, she had been prepared to treat every day as if it were the last of her life. Just as she was about to crawl out of the sleeping bag, Qiao Shu suddenly felt something was off. The next second, she reached into the sleeping bag to feel around and then pulled out a sleepy little fox. Qiao Shu smiled and greeted, "Good morning, little Ali." The little fox's sleepy eyes were crescent-shaped, looking like a cute little girl with a smile. Qiao Shu felt a warmth in her heart. Nothing could be more healing than opening her eyes to see the adorable furry child. After washing up and tidying up a bit, Qiao Shu checked Ali's wound again, confirming that the wound hadn't worsened. She poured a basin of moo fresh milk for it. Watching the little one drink the sweet fresh milk, Qiao Shu resisted the urge to lick her dry lips. "Dog system, why does the milk for a pet smell so good? By the way, just a small sip should be fine, right?" Chapter 8. King Zhou, I admit that I spoke a bit loudly just now. Perhaps it was because I was too exhausted yesterday. This night, Qiao Shu slept well, and the fatigue was swept away. Of course, it could also be the effect of physical fitness improvement. After feeding little Ali, Qiao Shu casually ate a few bites of compressed biscuits and put on his gear. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of a few predecessors and die unclear in this desert. Hiding in this grave-like headquarters and waiting to die was a path to death. The only way to face fear is to confront it. Qiao Shu was ready to actively approach this death desert. Today's task was to scout the area near the headquarters and to prevent any unexpected situations. Qiao Shu decided to bring both guns along. He also packed enough food for a day, ample drinking water, and some basic survival gear. These items were enough to fill his backpack. The system storage could only temporarily hold unclaimed items and could not be used as a spatial backpack. However, Qiao Shu had seen several space-like backpack items in the reward pool, but these spatial items were of purple and gold quality, and getting them required spending some resources. System. Start the live broadcast. After putting on his gear and standing at the door, Qiao Shu silently said in his heart. The small spherical drone appeared above his head, and after the live room opened, dozens of online old viewers clicked in immediately. Under the wide-angle lens, the audience first saw a desolate desert, and after the camera circled in the air, it returned to the room. What came into view was Qiao Shu in a black tactical jacket, wearing a windproof hat and sunglasses, with a hunting rifle on his back. Good morning, everyone. Qiao Shu greeted the camera with a smile. The number of viewers in the live room increased, and the barrage began to appear in front of Qiao Shu. Please let me see little Ali, troublemakers, stand aside. Good morning, host. What are you streaming today? Beating up poachers? To the one upstairs, if you want the host live, just say it. Where's little Ali? Where did you hide my Ali? Qiao Shu glanced at the barrage. Aside from a few new viewers, most were asking about Ali. The little guy, besides eating, wasn't entirely useless. At least he could attract some attention to Qiao Shu's live broadcast. Pointing the camera at little Ali, who was lying next to the milk bowl, the barrage finally quieted down. Ali. Qiao Shu squatted down and patted the little guy's round head. I'm going to scout the surroundings next. It's dangerous outside, so I can't take you with me. Ali's leg injury had not healed yet, and Qiao Shu didn't dare to take him outside. Reluctantly, he rubbed the little guy's big ears. Be good and watch the house. After standing up, Qiao Shu had just taken 2 steps when he heard the little guy's soft voice from behind. Ing, ing. It was obvious that Ali didn't want to leave him. Qiao Shu paused, gritted his teeth, and pretended not to hear as he continued walking outside. Ing, ing. Ali called out a few more times, his voice getting softer each time. Qiao Shu had a blank expression. Little fox, do you think I'm King Zhou? Just a few calls, and I'm done for? The viewers in the live room couldn't take it anymore. How about the host takes Ali with him? Even though it's dangerous outside, no one would harm a little fox. What a joke. Didn't those poachers see it yesterday? The ear-tipped fox is a rare protected animal in Huagua. Hearing him call like that, my heart is about to break. It wasn't that the viewers were overly sentimental. Ali probably really thought Qiao Shu was leaving him. At this moment, those big, pitiful eyes were already filled with tears, looking watery. Who could resist such a pitiful sight? Even the king of hell would shed a few tears. Qiao Shu turned a deaf ear, picked up the little fox following him, and put it back inside the room. Then firmly closed the door. Ing, ing. Little Ali's paws scratched at the door, making a series of sounds that sounded pitiful and weak. Qiao Shu turned his head and sighed. All right, you win. He opened the door again, looked at the tearful little fox, and couldn't help but scratch the little guy's nose. Ali didn't shy away. Instead, he stretched out his tongue and licked Qiao Shu's finger. Pulling down the zipper of his tactical jacket, Qiao Shu placed the little fox inside and gently instructed, You can come with me, but you have to hide here and not move around. Ali obediently hid inside the jacket, revealing only a round little head like an onion, staring at Qiao Shu with big eyes. Compared to an ordinary fox's triangular head, the ear-tipped fox cub's head was smaller and rounder, its cuteness maxed out. Qiao Shu couldn't help but smile wryly. King Zhou, I admit I spoke a bit loudly just now. I misunderstood you. This little fox's charm was indeed impressive. With the little fox tucked inside his jacket, revealing only its head, Qiao Shu looked back at the camera. All right, back to the point. Next, I'm going to take you all to witness the real desert. Once the sun came out, the temperature in the desert would suddenly rise. This was because the sunlight irradiated the sand, which couldn't store heat and would quickly release it into the air. Through the camera, the audience could clearly see waves of nearly tangible heat. Our target is over there. Qiao Shu pressed down his hat brim and pointed into the distance. The viewers followed the direction of his finger and saw a bare mountain peak appear in their line of sight. Judging by sight, the distance to the mountain was about 5 to 6 kilometers, and one shouldn't underestimate this distance. Exposing one's body to the desert's scorching heat would significantly increase the difficulty of traveling. As for why he was going there, Qiao Shu explained to the camera. That mountain is the highest point near the headquarters, and climbing up there will give us a complete view of the desert's terrain. All right, let's check my gear one last time before we set off. Qiao Shu took down the hunting rifle from his back and carefully checked the gun and ammunition to avoid any jams at critical moments. As for the revolver, it didn't need checking. The reason such a primitive handgun had not been eliminated was that, aside from its convenience in loading, it would never jam. After checking the gear, Qiao Shu began to slowly walk towards the target mountain. The reason for choosing to walk was that the fuel in the off-road vehicle was limited, and he wanted to conserve it as much as possible. Qiao Shu needed to save the limited fuel for crucial moments, like fighting poachers. When walking in the desert, one must pay attention to the rhythm. Much like participating in a marathon, it's essential to adjust the heartbeat and range of motion. Qiao Shu took out the water bottle from his backpack, took a small sip, and continued. If you have enough drinking water, then you should replenish fluids frequently and in small amounts. Never hold back your thirst to save that little water. The temperature in the desert is already very high, and if you don't drink water in time, heat stroke and dehydration will come knocking quickly. Qiao Shu smiled at the camera. Running out of water might lead to death by thirst, but if you endure without drinking, you might die even faster. Chapter 9, The Underestimated Death Desert. A drop of sweat trickled down Qiao Shu's sharply defined cheek and was instantly absorbed by the terrifying heat of the sand. It was indeed hot here, with the temperature at least above 42 degrees Celsius. Qiao Shu smiled bitterly as he swallowed another mouthful of water. Walking in the desert was even harder than he had imagined. He could feel that he was drenched in sweat, especially his chest, which was completely soaked, and the little Arctic fox in his arms felt like a small furnace. Sweating wasn't entirely a bad thing. It accelerated water loss, but also helped with heat dissipation, reducing the harmful effects of high temperatures on the body to some extent. His goal was freshwater resources, a dry riverbed, a dried-up well, or a piece of land with vegetation could all potentially hold the source of life. Qiao Shu looked around, but with his 1.5 best vision, he couldn't see a hint of green. What was fed back to his retina was only a depressing expanse of yellow. No wonder this area was called the Death Desert in the 044 management zone. If the entire management zone looked like this, Qiao Shu wouldn't be able to survive here alone. The desolate scene also made viewers exclaim, "It's terrifying. Everywhere you look is sand, not even a bush in sight. Can people really live in such a place?" Could the several desert managers reported in the news have died from emotional breakdowns due to psychological pressure? Didn't the news say they were killed by death worms? Hey, which marketing account are you following? Death worms are just legendary creatures, okay? Their existence has yet to be confirmed. Isn't it just common knowledge that deserts are all like this? It's just sand. What's so special about it? Qiao Shu glanced at the bullet comments and smiled. Although talking in such conditions would waste energy, he needed to promote the greening points gained from desertification prevention ideas. So he explained, people imagine deserts to be nothing but sand, forming massive wave-shaped dunes that rise and fall like ocean waves. But in reality, only 1/5 of the world's deserts are covered in sand. What is a desert? This is a question most people do not understand. We now define a desert as an area with an average annual precipitation of less than 250 millimeters, or an area where evaporation exceeds precipitation. Qiao Shu suddenly stopped, smiling at the camera. So, based on this definition, do you know where the largest desert in the world is? This statement quickly piqued the audience's interest, and everyone began to discuss. Damn, why do I feel like I'm being checked for homework? Report, teacher, I know this answer. It's the Sahara Desert in Africa, right? We learned it in geography class. The Sahara Desert's total area could even fit the entire U.S. mainland. It's one of the most inhospitable places on Earth for living beings. Still too young, The host can't possibly ask such a simple question. It's obviously a trap. That's right, I'll catch them off guard and bet on Antarctica. Seeing the last bullet comment, Qiao Shu's expression changed. This friend is not wrong. The largest desert in the world is Antarctica. According to observations, the entire Antarctic continent has an average annual precipitation of only 55 millimeters. It is also the driest, windiest, coldest, and most extreme desert in the world. In fact, the Sahara Desert that everyone is familiar with can only be called the largest sandy desert. Antarctica's dryness surpasses that of the Sahara. There are also a group of scientific researchers in Antarctica who dedicate themselves to science. Although they do not belong to desertification prevention personnel, I think these people are also admirable desert managers. As expected, after Qiao Shu revealed the answer, the bullet comments exploded. Wow, I actually guessed right. Antarctica is a desert? Mind blown. Is this true? Spreading rumors is illegal. Antarctica is a desert? I'm a high school geography teacher. I can prove the host is right. And this knowledge should have been covered in class. Qiao Shu paid no attention to the debate in the comments. Although he had never done a live broadcast before, he knew well that there were many internet trolls who loved to challenge professionals with their rigid thinking and common sense. He usually looked down on such people. If they could use Baidu, they wouldn't be so ignorant and confident. Just then, Qiao Shu suddenly heard a barely audible gasp from inside his clothes. He looked down and saw that the Arctic fox's large ears were fully extended, its pink tongue hanging out, panting heavily. Not good. The little fellow was about to suffer from heat stroke. Qiao Shu anxiously stopped and took out a water bottle from his backpack. The viewers in the live stream also stopped discussing, worriedly watching the little Arctic fox in Qiao Shu's arms. The fennec fox has thick fur, and when the temperature drops below 20 degrees, they start to shiver. When the temperature exceeds 35 degrees, they pant, with their breathing rate soaring from 23 breaths per minute to 690. As Qiao Shu explained, he poured fresh water into the bottle cap. He then held the filled cap in front of the little Arctic fox. If no measures were taken now, the little guy would soon suffer from heat stroke and dehydration. The two of them had been walking under the scorching sun for nearly half an hour. Although the Arctic fox hadn't expended much energy, it had still lost a significant amount of water. The Arctic fox extended its pink little tongue and began to lick the fresh water in the bottle cap. As the water entered its body, its breathing rate stabilized, becoming less frequent and urgent. Qiao Shu finally felt relieved and said regretfully, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and brought the Arctic fox out with me. After all, the fennec fox is a nocturnal species, and during the day, it's rare to see them in the desert. He looked up at the distant barren mountain. From here, the outline of the barren mountain was already quite clear, and it didn't seem too far away. But as the old saying goes, a mountain that looks close can be far away. Although the distance seemed short, he hadn't even traveled a third of it. For the first time truly entering this desert, Qiao Shu felt the terror contained in the death desert, which gave him a serious reality check. Qiao Shu shook his head with a bitter smile. He had completely underestimated this desert. Even with a system and a cheat, he should have understood one principle. Nature possesses the most powerful cheat in the world, capable of swallowing humans whole in an instant. Chapter 10, The Two Faces of the Little Fox. After a short rest, Qiao Shu was ready to continue on. As time passed, the sun would only become more intense, and in a few hours the ground temperature would rise even higher. The water in the canteen was still ample. He had only been out for half an hour, so there was no reason to give up halfway. A person's potential is like a spring. If you press it lightly, it will only give you a weak response. Only by pressing it to the limit can you unleash powerful strength. Qiao Shu glanced at the listless Ali with some pity. The child was still too young, only a few months old. The long trek was too difficult for a fennec fox cub, even if it didn't need to walk. The high temperature could still exhaust it. Next time he took Ali on a long trip, he would have to consider using the off-road vehicle, rather than risking the little creature's life just to save a bit of fuel. The priority now was to come up with a way to help Ali cool down. After pondering for a moment, Qiao Shu took out a piece of gauze from his backpack. He wadded it up and poured a small amount of clean water on it. This was a method he had learned in his past life from Bear Grylls. Wrapping a damp cloth around the head could effectively reduce body temperature. However, Bear Grylls had used fresh urine to dampen the cloth, while he was using clean water. In fact, Urine is more cost-effective than precious clean water. But Qiao Shu felt that little Ali wouldn't agree to that. He wrapped the damp gauze around Ali's little head and couldn't help but laugh when he took a look. The little fox's appearance, combined with its innocent little eyes, made it look just like a chibi version of a wolf grandma. When the little creature saw Qiao Shu laughing, it not only didn't he get angry, but instead grinned back, looking incredibly cute. The comments section erupted in praise upon seeing Ali's appearance. Let's keep going. Qiao Shu placed little Ali back inside his clothing and deliberately opened the collar wider to let the wind in. As they got closer to their destination, patches of camel thorn began to appear in front of them. This was a common plant in the desert, highly adaptable and drought-resistant. But the leaves of the camel thorns here were all a withered yellow, clearly indicating that even they were struggling to adapt to the harsh environment. Qiao Shu casually unlocked the illustrated guide for the camel thorn. Species name, camel thorn, alias, camel grass kingdom, planty class, Magnoliopsida, family, Fabaceae, Alhajai description, a semi-shrub herbaceous plant, drought-resistant, salt-alkali tolerant, flood-resistant, and highly adaptable. Named because it is the only forage that camels can eat in the Gobian Desert. Uses 1. The sugary secretions from leaves, flowers, and seeds are medicinal. 2. High nutritional value, the best feed for raising camels. 3. Has good windbreak and sand-fixing effects, can also improve soil quality. Distribution area, as shown in the image, click to expand ding. Camel thorn seeds have been unlocked, and the host can purchase them anytime from the system mall. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up. He expected this pleasant surprise. The camel thorn was a common plant, but its uses were extensive. The system mall had previously been closed, and Qiao Shu thought he needed to upgrade something. He didn't realize that collecting the guide could unlock the ability to purchase corresponding seeds. With the system-modified camel thorn seeds, he could finally establish a basic foundation for tree planting and afforestation. Qiao Shu closed the illustrated guide and continued walking. The appearance of plants indicated that they had left the sandy land and arrived in an area with soil. The ground was clearly much easier to walk on than the sandy terrain, and Qiao Shu's pace gradually quickened. The audience watched the resilient camel thorn on the screen, marveling at the tenacity of life, when suddenly they saw Qiao Shu squat down without warning. He had discovered something good. Qiao Shu excitedly cleared away a handful of soil. A white, skeletal frame buried in the yellow sand appeared before everyone. This was an animal skeleton. Judging by its size and shape, it should be a herbivore. There are not many large herbivores in the desert. The most common nearby are probably camels and sand gazelles. Qiao Shu looked at the white skeleton with interest and tried to unlock the illustrated guide, but it was unsuccessful. It seemed that animal carcasses couldn't unlock the guide, at least not the bone structure. Why is the host so excited about finding a skeleton? Isn't that a bit creepy? Little Ali, run. Your owner is a pervert. What kind of animal-esque bones are these? They look a bit eerie. Qiao Shu's face darkened at the comments and seriously explained. A skeleton does represent death, but life and death are inherently interdependent. Discovering a skeleton here indicates that animals exist nearby. It no longer symbolizes death, but rather life. Qiao Shu was in high spirits. This was the only good news in the past 2 days. The presence of animals indicated that there was water nearby, plants for herbivores to survive on, and a stable ecosystem. Just as Qiao Shu was preparing to study the skeleton closely, suddenly a dark brown shadow sprang out from inside the skeleton. Hiss! The sound of a cold-blooded animal's hissing made Qiao Shu's heart race, and he instinctively retreated. A snake! Just as he was about to draw his tactical dagger, he suddenly saw a small yellow-white figure leap out from his chest. Squeak! Ali's voice had lost its previous softness and cuteness, becoming sharp and piercing as it agilely lunged at the suddenly appearing snake. Don't be fooled by the little creature's adorable appearance. The fennec fox is also a predator in the desert food chain. The dark brown snake was about 50 to 60 centimeters long, with a narrow head and a slender body, and dark longitudinal lines on its belly scales. Qiao Shu was quite familiar with desert creatures and recognized it as a common species in the desert, the flower-patterned snake. In the blink of an eye, Ali had charged in front of the flower-patterned snake, although its hind legs were still weak. Its natural hunting instincts allowed it to bite the snake's tail in one swift motion. "Ollie, get back." Qiao Shu's eyelids twitched. This flower-patterned snake was venomous. While it wasn't fatal to humans, it could be dangerous for the still young little creature. He quickly drew his tactical dagger, and at the same time, Ollie cleverly dodged to the side. Whoosh! A flash of white light, and the dagger fell swiftly. Then a flat, narrow snake head was thrown high into the air. The body had already separated from the head, but still twitched a few times before settling down. Qiao Shu hurriedly pulled little Ollie into his arms. Feeling a bit scared as he complained, "You little rascal, why are you so bold? What had bitten you?" Ollie obediently lay in Qiao Shu's embrace, no longer looking fierce, and its voice had changed from squeak to whimper. Qiao Shu shook his head in amusement. How could such a little fox have two different faces? Chapter 11:3. 5 inches twice. Although he complained verbally, Qiao Shu felt warm inside. Little Ollie's bravery in standing up to protect itself in the face of danger showed that it truly regarded itself as a companion or family member. The bond between the person and the fox was slowly being built, and one day it would become inseparable. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream finally reacted. "You scared me. I just saw that snake's fangs. Wow, is our Ollie this brave? It just jumped in and bit the venomous snake? What are you thinking? The fennec fox is still a type of fox. Dealing with a small snake is nothing for it." Qiao Shu stuffed the little guy back into his clothes and then turned his gaze to the decapitated rat snake, casually using the encyclopedia. This time, the encyclopedia surprisingly unlocked successfully. It seemed that animal skeletons couldn't unlock the encyclopedia, but fresh corpses could. Species name: rat snake. Alias: bullet snake, cow whip snake. Flower longworm. Kingdom: Animalia. Phylum: Chordata. Class: Reptilia. Order: Squamata. Family: Colubrity. Genus: Elaphe. Description: rat snakes are generally mildly venomous or non-venomous, primarily living in deserts and barren areas. They can glide sideways with their bodies and move continuously through the desert, crawling at a speed of 10 to 15 kilometers per hour. Diet: carnivorous, with primary food sources being various lizards, mice, insects, and other small animals found in the desert. Distribution area: as shown in the figure. Click to expand. Seeing the distribution map of the rat snake, Qiao Shu couldn't help but gasp. Oh wait, there's no cool air in the desert, just a hot breath. The distribution of rat snakes is extremely wide. They exist almost throughout the entire 044 management area, even including his own headquarters. The distribution area does not mean that rat snakes are currently present, but it indicates that they once lived there. Looking at the struggling rat snake that had stopped fighting, Qiao Shu suddenly emitted a strange laugh. At the same time, rat snakes throughout the 044 management area felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being targeted by some terrifying predator. "Little Ollie, we can have a feast today. Snake meat is a rare delicacy, and wild snake meat is even harder to come by. Rat snakes have medicinal and economic value, and since there are many of them, they are not protected animals as per national regulations. Even as a sand control worker, Qiao Shu wouldn't be violating any rules by having 1 or 2 snakes for a meal. After all, it wasn't like he was actively hunting it. It bit him first, and he killed it in self-defense. Eating it is quite reasonable, right?" Qiao Shu stepped forward, wrapping the dead rat snake around his neck. Looking from a distance like he was wearing a dark brown tie, he found the severed snake head, thoroughly pierced it with a tactical dagger, and then buried it in the ground. Even after killing a venomous snake in the wild, one must remain vigilant. Qiao Shu explained to the camera that within an hour of being severed, a snake's head still has the ability to attack and can inject venom. Severed snake heads can still bite, which relates to the distribution of nerves in snakes. A snake's body is not entirely controlled by its brain. Even when decapitated, it can still act as an independent individual. Therefore, the best way to handle it is, as I did, completely crushing its head and burying it in the ground. The live stream chat erupted with comments like "I learned something new," which made Qiao Shu's eyelids twitch, fearing the moderators would misunderstand and think he was teaching something unhealthy. Having picked up a snake for free put Qiao Shu in a great mood, so he shared a few more tips on dealing with venomous snakes. Venomous snakes have 2 weak points. One is the head, and the other is the heart. If you encounter them in the wild, don't panic. Focus on these two areas, and when you're in a safe position, you can hit them hard with a rock or stick to incapacitate them. The saying about striking a snake at its 7 inches actually refers to a position just below the head, approximately 1/7 of its total length, which is where the heart is located. Qiao Shu's teaching was quite serious, but the viewers were being playful. I've learned it. I'm going to find a cobra to try it out. Wait for my news, comrades. Bro, are you brave? Trying to get you killed. Although the host was teaching earnestly, someone still asked, what makes you think we dare to face venomous snakes? They say to strike at 7 inches. But what if we encounter one that's 6 inches? Qiao Shu glanced at the comments and replied with annoyance. If you encounter a 6-inch one, just hit it 3. 5 inches twice. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. 3. 5 inches twice. It's clear that the host did well in math. It shouldn't be a PE teacher teaching him. Compared to yesterday's live broadcast, today's content was much more thrilling. Excellent live stream content naturally attracted more viewers. At this moment, Qiao Shu's live stream had surpassed 30,000 viewers, whereas yesterday's peak was only 12,000. In the outdoor live streaming segment, Qiao Shu was already not far from the top streamers. Outdoor live streaming in this world is quite lacking. It's not even about truly live streaming in the desert. Going to the suburbs outside the city is considered a conscientious outdoor streamer. Moreover, Qiao Shu's content is very hardcore. In just 2 days, he has genuinely faced poachers and venomous snakes, with life-threatening risks at any moment. Seeing the rapid increase in viewers, Qiao Shu was very pleased. The higher the popularity, the more greening points he would earn. Welcome to the new friends joining us. This is the most dangerous desert management area in the country, a treacherous wasteland. I am a sand control worker in this area. I will be live streaming throughout my term, teaching everyone how to save themselves and survive in a real desert, and showing you the most bizarre and splendid natural scenery in the world. If you want to support me, please click to follow. Thank you very much. Qiao Shu bowed slightly to the camera and continued walking towards the distant barren mountains. Although he wanted to immediately enjoy the delicious roasted snake meat, there was no place to shield himself from the sun at the moment, making it unsuitable for camping. The road ahead, though still rugged, was much easier to walk on than the sandy terrain. Half an hour later, before the blazing sun reached its peak, Qiao Shu successfully arrived at the foot of the mountain. Early on, when observing with binoculars from the headquarters, Qiao Shu had determined that this barren mountain was not a massive sand dune nor a lush slope, but a real mountain made of large rocks. This is very important. Sand dunes and lush slopes cannot retain rainwater, making it difficult to nurture life. However, rocky mountains are different. If Qiao Shu is lucky enough, he might even find mountain springs seeping from the rock crevices. Chapter 12. Northeast Wild Delicacies. Qiao Shu did not hurry up the mountain, but found a large shady rock at the foot of the mountain to take a short rest. After taking off his jacket, revealing his strong and angular muscles, Qiao Shu pressed his body against the stone wall behind him. The cool stone wall felt like a block of ice just taken out of a freezer, refreshing and quickly absorbing the heat from his body. Little Ali also crawled out from Qiao Shu's clothes. The shade behind the stone wall allowed the little guy to quickly regain energy. After cooling down, Qiao Shu looked at the flower-striped snake with affection. The path up the mountain is not easy. I need to eat something to replenish my energy. He tossed the flower-striped snake onto the stone ground and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Just this little snake definitely isn't enough for me and Ali. Let us wander around to see if there's anything better nearby. The soil at the foot of the mountain wasn't that dry. Although it wasn't exactly moist, at least various desert plants were visibly increasing. As Qiao Shu explored the surroundings, he unlocked the plant encyclopedia next to him one by one. Found something good. Qiao Shu suddenly stopped, looking at a plant that resembled a giant pine cone. Does anyone know what this is? The entire plant was about half a meter tall, with large petal-like bracts densely covering the upper part. Seeing that no one in the live stream could recognize it, Qiao Shu patiently explained, this is called cistanche, and it has great benefits for the human body, especially for men. It tonifies the kidneys, anti-aging, treats infertility, boosts immunity. It is known as the desert ginseng. Upon hearing this, the audience perked up. Bro, I have a friend who wants some. The price is negotiable. Damn, What era is it that you still play the making friends out of nothing routine? I'm shameless, so I'll just say it. Give me some of this stuff. I have great use for it. Can't the gender be so rigid? Is it useful for women to drink? Qiao Shu casually picked a few pieces and put them in his backpack. Looking at the barrage of comments on the screen, he smirked and said, "If you want to buy it with yourself, I wouldn't dare to collect wild ones to sell to you." According to the regulations for managing desertification control areas, collecting wild plants must be done with a wild plant collection permit from the relevant authorities. Unauthorized collection of wild plants will result in administrative penalties. In severe cases will be prosecuted criminally. Cistanche is a nationally protected plant. Picking a few leaves is harmless, but if you collect and sell a large amount, that would be too criminal. At the same time, the information about cistanche appeared in Qiao Shu's mind. Species name, cistanche, alias the Yun, Yun, Dijing, kingdom, Planiphylum, Magnoliophyta, class Magnoliopsida, order Orobankales, family, Orobankaceae genus, cistanche, description, a tall herbaceous plant with high medicinal value. Its properties are gentle and mild. Hence the name cistanche. It is a precious traditional Chinese medicine, known as desert ginseng, and is classified as endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Uses one medicinal value can be used to treat kidney yang deficiency, blood deficiency, cold pain in the waist and knees, tinnitus, frequent urination, bleeding, infertility, constipation, etc. 2. High edible value. Can be used to make porridge or brew wine. 3. Huge economic value. Can parasitize on plants like haloxylon, red willow, and alkaline shrubs, and can be cultivated together. Distribution area. As shown in the image, click to expanding. Cistanche seeds have been unlocked. The host can purchase them anytime from the system mall. The corners of Qiao Shu's mouth involuntarily rose. He found another treasure. This trip was genuinely worthwhile. Cistanche really is a living treasure. In Japan, it is the cistanche imported from China that helps middle-aged men maintain and regain confidence, due to its extraordinary effects. Some middle-aged men in Japan even treat it as a divine object, worshipping it on their altars. It can only be said that it is no wonder that the film industry is developed in Japan, a nation that can worship kidney tonifying substances. After securing the cistanche, which he could use to brew wine, Qiao Shu continued to walk toward the area with green plants. Although cistanche was good, it wasn't suitable as food. He planned to look for some real desert delicacies. Qiao Shu's true goal was the wild fruits in the desert. The most common wild fruits in the desert are black thorn fruit, white thorn fruit, sea buckthorn fruit, and sand jujube. However, these wild fruits grow on trees, and the soil around the clearly couldn't support the survival of trees. So Qiao Shu searched for a long time without seeing a single tree. However, it wasn't a complete loss. In addition to the cistanche, he also found several aloe vera plants. Aloe vera is also a good thing. Applying it to wounds can reduce inflammation and pain and has some edible value. Carrying the cistanche and aloe vera along with some dry firewood, Qiao Shu returned to the shaded area under the large rock. Starting a fire was simple. He still used a lighter, as the fancy method of drilling wood for fire was not suitable for survival in the wild. Before long, a simple bonfire was burning. Qiao Shu peeled the skin off the aloe vera, took out the fresh, thick, and juicy flesh, and put it into the water bottle. This was a low-budget version of aloe vera juice. The snake meat was a bit tricky to handle. The flower-striped snake was too small, and if roasted over an open flame, it would shrink, yielding little meat. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Shu took a flat stone from the side. The audience watched in surprise as the bonfire rose. Qiao Shu did not roast the snake, but instead threw a stone into the fire. Curious about what the streamer was doing. Is he burning a stone for lunch? Qiao Shu smiled slightly and explained, "There are many ways to barbecue. Today I'll teach you a method called stone slab grilling." While waiting for the stone to heat up, Qiao Shu was not idle. He skillfully peeled the snake's skin, removed the internal organs, and simply cleaned the snake meat. Then, he used a tactical dagger to cut the snake meat into tender slices and place them on a clean cloth for later use. Qiao Shu grew up in northeast China, where his hometown is next to the mountains, and he often went into the mountains with adults to find wild delicacies. At that time, the national protection of animals wasn't so strict, and there were plenty of wild delicacies in the forests of northeast China. wild chickens, roe deer, loaches, mud eels. Snakes were naturally one of the delicacies, as the older generation said snake meat is a great tonic. Influenced by this, Qiao Shu became quite skilled at handling snake meat, almost forming muscle memory. Of course, nowadays, there aren't as many wild delicacies in the big mountains of northeast China. Even if there are, no one dares to go up the mountains to hunt. Big northeast wild delicacies. I see you as wild delicacies. Medium northeast wild delicacies. Take a look at the animal protection law. Small northeast wild delicacies. Do I look like a person? Chapter 13. Grilled snake meat on a slate in the cool shade at the foot of the desolate mountain. Qiao Shu took various bottles and jars of seasonings from his backpack and sprinkled them evenly on the snake meat to marinate it. The seasoning bottles were also a lifesaver in the wilderness. While they did not play a crucial role, they greatly enhanced the flavor of the food, indirectly boosting the morale of the survivors. As he marinated the snake meat, Qiao Shu spoke to the camera. Generally speaking, the head and gallbladder of a venomous snake should not be eaten. The other parts are likely non-toxic. However, I still do not recommend eating wild snakes unless your life is truly at serious risk and you would starve if you don't eat. If you must eat it, remember that the snake's head is definitely not edible, and the gallbladder may also be toxic. It should not be eaten, but can be kept, as the gallbladder of venomous snakes has high medicinal value. While speaking, Qiao Shu used a tactical dagger to pull out a red-hot stone from the fire. At this point, the surface of the stone had developed a thin layer of gray ash, which needed to be fanned away before quickly placing the marinated snake meat on the stone and sprinkling salt on it. It would be ready to eat once cooked. Of course, this is just the simplest way to grill meat on a slate. True slate grilling is much more complex, and there are significant considerations regarding the choice of slate material. The tender snake meat made a sizzling sound as it touched the red-hot slate, and a unique meaty aroma wafted through the air. Xiao Ali, who was napping beside the stone wall, suddenly opened his eyes and, with his large ears flicking, looked toward the snake meat. It was the first time the little guy had smelled meat being grilled, and his mouth instinctively began to salivate. Hey. Xiao Ali limped over, rubbing his furry little head against Qiao Shu's hand. Don't be in a rush. It's not ready yet, Qiao Shu said, picking up the little fox and comforting him with a smile. In fact, snake meat should not be overcooked. The tender meat maintains the best texture, which is why small snakes are tastier than large ones. However, wild snakes do carry some parasites, and Qiao Shu did not dare to risk infection for a moment's craving. Xiao Ali stared intently at the grilled snake meat, occasionally glancing around warily, his big ears twitching as if worried that some animal might suddenly rush out to snatch away the delicious food. The instinct to guard food is natural, and the little guy's lack of any protective behavior toward Qiao Shu surprised him. Qiao Shu did not stop him. Instead, he continued to turn the snake meat on the slate with a smile, believing that maintaining a certain wildness and vigilance is a good thing. Once the snake meat had completely changed color and was cooked through, Qiao Shu leisurely sprinkled some pepper and salt on it and took the meat off the slate. Grilled snake meat is a rare delicacy. As Qiao Shu gently blew on the snake meat in his hand, he said, "Data shows that our country is the largest consumer of snake meat in the world. Of course, it's likely that many meat types have our country as their top consumer. Other countries have even condemned our people for being cruel regarding this matter." Qiao Shu's eyes were filled with unmasked disdain. It's simply ridiculous. In any era, developing food diversity is a commendable endeavor. The first person to eat crab deserves a big statue in their honor because their attempt has fed countless people who live by catching crabs. Eating any animal, except for cannibalism, is not immoral. You may choose not to eat it, but do not speak ill of those who do. As Qiao Shu continued to blow and talk, the snake meat on the dagger had cooled down quite a bit. Only then did he affectionately bring the snake meat to Xiao Ali's mouth. Strangely, when the meat was brought close, the little guy did not seem in a hurry. He tore off a small piece of snake meat and tasted it, his pair of shiny black fox eyes narrowing in delight. Qiao Shu chuckled, realizing that elegance never goes out of style. He placed Xiao Ali and a piece of snake meat on a cloth and used his tactical dagger to skewer a chunk of snake meat for himself, savoring it. The grilled snake meat was fragrant, flavorful, and the texture was firm and springy. As soon as he took a bite, The unique meat flavor mixed with cumin burst onto Qiao Shu's palate without any hindrance. So good, he mumbled, giving a thumbs up to the camera. The audience, initially captivated, soon felt something was off. Why were they getting hungrier the more they watched? Just as they wiped away their drool, they heard Qiao Shu comment on the taste. It's really fresh. The first bite feels somewhat like eel. Lean, chewy, and smooth, with absolutely no off flavors. If you close your eyes, you wouldn't even know it was snake meat. The outside is a bit overcooked, but it's no big deal. And there's a unique dry fragrance. After swallowing the snake meat, Qiao Shu looked at the camera and said, in summary, if 10 is full marks, I would give this slate-grilled snake meat a 7.5. As he savored the flavors, the audience could no longer hold back. I'm crying. I'm on a diet, host. Although I've never eaten snake meat and thought it was a bit scary before, why do I suddenly want to try it after watching? This is cruel, streamer. You should understand and immediately express shipping me 3 pounds of grilled snake meat for me to taste. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to check on the pet snake my dad raised. I calculate it won't survive the night. The filial piety upstairs is killing me. Watching the rapidly refreshing comments and the occasional gifts being sent, Qiao Shu curiously glanced at the viewer count in the live stream. Wow, he was surprised. In just the time it took him to have lunch, the viewer count had surged to 80,000 and was still rising at a decent pace. It seemed that today's peak viewership might break 100,000. Qiao Shu felt even better, took a sip of sweet and refreshing aloe vera juice from his water bottle, and said, "Thank you all for your support and gifts. Don't worry. In the future, I will live stream trying various wilderness delicacies, definitely giving you a feast for the eyes." The viewers in the live stream were. As for the gifts everyone sent, Qiao Shu pondered, I won't ask for these gifts from you, nor will I stop you from sending them. In a few days, I will communicate with the sand control people and the live streaming platform. The revenue from the live streams will go into a fixed public welfare donation account, which will be used for sand control and afforestation. Perhaps one day in the future, there will be a tree with your names hanging on it, standing in this desert. Chapter 14. Free climbing. Qiao Shu's actions were not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had thought this through long before. He drew inspiration from the sensational ant forest from his past life. Viewers sending gifts to streamers is one of the ways to interact during live broadcasts, and outright banning it would be detrimental to him. However, the sand control workers are considered public servants, and live streaming for gifts could lead to unnecessary troubles and criticisms, possibly even getting a live stream banned by the organization. Therefore, donating the money earned from the live stream to the sand control organization in exchange for a bit of green in this vast desert was the best solution. Moreover, Qiao Shu wouldn't be left with nothing. At least he would gain a good reputation and prestige. After all, he didn't lack that little money. The viewers would be happy. The organization wouldn't have objections, and he would benefit as well. It's a win-win situation, so why not? Wow, just with the streamer saying that, I'm hooked. I'll be your die-hard fan from now on. No doubt, the streamer is generous, and his vision is broad. The streamer is a smart person. Once live streaming involves interests, even the best content can turn sour, so donating is the best choice. Can I exchange my tree for a cactus? My partner says I prick her every day. I don't know what that means. Wow, can I really place a tree with my name on it in the sand control forest? This would be a way to honor my ancestors, right? Soon, a wave of gifts surged into the live broadcast room again. Shang sent 10 energy drinks. 8-winged bird sent a ranking rocket. Zhang San, who wants a stand-in, sent 666. Qiao Shu thanked each gift before continuing to stuff snake meat into his mouth. A single snake doesn't have much meat, and he shared 3 or 4 pieces with little Ollie, but after finishing, he felt he was still far from full. However, he had no intention of continuing to eat. Too much food would make him lethargic, and he had tasks ahead, so he couldn't indulge too much. After extinguishing the campfire and collecting the surrounding trash, Qiao Shu shouldered his backpack and looked towards the mountaintop. This desolate mountain wasn't very high, but from the bottom, Qiao Shu could clearly see an incredibly steep path from the center of the mountain to the peak. This section had a slope of at least 70 degrees, with steep, protruding bizarre stones, leaving no choice but to climb. Moreover, Qiao Shu didn't have any climbing gear on him. To reach the top of the desolate mountain, he could only go for free climbing. Qiao Shu frowned slightly. Forget it. I've come this far. I'll take it step by step. He placed little Ollie inside his clothes and walked up the mountain under the blazing sun. Huh? Qiao Shu suddenly crouched down in surprise. The little spherical flying device also approached, recording the surrounding environment. Look at this rock. Isn't there a reddish area? Qiao Shu moved to give a better angle for filming. This was a mark left by water erosion. This mountain might really have a water source. This water source should be rainwater that had fallen and not fully evaporated, though it could also be spring water, but the probability was low. Qiao Shu pinched some dirt and fine sand from the crevices of a rock. The damp feeling confirmed his guess. I need to follow this path upwards. There must be a bigger water source ahead. The desolate mountain had never been developed, so naturally, there were no trails. Every step Qiao Shu took was difficult. Hard work pays off. After more than 10 minutes of climbing, he finally found a small pool of water less than 1 square meter in size. The water in the pool was crystal clear, reflecting Qiao Shu's slightly disheveled figure like a mirror. Although this water looks clear, don't drink it directly. Qiao Shu pointed at the sandy ground around the pool and said to the camera, "Look at the surroundings. These are footprints from other animals. Who knows what kind of creature has drunk this water, and who knows if there are parasites or bacteria in it?" Qiao Shu simply washed his hands with the pool water and continued towards the mountaintop. New pools of water kept appearing, but Qiao Shu remained vigilant and did not replenish water at any of them. Finally, near the mountaintop, he discovered the source. Water was seeping from the rock crevices at the peak, accumulating at a gentle slope below, forming a pool about 10 square meters in size. This pool had even clearer water, with plenty of rocks and sand at the bottom, serving as a natural filter. Such spring water could barely meet drinking standards. Okay, let's replenish some water here and then think of a way to reach the top. Qiao Shu took out his water bottle and drank it all, then filled it up again from the pool. Little Ollie also jumped down, rushing to the edge of the pool to lap up the water with its tongue. The streamer is so cautious. The previous water looked very clear. This water is much clearer than the river water at my doorstep. The river water is green. I can only say that he is very cautious. It seems all wilderness survival experts are like this. Qiao Shu smiled and said, "Not all wilderness survivalists are as cautious as I am. The reason you have this illusion is that many reckless survivalists have died. In any case, I'm a sand control worker who values my life and would never engage in such dangerous behavior." After saying that, Qiao Shu rolled up his sleeves and walked to the rock wall to start climbing. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned just a second ago. He was talking about valuing his life, and the next second he started free climbing. Little Ollie anxiously rushed to the base of the rock wall, crying out nonstop, "Ollie, you stay here. It's too dangerous up there. I'll be back soon." With intermediate wilderness survival skills backing him, Qiao Shu had theoretical knowledge of free climbing in his mind. But theory is just theory. The consequences of being all talk and no action had been demonstrated by Little Zhao over 2,000 years ago. Qiao Shu needed to focus completely to conquer this steep cliff of more than 10 meters. The viewers held their breath, staring intently at Qiao Shu on the screen. His body was as agile as a cat, fingers seemingly glued to the rock, with fine beads of sweat covering his cheeks. His feet constantly searched for footholds on the cliff, and Qiao Shu felt his heart racing and his breath becoming unusually rapid. But he had no intention of stopping. Free climbing relies on momentum, and if he stopped, that energy would dissipate, leaving only a dead end. When Qiao Shu reached the top of the mountain, the skin on his palms had already worn thin, with blood seeping out continuously. He lay on the summit, gasping for breath without regard for his image, feeling a sense of achievement like never before. Ding! Host detected breaking through self. Skill, beginner climbing, has been activated. Ding! Host independently unlocked skill. Reward, 5,000 greening points. Chapter 15 Oasis? What the hell is this surprise? This is what you call a surprise. Qiao Shu felt that just surviving was a good thing, because this stretch of free climbing was really dangerous. Unexpectedly, not only did he succeed once, but he also unlocked a new skill and received greening points as a reward. Moreover, autonomously unlocking new skills is not that simple. The system's certified standard for beginner climbing is very high, and as a novice climber, Qiao Shu clearly did not meet this standard. Therefore, after the skill was unlocked, the system automatically improved Qiao Shu's abilities in this area. A wealth of movement knowledge flooded into his mind, and his body developed a muscle memory related to climbing. In other words, at this moment, Qiao Shu gained hundreds of climbing experiences out of thin air, leaping from a theoretical understanding to a skilled climber. Wow, the streamer is really brave. If he had missed a step just now, he could have fallen right off. This is true free climbing without equipment, and it's making me anxious just watching. I was scared enough to sweat several drops. Friendly reminder, you can breathe now. How did you manage to be both cautious and reckless, streamer? Qiao Shu smiled at the comments, but didn't he explain anything. In fact, he didn't even know what he had been thinking, clearly with the system by his side. All he needed to do was to stay safe. But Qiao Shu didn't want to be a parasite of the system, relying solely on system rewards to become stronger. I am the host. I am the decision maker. Even without system rewards, I can still push myself to the limit and continually surpass myself. Although this was a very risky and reckless move, it proved to be a huge profit afterward. 5,000 greening points and a new skill directly boosted his strength significantly. After resting for a moment, Qiao Shu took out his binoculars to look down. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of this trip. Investigating the situation in the 044 governance area was the real task. As Qiao Shu raised the binoculars, the drone also captured the view from the mountaintop. From a bird's-eye view of the desert, it was extraordinarily spectacular. In a vast area of deep yellow, sand dunes of various shapes were arranged irregularly, resembling an impressive impressionist artwork. Between the dunes, some sparse vegetation and rocks were scattered, adding vitality and natural beauty to the desert. Qiao Shu gazed intently around, firmly committing the geography of the area within dozens of miles to memory. His headquarters was located south of the barren mountain, with a lifeless, desolate sea of sand to the north, a true death desert where any human entering here would face almost certain death. The terrain to the west was mountainous, occasionally adorned with patches of green vegetation, making it quite valuable for exploration and development. The south was also desert, but Qiao Shu vaguely saw many rocks, and the terrain here had significant elevation changes, with cliffs and valleys scattered throughout. When Qiao Shu shifted his gaze to the east, he suddenly froze, turning into a statue. In the far distance of the eastern dunes, a brilliant green pearl was stubbornly embedded there. The shimmering lake reflected the trees along the shore, with red willows, elms, poplars, and sea buckthorn interspersed among the desert plants, lush and green. This was an unrecorded desert oasis. Qiao Shu was shocked as he lowered the binoculars, falling into deep thought. The 044 governance area had an oasis, and it wasn't too far from the headquarters. How could the Sand Control Organization not know about this? Although he was a bit confused, Qiao Shu immediately controlled the drone to avoid filming that oasis. Regardless of who had concealed the existence of this oasis, good or bad, if he exposed this matter, it would lead to huge trouble. What if it was hiding a poacher's den? What if it was a secret government base? What if it was a hideout for some illegal organization? Qiao Shu pretended to be nonchalant. He knew he could not take this risk. The matter of the oasis could only be explored secretly and privately. If any illegal activities were happening there, even his superiors could be implicated. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu silently adjusted his direction and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, that rock looks so beautiful." To be honest, Qiao Shu's acting was somewhat exaggerated, but fortunately, the viewers were immersed in the beautiful scenery on the screen, and no one noticed him. "It's really beautiful, this stretch of sandy sea. Wow, it's so pretty. Unfortunately, I'm not cultured. I can only say, wow. It's amazing. The desert sand is like the sea, and the scorching sun burns like fire. Wow, there are actually cultured people in the live chat." Qiao Shu breathed a sigh of relief. The viewers were captivated by the beautiful scenery, and the oasis had not yet been exposed. After scouting the surrounding terrain, there was no reason to stay on the mountaintop any longer, so Qiao Shu began to prepare to descend. This time, he did not free climb down the mountain again. Instead, he took out a rope, secured one end to a rock, and tied the other end to himself. Free climbing down when physically strong and confident is called challenging oneself. Free climbing down when exhausted and unsure is called challenging the king of hell. Under the protection of the rope, Qiao Shu safely descended the cliff, walking down the mountain with little Ali. They say it's easier to climb up than to come down. The way home is a bit more difficult than the way there. Although the sun was no longer scorching, there had at least been the barren mountain as a reference point on the way there. Now, all he could see was a vast sea of sand. In the desert, the biggest danger is getting lost. Qiao Shu observed his shadow while speaking to the camera, especially in the absence of a compass. With the surroundings all looking alike, the chances of getting lost would rise sharply. Let me share a method to avoid losing direction even without a compass. Observe your shadow. Always pay attention to the angle between your body and shadow, keeping the same angle throughout your walk. But remember, this method only works for short distances. The reason is simple. Your shadow will move about 15 degrees every hour as time passes. After saying this, Qiao Shu straightened up and confidently chose a direction to walk. He took out a delicate compass, waved it at the camera, and revealed 2 rows of white teeth. But I don't need to worry about this, because I have a compass. The audience was speechless. After saying so much, weren't you still going to use a compass? Having already become familiar with the route, Qiao Shu's pace naturally quickened on the way back. After more than an hour, he stood once again before the dilapidated headquarters, taking a deep breath of the scorching air. Overall, today's gains were considerable. He had finally taken the first step in his sand control career. After bidding farewell to the viewers, Qiao Shu quickly ended the stream. He could hardly wait to check today's earnings. Ding! The live broadcast ended, and the calculation of the greening points earned during this stream began. Chapter 16. Another 10 consecutive draws. Live stream. Peak popularity 104. 221. Average viewing time 2 hours and 41 minutes. Average live stream popularity 45. 910. Greening point settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 29,000 greening points. Your current balance is 29,400 points. Qiao Shu furrowed his brows. The earnings were much less than he had imagined. Yesterday's peak popularity was just over 10,000, yielding 8,000 greening points, but today's popularity was 10 times higher, and he only received 20,000? Perhaps it was because he hadn't promoted desertification control ideas today, or maybe the average retention rate of the audience wasn't enough to keep them in the live stream. After thinking for a long time without any clues, Qiao Shu decided not to dwell on it. For Qiao Shu, live streaming was like a young girl getting into a sedan chair for the first time. Many details needed time to be carefully considered. Although the more than 20,000 greening points were less than expected, he could still do 210 consecutive draws. Qiao Shu didn't plan to save the greening points, especially after seeing that oasis today. The urgent task was to quickly convert the greening points into personal strength. Otherwise, the fate of previous desertification controllers would soon befall him. Most importantly, there were only 6 days left for the new player discount on 10 consecutive draws. After that, the price would skyrocket. He hurried back to the main office, first pouring a basin of moo fresh milk for little Ali, while he drank a bottle of mineral water himself. Then, Qiao Shu eagerly opened the lottery interface, and the familiar giant roulette appeared before him again. He picked up the little fox that was drinking milk, ignoring its 4 paws flailing about, and gave it several good rubs. Last time he rubbed Ali, he got a purple item. Maybe rubbing a few more times this time would yield a gold item. The strongest mascot of the 044 General Office is you, Ali. The roulette spun slowly and ultimately stopped in the white area without any suspense. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a box of sugar-free 8 treasure porridge. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a box of cumin-flavored weird beans. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a barrel of 95 gasoline. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a box of fresh sugar oranges. 4 consecutive white rewards appeared, and Qiao Shu's expression remained unchanged. It didn't matter. He would treat it as a sacrifice. Moreover, among these 4, there was the gasoline that Qiao Shu needed the most, so this wave was definitely not a loss. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a box of lavender-scented shower gel. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a pack of Xuanwu Gate thin cigarettes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white item. Solar power bank. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material. A box of panda-shaped crispy noodles. Looking at the pale glow in front of him, the corners of Qiao Shu's mouth twitched slightly. What is this? Shower gel has come out. Am I running a grocery store? Desert controller. Starting with a desert grocery store, I don't ask for you to give me a golden legend. Even a blue excellent item would be fine. It seemed that the goddess of luck took pity on this pure, non-lucky Qiao Shu, or perhaps the system god heard his call. After the 9th spin of the roulette, a dazzling blue light flickered in the room. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue skill. Intermediate parkour. Parkour? A hint of surprise appeared in Qiao Shu's eyes. This term easily conjures up images of a group of young people in strange outfits, jumping around the streets and alleys, performing various high-difficulty and dangerous moves. In reality, parkour originated to cope with emergencies and outdoor survival. In the early 20th century, the eruption of the Montserrat volcano resulted in the loss of 30,000 innocent lives. In the face of such a natural disaster, the 500 soldiers, led by French officer Herbert, managed to escape completely. Afterward, Herbert developed a training method specifically to enhance self-movement capabilities to counter negative natural forces. This training method, after more than 100 years of improvement and development, became the extreme sport known as parkour. In that war-torn era, the first generation of parkour practitioners were firefighters and special forces. For a desert survivalist like Qiao Shu, this parkour skill was an invaluable asset. Feeling a new muscle memory coursing through his body, Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the roulette came to a halt again. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green item. Delicious pot. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue material. 10 pounds of gold. Looking at the final reward from the last draw, Qiao Shu was dumbfounded. Gold is also a type of material? Indeed it is. Gold is something everyone loves. It can be the most stable currency and one of the most irreplaceable resources. Even if you look at the entire universe, gold is a very rare existence. The reason is simple. Gold is extremely difficult to form. All the gold in the solar system comes from supernova explosions and neutron star mergers. This is a substance that cannot be produced, at least not with current human technology. And 10 pounds of gold, according to today's market price, is worth about 1.5 million Huawu currency. Qiao Shu's mood was somewhat complicated. It wasn't that he didn't like money, but in this vast desert, what use was money to him? He couldn't use it to help the confused young ladies in the club. As for that delicious pot, it was just a plain iron pot, with specific information as follows. Delicious pot, an unremarkable iron pot. Food made with it will taste better. Qiao Shu felt that this thing was more appealing than gold. The first 10 consecutive draws ended. Apart from the intermediate parkour, which was somewhat satisfactory, the other rewards were pretty much trash or redundant. Qiao Shu didn't extract the materials obtained from the lottery, planning to temporarily store them in the system warehouse. One reason was that these white materials took up too much space, and the other was that the space in the main office was too small. These materials could easily be exposed during his live stream. Other items were fine, but that shower gel and toilet paper were really hard to explain. Taking out that pack of cigarettes separately, Qiao Shu put one in his mouth. The slightly sweet filter tip made him feel nostalgic. Qiao Shu didn't have much of a smoking habit. If someone offered him a cigarette, he would smoke it, but if they didn't offer, he wouldn't smoke. Cough, 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 he just would smoke. The 10 consecutive draws from the system were too thrilling, and Qiao Shu felt he needed a cigarette to calm his nerves. A faint plume of smoke rose as Qiao Shu held the cigarette, squinting as he began a new round of 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a bag of odorless cat litter. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white material, a box of cucumber-flavored potato chips. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue skill, martial arts lightning 5 whips. Qiao Shu, winky face. Where's the system? What kind of nonsense are you pulling? No more martial ethics, huh? Chapter 17 Special Skills. A bizarre memory flashed in Qiao Shu's mind. A certain unnamed teacher Ma, while striking his palm at the camera like lightning, shouted mousetail juice. The main thing was that Qiao Shu felt this old man had a different way of performing the 5 continuous whips every time. Qiao Shu didn't know if the old man's fists were hard, but at least his mouth was quite tough, still babbling away, even with purple rings under his eyes. This so-called void martial art, invented by a clown, was actually used by the system as a lottery reward. Help! I really don't want to learn some ridiculous lightning 5 continuous whips. Unfortunately, while the materials and items from the 10 consecutive draws could exist in the system warehouse, skills would directly affect the body. With a face full of resistance, Qiao Shu's mind had already completed the process of receiving the lightning 5 continuous whips. Qiao Shu's expression changed from winky face to oh. It seemed this lightning 5 continuous whips was not as ridiculous as he had imagined. The so-called loose and bouncy lightning 5 continuous whips was purely a nonsense technique created by Teacher Ma, but the loose and bouncy aspect was real. It primarily came from Tai Chi, and the system's lightning 5 continuous whips was not the stepping on the electric door set performed by Teacher Ma, but rather the whip force found in traditional martial arts. The whip force technique focuses on practicing the downward force of the forearms, primarily using the body to drive the limbs to strike and sweep with force, akin to the attacks of a whip or a stick sweep. For example, the reverse punch, which is prohibited in boxing, is a typical application of this technique. According to the information in Qiao Shu's mind, this lightning 5 continuous whips was a practice method for whip force, which could be used in actual combat, and regular practice could strengthen the body and enhance physical fitness. The only drawback was that using this was extremely embarrassing. Qiao Shu absolutely didn't want to use this in a fight unless absolutely necessary. If he really had to use it, he would have to ensure the opponent was knocked out, and he could never let it be known that he could perform the lightning 5 continuous whips. Qiao Shu looked at the cute little fox beside him and suddenly felt a bit itchy to try it. Swiftly throwing a punch, slap, 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 a pair of hands swung like long whips, striking the air around the little fox, creating a series of sounds as if breaking through the air. The little fox looked at Qiao Shu in terror, its big ears perked up. What is the master doing? Did he get stung by a wasp? Qiao Shu calmly withdrew his hands, looking at the little creature's terrified expression, and nodded in satisfaction. The effect is good. The little fox has been intimidated by my momentum. Although he was unsure of how effective the lightning 5 continuous whips was, using this move to slap someone should feel quite satisfying. Putting aside the playful thoughts, Qiao Shu continued to look at the roulette. At this moment, the roulette had stopped 3 times, winning a case of high-grade liquor, a box of emergency anti-inflammatory needles, and a case of windproof lighters. All white rewards. So it seemed he wouldn't have the chance to demonstrate how to start a fire with bare hands in the wild. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white materials. 10 logs. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green materials. 100 improved sand willow seedlings. Qiao Shu looked curiously at the so-called logs. 10 logs did not refer to 10 pieces of wood, but rather 10 units of logs, with 1 unit being 1 cubic meter in volume, which could be shaped in simple forms according to Qiao Shu's wishes. Previously, Qiao Shu had obtained 10 units of logs and stones, and he had been wondering what the system's purpose was in providing these materials. Logs and stones aren't worth much, but they become quite valuable in the desert. Could it be that the system wants him to use these building materials to create a city out of thin air in the desert? With a universal system, it doesn't seem impossible. As for the improved sand willow seedlings, they were good stuff too. Qiao Shu had previously received Saxol seedlings, and both types of trees were mainstays for wind breaking and sand fixing. A single Saxol tree can stabilize 10 square meters of desert and is known as the king of desert vegetation, serving as the ecological protector in desert areas. Sand willows are even more ideal for afforestation and can be used as feed for livestock. Due to their excellent burning performance, they can also be used for bioelectricity. Unfortunately, no matter how good the seedlings are, they can't survive in sand. Qiao Shu needed to find a way to improve the soil environment in the 044 management area before planting these sand-fixing plants. The next rewards seemed to open a seedling special event, with various seedlings emerging one after another. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green materials. 100 improved lemon willow seedlings. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained green materials, 100 improved poplar seedlings. The 10 consecutive draws had passed, and now only the last free lottery chance remained. Qiao Shu stared intently at the roulette, placing high hopes on this last draw. In these recent 10 consecutive draws, the last free draw had the highest chance of yielding good items. The purple Desert Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia was like this, as was the 10 pounds of gold he had just obtained. Qiao Shu hugged the little fox into his arms, nervously watching the roulette. The pointer slowly crossed the white area, quickly passed through the green and blue areas, and began to decelerate as it entered the purple area. Seeing the pointer had entered that small golden area, Qiao Shu felt his heart jump to his throat. Stop for me. The next second, the room was filled with dazzling golden light that nearly blinded Qiao Shu's titanium alloy dog eyes. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden skill. Special skill hunter ding. Detected that the host has obtained a special skill. The skill panel has been activated. Host, Qiao Shu, life skills, beginner cooking, beginner repair, beginner housework, advanced craftsmanship survival skills, intermediate wilderness survival, beginner swimming, intermediate parkour, beginner climbing, combat skills, intermediate shooting, beginner fighting, cultural skills, beginner language, beginner mathematics, beginner English, intermediate geography, intermediate biology. Click to expand. Martial arts, lightning 5 continuous whips, special skill, Hunter Qiao Shu. System, can you explain to me what advanced craftsmanship means? Is this even considered a skill? And why am I the only one with an advanced skill? Qiao Shu finally realized that his system seemed rather unserious. While other systems would directly enter slaughter mode upon activation, he had to come to this place where countless people had died to activate it. This was already bad enough. Could the system not be so cheeky? Forcing down his urge to complain, Qiao Shu began to focus on the special skill Hunter. System, please explain what this Hunter is? As soon as he finished speaking, a brand new skill panel unfolded in front of Qiao Shu. Chapter 18. Hunter, skill name, Hunter, active effect, mark a target, and you will continuously gain the target's location up to a limit of 10 kilometers and increase damage dealt to that target. Upon successful hunting, you will receive rewards based on the target species type. Only one target can be marked at a time. Passive effect. You are a natural hunter. The chance of being detected while hiding in the dark is greatly reduced, and weak-willed prey may flee in fear upon seeing you. Evaluation. The skill is useful, but please do not easily mark protected animals. For specific consequences, please refer to Article 341 of the Criminal Law. After reading the entire skill introduction, Qiao Shu's expression became increasingly complex. The skill is a good one, but system, did you give it to the wrong person? Should this be for poachers? I am a serious desert afforestation worker. There are many animals in the desert, but aside from some rabbits, mice, and snakes, the rest are all protected species. Killing them for rewards? I would accumulate a prison sentence of 9,023 years. Are you a poacher system disguised as a desert afforestation worker system? Wait a minute. Qiao Shu suddenly thought of something, and his gaze became even more complicated. Humans seem to be a type of animal, right? Poachers, who specifically hunt various protected animals for a living, use despicable and cruel methods. As the saying goes, grievances have a head and debts have a master. It's not that revenge isn't served, just that the time has yet to come. Transitioning from a poacher to prey is a good fate for them. At the same time, it also means that I have to hunt humans to gain rewards, which is definitely a significant challenge to my moral bottom line. What to do? Should I give up such a powerful skill? After a moment, Qiao Shu smiled lightly, though there was a hint of coldness in that smile. He recalled the arrogant behavior of the poachers he encountered yesterday and their throat-cutting gesture that implied intimidation. He also thought of his colleagues who sacrificed themselves on this land, and the 7 preceding desert workers who died mysteriously before him. Heaven does not take away without cause. It is the one who suffers the consequences. Since the system has given me, Qiao Shu, this powerful and bloody skill, then it should be those poachers who have bad luck. As for how to operate this hunter skill, Qiao Shu silently turned his gaze to the side, where a cute little fox was diligently licking its milky white fur, curled up into a small ball. Mark, Qiao Shu thought quietly. In an instant, Ali felt a wave of fear welling up from the bottom of her heart, as if being watched by some evil presence. Squeak! The milky white fur bristled, white teeth bared, and the two large ears instantly perked up. After about 3 seconds, the feeling of fear disappeared, and the little one looked around in confusion. Qiao Shu was watching the whole time, even taking out a small notebook to record Li's reaction. So far, after marking a target, the other party would feel a sense of crisis, which is bad news. This doesn't matter for those low IQ animals without much logic. But for predators with strong combat instincts, this sense of crisis will make them more alert. As for humans, it should be okay. Those superstitious people may become a bit wary. Ding! Hunter, skill activated. Your target is the earless fox. And the reward for killing the target is permanent slight increase in attractiveness. Qiao Shu, killing little Ali for a reward, isn't that appealing? Ali felt a shiver run down her spine again, turning around to see that the terrifying sensation was actually coming from Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu looked at the wary little creature and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, although the reward is great. I'm not the kind of person who forgets loyalty for profit. More importantly, Qiao Shu said confidently, I am very satisfied with my looks. I'm nearly at the peak of human male attractiveness. There's no room for improvement. Although Ali didn't understand what Qiao Shu was saying, that didn't stop her from rolling her eyes and continuing to groom herself. Qiao Shu, on the other hand, tiredly closed the system interface and sat on the bed with his eyes closed, resting. The lottery was over, and the anticipation had vanished, replaced by a dull moment of wisdom. You'd better be talking about the lottery. Today's harvest was abundant, and the golden reward of the hunter skill has changed the situation between Qiao Shu and the poachers. Hunter or prey, everything is still uncertain. The next day, unsurprisingly, was another sunny day. For humans and animals living in the desert, sunny days are definitely not good weather, especially on such a clear day without a cloud in the sky. Somewhere in the desert, a figure quietly lay flat on a sand dune, remaining completely still despite the extreme heat radiating from the sand beneath. A small floating ball above also entered silent mode, making no sound at all. The head was rectangular, with a gray-brown color that gradually lightened from the back to the belly. Qiao Shu lowered his voice, trying to keep it audible to the viewers without startling the creature in front of him. Clearly, the one intruding on my territory is a notorious black mamba snake. Qiao Shu felt a bit of a headache. He hadn't expected the biological distribution in this parallel world to be so chaotic. It was one thing for the cute and adorable earless fox to appear in Huagua, but even the deadly and cruel black mamba snake could be found here. In his previous life, this snake would only appear in Africa. Early in the morning, he discovered this creature on a rock not far from the headquarters. Its skin camouflage was too perfect. If it weren't for Qiao Shu's keen eyesight, he would have never spotted it and might have been attacked. The black mamba's venom is so potent that once bitten, death is almost guaranteed. After all, the black mamba is one of the most aggressive and lethal animals in the world. Species name, black mamba snake, alias, black tree cobra, kingdom, Animalia, phylum, Chordata, class, Reptilia, order, Squamata, family, Illapidi, genus Dendroaspis, description, as a type of cobra. The black mamba snake is highly venomous and is the fastest and most aggressive snake in the world. It primarily inhabits open brush and relatively arid areas, with a typical length of over 2 meters and the longest recorded being 4.5 meters. Diet, carnivorous, mainly feeding on small rodents, birds, hares, bats, etc. Distribution area, as shown in the picture. Click to expand, casually unlocking the black mamba snake's entry in the encyclopedia. Qiao Shu furrowed his brows tightly. Too close. This venomous snake is too near to his headquarters. The black mamba snake is classified as least concern, and given the situation, perhaps eliminating it is the best choice. Qiao Shu looked at the snake coiled in the shadow of the rock in the distance, and silently thought. Mark. Chapter 19. Black Mamba. The black mamba contains neurotoxins that directly attack the nervous system of its prey. Just 10 to 15 milligrams of black mamba venom can easily kill an adult, while the amount of venom in a black mamba ranges from 100 to 120 milligrams, with larger individuals reaching up to 200 milligrams. This dosage of snake venom is enough to kill 20 people or a giraffe weighing up to 600 kilograms. The black mamba in front of us is at least 2.5 meters long, making a larger specimen. Without anti-venom, being bitten by a black mamba leaves almost no hope for survival. Qiao Shu looked seriously at the marked black mamba. Although it is a cold-blooded animal, its instincts made it raise its upper body slightly after being marked. It sensed the threat of death. Qiao Shu slowly stood up, pulling out his revolver with his right hand while holding a tactical dagger with his left. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream appeared more nervous than Qiao Shu. Oh my god, that's a black mamba. One bite can kill an entire household. Host, just drive away if you can. Fighting with such a creature is too dangerous. Yeah, host, you might not care. But what if something happens to our little Ali? Don't say that. Although Brother Shu can be a bit unserious sometimes, he is still a respected desert restoration worker. Exactly. Compared to those environmentalists who just shout slogans, the host is quite respectable. I have to say, Qiao Shu's persona is very stable. It's only the third day of the broadcast, and most viewers have already recognized him. Mainly because Qiao Shu is different from other streamers. He doesn't accept gifts, doesn't follow scripts, doesn't profit, and is solely focused on desert greening. Qiao Shu smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. This venomous creature is strong, but I'm stronger." After saying that, he walked steadily towards the large rock. Seeing Qiao Shu suddenly appear, the black mamba raised 2/3 of its body high and opened its terrifying black mouth. The entire interior of the black mamba's mouth is pure black, looking extremely frightening. The viewers could clearly see through the high-definition camera that the front end of the black mamba's upper jaw was raised, and its menacing fangs sent chills down their spines. Those small fangs contained enough terrifying venom to kill 20 people. Qiao Shu looked at the poisonous snake's warrior-like fighting stance, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The black mamba never retreats, never gives up, never flees, enduring humiliation and hardship to create miracles and difficulty. In a previous life, a world-class basketball superstar would embody this spirit with its name. Unfortunately, dear Black Mamba, times have changed. Qiao Shu retracted the tactical dagger, angling the revolver so that its dark muzzle faced the Black Mamba's dark mouth. The accuracy brought by intermediate shooting allowed Qiao Shu to hit a target the size of a bottle cap within 10 meters effortlessly. At such a close distance, Qiao Shu's chance of missing was zero. The scorching brass bullet cut through the desert heat waves, directly smashing the black mamba's head to bits. The snake's body visibly stiffened, falling from the rock and struggling painfully in the sand. Everyone saw that. "You must testify that this guy attacked me first," Qiao Shu said innocently to the camera. "I was just defending myself." 666, you're right. Self-defense, your self-defense just blew its head off? No, I just ordered popcorn, and you killed it instantly? This accuracy is terrifying. Qiao Shu walked to the side of the black mamba, focusing on its terrifying 5-meter-long body. Ding! Hunting the black mamba was successful, and he received the reward, permanent slight increase in speed. Qiao Shu's expression changed. What does this speed include? It wouldn't increase that speed, would it? I don't want to be a quick shooter. He didn't feel much turmoil or guilt in his heart. Killing such a threatening, venomous snake is something every desert restoration worker would do. In the wild, every animal has its bottom line, which is territory. Humans are no different. Since the black mamba entered its territory, it must be prepared to pay with its life. Survival in the wilderness has never been a romantic or beautiful thing. It often comes down to either you die or I die. Qiao Shu preferred to let others die. He crouched down, skillfully using the tactical dagger to cut off the already smashed head, then casually picked up a stone and smashed it a couple of times before burying it in the sand. A venomous snake sounds frightening, but the threat is all in the head. Once you cut off its head, what remains is just a pile of delicious meat. Qiao Shu picked up the snake's body with both hands, his eyes shining with desire. Seeing this familiar expression, the viewers immediately realized what he was about to do. No. It can't be. No matter what, it's still a type of cobra. The host wouldn't. "Brother Shu, please hold back. We really can't handle this." Qiao Shu smiled at the camera, revealing his signature set of white teeth. "Woohoo! Time for a second serving." Gulp, gulp, gulp. Qiao Shu and Ali, one big and one small head, leaned over a pot of iron. The iron pot was obtained from 10 consecutive draws, and inside was the old black mamba that had been showing off half an hour ago. Snake soup, a delicacy from Guangdong and Hong Kong, mainly consists of snake meat. Wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, egg whites, and ginger strips. Qiao Shu had none of the wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, or egg whites, but he had a little ginger. To season it, Qiao Shu added monosodium glutamate and chicken essence to substitute for broth. He also added a bit of orange peel left over from last night as candy orange and a splash of white wine along with a pinch of a kidney-replenishing herbal remedy called cistanche. A desert version of snake soup was completed. Qiao Shu glanced at his watch and placed his palm on the pot lid. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Qiao Shu and Ali's eyes lit up. Open the pot. Yay! Hot steam erupted from the pot, and the unique aroma of snake meat instantly filled the entire room. The rolling snake meat came into view, and Qiao Shu couldn't help but swallow. Little Ali anxiously tugged at Qiao Shu's pant leg with its small paws. After tasting the stone slab grilled snake meat yesterday, the little guy still vividly remembered this delicacy. Qiao Shu filled a big bowl of snake soup for himself and a small bowl for little Ali. He held Ali's paw and blew on the hot soup. Don't rush, it's too hot now. A minute later, he picked up a piece of snake meat and savored it carefully. After a moment, Qiao Shu raised his head and looked at the camera. Damn it, I messed up. This is not good. Chapter 20. The origin of Qiao Shu. The audience was left speechless. Can that be delicious? People use yellow wine for proper snake soup, but you use high-concentration white wine. They use golden-ringed snakes and silver-ringed snakes, while you use black mamba snakes. They put in wood ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms, but you put in meat cistanche. The most absurd part is that you even added orange peel. Of course, what you made is definitely dark cuisine. Qiao Shu suppressed the discomfort in his tongue and stomach, took another small sip of the snake's soup, and then decisively gave up. It was really not tasty. The flavor was strange. Making soup is different from grilling. It requires advanced culinary skills that a beginner like him could master. Without the basic skills, the resulting snake soup was naturally hard to describe. However, although this snake soup did not conform to normal human tastes, it unexpectedly suited little Ali's palate. Little Ali stubbornly ate 3 pieces of snake meat and drank half a bowl of soup before stopping when his little belly was round. For true wild animals, flavor is not important at all. As long as it can provide energy and fill the belly, it's a delicacy. The flop of the snake soup made Qiao Shu realize a problem. A person's power is limited. Even the most outstanding person cannot master all skills. Other governance zones have dozens, even hundreds of sand control workers gathered together with clear divisions of labor. Planters, combat members, chefs, scholars, doctors. Each position plays its part for the governance zone to operate normally. The 044 governance zone, however, was different. It was completely in a semi-abandoned state. The headquarters sent Qiao Shu over, which was no different from sending an old man to guard an abandoned factory. No one expected Qiao Shu to achieve anything. He was merely sent to make an appearance. Qiao Shu looked out the window, his gaze becoming profound. Others could think this way, but he could not give up. Sooner or later, I will form the best sand control team, and together we will eliminate all poachers in the governance zone, turning the 044 governance zone into an entire oasis. Looking at the unappetizing snake soup, Qiao Shu showed a wry smile. First, I need to find a chef. What I made is too terrible to eat. The Taklamakan Desert in my previous life, the 001 governance zone of this world. Knock, knock, knock. Director, it's me. Xiao Tian. Guomin. Xiao Tian carefully pushed open the door. The gray-haired director was sitting in a chair with his back to him, and a video was playing on his phone. It didn't seem like video materials. He could vaguely see some bullet comments floating by. Is it a live broadcast? Is the old man so trendy? Watching live broadcasts? Xiao Tian didn't dare to look too much at the director's phone screen and spoke softly and clearly. Director, the death report of the 7 sand control workers in the 044 governance zone has come out. Bring it over. The old man nodded, put down his phone, and turned around. He looked ordinary, with a temperament like that of a neighborly grandfather. After taking the materials from Xiao Tian, the old man read through them rapidly. The room fell silent. After filling the old man's teacup with water, Xiao Tian stood quietly by waiting. Ha! The old man suddenly smiled lightly. Hunger, mental breakdown, heat stroke, tetanus, snake venom? Is everyone's cause of death so casual, from the district head to ordinary members? Last year, we could barely form a team. But this year, we can only send those marginalized sand control workers to guard alone. Now, it's even more absurd, directly sending a newcomer over. The 044 governance zone has some tricks up its sleeve, and it's a big trick. The old man sighed and took a sip of tea. Director, Xiao Tian spoke up in time. We once sent a special team to the 044 governance zone and found no problems. It is indeed very desolate there. And it's far from the city. It's difficult to deliver supplies, and there's no need for development. The director flipped through the materials in his hands with a blank expression, not speaking. After a while, the director suddenly said, "Let us send more supplies to the 044 governance zone next month. That kid is having a tough time." Xiao Tian's pupil shrank, and he quickly nodded in agreement. After putting down the materials, the director suddenly asked, "Xiao Tian, do you know how much funding the state has provided us sand control workers this year? This involves confidential information. I don't know." The director nodded. "I can't tell you the specific number, but aside from the military budget, we have received the most funding." Xiao Tian was shocked and looked up. The sand control workers are no longer the same as before. The previous sand control workers were like a clear water government, but now there's too much grease. The director's gaze was profound. "Yes," Xiao Tian said with a frown. "Even so, our funding is still often insufficient. What do you think about crowdfunding from society?" The director suddenly suggested establishing a separate public welfare organization. After social people donate funds, they can plant a real tree in the desert with their names written on it. Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. As the director's chief secretary, Xiao Tian's insight and vision were naturally up to standard, and he quickly analyzed the feasibility of this plan. "Director, this method is highly operable." Xiao Tian silently flattered him. The director smiled and shook his head. "This isn't my idea." "Then whose? Minister Wang's idea or Minister Zheng's?" "Neither of them." The director smiled and pointed at his phone. "It was something I overheard this little guy say by chance." Only then did Xiao Tian look up. The young man on the screen was holding a cute fennec fox, looking very sunny. He racked his brain to recall, but couldn't he remember the identity of this young man. Qiao Shu, the new district head of the 044 governance zone. Xiao Tian suddenly realized, this poor guy. Coming up with such an idea indicates that this newcomer should have some ability. Should I transfer him to the headquarters? The old man thought for a moment and gently shook his head. Even a weak young eagle is still an eagle. An eagle cannot be trapped in a birdcage. It can only grow wildly under the sky. Xiao Tian's regard for Qiao Shu deepened. The director holds this newcomer in high esteem. Can you guess the background of this little guy? The old man's expression suddenly became playful. Xiao Tian quickly thought and respectfully said, to be able to catch your eye and come up with such a clever idea. He must have been exposed to some worldliness since childhood, coming from a scholarly family or an official family, right? Ha ha ha, this time he guessed wrong. The old man laughed heartily. He has indeed seen the world, but he is not from a scholarly family. His father is the chairman of the Qiao Group in northeast China. The Qiao Group made its fortune in the timber business and also has coal mines, industry, real estate, and other businesses. In other words, his father was once a culprit in desertification, and even now, he is a key observation target for us sand control workers. Xiao Tan, a Chapter 21, Beiki battle flag off-road vehicle today, is the third day that Qiao Shu has come to the 044 governance area. Don't move. Let me help you take a look. Qiao Shu steadily unwrapped the bandage on little Ali's leg, and upon seeing the condition underneath, his expression immediately improved a lot. The wound had already started to heal and scab over. The little guy would only feel some itchiness, without any other pain. Fortunately, the bullet had only grazed its leg, and with timely treatment, the wound healed quickly. Of course, Moo fresh milk must have played a significant role. Its effect on enhancing physical condition is no joke. In just 3 days, little Ali had noticeably gained weight. The previously frail, ear-tufted fox had disappeared, and now the fox was round and cute, like a little fluffy ball. Ding. Host detected a self-breakthrough. Skill Beginner Veterinarian has been activated. Ding. Host independently unlocked skill. Reward 5,000 greening points. Wow, not bad. Another new skill unlocked. Qiao Shu raises eyebrows. Beginner veterinarian is a practical skill. Qiao Shu had studied veterinary medicine in college, but only barely mastered the theoretical knowledge. Now that he had successfully treated little Li's leg injury, he finally met the skill standards recognized by the system. Qiao Shu took a new bandage and rewrapped the little guy's wound, tying it in a cute bow. This was to prevent it from scratching or biting at the wound due to itchiness, which could lead to further deterioration. After tending to Li's wound, Qiao Shu glanced at the remaining balance of greening points. Yesterday, he only live-streamed for a morning, earning just over 10,000, with the newly acquired greening points. Current greening point balance, 23,420 points. With over 20,000 points, he could do 2 more 10 draws. Qiao Shu planned to gather 30 or 40,000 greening points after today's live stream, and then go for the lottery. Retracting his gaze, Qiao Shu looked at the neatly arranged supply boxes in the corner of the room. At the top of the supply boxes, a long cylindrical object caught his attention. It was a national flag. Qiao Shu hesitated for a long time and ultimately decided not to hang the national flag above the headquarters. This was against the regulations. But Qiao Shu had his own ideas. The poachers here were lawless. They dared to provoke him on his first day in office. And the national flag obviously wouldn't effectively deter them. Next, Qiao Shu would deal with them in his own way. The day he completely mastered the 044 governance area would be the day the national flag of Huaguo rises. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu felt invigorated. To raise the national flag quickly, he needed to start broadcasting, earn money, and fight the poachers. The livestream room opened again. After 3 days of continuous scheduled streaming, Qiao Shu's popularity had stabilized quite a bit, and as soon as he started the broadcast, it quickly reached 10,000 viewers. Good morning, Brother Shu. Our Brother Shu is so punctual and dedicated, broadcasting every day without ever letting fans down. I came over from a short video recording. Is this the streamer who likes to play with snakes? Brother Shu, how is little Li's injury? Qiao Shu felt speechless, not knowing who had given him the nickname Brother Shu. Although in this parallel world, the nickname had no ambiguity, in his previous life, it was quite a distinctive character. Before Qiao Shu could speak, everyone saw a small milky white figure bouncing excitedly all over the room in the camera, with pretty bows tied on its hind legs. Little Ali jumped onto Qiao Shu's shoulder in one leap, grinning at the camera. The ear-tufted fox's personality is different from other foxes. They are more mischievous and lively. The previously subdued little Ali, due to the injury, was now active again since the wound no longer affected its movement. Of course, I never let my fans down. Rain or shine, I await you in the 044 governance area. Please don't believe the rumors. I'm not Su Xian. I only eat snakes, not play with them. Little Ali is almost healed, so everyone don't worry. Qiao Shu replied to the comments one by one and continued. Today, our livestream content is exploring the west side of the headquarters. Last time, on the top of the desolate mountain, everyone should have seen that the desertification in the west is relatively optimistic. In the terrain, there is hilly and mountainous. This kind of terrain means there is biodiversity, rich species, and resources with great potential for development. Of course, if we only talk about development potential, the oasis in the east is definitely the largest, but Qiao Shu had no immediate plans to head there for exploration. Having just arrived at the headquarters, he was provoked by a group of suspected poachers, indicating that their hideout was not far from the headquarters. Within a radius of several dozen miles, what place is most suitable for human habitation? Unsurprisingly, beneath the beautiful exterior of that oasis hides a gang of extremely vicious bandits. Qiao Shu carried little Ali and walked out the door, arriving next to the off-road vehicle beside the headquarters. Having learned from the last experience, Qiao Shu planned to drive out this time. Knocking on the hood of the off-road vehicle, Qiao Shu smiled and introduced to the audience. This is a Beiki Battle Flag off-road vehicle with a displacement of 1.5T, and the price including modifications is around 100,000. It is the most sentimental, affordable off-road vehicle in the central and northwest regions of our country. It can even replace horses and become a good helper for herdsmen's lives. The camera focused on the vehicle. From the outside, this Beiki Battle Flag off-road vehicle had no sense of refinement. The ebony black color made its overall temperament appear rugged and fierce. The round headlights, heavy black bumper, and spacious rear seat all proclaimed to everyone that this is a classic off-road vehicle with a retro style. Why do I think it looks a bit ugly? This vehicle really has value for money. Whether it's looks or performance, it's all about cost-effectiveness. Wait, are the sand control people that poor? They only got an off-road vehicle worth less than 100,000? Qiao Shu explained with a smile. It's not that the sand control people are stingy, but expensive luxury off-road vehicles are useless in the desert. The conditions here are too harsh, and there's almost no maintenance. The first requirement for a vehicle is durability. This vehicle, although not powerful, has mature technology, is low-priced, and has cheap maintenance costs, perfectly meeting all the conditions for desert vehicles. Qiao Shu opened the car door and, with little Ali, sat in the off-road vehicle for the first time. Looking at the rough interior, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. This car really has no comfort. It's all about just being able to drive. After starting the off-road vehicle, Qiao Shu sat in the seat, pondered for a moment, and suddenly raised his head to ask the camera, brothers, can I ask something? Which one is the brake and which one is the accelerator? The one on the left. Chapter 22, Foot the Ship of the Desert. His seed was planted in his heart. Tap, tap, tap. With a sun hat on, Qiao Shu hummed a little tune as he drove a black SUV through the desert. The rapidly spinning wheels crushed the scorching sand, kicking up a cloud of dust, drawing an orange-yellow line across the vast sandy sea. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but tease. How does Brother Shu manage to be so carefree, even when he can't tell the brake from the accelerator? Just now, I was dying of laughter. He talked for a long time about the car, and then asked, which one is the accelerator? Don't say that. Doesn't Brother Shu know? That's just testing our basic skills. Phew, I really can't keep this up. Luckily, there are no traffic police in the desert. Otherwise, someone like Brother Shu would get over 10 tickets in a day. Ha! A distinguished desert reclamation worker who doesn't know which is the accelerator. Qiao Shu's face darkened, and he retorted, what is so strange about it? I've hardly driven 10 times since I got my license. Besides, this car is a manual, while all the cars in my family are automatic. Isn't it normal to be a bit slow to react? As soon as he said this, the comments became even more lively. No way, no way. There can't be anyone who can't drive a manual. Brother Shu is soft all over, only his mouth is hard. Did anyone notice when he said the cars in my family? Speaking of which, what kind of family does Brother Shu come from? Seeing this comment, Qiao Shu instinctively shrank his neck and stopped talking. Joining the desert reclamation effort with such a family background is somewhat similar to saying, my grandfather was a traitor, my grandmother worked as a translator for the enemy, my uncle was a bandit, my father is in a gang. Can I still join the army in the future? Of course, Qiao Shu knew it wasn't his father's fault. The circumstances of that era were compelling. Back then, Northeast China had a developed heavy industry, and the national construction period required a continuous supply of resources throughout the country. Logging, mining, coal extraction. These actions, although causing considerable environmental damage, also supported the rapid development of the motherland. The actions of the Qiao family were never for personal gain, so they had no regrets. The SUV sped westward. The daytime desert was filled with waves of heat, as if burning with a roaring flame. As the speed continued to rise, the hot wind blew against Qiao Shu and the little fox in the passenger seat, making their fur messy. Ding! The host has detected a breakthrough. Skill, basic driving, has been activated. Ding! The host has independently unlocked a skill. Reward, 1,000 greening points. Hearing this sound, Qiao Shu wore a crooked mouth dragon king smile. Do you know what it means to be the car god of Qioming Mountain? Virum! A huge push from behind came, and the little fox almost flew out, quickly jumping into Qiao Shu's arms for protection with a look of terror. Qiao Shu smiled and patted the little fox's head, then confidently pressed the accelerator again. The SUV roared fiercely. The speed had reached its limit. In just a few seconds, Qiao Shu's driving skills surged from that of a novice driver to the top level of an amateur racer. However, perhaps because the driving skill was too simple and not as complicated as veterinary medicine and rock climbing, the system only rewarded him with 1,000 greening points. The audience watched in shock as Qiao Shu raced wildly on the screen, even executing a perfect drift when a rock appeared ahead. They were dumbfounded. No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't understand how Qiao Shu, who just moments ago couldn't even tell the brake from the accelerator, suddenly became a car god. Is this Brother Shu? Oh my god, has Brother Shu been possessed by something? Drift? This is a $100,000 broken SUV, not a race car. The SUV, under Qiao Shu's control, continued to navigate through the desert and rocky areas, encountering various dangerous terrains. The swirling dust and the roar of the engine made people feel excitement and thrill from the core. Just then, in the distance at the edge of the desert, a group of yellow-brown creatures appeared in waves. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Look over there!" The viewers turned their gaze, and the drone cooperatively zoomed in. They saw that this group of creatures had small heads, long and curved necks like goose necks, large and powerful bodies, and high humps on their backs. Despite their peculiar appearance, they had a silly-looking face. Oh my, isn't that a camel? What luck, encountering a wild camel herd. Unfortunately, they are dromedaries. If they were wild Bactrian camels, that would be something else. They say they are even rarer than giant pandas. Brother Shu, why don't you come out and introduce them? Qiao Shu helplessly replied, "What's there to introduce? Cheese camels. Camels aren't exactly obscure wild animals. Everyone should know them." Although he said that, Qiao Shu still slowed down the car to avoid startling the camel herd. We're camels. They are known as the ships of the desert. For humans living in arid desert areas, their contributions are no less than those of cows, horses, and dogs, which are friends of mankind. One could say that human desert civilization was built on the backs of camels. As the SUV approached the herd of camels, Qiao Shu casually unlocked the camel species in the encyclopedia. Species name, dromedary, alias, ship of the desert, kingdom, Animalia, phylum, chordata, class, Mammalia, order, Artiodactyla, family, Camelidae, genus, Camelus, description, a large ruminant mammal. Its unique body structure allows it to adapt to the windy and sandy weather of the desert. It can go for days without drinking water after a single drink. Hence it is called the ship of the desert. Diet: herbivorous, primarily feeding on grasses, especially capable of eating thorny and salty plants. It can also eat thorns, dry plants, and other salt-tolerant plants that other mammals cannot eat. Truly, camels are the best-suited creatures for survival in the desert. Their entire anatomy seems designed specifically for it. Qiao Shu, feeling curious, silently marked the last little camel in the herd, wanting to see the reward for hunting a camel. The little camel was startled and suddenly turned its head. Then it lost its footing and comically fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. A nearby large camel gently looked at the little one, lowered its long neck to help it up. The instigator in the SUV, Qiao Shu, twitched the corner of his mouth. Don't play the victim. You tripped by yourself. I didn't even touch you. Ding. Hunter. Skill activated. Your target is the dromedary. The reward for killing the target is stamina permanently, slightly increased. Qiao Shu helplessly lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. System, can you explain? Why are all your rewards so lewd? Chapter 23. Sandstorm. Although he was tempted by the reward for hunting camels, Qiao Shu had no intention of attacking the camel herd in front of him. Killing a flower-striped snake was out of self-defense, and killing a black mamba was because it intruded into his territory, posing an invisible threat to his life. If he were to casually attack these wild animals just to obtain the hunter reward, what would be the difference between him and those poachers? Ha! That little camel is so cute. It just tripped while walking. It was the first time he had seen such large camels. They looked so silly. Would Brother Shu consider taming a camel? How could one live in the desert without camels? One wouldn't be enough. I think Brother Shu should tame a whole herd. Qiao Shu's gaze shifted slightly. Tame camels? He glanced at the camel herd not far away. At the front of the herd was a camel that was clearly much larger than the others, and it was currently observing the off-road vehicle with caution. This camel had a very robust physique and well-developed bones. It was obviously the leader of the herd. Did you know? There are about 13 million domesticated single-humped camels worldwide. In some Gobi Desert areas, camels are the primary means of transportation, with each family raising at least one, and some have as many as a dozen camels. With such a large number of camels, aside from some that are descendants of domesticated camels, a significant portion has been tamed from the wild. And the taming process is definitely not as harmonious as people imagine. Qiao Shu parked the off-road vehicle and sat in the driver's seat, gently twirling his fingers in the fur on Ali's belly. Taming a camel is a troublesome task. An adult camel weighs between 450 to 600 kilograms. And once they go wild, even more than a dozen adult men cannot restrain them. However, the strongest weapon of humanity is not physical strength but intelligence. 1,000 years ago, the people of this land invented a wise yet cruel taming method. Camel herders would embed a wooden stake wrapped in red thread into the ground and tie a newborn camel to it. Of course, the young camel would not easily submit to a mere wooden stake. It would struggle to try to pull it down. But the young camel did not know that the seemingly insignificant stake was actually deeply embedded in the ground, with heavy stones tied to its base, making it impossible for even an adult male camel to uproot it. From dusk to dawn, the young camel would struggle against the stake that could not be pulled out until it fully realized that it could not break free from its bondage, at which point it would submit. Once the exhausted camel submits, the camel herder would insert a wooden stick into its nose, with the other end connected to a red rope. The nose is the weakest part of a camel, combined with the memorable red rope. From that moment on, as long as the owner holds the reins and gently pulls the stick in the camel's nose, the camel will obediently follow. Qiao Shu had been talking for a while and felt a bit thirsty, so he took a big gulp from his water bottle and continued. So, that's why you often see camel caravans traveling in the desert. Those camels will have a wooden stick inserted in their noses, which is the secret to taming camels. Similar to the nose rings used on oxen, camels are very temperamental creatures in the desert. It's unrealistic to tame them with brute force, let alone an entire herd. Qiao Shu watched the camel herd gradually walking away and sighed. So, it's better to just be good neighbors with them. Taming can wait for another time. The herd moved eastward against the sunlight and soon disappeared from view. Qiao Shu gazed thoughtfully in the direction the camels had gone. Did they know that there was an oasis in the east, and that was their destination? Qiao Shu silently noted the number of camels and the appearance of the camel leader. He had a feeling that his connection with this herd of camels was far from over. After bidding farewell to the camel herd, Qiao Shu drove the off-road vehicle westward. As he ventured deeper, he discovered that the ground began to expose dry and loose sand and dust. At the same time, the wind above the desert suddenly became strong. Qiao Shu looked at the sky, his expression serious, and opened the car window. This wind feels a bit off. Just as he spoke, he got a mouthful of sand and quickly bent down to spit a few times. The little Ali in his arms shook the sand off its head and looked at Qiao Shu with a resentful expression. What's it got to do with me if sand got in your mouth? Why did you spit on my head? At that moment, Qiao Shu had no time to consider Ali's feelings. He felt the wind carrying yellow sand rushing toward him, and the glass of the off-road vehicle quickly became covered in a layer of dust. Damn it, talk about bad luck. It seems like a sandstorm. Sandstorms are a unique, disastrous weather phenomenon in arid and semi-arid regions, capable of causing buildings to collapse, disrupting transportation and power supply, leading to fires and casualties, and significantly polluting the natural environment, damaging crop growth. Its power may not be as great as that of tsunamis or earthquakes, but only those who are trapped within it know how terrifying it is. It is like an inexperienced grim reaper, mercilessly reaping lives in the desert. Almost in an instant, the desert was filled with the violent sounds of the storm, and the world became dim. Everywhere was swirling sand and suffocating dust. The little Ali in Qiao Shu's arms had already begun to tremble, clearly aware of the danger of this sandstorm, which could take countless fox lives in an instant. Qiao Shu comforted the little guy while observing the condition of the off-road vehicle, then couldn't help but chuckle. The Bakey Battle Flag off-road vehicle was relatively sturdy, but it had one feature. The material of the rear ceiling was soft leather. This ceiling was easy to remove and clean, but once faced with a large-scale sandstorm, it could be instantly ripped off. At that point, he and Ali would be buried in the wind and sand, and the entire vehicle might be buried under the sand. The small spherical drone was still filming outside the car, and at this moment, the wind and sand gradually intensified, making it nearly impossible to maintain its position and the camera began to shake violently. Damn, stop shaking. I'm about to get 3D motion sickness. Hurry and run, Brother Shu. Such a big sandstorm could bury you instantly. It feels like the streamer is really in grave danger this time. What are you waiting for? Call for help. We're in a desert wilderness, buddy. By the time the police arrive, Brother Shu will have turned into a mummy. Qiao Shu had no time to respond to the barrage of comments. His brain began to race as he tried to think of a way to survive. The next second, Qiao Shu gritted his teeth and maneuvered the off-road vehicle into a sharp turn, heading back. Chapter 24, A Ray of Hope. If you encounter a sandstorm in the wild, and you are in the center of the storm, the possibility of escaping by car is extremely low. The ferocity of the sandstorm is such that before the car can exit the area, it will be covered by wind and sand. Moreover, Qiao Shu's off-road vehicle has poor performance and lacks a roof, making it nearly powerless against the sandstorm. Staying put will be a dead end. The reason Qiao Shu is driving frantically eastward is to fight for that slim chance of survival. That group of camels is like a glimmer of hope after the darkness. Visibility is decreasing rapidly, and the swirling dust has completely obscured the sun, leaving only a hazy orange-red view. The small spherical drone is bobbing up and down amidst the storm and swirling sand, creating a terrifying scene reminiscent of an apocalypse on the screen. The sand and dust in the sky gradually evolve into a rolling dust storm, crashing towards him like a tsunami from an end-of-the-world movie, instantly swallowing the off-road vehicle. In the blink of an eye, Qiao Shu can no longer see anything beyond 10 meters. Damn it! Qiao Shu reduces the speed and quickly grabs little Ollie and holds it tightly. This is the true desert. One moment, it was a clear blue sky and peaceful scenery. And the next moment, it felt like the end of the world, with a violent sandstorm sweeping everything in the desert away. Boom! The off-road vehicle suddenly slows down and emits a loud noise, ultimately losing all power. Qiao Shu hurriedly presses the gas pedal a couple of times. But the tachometer has stopped, and the engine is silent. This damn broken off-road vehicle has stalled at such a critical moment. Qiao Shu anxiously looks outside. He sees a mass of sand and gravel rushing past, mixed with several brownish-yellow furry backs. Wait, backs! Qiao Shu's heart leaps with joy. That's the group of camels from before. Camels have eyes that are not afraid of wind and sand, with double-layered eyelashes that easily shield them from the storm. Ordinary sandstorms cannot harm them, and they can even walk leisurely during a sandstorm. Even in a large sandstorm like this, they just need to huddle together and protect their young, and they can pass through safely. Upon seeing the camel herd, Qiao Shu no longer hesitates. He quickly pulls out a scarf from his backpack to wrap himself tightly, puts on his goggles, and pushes the car door open to step outside. The fierce wind drives sand particles that invade his clothes from every direction. In such a large sandstorm, each step takes several times more energy than usual. As Qiao Shu steps out of the car, the live stream chat erupts. What is Brother Shu doing? It's too dangerous outside. Damn, the streamer is risking his life. Sigh. I finally found an interesting streamer, what a pity. Hurry back, Brother Shu, you can still barely withstand the sandstorm inside the car. Bang. Before Qiao Shu could explain anything, the roof of the back half of the off-road vehicle was suddenly torn off by the fierce wind, swirling into the air and disappearing in an instant. Without the roof's protection, in less than half a minute, sand poured into the off-road vehicle, nearly submerging the driver's seat. The audience did not expect the situation to change so quickly. If Qiao Shu had delayed by just 10 seconds, he would likely have been trapped in the car by now. He glanced nervously at the off-road vehicle, then quickly lowered his head and headed towards the nearby herd of camels. The small spherical drone closely followed, bobbing up and down in the storm. This herd of camels clearly had experience with sandstorms, as strong adult camels formed a circle under the leadership of the leader, using this formation to resist the storm. Qiao Shu, disregarding the unpleasant smell of the camels, dove into the group under the astonished gaze of the audience. Did I see that right? Brother Shu went inside? Damn, Brother Shu is really smart, letting the camels help him withstand sandstorm. You think Brother Shu is on the first floor, but he's actually in the atmosphere. How smart, huh? These are wild camels. ISNT Brother Shu, just asking for a kick by going in there? Qiao Shu knew very well that this was dangerous, but it was the only way to resist the sandstorm. This was a stretch of sand with no place for shelter nearby. Staying put meant waiting for death. While entering the camel herd offered a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, the camels were focused on resisting the storm and had no intention of attacking him for now. Qiao Shu buried his head and pushed with all his might toward the center of the camel herd. As he passed by a dirty camel, its matted fur brushed against his body, sending a shiver down his spine. If one of those hot-tempered old camels took a dislike to him and kicked him, his little life would likely end right there. Despite this, Qiao Shu continued to struggle deeper into the camel herd. The innermost part of the herd had almost no gaps. There was no space to attack, and it was mostly filled with younger, less aggressive camels. The closer he got to the center, the safer he felt. When Qiao Shu thought he was in a good position and looked up again, he found a pair of large eyes with long eyelashes curiously staring at him. The owner of the eyes was the little camel that Qiao Shu had previously marked and scared into falling over. Little camel. Qiao Shu didn't he feel embarrassed and pushed the little camel gently. Move over a bit, give me some space. Little camel, you came into my home and you want me to give you space? How shameless. Fortunately, the drone was hovering above the camel herd, and from the audience's perspective, Qiao Shu was right in the center of the herd. Qiao Shu let out a sigh of relief, resting his hand on the little camel's neck to relax his body and tense nerves. The little camel's expression grew more complex. Do I know this guy? Isn't he too familiar? Whimper. The little fennec fox in his arms called out anxiously a few times, and Qiao Shu quickly looked down to check. Fortunately, the little guy was fine, just a bit scared. Next to Qiao Shu, besides the little camel, there was a stout adult camel. The little camel snuggled closely against its side, which should be its parent. Qiao Shu curled his body as much as possible, pressing himself against the adult camel's belly to avoid the onslaught of sand. The live-stream footage could no longer capture his figure, as the screen was filled with the raging sand. Despite the lack of visible content beyond the sandstorm, the audience's interest was skyrocketing, even surpassing 20,000 viewers at one point. At this moment, the screen was filled with swirling yellow sand, and no signs of life were visible. Chapter 25, Breaking Ground, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed, and the sandstorm grew stronger. The small spherical drone had the highest screen clarity in the world, allowing viewers to see every grain of sand clearly and feel as if they were part of the storm. Every grain hitting the lens felt like it was striking their own faces. In response to this incident, the live streaming platform where Qiao Shu worked held an emergency meeting. Shut it down immediately, a mid-level leader said solemnly. Are we going to broadcast the tragic fate of the country's desertification workers? Another leader echoed, that's right. The impact would be too severe. However, not everyone agreed to shut down the broadcast. The popularity of this desertification worker stream had reached 250,000, and it was all genuine engagement, no bots. If we terminate the broadcast now, the resulting public opinion backlash would deal a significant blow to the platform. Yes, the no-signal zone means this desertification worker must be using advanced drone technology to stream, but even the most advanced drone cannot maintain signal during a sandstorm. We just need to wait for him to disconnect on his own. This group feared the trouble that might arise from stopping the broadcast, commonly referred to as the non-stick pan crowd. With differing opinions, the meeting quickly devolved into chaos. Enough! A commanding voice rang out, and all eyes turned to the high-ranking leader at the head of the meeting room. With white hair and a serious expression, the leader easily commanded the room's attention. Look at your faces. Is this what management looks like? The leader, a veteran media professional, had previously been part of the management at a municipal television station before being recruited at a high salary by the live streaming platform's owner after retirement. He was generally kind-hearted, but his authoritative presence during critical decisions made others hesitate to act out of line. Veteran media professionals often have a pioneering spirit. They care not only about the company's profits, but also about their responsibilities as journalists. As media professionals, the truth is what we should focus on the most. The desertification hero is fighting against nature ahead, and you want to erase his achievements because you're worried about the impact from the safety of your positions? The old leader looked at everyone with great disappointment, unable to understand how the younger generation could be so timid. The public's right to know was something they should protect. Had they forgotten that? If this desertification worker truly sacrificed himself, who would bear the public's anger? The desert? Nature? The sandstorm? Or the desertification worker? None of them would. They would only blame the platform that cut the live signal at a crucial moment, seeing those around him hang their heads in shame. The leader nodded in satisfaction. The broadcast must not be interrupted, and we must strengthen the signal reception with all our might. The stream's recommendations must not stop either. The contributions of the desertification hero need an audience. We cannot let him bleed, sweat, and cry. The meeting was adjourned, and various departments quickly sprang into action, with department leaders personally directing operations. The high-ranking leader remained in the meeting room, staring incredulously at his phone screen. What's going on? He thought angrily. Am I seeing this right? Isn't this kid the son of that madman Lao Qiao? With such a big family business, would Lao Qiao really let his son become a desertification worker? Besides, while Lao Qiao cannot be blamed for all of China's environmental issues, he is one of the culprits. I can't see Tree Brother anymore. Is he okay? I'm new here. What is going on with over 100,000 people watching a sandstorm together? Hang in there, Tree Brother. I'm sending you gifts. I'll pay to plant trees. It can only be said that the outlook is grim. The screen is filled with yellow sand, and natural disasters are beyond human resistance. Not a single camel is in sight. Is Tree Brother still alive? The live stream turned into chaos as some viewers prayed for Qiao Shu's safety. Others explained the situation to new viewers, and some enjoyed the spectacle. One Lifetime of Cultivation sent a super rocket, commenting, "Go, Tree Brother." Beitu sent a tiger roaring 10, commenting, "Host, hang in there, you must survive." At this critical moment, the act of sending gifts opened a release valve for the viewers' pent-up goodwill. Although sending gifts wouldn't help much, it at least made them feel a little better. Countless gifts flooded into Qiao Shu's live stream, and within just a few minutes, the money from the gifts was enough to plant hundreds of trees in the desolate desert. Under the viewers' prayers, the sandstorm lasted nearly half an hour. The small spherical drone held firm, and the enhanced live stream signal was nearly unbreakable, unless the platform chose to terminate the signal. After half an hour, a bright yellow sun appeared on the screen. The wind and sand began to subside, revealing a scene of devastation. The desert, swept by the sandstorm, returned to a deathly silence, with the endless sandy sea covered in wave-like folds and dozens of oddly shaped sand sculptures. Under the anxious gazes of the viewers, one sand sculpture stood up first, the drifting sand revealing a silly face. "It's a camel," exclaimed a comment in surprise. The camel shook off the yellow sand from its body, its long neck raised high, looking at the camera with a naive expression. Soon, one camel after another rose from the yellow sand, bringing life back to the silent desert. The miracle of life was quietly blooming in the endless sands. The viewers held their breath, carefully searching for that familiar figure in their hearts. Finally, a hand suddenly broke through the yellow sand. This scene was reminiscent of the opening animation of Plants vs. Zombies. Soon, a figure, barely resembling a human, crawled out from beneath the camel, shaking off the sand from its hair. The humanoid creature flashed 2 rows of white teeth at the camera. "Phew. I made it. 666. Tree Brother is amazing. Holy cow, he really survived. Did Tree Brother make a pact with the King of Hell? Amazing. Survived another day. Who is this local? Bring our Tree Brother back. Tears in my eyes. Welcome back, Tree Brother." After enduring the yellow sand for over half an hour, Qiao Shu finally triumphed over the natural disaster with his indomitable will, living up to everyone's expectations. Chapter 26, The Adorable Little Camel Hee. Qiao Shu grinned at the camera. Then suddenly his expression changed. Achoo! He let out a big sneeze, spraying countless grains of sand from his nostrils and mouth. Phew, phew, phew. After spitting several times and gagging for a while, Qiao Shu still felt that the sand in his mouth hadn't been cleared out properly. However, he didn't continue to clean the sand off himself. Instead, he rummaged in his arms for a while and pulled out a creamy white little fennec fox. Woo woo woo. The little fox opened its big eyes, looking at Qiao Shu with a tender expression. The little guy had been well protected by Qiao Shu. Apart from a lot of sand inevitably getting into its fur, It suffered almost no other harm. Qiao Shu gently stroked the little guy's big ears, then silently lifted its hind legs and started shaking it up and down. "Hey, don't move, let me shake the sand out." The fluffy little fox bounced up and down in Qiao Shu's hands, its big, innocent eyes full of confusion. With a swish, grains of sand were shaken out, instantly creating a cloud of sand. A curious gaze was cast from beside them. Qiao Shu turned to look and locked eyes with a pair of big eyes framed by long eyelashes. "Little camel, what are these two doing?" Qiao Shu smiled and asked. "What is up? Do you want me to help you shake off some sand too?" Then the little camel was horrified to see a pair of wicked hands suddenly reaching towards it. Swish, swish, swish. The newly born little camel probably weighed around 80 pounds. Fortunately, Qiao Shu had just strengthened his physique. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to lift this little guy. The newly born little camel was very cute. Its fur soft and not smelling too bad. Taking advantage of the excuse of shaking the sand off the little camel, Qiao Shu couldn't resist rubbing it several times, satisfying his craving. It was obvious that Qiao Shu, who had just survived a disaster, was a bit carried away. Just as he had shaken the little camel a few times, he felt dozens of gazes focusing on him, prickling like thorns on his back. Turning around, he saw that the surrounding camels were looking at him with either curiosity or wariness, especially the little camel's parents, a pair of robust adult camels, with strong limbs and well-defined bodies, indicating they had a certain fighting capability. As the couple stood up from the sand, they saw a strange bipedal creature holding their precious son and shaking him up and down. If looks could kill, Qiao Shu would have probably been dead by now. Hee. Qiao Shu cautiously set the little camel down, smiling ingratiatingly. "Just joking, I was helping it clean the sand." The little camel regained its freedom and immediately rolled and crawled back to its parents, blinking its big eyes pitifully, seemingly accusing Qiao Shu of inappropriate behavior. "Oh no!" The male camel angrily called out to Qiao Shu, starting to pace in place, ready to attack at any moment. Qiao Shu thought to himself, "This is bad," and took 2 steps back, prepared to run. It was under this pair of camels that he had managed to survive the sandstorm. They were his saviors. He had no intention of fighting these camels, not to mention whether he could win. They had just saved his life, and it would be too ungrateful to turn against them. The male camel took a step forward, and a much larger figure suddenly appeared, blocking its path. It was the leader of the camel herd, a particularly large camel. The camel leader stopped the male camel's attack, but looked at Qiao Shu with a wary and unfriendly gaze. It could sense Qiao Shu's goodwill, but absolutely did not allow a strange bipedal creature to enter its herd. Sorry, I'll leave now." Qiao Shu pressed his palms together and bowed repeatedly to the camel leader, seeing that the surrounding camels had no intention of continuing the attack. Qiao Shu quickly picked up the little fennec fox beside him and ran off in a hurry. "I'm out of here." The viewers in the live stream room were already laughing hysterically. You got what you deserve for bullying a kid. Is this the legendary bullying of the small, only for the big to come? Luckily, that big camel was rational, or Brother Shu would have been trampled into a lump of clay, just escaped with his life. "Come on, don't show off anymore." It wasn't until he reached his off-road vehicle that Qiao Shu finally stopped. The camel herd in the distance had already finished resting and, under the leadership of the camel leader, began to continue their journey eastward. The cute little camel turned its head back several times, frequently looking in the direction of the off-road vehicle, clearly curious about Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu waved at the little camel with a smile, and the little camel's father seemed to sense something, suddenly looking back. Qiao Shu quickly withdrew his hand, pretending to be nonchalant. "What is up with this male camel? Am I going to abduct your child?" The off-road vehicle had been buried in the sand, with only half of it exposed. Qiao Shu took a brief look and helplessly said to the camera, "The situation of the car is not optimistic. It's probably going to be difficult to get it moving. As for my condition, well, it's okay." Qiao Shu lowered his head and did a drenched dog shake, sand falling from his hair. He had suffered any serious injuries but looked pretty miserable. The hardest part was that there was no way to wash up in the desert. At this moment, Qiao Shu had time to pay attention to the live stream interface. Seeing the gift list that was still being refreshed wildly and the rapidly rising popularity, Qiao Shu was a bit surprised. It seemed he had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Although he had almost been taken away by the sandstorm, he unexpectedly gained a huge wave of traffic, and today's greening points should be a big profit. Such good luck? Let us not have it happen again. It's too damn scary. Thank you for everyone's concern and for the gifts. New viewers might not know that the gifts sent in this live stream would turn into a sand-fixing tree in the desolate desert of Huagua, contributing to environmental protection. Qiao Shu's expression turned serious. Everyone doesn't need to praise me too much. I'm just doing my job. This is the real situation of frontline sand control workers. Sandstorms are just one of the dangers we face. Sand control workers currently have one of the highest mortality rates in Huagua. After saying that, Qiao Shu no longer paid attention to the bullet comments, but turned his gaze to the off-road vehicle beside him. Although this car wasn't worth much, if it really broke down here, it would be very troublesome, meaning he would have to walk back to the headquarters. Walking to the off-road vehicle, Qiao Shu began to clear the sand off the car by hand until he exposed the engine hood. Seeing that the inside of the engine was piled high with sand and dust, Qiao Shu instantly put on a painful expression. This car, it seems like it might really be scrap. Chapter 27. The supporting sister, Qiao Ning, in a villa in the center of Chanyang City, northeast China. A refined middle-aged man stared at the screen, showing his son Qiao Shu repairing a car, the veins on his forehead bulging. Get that little brat back here. The middle-aged man roared in anger, perfectly blending two completely opposite temperaments. Who knows how he managed to be both refined and furious? Qiao Qingfeng, the leader of the Qiao group, wealthy and handsome, was unfortunately nicknamed Qiao, the madman. Getting him back is impossible, but he can lie back. The young woman opposite, Qiao Qingfeng, sipped her hot tea and calmly remarked, a sand control worker abandoning their post is equivalent to a deserter. They deserve to be shot on the spot. Qiao Ning, the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, was also the nearly designated heir to the Qiao group. Better to be a deserter than dead. A hint of unnoticeable heartache flashed in Qiao Qingfeng's eyes, clearly indicating that his attitude towards his son suffering in the desert wasn't as angry as it appeared on the surface. Did you not see that massive sandstorm buried your brother? This job is literally playing with his life. Qiao Ning calmly met her father's gaze. This is his own choice. As family, we can't always make decisions for him. Qiao Qingfeng spun around like a top next to the coffee table, while Qiao Ning appeared much calmer. And don't you know why Qiao Shu went there? Qiao Ning looked deeply at her father. According to his words, he is atoning for the Qiao family. Qiao Qingfeng was momentarily speechless and after a while said, No. The desert environment is too harsh. That brat is having trouble even drinking water. I need to send some supplies over. Send our car team over? No, the car team is too slow. Then send helicopters to airlift supplies. Call those old guys. I've requisitioned their helicopters. Don't rush, Qiao Ning sighed helplessly. It's fine to send supplies to Qiao Shu, but do you know where he is? Isn't it in the 044 management area? That's right, but where is the 044 management area? Qiao Ning continued to press. Hearing this, Qiao Qingfeng was immediately stunned. Due to the special nature of the 044 management area, its exact location was classified. Ordinary people only knew it was in the northwest region of China, but no one knew the specific coordinates. Although the Qiao family was wealthy, such top-secret information wasn't something they could easily access. That's okay. I can donate money to the sand control workers. Qiao Qingfeng suddenly said, How much do I need to donate to find out the location of the 044 management area? Is 1 billion enough? If 1 billion isn't enough, how about 5 billion? If 5 billion isn't enough, then 10 billion. The Qiao family had plenty of money. Money was not an issue. 10 billion for a piece of information seemed utterly foolish to ordinary people. But neither Qiao Qingfeng nor Qiao Ning found any problem with this trade. 4 top-tier tycoons, which is more important, money or family? Money can be earned again, but if family is lost, it is truly lost. Spending 10 billion to improve the life of their son, younger brother, was worth it. Qiao Ning, I leave the procurement of supplies for your brother to you. Qiao Qingfeng looked at Qiao Ning. If you need money, just tell me. Okay, I understand. Qiao Ning nodded slightly. Then I'll take my leave. Don't get too worked up. Qiao Shu's professional skills are not bad. He may still become a qualified sand control worker. Watching his daughter leave the living room, Qiao Qingfeng sat on the sofa, looking exhausted. His phone rang. and he swiped it open, asking weakly, "Hello, who is this? Qual mine? What coal mine? What are you mining coal for? Environmental pollution, global warming. And you're still mining coal. Don't you have any public morals? Put the coal mine issue on hold. Get me several helicopters, as many as possible." Listening to her father's loud voice from behind, Qiao Ning shook her head helplessly, her beautiful eyes containing a trace of worry. As she exited the villa, two people, an old man and a young woman, hurried over. They were the old butler of the Qiao family and Qiao Ning's personal driver. The young female driver was specially found by the old butler for Qiao Ning, known for her excellent driving skills. Having a female driver made it more convenient for Qiao Ning to travel. "Sister Ning," the female driver approached and whispered, "I heard the young master went to be a sand control worker. Isn't that dangerous?" Although the old butler was elderly, he was in good health and still sharp. Hearing the female driver's words, he discreetly frowned. Qiao Ning always treated those around her well. Despite the female driver's somewhat offensive comment, she still politely replied, "Yes. It is a bit dangerous." "That's serious." The female driver sighed as if worried. "The young master is the only male in the family. What will happen to the family business if something goes wrong?" Upon hearing this, the old butler's expression immediately turned sharp. If something happened to Qiao Shu, what would happen to the family business? Qiao Qingfeng only had one son and one daughter, and Qiao Shu's mother had long passed away. Qiao Qingfeng had never intended to remarry. If something were to happen to Qiao Shu, only Qiao Ning would be left to inherit the family business. Moreover, Qiao Ning had always been helping her father manage the company's affairs. First, because Qiao Shu was too young, and second, because he was genuinely uninterested in business. The female driver's words seemed to express concern for Qiao Shu, but in reality, she was reminding Qiao Ning, "Better make plans early." Qiao Ning maintained a smile on her face, glanced at the female driver, then turned to the old butler and said, "Uncle Fu." "Yes, miss." The old butler quickly retracted his sharp gaze and replied respectfully, "Pay her a month's salary." Qiao Ning pointed her delicate finger at the female driver, then told her to leave quickly. "I'm not saying this to you, but how can someone who stirs discord like her enter the Qiao family?" "Yes, I understand." Uncle Fu expressionlessly looked at the pale-faced female driver. "Come with me." The female driver felt a chill run down her spine. Although she had only been working at the Qiao family for a few days, Qiao Ning had always been warm towards her, never withholding small favors. She thought this was her chance to become Qiao Ning's trusted aide, but she didn't expect the other party to change her attitude so quickly. After sending the female driver away, Qiao Ning's expression relaxed a lot. "Uncle Fu, I need you to help me procure a batch of supplies. There are quite a few items, so remember them." "All right. 500 cases of Shadowden mineral water, 200 boxes of Leo golden truffle chocolate, 200 pounds of grassland yak jerky. Oh, and I need a desert off-road vehicle, the top configuration. I'm not very knowledgeable about this, so please help me choose a good one." The old butler quickly memorized these items and couldn't help but secretly mock the ignorance of the previous female driver. Just that 500 cases of Shadowden mineral water were invaluable. It was the royal mineral water of King Louis XIV, known as the Rolls-Royce of mineral water. Not to mention the other items on the procurement list, although not luxurious. They were basically the price ceiling for various food supplies. Is the young master going to the desert as a sand control worker or on vacation? Having been the butler of the Qiao family for so many years, he understood the character of the young lady in front of him too well, as well as the bond between the Qiao siblings. Would Qiao Ning fight with her brother for the family fortune? Only a fool would think that. This girl was a veritable supporting sister. Chapter 28 Crisis, half an hour later, in the Qiao family study. "How's the investigation going?" Qiao Qingfeng asked, frowning at the old butler beside him. "Almost there. Zhang Jing is relatively law-abiding, but she has a lot of shady dealings. For example, bribery, falsifying educational credentials." Zhang Jing is the name of the female driver. Stop. Qiao Qingfeng waved his hand, feeling a headache. "I don't want to hear about these dirty affairs. Work on it, find the evidence, and send her in." Qiao Qingfeng said calmly. "Xiao Ning is still a bit young. Such lowly people need to be dealt with thoroughly." The old butler remained silent. Despite having been a butler for so many years and holding a high position in the Qiao family, he understood the principle of saying less and doing more. Where's the procurement list that Xiao Ning asked you to prepare? Let me see. The old butler quickly handed over a list. Qiao Qingfeng glanced at it quickly, then picked up a pen from a desk and lightly wrote a few lines, including what I just wrote, according to the quantity Xiao Ning mentioned, by double. By the way, help me find the contact information for the higher-ups of the desert reclamation team. That brat really doesn't make things easy. The old butler's eyelids twitched slightly. It should be noted that if Xiao Ning is the brother-supporting demon, then Xiao Qingfeng is the unequivocal sun-protecting demon. Far away, Qiao Shu had no idea that his family had already watched his live stream and that things had turned chaotic. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have any thoughts of returning home. Whether in his previous life or this one, Qiao Shu had no interest in business at all. As for the family's assets, he didn't want them at all. Having a few billion in assets might allow one to live like a deity, but having several hundred billion would make one live more tiresomely than livestock. He thought it would be better to pass on that little bit of wealth to his older sister, giving up 100 billion family fortune to become a desert reclamation worker in China. Moreover, after crossing over, although his father and sister were still the same, he was now occupying another Qiao Shu's body, making it somewhat difficult for him to face his family. The family had prepared over 10 million worth of supplies to send to the desert, and at that moment, Qiao Shu was struggling with a 100,000 yuan off-road vehicle. When it came to repairs, Qiao Shu was quite skilled. His father had taught him how to repair various electrical appliances and vehicles since he was young, and he was quite proficient in both theoretical knowledge and practical skills, even reaching the system-recognized level of basic repair. The off-road vehicle was in poor condition, but Qiao Shu could fix it provided he had the right tools. However, right now, all he had was a tactical dagger. Even the gun and machete were buried inside the vehicle. He couldn't fix it, so he had to find a way to retrieve the supplies from the car. Qiao Shu smiled bitterly at the camera, feeling that today had been a huge loss. He found nothing and lost an off-road vehicle. Seeing the usually optimistic Qiao Shu showing a bitter expression, many longtime viewers immediately began to comfort him. It's okay, Brother Shu. Losing is a blessing. It's fine, Brother Shu. As long as you're okay, we're not worried about this little bit. You say that lightly, but it's still a 100,000 yuan vehicle. The desert reclamation team won't let Brother Shu bear the loss alone, right? Damn, that is too tragic, but I heard the wages for desert reclamation workers are quite high. How high can they be? Looking at the age of the streamer, he should just be a rookie desert reclamation worker fresh out of college. If his bank account exceeds 5 digits, I'll eat SHT upside down. Qiao Shu glanced at the bullet comments and couldn't help but feel respect. Goodness, it's really not easy to make a living these days. Why are there always people trying to scam food and drinks? Don't worry. Although the off-road vehicle is an asset of the desert reclamation team, as long as it's not intentionally damaged, you won't have to bear the loss personally. Compared to the off-road vehicle, we should think about how to safely return to the headquarters now. After saying this, Qiao Shu felt a sharp pain in his throat and remembered he hadn't had water for nearly an hour. When a person feels thirsty and wants to drink water, it means their body has lost about 2% of its weight in water. At this point, the body is already in a state of mild dehydration. In Qiao Shu's current situation, his body's water loss should have exceeded 5%. If the loss reached 10 to 15%, it could lead to unconsciousness. If it reached 20%, it would endanger his life. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu immediately took out the water bottle at his waist and took a big gulp. The icy, refreshing water instantly alleviated the burning and stinging in his throat. In the scorching desert, a sip of clean water is more delicious than any drink in the world. Qiao Shu also fed a bit of water to little Ollie and then shook the water bottle in his hand. There was still half a bottle of drinking water left, and 2 more bottles were buried in the car, now covered by sand. The system space still had 10 cubic meters of drinking water, but he couldn't take it out in front of the live audience, so he could only conserve water for now. The current situation was indeed not good. The off-road vehicle could only be left here. Qiao Shu started to clear the sand off the vehicle, thinking that once he found drinking water, he would have to leave immediately. Although he didn't know his exact location now, he estimated he would have to camp in the wild tonight. Digging sand with bare hands was more difficult than Qiao Shu had imagined. Especially after the sandstorm had passed, the sun came out, and the sand was scorching hot. His hands were already scraped, and he only found one jug of water, a backpack, and a hunting rifle and machete that were in the passenger seat. The backpack contained some food, flint, rope, and other basic survival tools, which could be considered a stroke of luck. Shouldering the backpack and carrying the hunting rifle, he and little Ollie turned their backs to the sun and began to make their way. It seemed that little Ollie sensed Qiao Shu's poor condition, no matter what. It refused to be held and stubbornly followed behind him. The little guy's wound had healed quite a bit, so Qiao Shu let it walk by itself. The footpads of the fennec fox are covered with soft fur, which helps protect them while traveling in the desert, but that is more relevant for night travel. Fennec foxes are nocturnal animals, and traveling during the day is not their strong suit. Before they had walked for half an hour, little Ollie was already panting, and there was a burning pain in its paws. The little guy gritted its teeth and remained silent, but its body began to sway uncontrollably. At that moment, a pair of large hands gently picked it up. Qiao Shu licked his cracked lips and smiled, complaining, "I told you not to overdo it. Now you're starting to wobble." Huh? Little Ollie felt a bit embarrassed by Qiao Shu's words, shyly burying its little head deep into Qiao Shu's embrace. Woo-woo. Chapter 29. The lucky bird, the vulture survivor the desert at sunset, is absolutely a sight that, once seen, is hard to forget in a lifetime. The sun hangs on the distant horizon, with fiery red clouds painting the sky. The undulating sand dunes are suddenly bathed in layers of golden red light. The sky and the desert blend into one, resembling a deep red silk cloth sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Under the glow of the evening clouds, even the sand appears delicate and gentle, like a red and surging sea wave. Amidst this red desert, a figure is walking alone. Accompanying him is only a drone hovering overhead and a fluffy little fox in his arms. At this moment, Qiao Shu is too preoccupied to admire the beautiful scenery in front of him. He is earnestly educating his audience. Dihydrogen monoxide is a substance with a strong addictive nature. After becoming addicted, if not consumed for 4 hours, one will feel dry mouth and thirst. Not consuming it for 24 hours will lead to restlessness and discomfort, and not consuming it for 3 days will result in death. According to current statistics, everyone who has consumed dihydrogen monoxide has ultimately died, without exception. There is currently no effective treatment plan in the world. After saying this, Qiao Shu shook his empty water bottle with a bitter smile. Unfortunately, my dihydrogen monoxide has run out today. If I don't get some soon, it could lead to serious problems. Goodness, if it weren't for my middle school education, I would really think Brother Shu was talking about something terrifying. Dihydrogen monoxide? Agao. Isn't that just water? Is he trying to pull a fast one here? Where's the management? How can they let him fool people like this? Qiao Shu is also trying to make light of the situation. After walking all afternoon, he is now both hungry and thirsty, feeling exhausted alongside his little fox. If he can't find a water source and shelter soon, he is considering ending the stream and extracting drinking water from the system warehouse to quench his thirst. But after thinking it over, Qiao Shu is reluctant to end the stream just like that. After all, he had a rough time during the sandstorm today, and his popularity has already surpassed 200,000. Although the greening points have not been calculated yet, he estimates they will be substantial. The longer he streams, the more greening points he can accumulate. Qiao Shu keeps thinking about being a little greedy. With an extra 1,000 greening points, he might be able to draw another prize. And who knows, he might get a golden reward. Looking up at the sky, he sees a few ugly birds with even uglier voices circling above. Upon seeing these birds, Qiao Shu's eyes suddenly light up. "It's a vulture," he exclaimed excitedly. "Haha, looks like my luck is turning." He hugged his little fox tightly and suddenly exerted force with his legs, sprinting rapidly between the sand dunes. Intermediate parkour activated. At this moment, the audience seemed to see a nimble monkey closely following the vulture, jumping around, appearing a bit comical on screen. Unlike the parkour enthusiasts in the city, intermediate parkour does not focus on flashy and cool movements. It emphasizes practicality and combat effectiveness. Qiao Shu's movements may look comical, but they conserve energy and protect his body from injury. Not understanding, a viewer asked, "A vulture seems like a bad omen. Why is the streamer so excited all of a sudden?" Another added, "Brother Shu's 2 steps look like a monkey that has become enlightened on Mount Ame." Is this parkour? I learned it for a few days to show off, but Brother Shu's movements look different from what I learned. They don't seem very standard. This thing is purely a scavenger. It really isn't a good omen. While running, Qiao Shu adjusted his breathing and then spoke. Vultures are opportunists in nature. They hardly hunt and always think about taking advantage of others. If they were around decades ago, they might have been arrested for speculation. However, they are very helpful for wilderness survivors, as they can guide me to recently deceased creatures, and if I'm lucky, I might find a water source. Generally speaking, the most useful survival rule is to turn oneself into a scavenger. So, these seemingly unlucky birds are actually lucky birds for survivors. Everyone should remember this. Qiao Shu's words were a bit lengthy, and he was starting to pant. In the wild, encountering various animals is not something to fear. Their presence indicates water and food sources. The truly terrifying thing is not encountering a single animal. That is the real land of death. As expected, the bullet screen filled up with neatly aligned learning something new. Qiao Shu couldn't be bothered with these dirty Demon King viewers and casually threw a bestiary unlock at the circling vulture in the sky. Having unlocked the bestiary multiple times recently, he was quite skilled at it. Any creature that Qiao Shu could see could be unlocked. Species name, vulture, alias, dog-headed vulture. Yao Lu, dog-headed eagle. Mountain eagle, kingdom. Animalia, phylum. Chordata, class. Aves, order. Accipitriformes, family. Accipitridae, genus. Aegypius, description. A large bird of prey in the genus Aegypius. Measuring 108 to 120 centimeters in length, with a dark brown body. They mainly inhabit low hills, mountainous tundra, and semi-arid regions, often acting alone and occasionally in small groups. Especially in food-rich areas, primarily feeding on animal carcasses. Diet, scavenger, mainly feeding on the carcasses of large animals and other decaying creatures. Occasionally, they fly low in mountainous areas to actively attack medium-sized mammals, amphibians, reptiles, and birds, and sometimes even attack livestock. Qiao Shu felt he was really lucky. Vultures are quite rare in the desert, as they usually inhabit grasslands and plateaus where food is abundant. This also indicates that the 044 governance area is not as barren as the data suggests. At least the animal resources are relatively rich, which attract scavengers like vultures. This is it. Qiao Shu stopped, evenly regulating his breathing rhythm. The vulture in the sky is circling within this range, and I need to take some time to carefully search for water and animal carcasses nearby. As mentioned before, the headquarters where Qiao Shu resides is located in the very center of the 044 governance area, an area devoid of vegetation. Now, however, the western area where Qiao Shu is situated is a high-altitude, mountainous, and cliff-ridden region. Although it is still desolate, there are some saxaul trees, cacti, and weeds. And the mountains have some water sources supporting nearby animal life. Amidst a patch of uneven weeds, a pair of curved, spiral horns protruded. Qiao Shu cautiously approached the patch of weeds, and after taking a few steps, a foul, decaying, bloody smell wafted into his nostrils with the evening breeze. Ugh! Qiao Shu couldn't help but gag a little. Found it. I can still smell the blood. I need to see what kind of carcass it is. He hastily stepped forward, gently pushing aside the weeds, revealing a stiff animal carcass in front of the camera. Chapter 30. Sand gazelle. Goodness, it's a sand gazelle. Qiao Shu widened his eyes in surprise. Whether in his past life or this life, it was the first time he had seen such a creature. In his past life, sand gazelles lived only in the arid regions of eastern Ethiopia and northern Somalia, and were rare protected animals in those areas. In this parallel world, although sand gazelles are distributed in Huagua, their numbers are so few that they have successfully made it onto the endangered species red list of the Huagua Animal Protection Association, becoming a key protected species. The sand gazelle in front of him was about 1.5 meters long, with a wedge-shaped small and flat head, and large eyes that were wide open, clearly having lost its breath for a long time. Its body was very thin, with long and slender legs and neck, and a long, curved black tail about 30 centimeters long. The overall demeanor of the sand gazelle emphasized slenderness, almost like the slim dog of the sheep world. Qiao Shu reached out his hand to shoo away the small flying insects and flies above the sand gazelle's corpse, gripping its beautiful horns and turning it over. Weighing about 70 pounds, this was quite robust for a slender sand gazelle. A huge, gaping wound appeared on its belly, exposing rows of white ribs. It was evident that this was the fatal injury. This wound, Qiao Shu said seriously, aside from the areas pecked by vultures, the other wounds look somewhat like canine bite marks. There are many canids living in deserts and semi-arid regions, such as the adorable little fennec fox in Qiao Shu's arms. Then there's the sand fox, which is clearly a step down and looks compared to the fennec fox. There are also desert wolves, known as Arabian wolves in his past life, living in the Arabian desert. Additionally, jackals, brown hyenas, and other canids occasionally roam the desert as well. These carnivorous canids, except for the distant relatives of the little fennec fox, are mostly troublesome characters that act in packs. If there were wolf packs or hyena groups nearby, it would definitely be bad news for Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu gazed at the sand gazelle's wound and casually unlocked its information in the encyclopedia. Since it had just died and its body had not yet turned to bone, the information could still be accessed. Species name, sand gazelle. Alias, Clark S. Gazelle. Kingdom, Animalia. Phylum, Chordata. Class, Mammalia. Order, Artiodactyla. Family, Bovidae. Genus Gazella. Description, inhabits semi-arid regions, dense to sparse shrubs, and plains mixed with shrubs and grasslands. Its altitude range is between 200–200 meters. It is a diurnal mammal that can be solitary or social, able to act alone or gather in small family groups of 3 to 9 individuals. Diet, herbivorous, feeding on small buds, leaves, twigs, and berries from shrubs. This species is extremely drought-resistant and can survive with little or no open water sources. Qiao Shu looked at the information board of the sand gazelle with a bit of envy. Like camels and fennec foxes, this was another chosen one with a desert biological template. These desert animals are clearly more suited to survive here than humans, and with little water intake in the afternoon, Qiao Shu felt a bit dizzy. In contrast, the little fennec fox, who also hadn't had much water, was acting like it was no big deal, even stretching out its little paw to play with its chin. Stop messing around. Qiao Shu moved the fennec fox's little paw away. Go play over there for a while. I'll get some goat meat down. The fennec fox, just taken out from Qiao Shu's clothes, seemed somewhat reluctant. Fortunately, the sun had already set, and the temperature in the desert was much cooler, so the little creature didn't resist too much, elegantly squatting nearby, like a little cat, watching Qiao Shu. The little posture was too anthropomorphized, looking a bit like the pampered wife of a domineering president. This sand gazelle had been gnawed on by some animals, and had also been ravaged by vultures. So much of its meat was inedible. Qiao Shu took out his tactical dagger and explained to the viewers. Canids like wolves carry various bacteria in their mouths and teeth, so any bitten areas are definitely not edible. Even unbitten areas should be handled with care. Never eat them raw, and when processing, try to use long cooking methods to cook thoroughly. Qiao Shu's sharp gaze found a weak spot in the fur at the tail, and with a thud, he plunged the dagger into the intersection of skin and flesh. The sharp tactical dagger sliced through the sand gazelle's skin, making a creaking sound that was surprisingly relieving. Skinning a goat is actually quite simple. We start from the tail and cut along the midline of the belly all the way up to the neck and jaw. Qiao Shu gripped the edge of the cut goat skin with one hand while using the other to punch and press the muscle, pulling as he went. If you operate like this, you can separate the goat skin from the soft subcutaneous tissue. Qiao Shu said while working hard, skinning is not a technical job. You just need to practice more, unless you want a piece of leather that's art grade. The little fennec fox squatted beside the sand gazelle, watching Qiao Shu skinning with great interest. Then we need to cut vertically along the inner sides of the limbs and the belly like this. The nearly 30-kilogram male sand gazelle was extremely smooth under Qiao Shu's handling. The audience only saw him make a cut and then gently pull, and a large piece of gazelle skin was separated from the meat. Finally, we need to strip the skin from the front and hind limbs, head, chest, and abdomen. This step is the most troublesome and requires some patience. The cuts must be neat, and you mustn't cut through the subcutaneous fat. The connective tissue of the meat should be stripped clean. The audience was stunned. The outdoor live broadcasts they usually saw were just travel vlogs or shop explorations, and they had never seen a live skinning of a sand gazelle. Even the slow-motion relaxing videos they usually watched were just about trimming horse hooves, cleaning carpets, or removing blackheads. Wow, is skinning really this smooth? The host must use conditioner every day. This is too effortless. Brother Shu, what makes you think we can learn the skill of skinning just by watching it once? Although a bit scared, it surprisingly wasn't as bloody as imagined. And what else with the unexpected relief? Qiao Shu looked at the comments, a faint smile on his lips. Skinning is not particularly bloody. A skilled skinner hardly sees blood during the process. The fur trade in northeast China is quite famous, and the Qiao family has related industries. Qiao Shu has skinned rabbits, roe deer, and other game since he was little. All right, we can take off the whole skin now, Qiao Shu said with a smile to the camera. The next scene is remarkably effective for curing obsessive-compulsive disorder, so don't miss it. Saying this, Qiao Shu grabbed the edges of the cut goat skin and tore it open, using his left hand to grip the goat skin and his right hand to punch forcefully against it. The entire goat skin smoothly separated from the goat meat, and a complete sand gazelle skin instantly appeared in Qiao Shu's hands. The whole process highlighted one word: smooth. Chapter 31, Thanking Nature for its Gifting. The host has broken through self-limits, and the skill, beginner skinning, has been activated. Ding! The host has autonomously unlocked the skill, receiving a reward of 1,000 greening points. As expected, after successfully skinning a whole piece of sheepskin, Qiao Shu unlocked another living skill. The difficulty of skinning was obviously lower than that of rock climbing and parkour, so he only received a reward of 1,000 greening points, though it might also be due to the fact that the latter two skills could be life-threatening if not done well. Qiao Shu looked at the bare, sand antelope before him, gently wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and reached out with his other hand to wipe the drool from little Ali. Don't look, it's not ripe yet. We can't eat it, Ali called softly, glancing to the side with big eyes, trying hard not to look at the meat in front of him. With the skinning completed, it was time to take the meat. Qiao Shu smiled slightly. The sand antelope had not been dead long. Even in such hot conditions, the meat showed no obvious signs of decay. Qiao Shu's gaze swept over the various parts of the sand antelope: sheep legs, shoulders, neck, tenderloin, back. Except for the mutton breast and chest that had been bitten by an unknown canine, the other parts were still intact and edible, and all of them were rare delicacies. As for the sheep's penis, testicles, and other more precious treasures, he decided to skip them, as being alone in the desert made it impossible to enjoy them. Qiao Shu horizontally held his tactical dagger and first cut off 2 pieces of meat weighing 1 pound each from the sheep leg. The small weight of the sand antelope meant it couldn't produce too much meat, but this animal was very athletic and lively, so its meat was basically fresh. Compared to the dead meat quickly raised in farming pens, this all-natural fresh meat was much more delicious and chewy. Next, Qiao Shu cut off another pound of meat from the neck, which is the most tender part of the sand antelope, and just a slight roasting would turn it into a rare delicacy. After wrapping the fresh mutton in plastic wrap from his backpack, Qiao Shu stood up, stopped taking meat, and patted his bloodied hand on his numb thigh. Is that all the meat from such a big sheep? Isn't that a bit wasteful? A comment asked. Seeing a viewer raise a question, Qiao Shu smiled and replied, well, one shouldn't be too greedy. This sand antelope meat is enough for Ali and me. The leftover part can't be consumed either, and it would just rot in the bag. It's better to return it to nature. Qiao Shu pointed to the sky, where a few vultures were still circling in the air, clearly annoyed that he had stolen their dinner, as well as indicating the good brothers who led them here. After saying that, Qiao Shu pressed down on Ali's little head. Come on, Ali, let's thank nature for its gifts together. Little Ali, looking confused, bowed deeply to the sky. Now let's thank the uncle vultures who brought us food. He bowed again. Qiao Shu waved a soft little paw at the vultures in the sky. Vultures, thanks to you, thanks to me. As a sand control person, and especially as a sand control person in the 044 management area, the Death Desert, Qiao Shu might be the purest wilderness survivor in the world. Wilderness survivors do not dislike vultures. The cause and effect relationship must be clear. It is not the vultures that bring death, but death that brings vultures. Just like in the previous life Pokemon, the creature known as Disaster Beast Absol, which had the ability to foresee disasters and attempted to warn humans of impending doom, was misunderstood as an omen of disaster. Vultures are similar. They are nature's scavengers, the most important decomposers in the food chain, and are truly beneficial birds. Therefore, they are regarded as sacred birds in the Tibetan regions of our country. All right, after expressing our gratitude, let's continue on our journey. Qiao Shu picked up the bewildered little fox and walked straight ahead. His destination was the nearby valley. Since there were sand antelopes active in the vicinity, it indicated a high possibility of a water source in the valley. Even if there was no water source, Qiao Shu couldn't continue on his way. The temperature in the desert at night drops sharply, and if he didn't find shelter quickly to start a fire and rest, the rapidly decreasing low temperature could very well cost him his life. Just as he reached the entrance of the valley, Qiao Shu's eyes lit up with surprise. In front of him, the valley was unexpectedly dotted with trees. Although they couldn't be called lush, they added some greenery to the monotonous desert. This was the first time Qiao Shu had seen these mature trees in the 044 management area. And this patch of greenery was enough to indicate the presence of a water source in the valley. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu quickened his pace towards the valley. After taking a few steps, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, there's such a good thing here?" The camera zoomed in, and the audience saw that the nearby sandy ground was covered with a strange plant full of spines. This was strawberry pitaya, a branch of the dragon fruit commonly eaten, named for its fruit's size being similar to that of strawberries. Qiao Shu used his tactical dagger to carefully navigate through the pile of thorns and finally managed to pick a red fruit the size of a strawberry. Gently peeling off the skin of the fruit revealed the same white flesh with black seeds as ordinary dragon fruit. Qiao Shu put the fruit in his mouth, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Dragon fruit comes in two varieties, white flesh and red flesh. Generally, white dragon fruit has an average taste, while red dragon fruit is sweeter. The dragon fruit Qiao Shu ate, although it had white flesh, was surprisingly sweet. He swallowed the flesh along with the juice. The sweet dragon fruit juice relieved the dryness in his throat, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the camera. So sweet and rich in moisture. Fruits that grow in places with large temperature differences between day and night are usually very sweet. This is because the greater the temperature difference, the stronger the fruit's photosynthesis, leading to more sugar secretion. I need to collect more of this dragon fruit. It can help replenish my water, sugar, and energy, and could even save my life in emergencies. Qiao Shu started collecting dragon fruit, placing the fruits into his backpack. Meanwhile, little Ali curiously reached out a paw to poke at the spiny strawberry pitaya and was immediately pricked, causing his little paw to hurt. Ing. The little guy looked at Qiao Shu with tear-filled eyes, raising his hurt little paw, his fox face full of a wronged expression. Qiao Shu couldn't help but laugh. He picked up little Ali, peeled a dragon fruit, and held it to its mouth while unlocking the information about the strawberry pitaya in the encyclopedia. Chapter 32. Valley in the Desert. Species name, dragon fruit. Alias, pitaya, pitahaya, cactus fruit. Sacred fruit, kingdom, Plantae class. Eudicots, family, Cactica genus. Hylocereus. Introduction. Dragon fruit has a unique appearance, with a red outer skin that resembles flames and dragon scales. Hence its name. It prefers sunlight, is tolerant of shade, heat, and drought, and thrives in fertile, but can also endure poor soils. In certain regions of Blue Planet, it is considered a symbol of holiness. Uses 1. Edible value. The fruit is sweet and mild, has high nutritional value, and rarely suffers from pests, allowing it to grow normally with little to no pesticide use. 2. Medicinal value. Dragon fruit serves as a fruit, flower, vegetable, health food, and medicine, helping to prevent constipation, promote eye health, lower blood sugar, blood lipids, and blood pressure. 3. Dragon fruit is an ornamental plant that can be appreciated for both its flowers and fruits, offering great aesthetic value. Distribution area, as shown in the figure, click to expand. Ding! Dragon fruit seeds have been unlocked. The host can purchase them anytime from the system mall. Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction. Having unlocked so many plant illustrations, he finally had an edible plant. As for whether he could grow these trees in the 044 governance area, Qiao Shu was not worried at all, not to mention having the system's help. This lush valley before him proved that plants could survive in this desert. Desert plants are almost all deep-rooted, with well-developed root systems that can search for water deep underground. Therefore, surface sand does not prove anything. The existence of moisture underground is the fundamental reason whether a desert can successfully become an oasis. Qiao Shu collected all the dragon fruits he could see before stopping. A total of 56 strawberry-sized fruits piled up in his backpack, their bright red appearance looking very appetizing. Wow, they look really delicious. How about we trade one rocket for one strawberry dragon fruit? Compared to this dragon fruit, I'm more interested in your meat systanch that can replenish kidney energy. By the way, I've already screenshot your bullet comments and sent them to your 32 fans and 121 followers. Now your friends and family all know about your kidney deficiency. No need to thank me. The audience in the live broadcast room remained as mischievous as ever. Qiao Shu smiled at the transparent screen in front of him and sped up the collection of dragon fruits. After collecting the dragon fruits, the sun had almost completely disappeared, with only the last glimmer of twilight remaining. Qiao Shu hurriedly led little Ollie into the valley. The valley before him was sparsely filled with poplar trees, a common deciduous tree in the desert and the most common plant in oases. Although there were trees growing in this valley, it still could not be considered an oasis in the strictest sense. Qiao Shu spoke to the camera. The definition of an oasis is a relatively stable and heterogeneous ecological landscape with a clear microclimate effect, based on a small-scale community established on a large-scale desert background. It sounds complicated, but in summary, it refers to a well-formed and independent ecological structure in the desert to be called an oasis. Clearly, the valley before him did not meet this standard, but it was sufficient for him to rest and recuperate during this difficult night. Qiao Shu casually unlocked the surrounding plants, illuminating the plant illustrations in his mind. Poplars, palms, and jujube trees stood tall throughout the valley, with some shrubs and herbs even taking root in the rocky layers, showcasing their tenacious vitality. The small spherical drone flew high under Qiao Shu's control, and the overhead view of the entire valley immediately appeared clearly in his mind. In the dim desert, the valley resembled a brilliant emerald, deeply embedded in the desolate sands. From a god's perspective, the trees in the valley were arranged in a regular line, clearly indicating the location of the valley's water source. Beneath the desert, there were rich water resources, with underground rivers flowing. These underground rivers nourished the plants in the desert and provided drinking water for humans and animals, bringing precious life to the desert and forming oases. The high mountains in the oases accumulated thick ice and snow, which melted in summer, creating new underground rivers. Qiao Shu remarked to the camera, "The power of nature is astounding. It has created a perfect closed loop, showcasing the beauty of life in this barren land. If I'm lucky, I might find exposed river water or pools seeping from the rock crevices here. So it's decided, we will camp here tonight." Qiao Shu picked up little Ollie beside him. The terrain in the valley was evidently much more complex than the desert, and if the little guy got mischievous, he could easily get lost. The desert was not a city. Getting lost here was almost equivalent to a permanent farewell. Following the lifeline formed by the trees, Qiao Shu soon spotted a small pool hidden beneath the lush foliage. The water was crystal clear, and he could faintly see water trickling down the surrounding rock crevices. Wow, there really is water. The surprise in Qiao Shu's eyes was undeniable. Finding such clear, spring water in the heart of the desert was simply incredible. He restrained the urge to leap into the pool and continued, "I'm covered in dust. I really want to jump in and take a good bath. But the temperature is too low right now, and that would be too dangerous." Qiao Shu shook his head and pointed to the water stains in the nearby rock crevices, saying, "This is volcanic spring water, which means it's drinkable." It said that it takes thousands of years for this spring water to seep out from the rocks and fill this area. The water resources here were precious. He needed to fill his 2 water bottles and wash his face and hands properly. With that said, Qiao Shu took off his shirt, revealing his well-built upper body, and walked straight toward the pool. At that moment, Qiao Shu's appearance was not very good. The previous sandstorm had nearly buried him, and he had also walked several hours in the hot desert. The mixture of sweat and mud, along with the blood of the sand antelope he had just encountered, made him emit an extremely unpleasant odor. It was somewhat reminiscent of the smell of fermented oli after hesitating for a moment. Qiao Shu couldn't bear to pollute this pure pool. He took out a piece of gauze, dampened it in the pool, and sat on a large rock to carefully wipe his body. Wow, Brother Shu's physique is surprisingly impressive. Chapter 33. Unintentional willow planting. Qiao Shu has always had a good physique, and this is not solely due to improved physical fitness. Since childhood, his family has not paid much attention to his academic performance, but rather focused on his health and body management. Swimming and fitness activities began in middle school and continued until his high school graduation. Even during university, he still went to the gym at least once a week, strictly managing his physique. Of course, Qiao Qingfeng cares more about his health, while Qiao Ning is concerned about both health and physique. As a result, Qiao Shu's muscles are strong and well-defined. Even though he is covered in mud at the moment, cannot hide his 8-pack abs. Consequently, the bullet comments in a live stream suddenly became strange. Hubby, so handsome and fit. Let's get married on the spot. Male university student, Brother Shu. I'm wearing black stockings today. Interested in chat? Male Zero Wong. Exclusive secret recipe to treat kidney deficiency, premature ejaculation. Click on my homepage to see the introduction. Advertising. If it's Brother Shu, I wouldn't mind at all. 111. Qiao Shu looked at the bullet comments floating by and felt a chill in his heart. Are these people crazy? All the viewers in his live stream are from Nantong? Are they craving my body? Fortunately, everyone was just joking with Qiao Shu. Although he has a good physique, most of the straight men were merely admiring him, aside from a few blushing female viewers. After washing his face with pond water and cleaning off the dirt, Qiao Shu felt refreshed. In human evolution to a civilized society, bodily cleanliness not only affects mood, but also impacts physical condition. Raising his head to look at a tall tree nearby, about 6 or 7 meters high, Qiao Shu patted its sturdy trunk and said, "Mutton could be a staple food, strawberries and dragon fruit are for dessert, and I still need some drinks." This is a jujube tree. Its fruits are sweet and sour, aiding digestion and can be made into excellent beverages. While speaking, Qiao Shu unlocked the jujube tree's illustration. Species name, jujube, alias, silver willow, osmanthus willow, goat milk fruit, kingdom, plantae class Magnoliopsida, family, Elaeagnus, Elaeagnus. Introduction, jujube trees prefer sunlight, are cold-resistant, drought-tolerant, and can withstand waterlogged, saline alkali, and barren conditions, with a developed root system primarily consisting of horizontal roots and strong vitality. The fruits are elongated, oval-shaped, with a diameter of 1 centimeter, and the flesh is powdery. Uses 1. Edible value. Jujube has high medicinal and edible value. The flesh can be eaten raw or cooked, and the stems and roots are rich in alkaloids, while the leaves and dry branches contain catechin. 2. Medicinal value. The fruit is edible, and both the fruit and bark can be used for medicine. 3. Utilization value. Flowers can be used to extract essential oils for fragrance materials. The wood is tough and dense, suitable for making furniture and farming tools, and can also be used as fuel. 4. Ornamental and greening value. Jujube is an important tree species for protective forests in the north. Distribution area, as shown in the figure. Click to expand. Ding. The jujube sapling has been unlocked, and the host can purchase it from the system mall at any time. You have accumulated 10 plant illustrations. Gaining the growth type special skill, unintentional willow planting. Unintentional willow planting, growth type special skill. Level, primary, can be upgraded by unlocking plant illustrations. Effect, the survival rate of the plants you personally plant increases by 20%. Ignoring the adverse effects caused by objective factors such as temperature, humidity, and light, the yield of fruit trees and crops increases by 20%. Evaluation, flowers do not bloom when planted with intention, but willows grow in shade when planted without intent. Good stuff. Qiao Shu was overjoyed. Not only is the jujube tree a good thing, but this special skill called unintentional willow planting is also a rare treasure. As a sand control person, afforestation and windbreaks are his mainline work. A skill that increases plant survival rates is simply a chosen skill for him. Not to mention, it is the rarest special skill. The special skills seen in the lottery system's prize pool were almost all the rarest golden rewards. In the system all, special skills often sell for hundreds of thousands or even millions of greening points. The Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia is just a purple item. Yet it guarantees a growing golden skill, and once he unlocks 10 animal illustrations, he will likely receive another special skill. The primary, unintentional willow planting has such amazing attributes. How much more can it grow when he unlocks more plant illustrations? What a big gain. The viewers saw Qiao Shu grinning at the empty pond for a long time and felt a bit horrified, unable to suppress a chill. Brother Shu, what are you grinning at? Clearly, there's nothing there. Don't scare me. Are you putting on a show for desert horror? Oh no. Brother Shu has been bewitched by a female ghost. Could it be a wild fox spirit? No way. Could it be the ancestor of little Ali appearing? Ali, are you polite? Qiao Shu helplessly withdrew his consciousness. The special skill could be researched slowly, but the urgent task was to safely get through this night. I'm fine. I just saw a good place, Qiao Shu said with a smile. It seems suitable as tonight's campsite. Following the direction of Qiao Shu's finger, everyone saw a cave located at the foot of the mountain. The area around the cave was very flat, with only some red stones and shrubs, and it was very close to the pond. The geographical location there was good and convenient for fetching water. Qiao Shu stood up, draped his clothes over himself, and carried the little fox toward the cave, which provided natural shelter from various wild beasts. At the cave entrance, Qiao Shu took out a flashlight from his backpack and shone it inside. The cave was about 7 or 8 square meters, providing ample space for one person to take shelter. However, what made Qiao Shu uneasy was that scattered white animal bones surrounded the cave, proving that this had once been the lair of some carnivorous beast. Qiao Shu picked up a piece of animal leg bone and gently applied force. Crack! The leg bone was instantly snapped in two, and the middle section turned into a pile of bone powder, scattering all over the ground. Qiao Shu then let out a sigh of relief, speaking to the camera. Fortunately, these bones have severely weathered, clearly indicating they died a long time ago. Even if this cave once had animals living in it, they have long since left. It should be safe to stay here. Setting down his backpack, and Qiao Shu continued, as a novice in outdoor survival, there are several very important things to remember when you don't know how to choose an outdoor shelter. Stay away from wild beasts. Stay away from the ground. Stay away from moving water sources. At the same time, we should try to meet several conditions. High terrain, covered, a certain level of comfort. As for why I don't meet these precautions, Qiao Shu stood up, flashing a row of small white teeth. Because I'm no longer a survival rookie. That little pond is filled with mountain spring water year after year, with no risk of flooding. This cave was once a wild beast's lair. Once a wild beast abandons a lair, it won't easily return in a short time. The experience of outdoor survival and the knowledge learned from sand control training allow me to make the most rational and reasonable judgment. If a survival novice were to choose a campsite like I did, I guarantee they wouldn't survive a few nights in the wild. In the wild, one's own strength is the fundamental reason for whether you can live comfortably. Human wisdom is our most powerful weapon. Chapter 34. Wilderness Survival. Do you have a pot? I've learned enough. Learn enough. Brothers, wait for my news. I'm going to find a place to camp in the wild, away from beasts, away from the ground, and away from active water sources. Brother Tree is so domineering. Can we add WeChat for a detailed chat? I'm 36C. 36 centimeters, right? Take it out. And it's bigger than Brother Tree S, right? Can we stop at the jokes already? Watching Brother Tree S live stream counts as learning wilderness survival knowledge, right? If I watch your live stream every day, will I become a qualified desert person in a few years? Qiao Shu looked at the comment and smiled as he explained. Of course, watching live streams doesn't count. It's like you scrolling through Douyin every day. Fragmented knowledge doesn't form a system. Deliberate practice is needed to develop qualified skills. However, watching my live stream often isn't without its gains. When you really want to become a wilderness survivor, you'll find that the things you've learned are quite familiar. What I teach everyone exists in your subconscious, and you can easily connect it into a perfect system. If everyone is interested, we can enter the Q&A session later, and I will answer everyone's questions one by one. For now, let me quickly start a fire, as the sun has completely set. After Qiao Shu's reminder, everyone noticed that the light of the sun was gone, leaving only the calm moonlight that barely allowed them to see the outlines of objects. Just as Qiao Shu finished speaking, The small round ball hovering above suddenly switched to night mode, emitting a soft light that illuminated a 3-meter radius around Qiao Shu. In a previous life on Earth, the small round ball drone would have been an incomprehensible technological product, but not in this parallel world. The technological development here is faster, and after so many days of live streaming, none of the viewers have questioned the small round ball. All right, using the light from the drone, I'm going to gather some dry firewood and sand jujube, and then reinforce the shelter as much as possible. Starting a fire and building a shelter before dark is a wilderness survival principle. Since I often converse with the audience, Qiao Shu's progress has been slow, so he immediately quickened his pace. In the desert valley, finding mature trees is difficult, but dead trees are everywhere. These dead woods have no moisture and are the best fire-starting materials. Qiao Shu quickly collected a large pile. Meanwhile, the little Ali was also hard at work, carrying a piece of wood larger than its own body, waddling behind Qiao Shu. The little guy wanted to contribute, but its strength was too small, and its cute yet anxious appearance made the viewers in the live stream chuckle. Qiao Shu used a flint to ignite the bonfire, and the blazing flames illuminated the cave and surrounding area. The sense of safety brought by the fire is incomparable to any light. The flames can drive away beasts, provide light and warmth, and cook food and water. It is the essential light for human survival in the wild. Qiao Shu poked at the fire with a stick, and the flickering flames reflected the angles of his face. The small amount of thick smoke that rose quickly dissipated, indicating that the little moisture in the dry wood had evaporated, replaced by orange-red flames. All right. Next is the moment everyone has been waiting for. I'm going to start cooking the ingredients I just gathered. Hearing this, the comments in the live stream erupted in lament. What does everyone expect? Clearly, it's Brother Tree and Ali who are the most excited. We're the ones suffering the most. What a loss. I just finished eating, and you're showing me this? Seriously, I just entered the live stream, and you're already tempting me? Previously, it was daytime temptation. Now it's nighttime temptation. How polite. What desertification person? I see you as a desert food god. A true food show, huh? Ignoring the audience's wails, Qiao Shu took out several large palm leaves from behind and laid them on the ground. Palm tree leaves can be used to make palm ropes, raincoats, carpets, and other palm products, as well as biodegradable packaging materials, which are natural and non-toxic packaging bags. Qiao Shu had limited gauze and plastic wrap left on him and planned to use it to temporarily package the food. These are palm leaves, not coconut palm leaves. Don't get them confused, Qiao Shu said while holding the palm leaves. Palm trees and coconut palm trees are completely different species. Coconut palms can grow up to about 15 meters tall, while palm trees can reach a maximum height of about 8 meters. The ingredients Qiao Shu currently has include 3 pounds of sand gazelle meat, 56 strawberry dragon fruits, a small pile of sand jujube, and an almost inexhaustible supply of clean pond water. The sand gazelle meat requires different cooking methods depending on the part. The leg meat of the sand gazelle has a lot of muscle fibers, making it chewy, and can be cooked using traditional grilling methods. The upper brain meat, however, is different. Its main characteristic is that fat is deposited within the meat. The white fat and red meat interlace, forming a marbled pattern with a chaotic beauty, combining fat and lean, tender in texture, melting in the mouth, and almost odorless. Usually, when we hot pot lamb, this part of the lamb is the most suitable, so it's best to cook it by stir-frying, pan-frying, or hot pot to retain its original flavor. The tactical dagger in his hand danced up and down, quickly cutting the leg meat into chunks and slicing the upper brain meat. Although Qiao Shu's knife skills cannot be called superb, they are on par with an average restaurant chef. After all, he has the system-certified beginner culinary skills. While cooking something as challenging as snake soup might lead to failure, cutting meat is still well within his abilities. After cutting the sand gazelle meat, Qiao Shu took out a piece of the freshest, tenderest upper brain meat and brought it to the little Ali's mouth. Ali is a wild fennec fox, an animal that looks cute but is a seasoned foodie and eats almost anything. Poisonous snakes, lizards, scorpions, bird eggs, it welcomes all. During this time, following Qiao Shu, Ali has been eating cooked meat, which isn't good for its growth. It might spoil its appetite and make it lose its omnivorous advantage. So, occasionally feeding it some raw bone meat is beneficial for Ali. The little one had long been drooling over the beautiful sand gazelle meat. And as soon as Qiao Shu handed over the meat slices, it grabbed it and swallowed it whole, like Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit. Qiao Shu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the little fox. Can it really taste the flavor like this? While the little Ali can swallow sand gazelle meat raw, Qiao Shu definitely cannot and wouldn't dare to. Thus, under the gaze of everyone, Qiao Shu pulled out a pot the size of a human head from his backpack. The audience was dumbfounded. Wilderness survival, brother tree. Did you actually pack a pot in your backpack? Chapter 35. Hot pot lamb and roasted leg of lamb as a qualified desert reclamation worker. Qiao Shu was well aware that bringing a pot with him was a bit of a distraction from his duties. But he couldn't help it. It was a delicious pot after all. Who could resist a small pot that enhances the flavor of food? Therefore, to silence the viewers and divert their attention, Qiao Shu took out various bottles of seasonings from his bag, including cumin, salt, MSG, and soy sauce. The barrage of comments in the live stream almost instantly disappeared, as all the viewers in front of the screen stared intently at the seasoning bottles. Survival in the wild. Brothers, this is a desolate desert. Can we give the death desert some respect? Bringing a pot was one thing, but why did you have more seasonings than a restaurant? Qiao Shu scratched his head in embarrassment. He almost carried these seasonings with him all the time, and since his physique had been strengthened by the system, he was strong enough not to mind the weight of a pot and some seasonings. The only issue was that these items took up a bit of space, making his backpack bulge. Qiao Shu was eagerly looking forward to the lottery after today's live stream, hoping to win a space-related item, even if it was just 1 cubic meter. After placing the delicious pot over the campfire and filling it with pond water, Qiao Shu sat on a nearby rock, patiently waiting for the water to boil while preparing the lamb leg meat. The lamb leg meat required less fuss. First, he washed it clean with pond water, then pierced it with the tip of a knife several times and marinated it with cumin powder, chili flakes, salt, and MSG. It would be flavorful in about 10 minutes. But if someone preferred a stronger taste, they could marinate it for an hour. While waiting, Qiao Shu and the viewer simultaneously heard a chomp-chomp sound coming from nearby. Following the sound, Qiao Shu saw that the small round drone had also moved its camera over. In the darkness, a cute little fennec fox was perkily eating a strawberry pitaya, its big ears standing up as it savored the sweet fruit. Upon noticing Qiao Shu looking at it, the little creature timidly paused, its big eyes darting away from him. Seeing its adorable appearance, Qiao Shu couldn't help but chuckle. He had thought he was dealing with a mouse, but it turned out to be an inside informant. He reached out to pat its big ears, saying, "It's okay. Eat as much as you want. Just right for adding a dish later, a little fox flavored with pitaya. Do you prefer steamed, braised, pan-fried, or barbecued?" Qiao Shu tapped the little fox's shoulder with his index finger. The little fox, winky face, seemed to be taken aback by the question. Qiao Shu looked disappointed and said, "You need to think about this. As the backup food for the 044 reclamation area, this is your lifelong affair." The little fox instantly felt that the pitaya in its mouth lost its flavor. Although it couldn't understand the words, it could clearly sense Qiao Shu's mischievous intent. "You scare me." While Qiao Shu was teasing the little fox, the water in the delicious pot had started boiling vigorously. He placed the thin slices of lamb meat into the pot one by one, letting the boiling water scald them briefly until they were fully cooked. Although he didn't have sesame sauce at hand, he still created a simple dipping sauce by mixing soy sauce and MSG, enjoying the natural flavor of the lamb. Using 2 small sticks of similar length as makeshift chopsticks, Qiao Shu picked up a slice of lamb, dipped it into the sauce, and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. The tender lamb slid down his throat, and the unique taste, both fragrant and tender, neither gamey nor greasy, exploded in his mouth. In one word, delicious. Qiao Shu looked at the camera with a face full of enjoyment. The meat was rich and fragrant, juicy, complemented by the aroma of soy sauce. Simply a culinary delight. It would be even better with some sesame sauce, fermented tofu, and chai flowers. Being from the north, Qiao Shu preferred sesame sauce over oil dips when enjoying hot pot lamb. He also picked up 2 pieces of lamb for the little fox, who had been staring at him for a while, but he didn't let it dip in soy sauce. Although he wasn't sure if the fennec fox could eat salty food, he knew that dogs, being canines as well, shouldn't have too much salt due to potential kidney burdens and hair loss. despite the little fox's cuteness. If it ended up with a bald spot from too much salt, even the highest beauty wouldn't save it. Lamb is nourishing, and antelope meat is even more so. But the most precious and nourishing part of the sand antelope isn't the meat. Can you guess which part it is? Qiao Shu smiled and interacted with the viewers. Sand antelope tail. Sand antelope egg. Sand antelope basket. The bizarre answers from the viewers were as expected. Stop, stop, stop. Qiao Shu helplessly gestured for a pause to the camera. Come on, is that really it? There's no other part besides that, right? The real answer is the antelope horn. Qiao Shu pointed to the two protruding horns in his backpack, which are the most valuable parts of the sand antelope. When he was cutting meat from the sand antelope's corpse earlier, he had casually cut off the horns too. It wasn't just because of the horn's value. Such items attract poachers. And even if harvested from a corpse, trading in wildlife products is still illegal. Many wildlife protection area guardians replace rhino horns with artificial ones for this reason. When a particular organ of an animal has immense value, it becomes a source of crime, even if the animal did nothing wrong. It's sad, but it's a fact. Antelope horns are said to have effects like calming the liver and dispelling wind, clearing the liver and improving vision, and detoxifying. Qiao Shu continued to educate his audience. Of course, the antelope horns typically used for medicine are from the Tibetan antelope, but sand antelope horns are still good decorative items, which is also why they are hunted by poachers. I definitely won't sell this pair of antelope horns. Selling wildlife products as a desert reclamation worker would be akin to stealing from oneself, and the punishment would be even harsher. However, I could keep them as decoration in the headquarters or donate them to an animal protection association or a desert reclamation organization. While chatting with the viewers, Qiao Shu kept stuffing lamb slices into his mouth. A pound of lamb quickly disappeared between him and the little fox. But due to the significant physical exertion during the day and not having eaten anything, this little bit of lamb didn't even make him half full. Qiao Shu and the little fox's eyes simultaneously shifted to the palm leaves nearby. There were still 2 pounds of marinated lamb leg meat, the fatty meat glistening and fragrant, mixed with the rich aroma of the seasonings, making one's appetite soar. All right, the lamb slices we just ate were just an appetizer. Now comes the segment everyone loves the most, roasted leg of lamb. Chapter 36Q, a session in fact. Roasting a leg of lamb is very simple. It's just like grilling meat skewers at home. The secret is not to flip it too often, especially when the timing is inconsistent, as it can easily affect the texture and doneness. The distance between the leg of lamb and the charcoal also influences how long you should wait before flipping it. How do you know when to flip it? It's simple. Just check if the side facing the fire has turned a bit yellow. If it has, it's time to flip. Qiao Shu spoke nonstop to the camera about the secrets of roasting lamb legs, while the lamb leg over the campfire started to sizzle and glisten with oil. The oil dripped into the flames, bursting into brilliant sparks, and the rich aroma of meat mixed with a smoky scent wafted into the noses of the person and the fox. Little Ollie suddenly felt that the dragon fruit in her mouth wasn't as tasty anymore, her eyes glued to the lamb leg over the fire. The smell of meat roasted over fire is absolutely irresistible to a wild animal that has only eaten raw meat, especially with the various spices mixed in. Even the little vulture next door was drooling. Unfortunately, Qiao Shu swallowed hard. For convenience, I only took the meat off the bone. A boneless roasted leg of lamb lacks soul. The gazelle has been active for a long time, and the meat on its body is very tough, especially the leg muscles, which are well developed and need to be roasted longer to be fully cooked. While waiting, let's make a cup of sweet and sour sand jujube juice. Qiao Shu chopped up a pile of sand jujubes he picked from a tree into small pieces and placed them into an empty kettle. Then he found a sturdy stick nearby, cleaned it, and stirred in the kettle to extract the juice from the sand jujube pulp. The extracted juice was poured into another kettle, while the remaining sand jujube pulp was discarded. Soon, a cup of pure sand jujube juice with a reddish-brown sheen was ready. Qiao Shu lowered his head and took a sip, and his expression changed instantly, as if he wore a mask of pain. Wow, that is sour. It might be that these sand jujubes are not yet ripe. The sourness stimulates saliva secretion, and Qiao Shu mumbled, I have to find a way to salvage this, otherwise this kettle of sand jujube juice will go to waste. The only thing that can neutralize the sourness is sugar. Qiao Shu first poured an appropriate amount of white sugar from the spice bottle. After a moment of thought, he also squeezed some juice from the dragon fruit. Although the desert's unique strawberry dragon fruit is small, it is surprisingly sweet, just enough to mask the sourness of the sand jujubes. He poured in the dragon fruit juice and white sugar, then added a bit of cool pond water to chill it, and a mixed ice-cold fruit juice was completed. Qiao Shu took another sip, and his eyes lit up. The sourness of the sand jujubes had transformed into a unique fragrance under the sweetness of the sugar, combined with the distinct sweetness of the dragon fruit, creating a flavor that is uniquely charming of the desert. This is delicious. Not inferior to the juices sold in those milk tea shops, Qiao Shu praised. It was similar to a fresh fruit tea I had at a milk tea shop. What was that shop called again? It seems to be Magic City Housewife. In the previous second, the audience was desperately swallowing saliva, and in the next second, they burst out laughing. What the heck is Magic City Housewife? What the hell is Magic City Housewife? That is Shanghai Andy. What strange things are stored in Tree Brother's head besides wilderness survival knowledge? Goodness, it seems like Tree Brother inadvertently exposed some of his preferences. Is it really that delicious? Swallows, it really is delicious. Qiao Shu nodded at the camera. Although in terms of taste and sweetness, it cannot compare to drinks made with food additives. It excels in being natural and harmless. Qiao Shu took another sip from the kettle, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. In the desolate desert, where even normal drinking water is a problem, being able to drink a cup of fresh juice is already a divine treatment. While the leg of lamb is not yet cooked, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Although I am just an apprentice sand controller, I have a good grasp of theoretical knowledge. Qiao Shu lazily leaned against a rock, the warmth from the fluffy little fox in his arms dispelling the cold of the desert night. The popularity of the live stream remained around 300,000, and he certainly wouldn't miss this good opportunity to promote sand controllers to gain more greening points. Hearing Qiao Shu's words, the audience immediately became excited. Although Qiao Shu was already paying close attention to the live broadcast effect, being in the dangerous desert, he couldn't interact with the audience like other streamers at all times. Now that there was an opportunity to interact with Qiao Shu, everyone naturally wouldn't miss it. Qiao Shu also sat in front of the camera, randomly reading the questions from the bullet comments. Tree Brother, I have a question that has puzzled me for years. Why is there no change in my weight after I weigh myself every day after taking a dump? Qiao Shu looked up, his expression complex as he stared at the camera. Did you weigh yourself on the scale? Ha 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 ha. I can't breathe from laughing. The audience burst into laughter, filling the live stream with a joyful atmosphere. Qiao Shu shook his head helplessly. This audience is hard to deal with. They are too mischievous. All right, please go wash the scale first. Let us move on to the next question. Tree Brother, I really like wilderness survival and envy you for seeing different landscapes from ordinary people. So I want to ask, is there any job that allows you to travel around the country and is exciting and thrilling? Qiao Shu replied seriously, yes, being a fugitive. The audience. All right, everyone, can we ask some questions related to sand controllers? Qiao Shu said, half laughing, half crying, I'm also a popular science streamer, not a stand-up comedian. After a round of teasing, Qiao Shu finally found a serious question in the bullet comments. Tree Brother, you must know that 7 sand controllers have died in the 044 management area one after another, right? In such a dangerous situation. Why do you still choose to work here? Upon seeing this bullet comment, Qiao Shu was instantly jolted. Talking about this, I'm no longer sleepy. He originally wanted to quote a few famous sayings from his past life, like if I don't go to hell, who will? To show off and build up his persona, and then harvest a batch of greening points. But the words caught in his throat, and he suddenly couldn't say them. After a moment of silent contemplation, Qiao Shu finally spoke, setting aside the facts. I am also an ordinary person. Ordinary people are afraid of death. I myself would prefer to work in the safest management area. But some things always need to be done. A management area that has been abandoned will eventually become a true no man's land, and Huagua will lose a piece of land that can provide for its people. This is my mission. You can consider it a debt I owe from birth. The vast majority of the audience did not understand Qiao Shu's meaning, but still offered him sincere encouragement. Only Qiao Qingfeng, gazing at the computer in his luxurious study, looked at the familiar young man on the screen, lost in thought. Chapter 37. Flying little Ali, the night sky of the desert is not a single shade of black, adorned by stars of various colors. It truly presents a colorful black. The moon is brilliant, not the usual round disk, but rather like a warm-colored firework blooming in the night sky, radiating a soft orange glow. The gentle yet bright moonlight even illuminates the winding shadows in the valley below, while small puddles reflect its dazzling light. A meteor streaks across the sky, and before the spectators can gasp or make a wish, it has already vanished at the ends of the earth. In the next moment, another new meteor passes by. Qiao Shu gazes at the beautiful scenery before him and sighs. Danger always coexists with opportunity. Although this place is fraught with peril, if I hadn't come here, how could I have witnessed such beauty? The others look at the breathtaking scene that makes them feel as if they are in a dream, and they can't help but feel overwhelmed. Even Xiao Qingfeng, who has experienced most of the hardships of life, feels his once silent heart slowly being healed in this moment. After losing his father in childhood and his wife in middle age, he raised 2 children alone. Xiao Qingfeng not only did not neglect Qiao Shu and his sister, but he also started from scratch, becoming one of the top billionaires in northeast China and even in Huagua with his cleverness and daring spirit. Thus, deeply aware of the hardships of life, Qiao Qingfeng has always struggled to understand Qiao Shu. Why would he abandon his privileged life as a rich second generation and venture into a dangerous desert to become a sand control worker? Yet at this moment, he seems to comprehend something. When one is well fed, they begin to consider higher level needs. He has fed Qiao Shu too well, leading to the point where money no longer stirs his desires. Qiao Qingfeng's expression is complicated. He is uncertain whether this version of Qiao Shu is good or bad. All right, we've chatted long enough. The lamb leg is fully roasted. Suddenly, Qiao Shu flips over, and little Ali bounces out without warning. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little fox flails in the air, panic-stricken, its voice changed from fright. Fortunately, Qiao Shu reacts quickly and scoops it back. Otherwise, if it fell into the campfire, it would truly become backup food. How can you be so careless? Qiao Shu scolds, holding little Ali in his arms. You can't be so mischievous next time. Ali. Did I fly out by myself? I'm flying little Ali. The little fox is somewhat angry, the kind that can't be easily appeased. It isn't until Qiao Shu brings a piece of delicious roasted lamb leg meat to its mouth that its anger finally dissipates. The entire process lasts a full 10 seconds. Looking at the little fox holding a piece of lamb leg meat, beaming with joy, its tail wagging wildly, Qiao Shu shakes his head helplessly. Women's thoughts are truly unfathomable. They can change face in an instant. The same goes for female foxes. Retracting his gaze, Qiao Shu looks back at the roasted lamb leg on the campfire. A rich, oily aroma wafts through the air, the golden, crispy skin of the lamb leg sprinkled with salt and cumin makes Qiao Shu himself unable to resist swallowing. He uses a tactical dagger to cut a piece of lamb leg meat, taking a bite. The juices mixed with oil splatter in his mouth. The fresh lamb flavor stimulating his taste buds, delivering a series of unfamiliar yet delicious sensations to his brain. As Qiao Shu chews, his eyes widen. Meanwhile, 300,000 viewers simultaneously swallow their saliva in front of the screen, including Qiao Qingfeng, who is accustomed to delicacies. Brother Shu, what does the sand antelope leg taste like? Is it good? I declare that my week-long diet plan is officially shattered. It looks too delicious. I can't believe you. Today is the first, and your diet plan lasted only a day? I believed in Brother Shu's nonsense. The title of the live broadcast was about surviving in the wilderness. Yet it turned into a food show. At this moment, Qiao Shu has no time to consider the viewer's feelings. The sand antelope leg is just too chewy. He needs to concentrate all his energy on dealing with the fragrant lamb meat in his mouth. As a result, he can't even speak, only emitting mm sounds through his nostrils to express his respect for this earthly delicacy. After chewing for a while, Qiao Shu reluctantly swallows the meat and, with lingering taste, says this texture is truly indescribable. It completely makes me forget where I am. That unique texture and flavor feel like jumping and running with a sand antelope on a cliff, leaving an unforgettable impression. I strongly recommend everyone to try this delicacy. Oh, I forgot, you probably won't get to eat it in this lifetime. It would be too torturous for you to eat sand antelope meat. For the next half an hour, the audience watches the duo feast with a sense of suffering as they devour 2 pounds of sand antelope leg meat clean. Yet no one is willing to leave the live stream. Everyone is both pained and delighted. Old Father Qiao Qingfeng, meanwhile, scolds Qiao Shu for being unfilial while instructing the old housekeeper to prepare a whole roasted lamb. Just as the old housekeeper steps out the door, he is stopped by Qiao Ning, who orders him to prepare a portion for her as well. With their bellies round, Qiao Shu leans against a large rock while Ali rests against Qiao Shu's thigh, both comfortably closing their eyes to rest. As for the strawberries and dragon fruits, there is no room left in their bellies, so they will have to wait until tomorrow for breakfast. After resting for 10 minutes, Qiao Shu slowly stands up. All right, we've eaten enough. Let's start fixing up tonight's temporary campsite. Today's journey has consumed a lot of my energy. I need to make the shelter as comfortable as possible so I can sleep well and recover. Qiao Shu first goes to the nearby woods, gathering a pile of branches and wooden sticks over a meter long. Then, he leans these branches against the entrance of the cave, forming a barrier that only allows an adult to enter and exit normally. Sleeping openly in the wilderness is no different from throwing a young girl into a prison filled with the most notorious criminals. Don't underestimate these branches. While they may not offer much defense, they can at least block the first wave of attacks from wild beasts. Sometimes, life and death can hinge on those first few seconds. Next, Qiao Shu picks up the machete, cuts a bundle of spiny shrubs, and carefully moves them outside the cave. This is camel thorn, the most common half-shrub, half-herbaceous plant in the desert. Qiao Shu points to the sharp thorns on the camel thorn, saying, "These thorns can help me fend off some small carnivorous animals and snakes, preventing them from biting my throat while I sleep. As for those smaller yet deadly creatures, like scorpions, small venomous snakes, and spiders, what should be done if they invade?" Qiao Shu smiles and pats Ali's round head beside him, with Ali around. "It's all good. It's an expert at catching scorpions. Any desert poison is just a snack in front of the fennec fox." Chapter 38, Living the Fennec Fox. A cute little desert sprite raised on delicious snacks. Beneath its adorable appearance lies a hunter's heart. In a vast desert, the only true enemies of the fennec fox are humans and hyenas. Humans, needless to say, are the enemies of nearly all animals. As for hyenas, these creatures with their infamous anal digging attack method are the most notorious predators. Whether on the grasslands or in the desert, hyenas are undoubtedly the most despicable carnivores. They eat almost anything, including carrion. With their indiscriminate diet, hyenas are very likely to target fennec foxes, while other desert carnivores generally show little interest in them. Of course, it could also be that fennec foxes are too small, and it's simply not worth the effort to expend precious energy for just a few bites of meat. Thus, the fennec fox has inexplicably become a top predator in the desert food chain. All right, Qiao Shu evenly spread camel thorn branches over the barrier at the cave entrance and said to the audience, "It's getting late, so let's wrap up today's live stream. I have to get up early tomorrow for the journey. I really don't want to spend another night out in the wild. I'll start streaming again first thing in the morning, and if anything happens at night, I might stream then too." The viewers, who are getting into the excitement, were reluctant to let Qiao Shu sign off. "Don't go, Brother Shu. Can we chat a little longer? How about you perform a show? If you perform, I'll let you go. How about singing a song? If you sing, not only will I let you go, but I'll also donate 100 Saxol trees to the sand control efforts." Sing, sing, sing. Qiao Shu looked at the rapidly refreshing comments with a bit of annoyance and scratched his head. It wasn't that he couldn't sing well. He just wanted to finish the stream and do the lottery. However, since the audience was the biggest source of greening points, adhering to the customer-first principle, he reluctantly said, "All right, we have a deal. I'll sing one song, and then we'll end the stream. No backing out." The audience naturally agreed eagerly. "I'll embarrass myself then." Qiao Shu sat at the cave entrance holding little Ali, gazing at the flickering campfire, pondering what song would be fitting. Songs from this world definitely wouldn't do. Even though his memories had completely merged with the original Qiao Shu's, he had never sung those songs before, and forcing them out would truly be embarrassing. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. There was indeed a song that while not particularly fitting, aligned well with today's topic and was suitable for a solo performance. Clearing his throat, he held the drowsy little ah-lee and began to hum. Every day, standing on a high building, looking at the little ants on the ground. Their heads are big, their legs are thin. The unfamiliar song echoed through the valley, and the already sleepy little Ali lifted its head, curiously looking at Qiao Shu. It seemed the master could sing like a little bird. They hold Apple phones. They wear Nike and Adidas. They're late for work, and they're very anxious. The audience, initially joking in the comments and waiting for Qiao Shu to make a fool of himself, was surprised to find that his singing voice was unexpectedly pleasant. Although the melody of this unfamiliar song was strange, it was catchy and appealing. While he wasn't professionally trained in music, Qiao Shu had often gone to karaoke with classmates in high school, so his singing skills were quite decent. Although the audience couldn't decipher much from those lines, they were intrigued enough to continue listening. My poor Jeep hasn't climbed mountains or crossed rivers in a long time. It's living in this city, feeling very oppressed. The viewers behind the screen exchanged knowing smiles. That line made them inevitably think of Qiao Shu's off-road vehicle. Even though it was his first mission, it was buried under the yellow sand before it could even start. It wasn't just oppressive, it was almost tragic. Although it said nothing, I knew it was very sad. I quietly made a wish to take it to see the desert. As the repetitive melody stopped, Qiao Shu's voice began to rise slowly. The audience straightened up, focusing intently on the screen. They all knew the climax of the song was about to come. Hurry and rush. Why is life always like this? Is my ideal just to spend my life this way? Everyone's smiles began to freeze. Most could hear the unwillingness to be ordinary conveyed in the song. A few music theory enthusiasts fell silent, as if they understood what Qiao Shu was trying to convey through this song. Why is life always the same? Why do we live the same days, every day? What is the difference between me waking up today and me yesterday? Not humble, not arrogant, not hurried, not flustered. Perhaps life should be like this. Should I seek the freedom I want only after turning 60? As the song ended, silence returned to the valley. Qiao Shu did not continue singing, but left some suspense, giving the audience time to reflect. These were sharp yet gentle lyrics. One didn't need to read them closely to feel the voice of ordinary people unwilling to be ordinary. All right, the name of this song is Living. Qiao Shu smiled at the camera, his bright eyes shining in the darkness, hoping that everyone could consciously live in today's fast-paced society. That's it for today's live stream. See you tomorrow. At the same time, the familiar system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected breaking through self. Skill basic music has been activated. Ding! Host autonomously unlocked skill. Reward: 1,000 greening points. Sure enough, my dear money-giving system is back. Even singing a song can unlock skills. This sand control system really wants to cultivate me into an all-rounder. However, this skill doesn't seem too useless. At least when I get home, I can sing karaoke with my friends. By the time the audience came back to their senses from living, the live stream screen had turned black. Qiao Shu kept his promise and ended the stream the moment he finished singing, as if staying on longer would cost him money. Although the live stream had ended, the audience's enthusiasm was far from over, and the impact of living would also continue. I'll put up a billion happy beans. What is the name of this song? Brother Shu sings so well. I couldn't find the song. Either it's too obscure or is it an original song? Are you kidding me? Brother Shu can shoot, cook, rock climb, parkour, hunt, and skin, and now you tell me he can sing, and it's original? Same 9-year compulsory education. Why is Brother Shu such a jack of all trades? Am I the only one who noticed the lyrics of this song are really good? Damn, I want to fire my boss. I'm going to buy a Jeep to travel. Wake up upstairs. If you fire your boss, how are you going to pay off the loan for that Jeep? It won't even be yours. The viewers in the live stream were engaged in heated discussions, while Qiao Qingfeng, far away in northeast China, stared blankly at the dark screen. After a moment, he regained his senses and quietly closed the laptop screen. Leaving the study, he went downstairs, silently stepping into the yard and taking a deep breath. In one corner of the yard, the old butler had already prepared a whole roasted lamb, the soft firelight illuminating the entire yard. Noticing Qiao Qingfeng coming over, Qiao Ning, who was also daydreaming in the corner of the yard, gently spoke, "Dad, you're here. Qiao Qingfeng gently nodded. Xiao Ning seemed to sense that her father was a bit distracted and tentatively asked, "Were you watching the live stream of the little tree just now?" Qiao Qingfeng, caught by his daughter's observation, awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "Ahem. I was a bit curious, so I watched for a while." Seeing her father's insincere demeanor, Xiao Ning smiled without saying a word and turned her head to continue staring blankly at the roasted whole lamb. After a moment, Qiao Qingfeng suddenly broke the silence. "Little Ning, when your brother comes back, I won't stop him from doing anything. If he wants to be a desert worker, then let him be. If he wants to live, then let him live his life the way he wants." Xiao Ning was taken aback for a moment. Then her face blossomed with a smile. "Okay, Chapter 39 System Update Ding. The live broadcast has ended, and the greening points earned from this broadcast are being settled. Highest popularity during the broadcast, 371. 900. Average viewing time, 4 hours and 30 minutes. Average popularity during the broadcast, 182. 192. Settling greening points. Congratulations, host. You have earned 221. 200 greening points, and your current balance is 247. 620 points. Qiao Shu let out a sigh of relief, his eyes revealing uncontainable excitement. Even when Qiao Qingfeng told him in his youth that he was a billionaire and he was a proper rich second generation, he had never been as excited as he was now. 200,000 greening points. That means he could draw 20 times in a 10 consecutive draw. 20 times. Even if his luck was terrible, he should at least get a few golden rewards, right? Such a wealth of resources, Qiao Shu would often take advantage of it in his life. Qiao Shu opened the lottery wheel again, only to find that there had been significant changes to the system interface. Ding! Detected that the host's greening point balance has exceeded 100,000 for the first time. The system has completed its first update. This update includes lottery wheel upgrade, system all officially opened, space backpack function activated, greening point fixed deposit and loans function activated. The above content has been implemented. Please explore it yourself, host. When the host's greening point balance exceeds 1 million, the system will conduct a second update. Please look forward to it. Qiao Shu was initially taken aback. Then his heart surged with joy. Thank you, my financial system. The space backpack function has finally gone live. He had thought that space-type items would require a lot of effort and massive greening points to draw one, but unexpectedly, the all-powerful system came with its own space. Qiao Shu hurriedly checked the specific information of the space backpack. Space backpack function introduction creates a space that can store all lifeless objects. Time will pause within the space. Space size, 1 cubic meter, can spend 10,000 greening points to upgrade. Additional function, none, can obtain accessories through lottery or system all to unlock more functions. Qiao Shu considered for a moment. Since he currently had plenty of greening points, it would be better to spend 10,000 to upgrade the size first. Although that 10,000 greening points could draw 10 times, the space backpack was also very important. If his off-road vehicle got stuck in the sand today, having a sufficiently sized space backpack would allow him to directly store it. 10,000 greening points were deducted, and the interface of the space backpack immediately changed. Space size, 10 cubic meters, can spend 100,000 greening points to upgrade. Qiao Shu nodded in satisfaction. 10 cubic meters was enough for now. If he had the chance, he could go back and retrieve his beloved little off-road vehicle. Living in the desert, having a vehicle was quite convenient. He continued to check the other updated features. The greening point fixed deposit and loans function was easy to understand. It was a simplified version of a greening point bank, only providing loan and fixed deposit services. Fixed deposits had a certain interest, but they had to be kept until the specified time. Otherwise, all interest would be forfeited. Loans were for emergencies when greening points were insufficient. With an annual interest rate of 3, which was quite reasonable compared to some online loan platforms. The system mall's interface was completely refreshed, and there were many items available. A dazzling array of various goods that left Qiao Shu feeling overwhelmed. These included some weapons, skills, supplies, and items, with prices ranging from dozens of greening points to millions of greening points. Moreover, Qiao Shu discovered that the rewards he had previously drawn, apart from the unique golden and purple rewards, had all been unlocked in the mall. A Upon closer inspection of these items' prices, Qiao Shu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Ah no, it was cool enough at night in the desert to take a gasp. Eagle-eye bow, purple level weapon, price 6,000,000 greening points. Hunter's wide blade knife, purple level weapon, price for 500,000 greening points. Return scroll, purple level item, price 1,000,000 greening points. Automatic well digging device, purple level item, price 4,000,000 greening points. Rekindled katana, blue level weapon, price 350,000 greening points. Pet collar, blue level item, price 200,000 greening points. Even for little Ali's food, fresh moo milk, green level item, cost 2,000 greening points per bottle. Qiao Shu turned his head away, unable to bear to look. In the system mall, any blue quality item or better was priced at several million greening points. These items were good, but with Qiao Shu's current spending power, he truly could not afford them. As a top-tier second generation, Qiao Shu felt the pain of not having enough money when buying things for the first time. Fortunately, there was the beginner's special 10 consecutive draws to fall back on, which kept his spirits from being too low. Opening the lottery interface, what caught his eye was a glaring system update announcement. 1. The beginner's special, 7 days, has expired. The lottery price has returned to 10,000 greening points per draw. 2. Lottery probabilities have been upgraded. The probabilities for white and green rewards have decreased, while the probabilities for blue, purple, and gold rewards have increased. 3. The guaranteed feature is now live. Each 10 consecutive draws will guarantee at least one blue reward, and there will be no cases where only white and green rewards appear. Qiao Shu, why did it expire? Wasn't it said to be a 7-day beginner's special? Today is only the 3rd day since I arrived in the desert. Wait, could it be that the 7-day beginner period refers to the time I activated the system? Not when the system was activated. Calculating the time, he had indeed activated the system exactly 7 days ago at the Desert Reclamation Training Conference and had simultaneously applied to the organization for a position in the 044 reclamation area. He still couldn't forget the shocked, sympathetic, and admiring looks from the instructors and newcomers back then. Fine, if there was no beginner's special, then so be it. After all, the probabilities have been upgraded, and I won't be at a loss. Desert Live. I'm a desert reclamation worker. I will never lose out. Without the beginner's special, Qiao Shu dared not draw recklessly. He had to save some greening points for emergencies. However, now that he had 200,000 greening points, drawing 10 consecutive draws was still possible. System, I want a 10 consecutive draw. Qiao Shu threatened with a frosty expression. You just tricked me once. Let's see how you perform in this 10 consecutive draw. Unfortunately, the system had no consciousness, and Qiao Shu's threat was meaningless. The familiar huge wheel began to spin again, and unlike before, the white area no longer occupied more than half of the wheel, but rather shared half of the wheel size with the green area. At the same time, the blue, purple, and gold areas expanded. At least the gold area was no longer just a needle. The giant wheel spun, passing through various areas under Qiao Shu's eager gaze. Chapter 40. Pockball. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue resource, a box of water purification agents. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a white resource, a box of lighter fuel. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a green weapon, an HKP-2, a 1 signal gun. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white item, a box of books related to desert knowledge. With 2 white, 1 green, and 1 blue item, Qiao Shu couldn't help but ponder. In fact, the increased lottery probability might be more suitable for him than the beginner's special offer. After all, he was not a lucky person. The beginner's special offer yielded items like toilet paper, shower gel, instant noodles, etc. He wasn't opening a grocery store in the desert. So what would he do with these items? With the probability boost, obtaining various practical items and skills was the key to enhancing his strength. The spinning wheel in front of Qiao Shu continued to rotate, with green and blue lights flashing, occasionally interspersed with white light. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue item, a pet collar. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green resources, 100 improved sand jujube saplings. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green resources. 100 improved hushy chrysanthemum seeds. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green resources. 100 improved cactus seeds. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white resources. 10 stones. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white item, a comfortable single bed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue skill. Intermediate hunting. The 10 consecutive draws along with the bonus lottery ended, resulting in 3 blue rewards and 4 green rewards. It could only be said to be average, but it was steady, unlike before when it was like stocking a grocery store. Among the 3 blue rewards, intermediate hunting was a very practical skill. With it, Qiao Shu could help the small animals in the governance area better liberate themselves. The water purification agent could purify outdoor freshwater resources to meet human drinking standards. Just a small piece could purify 3 liters of fresh water. And Qiao Shu now had an entire box. The pet collar was the most interesting. Previously, Qiao Shu had seen a similar item in the system mall, priced an outrageous 200,000 greening points. Of course, the prices in the system mall were inflated, but the effect of this pet collar was indeed disappointing. The animal wearing this collar would slowly increase its intimacy with the owner and could understand some simple commands. Moreover, as long as it was not harmed by the owner, the pet would never betray. Qiao Shu examined the pink collar in his hand and gently put it around the neck of little A Li. The pet collar automatically adjusted to the size of Li's neck, fitting just right. Ali didn't even feel it and continued to sleep soundly. Qiao Shu could sense that the bond between him and the little creature had deepened in a mysterious way. The other rewards were temporarily stored in the system warehouse. Qiao Shu wasn't in a hurry to take them out, but instead brought up the lottery wheel again, with another opportunity for 10 consecutive draws. He thought it would be best to strike while the iron was hot and try to draw 10 golden rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white resource, a pack of banana milk gummies. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue item, a Momotaro rice ball. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue skill, intermediate first aid. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue item, a normal skill upgrade card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green resources, a box of Moo Moo fresh milk. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white resource, a box of red Moo functional drinks. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple weapon, a Doran's dagger. It turned purple. Qiao Shu suddenly sat up, looking excitedly at the spinning wheel. Doran's dagger? Is it the Doran's dagger from League of Legends? As an old player, Qiao Shu knew that Doran's dagger was a test item during the internal testing of League of Legends, but unfortunately, its attributes were too powerful, and it never made it to the test server. According to the background story, the Doran series of weapons were crafted by the legendary artisan Doran, each one being a top-tier weapon. Before Qiao Shu could carefully check the attributes of the Doran's dagger, a sudden flash of golden light illuminated the cave. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden item, a Pokeball golden reward. A Pokeball. Qiao Shu's surprised expression instantly turned into a silly grin. No need to be stubborn now. This was truly a good deal. Seeing the outrageous prices of various purple items in the system mall, Qiao Shu understood how rare and powerful golden rewards were. A purple weapon could easily cost several million greening points, and in the real world, it would cause a stir, let alone a golden reward that was not even sold in the system mall. Not to mention anything else, at least one golden special skill could train a real-life superhero. For instance, with his hunter skill, if he unleashed his full potential to hunt and gained various enhancement buffs, he could easily overpower ordinary superheroes like Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. The wheel continued to spin, and Qiao Shu just glanced at the remaining rewards before losing interest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white resource, a box of compound licorice tablets. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a green item, a design blueprint for a small warehouse. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue weapon, an M1895 revolver. The remaining 3 rewards were average. Qiao Shu eagerly took out a small red and white ball. With a thought, information appeared in his mind. Pokeball, quality golden special item. Usage, can store tame pets in the ball's internal space. Pressing the button in the center of the Pokeball can enlarge or shrink the ball for easy carrying. Item effect. The intelligence, lifespan, stamina, and intimacy of pets bound to the Pokeball gradually increase while resting inside the Pokeball. The pet's injuries and stamina will rapidly recover. Each Pokeball can only bind one pet. Upgrade and evolution, spending 100,000 greening points can upgrade to a high-level ball. Precautions. The Pokeball is a special golden item, cannot be destroyed, but does not possess the uniqueness of golden items. It can be repeatedly purchased in the system mall at a price of 1,000,000 greening points. Evaluation. You are the one, Pikachu. Qiao Shu never expected that the Pokeball, after the system's modification, would have such effects. To be honest, in terms of effectiveness, while it was indeed powerful, it wasn't as ridiculously strong as other golden rewards. However, it could be purchased repeatedly. Could it be that the system was encouraging him to abduct, cough cough, rescue and adopt more wild animals? Thinking about his future self wearing a baseball cap with 6 Pokeballs on his waist, encountering enemies without needing to pull out a gun, just throwing out the 6 balls. 6 beams of white light flashed, and animals like the fennec fox, desert wolf, vulture, and camel all leaped out, rushing towards his enemies with bared teeth and claws. The scene, a bit cringy but so cool. Chapter 41, Doran's dagger and dagger technique. Playing with the Pokeball in his hand, Qiao Shu pressed the button in the middle. The Pokeball whooshed and transformed to the size of an apple, making Qiao Shu, who was playing with a real Pokeball for the first time, extremely excited. Without much thought, he aimed the Pokeball at the sleeping little fox beside him and gently tossed it. The little fox was the first animal he encountered after arriving in the desert, and also the first one he adopted. Though they had only known each other for 3 days, they had already formed a deep bond, for both emotional and logical reasons. This precious opportunity to use a binding Pokeball should be reserved for his little fox. Smack the Pokeball accurately hit the little fox on the head, making a clear sound. Just from the sound, one could tell it was a good hit. Whoosh, a white laser struck the little fox. And before it could comprehend the situation while maintaining its sleeping posture, it was sucked into the Pokeball. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, the Pokeball gently swayed on the ground a few times, quickly emitting an electrical sound before returning to calm. Qiao Shu eagerly picked up the Pokeball and held it high above his head. I have captured the fennec fox. Inside the Pokeball, the little fox covered its head with one small paw and opened its eyes in annoyance. Who hit me on the forehead with that thing? Before the little guy could get angry, it was stunned by the unfamiliar scenery in front of it. The little fox thought, what just happened? In a previous life, many Pokemon fans were curious about what the inside of a Pokeball looked like after a Pokemon entered it. The most reliable explanation is that the Pokeball constructs the most suitable habitat for the Pokemon based on its attributes. The higher the quality of the Pokeball, the better the internal environment. It is said that the highest level Master Ball does not have the best environment. The reason the Pokemon cannot escape is that there is no door inside. However, at that moment, the little fox witnessed this unsolved mystery. Before, it was a vibrant desert oasis with lush trees, layered bushes, and distant high mountains and deep ravines. This lively oasis was undoubtedly the sacred place the little fox yearned for the most. Just as the little guy cautiously reached out its small paw toward a wildflower in front of it, suddenly everything spun around again. In the blink of an eye, the little guy found itself back in the cave, where Qiao Shu was smiling mischievously at it. How is it? What was it like inside? The little fox looked at the man in front of it and felt an inexplicable intimacy from the bottom of its heart. The combination of the Pokeball and the pet collar created an unexpected reaction, deepening the little fox's affection for Qiao Shu. It couldn't help but nuzzle its little head against Qiao Shu's hand affectionately. Qiao Shu looked at the little guy in surprise. Although the little fox had not been averse to close contact with him before, its personality was still relatively aloof. It was the kind that neither rejected nor took the initiative, a pure little vixen. Smiling, Qiao Shu picked up the little guy. Feeling quite satisfied with this Pokeball golden item, it seemed that it didn't enhance his strength much, but in reality, it was otherwise. A fennec fox that could understand human speech and execute commands could play a significant role in the desert area. Reconnaissance, digging, guarding, assisting in battles, being an animal. The little fox could easily do many things that humans could not. Setting the Pokeball aside for now, Qiao Shu looked at the other rewards stored in the spatial warehouse. The first one that caught his eye was the purple Doran's dagger. Doran's dagger. Quality, purple, epic weapon. Description, from the world of League of Legends. Forged by the legendary blacksmith Doran from the village of Wuji in the province of Ionia. The dagger conceals immense power within. Attributes, increases attack speed by 12 while holding this dagger, adds a small amount of health, and provides a 1 lifesteal effect when attacking. Lifesteal effect, converts damage dealt into health recovery based on percentage. Skill 1, Minion Slayer, increases damage dealt to weaker life forms by 20. Skill 2, New Recruit. The owner of this dagger will permanently learn the martial art dagger technique. Evaluation, Doran's production guarantees quality. Qiao Shu silently took out the Doran's dagger from the spatial warehouse. It was a long dagger that looked unremarkable on the outside, with a wooden handle and a blade made of ordinary fine iron. But Qiao Shu knew that beneath this unremarkable exterior lay terrifying killing power. He turned the dagger around and swung it through the air a few times. A gust of wind sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound. The so-called dagger technique, in full, should be called the Six Harmonies Pro Dagger. It was created by court spies during the Ming Dynasty and has been passed down among the people for over 300 years, proving to be highly effective in actual combat. To put it bluntly, the purpose of this martial art is to kill decisively or render the opponent completely incapable of resistance. Although it has great lethality, Qiao Shu was very satisfied. At least it was better than the trashy, lightning 5-linked whip. With the Doran's dagger and dagger technique, Qiao Shu felt more confident in confronting poachers. In addition to obtaining 1 gold and 1 purple from the 10 consecutive draws, there were also 4 blue rewards. They were Momotaro Rice Balls, Intermediate First Aid, Ordinary Skill Upgrade Card, and M1895 Revolver. The Momotaro Rice Ball was originally a tool used by the robotic cat in Doraemon, which forced any animal that ate it to obey its commands for a period. However, the version produced by the system had undergone a slight nerf. The Momotaro Rice Ball has an irresistible attraction to any animal. Animals that eat this rice ball will have their hostility towards you reduced, and after repeated feeding, there is a chance to make them completely submit. All right, got it. Qiao Shu clapped his hands. This is the animal version of a sleeping drug. System, oh system, you are quite something. Carefully storing the Momotaro Rice Ball, Qiao Shu began to check the remaining blue rewards. Intermediate First Aid was a very practical medical skill. Nothing much to say about it. The M1895 revolver, like the Colt Python revolver he obtained earlier, was a classic model. The difference was that it was the only revolver in the world that could be fitted with a silencer. The principle was hard to explain, but for Qiao Shu, he could consider himself as someone with 2 revolvers, and he could cosplay as a Western cowboy when he had nothing to do. As for the last, Ordinary Skill Upgrade Card, as the name suggests, it can upgrade any skill by 1 level, but it is ineffective for special skills. Qiao Shu felt a bit conflicted about how to use this item. Which skill would be more cost-effective to upgrade? Intermediate Wilderness Survival? Or Intermediate Shooting? Or Advanced Crafting? Don't get me wrong. Qiao Shu, am a serious person, just curious if there's a level higher than Advanced. Chapter 42. The Howl of Wolves. After much hesitation, Qiao Shu ultimately decided not to use the upgrade card. He planned to keep this upgrade card as a trump card, to enhance a life-saving skill at the most critical moment under the current circumstances. For example, upgrading shooting skills during combat, enhancing parkour skills while escaping, or upgrading advanced craftsmanship when bored. Cough, cough, cough. After finishing the 10 consecutive draws and organizing the rewards, the feeling of emptiness returned to Qiao Shu's heart. It was bland, empty, lonely, and accompanied by a slight sense of guilt. The 2 days' worth of green points had been spent cleanly, which made Qiao Shu somewhat restless. He probably was suffering from green point shortage anxiety. Fortunately, the 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws had significantly enhanced his strength, and the 200,000 green points were worth the investment. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. He placed 2 revolvers and the Dolan dagger beside him, while the Momotaro Rice Balls and the 5-shot shotgun were put into the newly opened space backpack. While camping in the dangerous wilderness, Qiao Shu needed to ensure he could enter a combat state at any moment. He added some firewood to the campfire to make it burn brighter. Qiao Shu took out a multi-functional sleeping bag and cuddled with the soft little alien inside. As for the Pock Ball, that thing could be entered at any time. It didn't matter right now. It was still more reassuring to have little Ali by his side in the wild. The little guy's ears were much more effective than his own, and it could save his life at a critical moment. The sleeping bag was fully enclosed, with only his face and part of his neck exposed. Qiao Shu simply wrapped little Ali around his neck like a scarf, and then fell into a deep sleep. As night fell deep in the wilderness without any signs of human presence, it was almost completely silent at this time. Nocturnal animals in the desert began to emerge in search of food, such as fennec foxes, black-footed cats, and sand rats. The night in the desert was their domain. After an unknown amount of time, when the moon had climbed to the highest point in the sky, little Ali's big ears suddenly twitched. The fennec fox's ears acted like biological radar, capable of detecting danger even in sleep. The little fox's sleep was shallow, and it instantly woke up, emerging from the sleeping bag with a vigilant look around. There was movement. A faint wolf howl echoed from far away, and Ali's fur stood on end, fully alert. It was wolves, and wolves never act alone. There was a pack nearby. Little Ali squeaked anxiously, looking down to see Qiao Shu deeply asleep in the sleeping bag. When people are overly fatigued, their sleep state and quality are at their best, and not even thunder could wake them, let alone a fox's call. Only well-trained soldiers can maintain vigilance even in deep sleep, and, clearly, Qiao Shu had not yet reached that point. Watching Qiao Shu sleep soundly, little Ali grew increasingly anxious. It extended its sharp little claws, wanting to poke him, but then awkwardly withdrew, afraid of hurting him. With no other option, Ali retracted its claws and gently stepped on Qiao Shu's face with its soft pad, raising its long tail high. Slap! The big tail hit Qiao Shu's face, finally waking him up. Who whipped me? I tell you, I'm not into that. Qiao Shu mumbled in a daze. Heaven knows what he was dreaming about. Little Ali jumped off his face to the ground, urgently calling out, "Ing, ing, ing." Huh, it's Ali. Qiao Shu rubbed his eyes and sat up. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Before Ali could respond, the wolf howl echoed again from a distance. Qiao Shu heard it clearly and instantly felt a chill run down his spine, waking him up completely. Damn, there are wolves. 2 revolvers appeared in Qiao Shu's hands, one on each side, as he flipped over, leaning against the rock wall and nervously scanning his surroundings. These were wolves, completely incomparable to the poisonous snake he had killed before. Poisonous snakes could be easily handled by trained adults, but wolves were real beasts that would eat a person without a trace. Qiao Shu observed the surroundings in the faint glow of the fire, confirming that the howling came from much farther away, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. The wolf pack should still be quite far from him, but that didn't mean he was safe. Short-distance assaults were the wolf's specialty. The next moment, he took a can of lighter fluid from his space backpack, opened the lid, and poured it onto the campfire not far away. Boom! The moment the lighter fluid touched the flames, a fireball shot up, and the campfire, which was almost extinguished, suddenly roared back to life. With the firelight providing protection, visibility around increased significantly, giving Qiao Shu a bit of a sense of security. He dressed properly and stepped out of the cave, tilting his ear to determine the direction of the wolf howls. The howls echoed in the open desert, and it was impossible for a human ear to determine their direction. However, it was clear that there was no obvious echo from the howls, indicating that they were not in this valley. After a moment of thought, he decided to start a live stream. He had told the audience before that he would go live if anything happened at night. He couldn't go back on his word. Of course, the most important thing was to earn some green points. Little Ali's milk was too expensive, and he was almost too poor to afford it. At midnight, the moon was directly overhead. Midnight, which refers to the period from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., was already quite late for the wilderness, but for netizens, the nightlife was just beginning. The host you follow, desert worker Qiao Shu, has started a live broadcast. Countless night owls received notifications from the platform and curiously entered the live room. Wasn't Shu Gu sleeping? Why is he broadcasting again? Shu Gu, I can't sleep. I can't find that song you just sang. What is going on? Broadcasting in the middle of the night? Damn, I'll just put my phone down to sleep. Am I going to stay up late again tonight? The viewers were initially buzzing in the bullet comments, but when they saw Qiao Shu dressed and ready for action, they immediately sensed something was off. At this moment, Qiao Shu had already put away one revolver and was holding a gun in one hand and a tactical dagger in the other. The Dolan dagger had not been shown to the audience before, so it was better not to reveal it just yet. Everyone, listen. Qiao Shu pointed to the night sky, where the wolf howls were coming from, not too close, probably just outside the valley. Aside from cat and dog sounds, wolf howls should be one of the most familiar animal sounds to ordinary people. Damn, what the hell is that? Is it really a wolf howl? SHT. There are wolves. Ali, run. Don't worry about Shugo. Qiao Shu. Chapter 43. On what basis to intervene? If you encounter a pack of wolves in the wild, don't panic. Fire and noise are what they fear the most. Although the audience lacks conscience, as a conscientious streamer, Qiao Shu still dutifully educated the viewers on the weaknesses of wolf packs. In ancient times, people understood how to use fire to drive away wild animals. This is an animal instinct. They are born afraid of fire, and fierce wolf packs are no exception. Wolves mostly come out to hunt at night, and they inevitably face unpredictable dangers. Long-term exposure to such an environment makes them suspicious and their nerves sensitive. When they hear abnormal sounds, they will immediately retreat to seek safety. Sitting by the campfire, Qiao Shu raised the revolver in his hand to the camera and continued, "So, as long as I stay in this cave with my handgun by the fire, I am completely in an invulnerable position." He casually tossed a piece of dry wood into the fire, making the flames burn brighter. Although he was quite interested in this pack of desert wolves, it would be foolish to go out and meet them in this pitch-black night. The dry wood crackled in the flames, occasionally making popping sounds, combined with the rustling of leaves in the wind and the howls of wolves outside the valley, creating an eerie atmosphere. Little Ali squatted beside Qiao Shu, its large, floppy ears standing upright. Its little face looked tense, seemingly still shaken from the scare. At this moment, Qiao Shu had completely relaxed. He handed a dragon fruit to little Ali as a late-night snack and yawned, saying, "I'll go to sleep once the wolf pack moves away. Don't worry, I won't be foolish enough to get close to them." However, Qiao Shu's gaze fell on the small spherical drone above his head. He could control the drone to fly out of the valley to see what was going on. Upon hearing this, the audience was stunned. Wait a minute, isn't that just one camera drone? Sending it out to scout is like sending us out to scout, right? Brother Shu, don't be reckless. If you're afraid of the wolves, we are too. Look at how timid you all are. It's a wolf pack, not Sadako. It can't crawl out of the screen to bite you. Despite this, there was still an unsettling feeling. Everyone, don't be afraid. If I encounter desert wolves, I'll just slide tackle them and feed them. The audience's attitude naturally did not influence Qiao Shu's decision. He was already excitedly controlling the drone to fly towards the valley. The small drone swiftly maneuvered through the treetops and cliffs, reaching the edge of the desert, overlooking the dark desert, relaying the footage truthfully to the screen. The dark desert was lifeless, and the endless golden sand dunes blurred in the night. The drone slowed down and flew at a low altitude, trying to locate the moving shadows in the darkness. The audience nervously watched the screen, with some timid people quietly pulling their feet back under the covers. A shadow flashed across the screen, instantly capturing Qiao Shu's attention. He silently zoomed out, and a long-legged, well-proportioned desert wolf appeared before everyone. Its fur was a mix of gray and yellow, with a red tongue hanging out, and its large wolf ears seemed somewhat disproportionate on its head. The Arabian wolf is the smallest subspecies of the gray wolf, with larger ears than other subspecies, adapted to the high temperatures of the desert. Some of their ancestors even interbred with wild dogs, making them look somewhat dog-like. But this does not diminish their threat. It lifted its head, exposing its white fangs. And a chilling howl echoed, sending shivers down the spine. Is this the desert wolf? Why does it look so not very smart? Wait until it bites your neck, and you'll know how smart it is. Why is there only one? Don't wolves usually act in packs? Shoo, it's coming out. Just hold on a little longer. Sorry, I think I interrupted. Under the cover of night, one by one, desert wolves emerged from sand dunes, shrubs, and other cover, marching in unison towards the same direction. The howling of the wolves indicated that their prey was still far away, and they were organizing an encirclement. If they were already close to their prey and ready to attack, they wouldn't make a sound. Although Qiao Shu understood this principle, he could not explain it to the audience at this moment. The system's live broadcast function was integrated, all located on the drone, and the audio device was no exception. At this moment, the drone was very far from the valley, so it couldn't relay Qiao Shu's words. Qiao Shu controlled the drone to fly towards the direction the wolves were advancing. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. What was the target of the wolf pack? Judging by their movements, the prey should not be small. In a rarely populated desert, what kind of prey was worth the wolf pack's grand organization? The drone kept moving forward, flying about a kilometer, and Qiao Shu keenly noticed that the desert here seemed a bit different. The sand was not as flat as in other places. It resembled a sea with waves, with small sand dunes rising and falling. He controlled the drone to descend, continuously zooming in on the view. When he finally saw the scene before him clearly, his pupils suddenly widened in shock. This was not a small sand dune. It was clearly a group of camels still sleeping. This was the same group of camels he encountered during the day. Qiao Shu even spotted a cute little camel snuggled up next to its parents, sound asleep, its long eyelashes gently swaying in the night breeze. Qiao Shu suddenly stood up. Little Ali, who was eating a dragon fruit beside him, was startled and looked at Qiao Shu with wide, frightened eyes. What to do? Oh no! The wolf pack is attacking the camel herd. Brother Shu, think of a way. Aren't wolves afraid of gunshots? Just go over and fire a couple of shots to scare them off. Don't worry. The camel herd is the streamer's savior. I can't just abandon them. Brother Shu, we'll just slide tackle them. Slide tackle? Didn't you just feed the wolves? Looking at the optimistic comments on the screen, Qiao Shu's viewpoint was almost contrary to that of all the viewers. Take action myself? For what? To help the camel herd fend off the wolves. To be a righteous hero of the desert? What a joke. The work of a sand guardian is not some romantic fairy tale. In the desert, wolves are not the evil villains deserving of death. Wolves hunting camels means the camels will die. Stopping wolves from hunting camels means the wolves will starve. The wolf's hunting of camels is a natural food chain rule. On what basis do I intervene in the legitimate survival laws of nature? Chapter 44. Enough is enough. Every animal in the food chain has its own position and ecological niche. From the perspective of animal protection, human interference can affect their activity rhythms, thereby impacting the survival of species, whether such interference is well-intentioned or malicious. Logically speaking, if Qiao Shu saves the camel herd, the wolf pack may go hungry. It is very likely that the young wolves in the pack are waiting in their den, starving for food from their mother. Therefore, one of the principles for sand control workers is not to influence the survival of animals based on personal preferences. In the Governance Area 001, the Sand Control Workers General Administration, the gray-haired director leaned back in his office chair, watching the scene on the screen where the wolf pack was surrounding the camels with great interest. Behind him, Secretary Xiao Tian was organizing the materials on the desk while occasionally glancing at the screen. After a while, Xiao Tian could no longer contain himself and spoke up, Director, if Qiao Shu really intervenes to help this group of camels, wouldn't that violate our regulations? The director smiled slightly, knowing that Xiao Tian meant no harm, but was purely curious. What do you think? Instead of answering directly, he countered, if you were Qiao Shu, what would you do? We sand control workers have always adhered to the principle and position of being observers in the field of animal protection. Xiao Tian adjusted his glasses and analyzed calmly. I think we should not intervene and let the hunt happen. The director still wore a smile, seemingly in agreement as he said, you are not wrong. Our position as sand control workers is that humans should not provide relief to animals hunted by predators other than humans, as that would disrupt the balance of the food chain. But have you ever thought about one issue? The director shifted his tone. Humans themselves are also a link in the food chain, and indeed the most important one. While we sand control workers are observers, we also play the roles of producers, consumers, and decomposers, and thus have the right to act according to our own conscience. Are you in favor of saving this group of camels, then? Xiao Tian frowned, seemingly disagreeing with the director's viewpoint. I didn't say that. The director shook his head. Actions are neither right nor wrong. Saving or not saving cannot be measured by correctness. The key lies in grasping the scale. Xiao Tian nodded, but privately scoffed. Wow. The director said these two sentences, but it seems he didn't completely say anything. Truly worthy of being a leader, not a drop of water leaks. During the time, the director and Xiao Tian were chatting. The wolf pack had already approached the camel herd to about 200 meters. From the God's eye view of the small, spherical drone, more than 20 starving desert wolves had completely surrounded the camels, who were still in slumber. Under the command of the lead wolf, their paws gently touched the sand, making no sound, secretly blocking all escape routes for the camel herd. The eagerly anticipated Qiao Shu still had not appeared. Suddenly, the wolf pack on the screen sprang into action. A sturdy and well-proportioned male wolf shot out like lightning, leading 3 desert wolves straight toward a sand dune on the eastern side of the camel herd. This sand dune was the only gap in the encirclement. If the camels reached this dune, they would be completely trapped in a place of certain death. At that moment, the camel leader, who had met Qiao Shu once, suddenly opened its eyes. Seeing the swirling shadows of wolves around, the camel leader let out a terrified cry, trying to alert the other camels. However, it was clearly too late to warn them now. The sudden attack of the 4 desert wolves was like the signal for a full charge. The wolf pack members, who had been waiting for a long time, leaped out from their hiding places, their greedy eyes recklessly assessing the camel herd before them. The wolves' charge was silent, and at the moment the hunt truly began, the audience did not hear a single wolf howl. They moved like a disciplined army, cohesively attacking the camel herd from all directions. Camels sleep differently from any other animals. They adopt a unique kneeling sleep method by folding their lower limbs. They lower themselves to avoid the hot sand and can stand up immediately in case of danger. However, when the wolf pack surged in like a tide, the camels, just awakened from their sleep, fell into a state of great panic. The entire group stumbled and collided with each other as they stood up. Some camels desperately ran outward. Some remained kneeling in place, and others raised their sturdy hooves in an attempt to resist. Why hasn't Brother Shu arrived yet? Some camels have already been bitten to death. Is it possible that Brother Shu won't come at all? Why not? Isn't he a sand control worker? Protecting animals should be his responsibility. That's a good point. Camels are animals. Are desert wolves not animals? The act of sympathizing and offering help to the weak is also part of human nature. The premise is that the person offering help is not personally involved. In other words, the audience's anxiety and sympathy are based on the fact that they are not on site. The first casualties were among the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the camel herd. The sharp wolf fangs tore through the necks of these weak individuals, blood gushing out like a spring, deepening the fear of their companions. A camel that witnessed its companion's tragic death was not stirred to fight back. Instead, it was so frightened that it lost its mind, crazily fleeing like a headless fly, and ended up charging into the encirclement of several other desert wolves. Muffled wails echoed continuously, and the entire camel herd was completely engulfed in darkness and blood. Even the seasoned director could not help but frown at the tragic scene. Logically speaking, as the smallest subspecies of gray wolves, desert wolves should not, and do not have the qualifications, to consider large animals like camels as prey. Yet this pack not only did so, but succeeded. The director keenly sensed that this group of desert wolves seemed a bit too strong. Or rather, the majestic and robust lead wolf appeared to have an unusually high level of intelligence and commandability. The scene shifted to a small camel stumbling in terror toward a sand dune. Behind it, a vicious desert wolf was in hot pursuit. The camel herd had already turned into a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere, and the small camel had long lost track of its parents. Having just been born for less than a week, it had never witnessed such a bloody scene, and the fact that it hadn't fainted on the spot already showed decent psychological quality. Whoosh! A gray shadow fell from the sky like a specter of death. Fangs aimed directly at the small camel's neck, and it could even smell the unique stench of the carnivore's mouth. The small camel closed its eyes in despair. Crack! 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 Just then, 5 sounds like whips cracking through the air rang in the small camel's ears. Lightning 5 whips. The strong wind lifted the small camel's long eyelashes, causing it to involuntarily open its eyes. A figure suddenly appeared, blocking its path. Looking back at the desert wolf that was about to bite it, it had already been sent flying like a cannonball. That's enough. Time to stop. A deep and slightly tense voice rang out. Chirp! Chirp! Following that, a soft and sticky voice echoed. The fox pretends to be a tiger. Chapter 45 Confrontation with the Wolf Pack on the screen. Qiao Shu stood tall in front of the little camel, dressed in a black tactical jacket. On his shoulder was a fox the size of a kitten, its eyes wide open as it nervously watched the desert wolf that had just been knocked away. In Qiao Shu's left hand was a revolver, while his right hand was empty, pulled back to his side like a whip. The unfortunate desert wolf was slapped for the first time in its life, receiving 5 hard slaps in one go. Wow, Brother Shu is so mighty. Damn, did Brother Shu just give that wolf 5 hard slaps? You guys are focusing on the wrong thing. Should you be wondering how Brother Shu managed to knock that wolf away? I could do it too. I'd just go for a sliding tackle. Get out of here, sliding tackle guy. With a blank expression, Qiao Shu rubbed his wrist, but inside he felt bitter. This is so damn embarrassing. I actually used a move that even dogs wouldn't use, the lightning 5 whips, in front of over 100,000 spectators. However, given the situation earlier, he had no time to think. To avoid hurting the desert wolf while saving the little camel, neither the revolver nor the Dorian dagger would work. Only the lightning 5 whips could achieve that. The desert wolf stood up from a cloud of dust, its pale yellow eyes coldly meeting Qiao Shu's gaze. As a smaller wolf species, it knew well that the bipedal creature before was not something it could handle alone. Despite having received 5 hard slaps, it did not lose its composure. It was waiting for its companions to surround and hunt the enemy in front of them. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be qualified to partake in your battle. Qiao Shu looked into the desert wolf's eyes without fear. But wasn't that enough? Your pack has 20 wolves, and the number of camels that have died has already exceeded 15. These camels are enough for you to eat until their meat rots. Although he knew the desert wolf in front of him couldn't understand his words, Qiao Shu still patiently explained. I, Qiao Shu, believe in a principle of courtesy before violence. The wails of the camels filled the air, and Qiao Shu could feel the little fox on his shoulder trembling slightly from fear. He frowned slightly, glancing around him discreetly. The camels were still suffering casualties, and a considerable portion of the desert wolves had already been drawn towards him, encircling him from various directions with ill intent. Among them was the robust leader wolf. Around the leader wolf's neck was a ring of pure white fur, resembling a lion's mane, making it appear even more majestic. Qiao Shu shifted his gaze to the white-necked leader wolf and silently raised his left hand towards the top of its head. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots resounded through the air, interrupting the wolf's predatory stance and startling the trembling camels. The surviving camels fled in panic, while the other desert wolves did not pursue. Instead, they began to gather towards the leader wolf at the center of the arena. Qiao Shu lowered his hand, which had fired a warning shot, and calmly extended his right index finger, tapping his left ear. Damn, what kind of broken gun is this? The gunfire was too loud. His left ear had briefly lost hearing. Hey, you with the scarf. Qiao Shu put away the revolver and pointed at the nearby Wolf King. The Wolf King looked a bit confused, instinctively glancing back. All right, the white scarf. Qiao Shu flashed a row of neat, white teeth. It's you. Stop looking behind you. Wolf King. What the hell is this? Has he always been this brave? Though Qiao Shu was incredibly brave, the little fox on his shoulder was quite cowardly. It anxiously scratched Qiao Shu's head with its paw, perhaps hoping he wouldn't provoke the Wolf King any further, or maybe wanting him to hurry up and put it back in its pockball. Qiao Shu reached out to pat the little fox's tail, signaling it not to be afraid. The little fox, seeing the sharp fangs of the desert wolves and the poker-faced Wolf King in the distance, felt a chill in its heart. Little fox, if they bite my master later, they can't bite me. Let us just chat. Stop waving knives and guns around. Qiao Shu took out a Xiangwu Min cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter with a click, and said, You're their leader, right? I mentioned before that the 2 things wolves fear the most are sound and flames. The previous 3 gunshots had already shocked the wolf pack, and now the lighter had produced a flame out of nowhere. Although it was weak, it was enough to make the wolves cautious. The few desert wolves closest to Qiao Shu immediately bared their fangs and stepped forward threateningly. Qiao Shu knew these guys were just posturing. Wolves wouldn't make unnecessary movements if they truly intended to attack. They would pounce directly. What's the deal? You've hunted over 10 camels. That should be enough to last you a while, right? Qiao Shu took a deep drag from the cigarette and blew a smoke ring towards the Wolf King. "Let us go. I'm not interested in your prey. Let us keep our waters separate." More than 20 sinister and unfriendly gazes were fixed on him, and the owners of those gazes were the brutal and wild desert wolves. It was deceptive to say he wasn't a bit anxious, especially with the little camel behind him and the little fox on his shoulder both trembling. The evening breeze blew through his tactical jacket onto his sweaty back, making him feel a chill. However, when confronting animals, it was all about maintaining composure and emotion. Animals are best at judging human psychological states from body language and tone. Qiao Shu knew he couldn't show the slightest sign of fear, or what awaited him would be a bloody battle. Even if he barely won in the end, using his gun, slaughtering an entire pack of wolves, all that awaited him would be expulsion from the Sand Control Organization. Time passed second by second, and in just a few short seconds, Qiao Shu felt as if days were dragging on. He chose not to fire again to scare the wolves. This Wolf King was very clever, and Qiao Shu even sensed it weighing the pros and cons. In this situation, firing again would only provoke an aggressive response from the wolf pack. Finally, the Wolf King let out a low growl at the members of the wolf pack behind it, and the pack began to withdraw in an orderly fashion from beside Qiao Shu. Phew! Qiao Shu exhaled the last puff of smoke, finally feeling a weight lift from his heart. The audience, witnessing the entire scene as if they were there, collectively sighed in relief. Damn, that scared me to death. I felt like that wolf was about to pounce any second. Damn, watching Brother Shu's live stream is like watching a horror movie. Wow, those wolves really bite. That camel got its bones exposed. Brother Shu is too ruthless. Aren't you afraid at all? Qiao Shu glanced at the barrage of comments, his expression cold and composed as he said, "What is there to be afraid of? I don't understand what you all are scared of. I just need to go home and change into a clean pair of pants." Audience. Chapter 46. The trust of the camel herd. Before Qiao Shu could say anything more, a strange sound suddenly came from behind him. He turned around to see the little camel trembling, its rows of teeth chattering, and its whole body shaking uncontrollably, perhaps due to overwhelming fear. Even the hump on the little guy's back was quivering. At that moment, the little camel resembled a vibrating wooden toy, or a razor, to be precise. What is going on? It must be the system messing with me. Ever since I got the system, strange and awkward thoughts keep popping up in my mind. Qiao Shu approached the little guy and gently touched its hump. "Don't be so jittery. Are you hurt?" The little camel looked at Qiao Shu in fear, continuing to tremble. Clearly, it had completely lost the ability to communicate with the outside world, especially since the wolf pack was not far away, feasting on the bodies of its companions. This intense shock to its world plunged it into deep fear, making it unable to sense Qiao Shu's presence. With no other choice, Qiao Shu sighed inwardly and pretended to rummage through his backpack for a while. Then he held out a Peach Boy rice ball to the little camel's mouth. The Peach Boy rice ball had a strong attraction to animals and would increase their affection towards him. Multiple feedings could even fully tame them. However, since the little camel's herd was still around, Qiao Shu didn't expect to tame it. He just hoped the little guy would temporarily listen to him. The aroma of the rice ball wafted into the little camel's nostrils, and under the temptation of the food, the little guy finally regained some sanity. It gulped down the rice ball, and its big, dark eyes finally showed a hint of expression. "Let us go." Qiao Shu placed his hand on the little camel. "I'll take you to find your mom and dad." With the little camel in tow, Qiao Shu headed towards the direction where the camel herd had fled. In the distance, the Wolf King on the sand dunes stared at Qiao Shu's back without blinking, lost in thought. Bathed in moonlight, the desert was drenched in blood, and the pack of wolves was indulging in their feast under the moonlight. Unintentionally, Qiao Shu turned back to look. The gazes of a person and a wolf collided in the air. Qiao Shu grinned at the Wolf King and disappeared into the night with the little camel. Xiao Tian watched Qiao Shu on the screen, hesitating to speak. Being well-versed in various regulations regarding sand control, he could point out 3 or 4 violations on the spot. Recklessly firing a gun, interfering with wildlife hunting, and even blowing smoke rings at wild animals. Of course, as the chief secretary of the director, his emotional intelligence was not that low, so he wouldn't directly voice these issues. especially since the director beside him was clearly showing unreserved admiration in his gaze. Xiao Tian had to admit that he felt a bit jealous of Qiao Shu now. He had graduated from a world-renowned university and had to go through various assessments just to secure the position of the director's secretary. But this kid named Qiao Shu started a live broadcast and caught the director's eye. Whenever the director had no work to do, he would open the live broadcast software to watch Qiao Shu's streams for entertainment. What? The director, not even turning his head, sensed Xiao Tian's unusualness. Do you think Qiao Shu's handling was inappropriate? No, it's just a bit against the rules, I suppose. The director picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, took out one, and Xiao Tian quickly pulled out a lighter to help him light it. He tried to imitate Qiao Shu and blow smoke rings, but all he managed to produce was a puff of white mist. Xiao Tian quickly turned his head away, pretending he saw nothing. The wolf pack had plenty of food, the camel herd had not been completely wiped out, and he had managed to retreat unscathed. The director watched Qiao Shu on the screen, and regardless of the violations, this was already the best outcome, wasn't it? Relying solely on dogma and regulations would prevent mistakes, but it would also ensure that no significant achievements could be made. Xiao Tian looked at Qiao Shu, who had reunited with the camel herd, and fell into deep thought. Qiao Shu watched as two camels approached the little camel with tears in their eyes, letting out a deep sigh. Thankfully, the little camel's parents were not killed by the wolf pack, and he wouldn't have to witness the tragic scene of a parent-child separation. Qiao Shu looked around. The camels were scattered about, and any slight noise would make them nervously raise their heads, like startled birds. The once massive herd that feared nothing, not even sandstorms, was now reduced to just over a dozen survivors. Fortunately, these camels were somewhat familiar with Qiao Shu, and when they saw him approaching with the little camel, they merely looked on warily, not immediately fleeing. The little camel trotted up to its parents, its big eyes filled with tears, and nudged its little head against its mother's neck. Tonight had truly frightened the child, and it would probably take 10 days or half a month to recover from the shock. Seeing the miserable camels around him, Qiao Shu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. He took out a roll of bandages from his backpack and walked over to one of the camels that had a leg injury and was bleeding profusely. This action was clearly a bit over the top. All the camels looked at him with fear, and the camel leader approached him directly. "I'm just giving you medicine, do you understand?" Qiao Shu animatedly explained to the camel leader. The camel leader, "Who are you cursing from over there? We are camels, not small creatures." Although they were all animals, there was still a significant difference, okay? Ultimately, the camel leader did not refuse Qiao Shu's goodwill. The brief interactions today proved that Qiao Shu had no ill intentions towards the camel herd, coupled with the slight affection brought by the Animal and Plant Illustrated Guide. The camels had already established a preliminary trust in Qiao Shu. Thus, Qiao Shu began to use his beginner veterinary skills to help all the injured camels present bandage their wounds. Most of the camels that managed to escape had only superficial injuries, which were easy to deal with. Some didn't even need Qiao Shu's intervention and would heal quickly. However, a small number of camels had more severe injuries, and Qiao Shu could only feed them some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication. These medications were white rewards obtained from a 10-time draw, specifically for humans. As for how effective they would be for camels, Qiao Shu had no idea. But having something was better than nothing. Camels had much stronger resistance than humans. Half an hour later, the entire camel herd was adorned with white bandages. Upon closer inspection, they were all tied in bows. The confused little A. Li was bewildered. It turned out that the master wasn't deliberately tying bows for me. He just only knew how to tie bows. After finishing bandaging the last camel, Qiao Shu heard the system notification sound again. Ding. The host rescued the wild one-humped camel herd, earning 12,000 greening points. The system detected that the host had gained preliminary trust from the one-humped camel herd, and the system rewards. Chapter 47 Friendship Badge detected that the host has gained preliminary trust from the dromedary herd. The system rewards a special item. Friendship Badge, Dromedary. Before Qiao Shu could react, a sudden sharp pain pierced his left chest. The pain felt like fire ants biting him, a scorching sting that made his flesh ache. Fortunately, Qiao Shu's willpower was strong enough to prevent him from groaning in front of the audience. What the hell is this? Qiao Shu turned away from the camera and lifted his jacket, revealing a silly camel head tattoo on his chest, with long eyelashes, thick lips, and a goofy expression. Qiao Shu touched it, rubbed it hard, and looked utterly disheartened. It couldn't be wiped off. The entire design had already fused with his skin. The pain was temporary, but this silly tattoo seemed permanent. Qiao Shu could already imagine himself returning to his hometown in northeast China, going to the bathhouse, and seeing the bath master suppressing laughter at the sight of this tattoo. He could also envision his father pulling out that beloved Seven Wolves belt after seeing this tattoo. Didn't it say friendship badge? Why'd it give me a tattoo? Besides, what kind of good person gets a camel tattoo? The pain gradually faded, and the specific information about the friendship badge appeared in Qiao Shu's mind. Friendship badge, quality, no quality special item, unique, cannot be purchased, cannot be obtained from any source. Type dromedary, description, an embodiment of friendship and trust with wild animals, only obtained after gaining the trust of all individuals in this herd. The deeper the trust and bond, the darker the tattoo color and the more pronounced the effects. Function significantly increases affinity with dromedaries. This species will not initiate attacks and will regard you as one of their own. In times of crisis, you will receive assistance from this species. Current bond level, friendly, bond levels, neutral, friendly, respectful, reverent, loyal. Evaluation, our friendship is everlasting. Qiao Shu looked at the tattoo on his chest. Indeed, the color was very light now, even a bit greenish, clearly indicating that the dromedary herd's friendship with him was still in the preliminary stage. Looking at the dromedaries before him, their gazes towards him had changed. The herd had previously regarded him with clear distance and caution. Now, they no longer paid attention to him and went about their business as if Qiao Shu was already a member of the team. In the animal world, being ignored is the greatest trust. A smile crept onto Qiao Shu's lips, and the frustration from being forcibly tattooed vanished. Tame a young dromedary. Tame the entire dromedary herd. Of course, saying tame wasn't quite accurate. Now they were all brothers. If only the dromedaries drank alcohol. Qiao Shu thought he could hold a bottle and drink with the herd leader, and it would probably be very willing. Qiao Shu walked over to the dromedary leader and patted its large head. "Hey, buddy, dromedary leader. My brother, my vehicle broke down. Can you take me home tomorrow?" Qiao Shu said with a sly smile. The dromedary leader shook its head, non-committal. The dromedary herd in the desert was like the subway in human society. They could take you to any corner of the desert the fastest and safest, requiring no fuel, just a bit of water and camel thorns. The appearance of the friendship badge led to a subtle change in Qiao Shu's mindset. His original plan was to promote the 044 governance area through live streaming, showing the country and businessmen the development value here to attract capital to transform this desert. If that didn't work, he could use a bit of his family's money to renovate the area. But with the friendship badge, Qiao Shu had a different idea. Perhaps he could lead the local indigenous people to transform their homeland with his own hands. The dromedary herd would serve as transportation, the wolf pack as bodyguards, the fennec foxes as mascots, and the vultures as scouts. As long as he had enough friendship badges, all the desert animals would become his strongest allies. "Come on, buddy, let me ride you." Qiao Shu approached the dromedary leader, eyeing its tall frame with mischief. As soon as he finished speaking, the bewildered dromedary leader became even more confused. Before it could react, Qiao Shu had already climbed onto its back, holding onto the hump and grinning foolishly. Just a quick ride, we're brothers now. The dromedary leader was clearly quite angry, its two large nostrils flaring like exhaust fans. What could it do? It couldn't just toss this newly accepted, hairless brother off after all. The dromedary leader felt like it was living by the saying in human society, life is like a ride. If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Most people have no experience riding camels. It feels completely different from riding horses. The moment you sit on a camel, you experience a significant drop from the ground, making it easy to lose your balance and fall off. When Qiao Shu climbed onto the dromedary, he felt its height. It was an entirely different sensation of being off the ground and losing center. Thankfully, Qiao Shu had good balance and stabilized himself easily. Hey, hey, hey. Qiao Shu continued to laugh foolishly while hugging the dromedary leader's neck. Now he was a camel rider. Qiao Shu rode the dromedary leader through the herd, like a general inspecting his loyal troops. The passing dromedaries showed no fear. Instead, they eagerly approached, allowing Qiao Shu to pet their heads. The live stream viewers watched in disbelief at this scene. The dromedary herd that had ignored Brother Shu during the day suddenly accepted him riding. Even if Brother Shu had just helped them, this change was too drastic, right? Are wild animals really this grateful nowadays? The next day, the scorching desert rolled with heat waves again, and the burning sand made any living being reluctant to place their feet on the ground. In the far distance on the horizon, a herd of dromedaries was slowly approaching. The herd consisted of about 20 camels, and after a night, many stragglers who escaped from the wolf pack found their way back and joined the dromedaries. Qiao Shu sat on the leading dromedary, with a young dromedary following closely behind. The young dromedary's parents looked on with a sense of grievance. After last night's events, the young dromedary had become very clingy to Qiao Shu, even following him to the toilet. Qiao Shu looked at the little guy with a helpless expression. Family, who understands? Who understands the feeling of being in the wild, just pulling down your pants and squatting, only to suddenly see a silly camel face appear behind you? Chapter 48. Farewell to the camel herd riding on my beloved little camel. It will never get stuck in traffic. Qiao Shu sat atop the camel leader, humming a little tune, sipping cola, and holding a Xuanwu cigarette in his right hand. Suddenly, the cheerful singing came to an abrupt halt. Qiao Shu propped himself up, his eyes sparkling behind his sunglasses. Found it, this is the place. Qiao Shu patted the camel leader's head. Brother, let me down. The camel leader shook its head helplessly and stopped. The herd behind saw their leader stop and also came to a halt. Qiao Shu jumped off the camel and approached a small sandbag. After dawn, he had set off with the camel herd, not in a hurry to return to the headquarters, but first to the place where he had encountered the sandstorm. Communicating with the camel leader was not easy. Although Qiao Shu had perfectly integrated into the group with the help of the friendship badge, camels simply did not understand human language. Camels couldn't understand human speech. But clever Qiao Shu still thought of a good method. Sitting on the camel leader, he would tug its left ear to go left and its right ear to go right. The only downside was that it was a bit taxing, and now the camel leader's ear was somewhat bald, arriving in front of the off-road vehicle buried in sand. Qiao Shu reached out his hand to the vehicle. Collect. Nothing happened. Qiao Shu scratched his head and placed his hand on top of the vehicle. Collect. Still nothing happened. Ding. Please note, objects trapped by external items cannot be collected into the space backpack. Qiao Shu. Can't play, huh? Qiao Shu sat down on the sandy ground in a bit of a slump. The scorching sand was burning his bottom. He took out a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep drag. What to do? This was his only off-road vehicle. Although it wasn't particularly valuable, many plans would not proceed smoothly without it. Even if he obtained another one from the system, it couldn't be used in the short term because he couldn't explain the source of the vehicle. Exhaling a large smoke ring, the ethereal smoke scattered and reformed in the air, taking on a shape similar to a camel. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up, and he quietly turned around. More than 20 single-humped camels, including the camel leader, shivered in unison. Brother, as the saying goes, help people to the end. Send Buddha to the west. Qiao Shu extinguished his cigarette and walked slowly to the camel leader. And, as the saying goes, since we're here. Camel leader. 10 minutes later, several long ropes were firmly tied to the off-road vehicle, and the other ends were connected to several strong camels. 1, 2, 3, go. Qiao Shu sat on top of the off-road vehicle, controlling the direction of the towing. The camel leader at the front had a face full of despair. This kid is treating us like livestock. No, wait. We do seem to be livestock. The sand that the sandstorm brought yesterday was mostly loose, so the vehicle wasn't buried too deeply. Rather than being buried, it was more like it had sunk. With Qiao Shu's strength, trying to get the vehicle out was a pipe dream, but with the strength of the camels, it was a different story. Rumble. With the efforts of several powerful male camels, the off-road vehicle was easily dragged out. Qiao Shu jumped down from the vehicle and pulled open the door. Whoosh! Sand flowed out of the vehicle like water, directly burying Qiao Shu's feet. Sigh. Qiao Shu sighed helplessly. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to drive the off-road vehicle away. This was going to be a big project. Moreover, repairing a vehicle wasn't like towing it. When towing, he could cheat and have the camel's help, but he couldn't just hand the camels a wrench and expect them to help fix the car. No choice. Let's get to work. Qiao Shu spent several thousand green points to exchange for a repair toolbox from the system store. Clang clang. Relying on the system-certified beginner repair skill and a full set of repair tools, Qiao Shu quickly cleaned out the sand from inside the off-road vehicle. He sat back in the driver's seat and gently pressed the gas pedal. The off-road vehicle's engine roared violently. From the sound, Qiao Shu judged that the vehicle was likely in good condition, at least for normal driving. Sticking his head out the window, Qiao Shu waved to the camel herd. "Let's go. I'll take you back home to have a look." The camel leader stared deeply at Qiao Shu, but its feet showed no sign of moving. Qiao Shu's smile faded slightly. At this moment, he understood that it was time to part ways. The location of the 044 Governance District headquarters was the most desolate place in the entire governance area, with no plants or water. Even the camels, known as the ships of the desert, could not survive there. Moreover, the original destination of this camel herd was the oasis to the east, and Qiao Shu had already delayed them for half a day. It was time to go their separate ways. Qiao Shu quietly got out of the off-road vehicle, took the spirit ball from his waist, and released little Ollie. During the night, Ollie had gotten along well with the little camel and had quickly become playmates. Now that the camel herd was leaving, it was only right to let the little one say goodbye to its companion. Whimper, curled up into a small ball. Little Ollie stretched out its body, looking curiously at Qiao Shu. "Go say goodbye to the little camel. We're going home." Qiao Shu gently tugged the little one's big ears. Little Ollie, whose IQ was gradually increasing, understood Qiao Shu's meaning and walked gracefully towards the little camel. Qiao Shu also extinguished the cigarette in his hand and approached the camel leader. "Your destination is the oasis to the east, right? It may not be safe there. There could be poachers gathering." Qiao Shu spoke to himself, "But it's okay. I'll be going there soon as well." The camel leader couldn't understand Qiao Shu's words, but it could clearly see the sincere concern in his eyes. It lowered its head and nudged Qiao Shu's chest with its big head. Qiao Shu patted the camel leader's head and continued, "I'm sure you can feel it. The friendship badge has established a connection between us. If you encounter danger, it will alert me. So, go ahead. I'll be right behind you." Leading the way, the camel herd continued their migration towards the oasis to the east. Qiao Shu and little Ollie sat in the off-road vehicle, watching the little camel at the end of the herd, turning back with a reluctant expression after every few steps. Given the little camel's attachment to him, he could have kept it by his side. However, Qiao Shu chose not to do so. Letting a newborn camel leave its parents was not something an upright sand management person should do. Moreover, Qiao Shu was clear about which was more advantageous, taming one camel or a whole herd. Chapter 49. The Sand Control Artifact. Grass Square. By the time Qiao Shu and little Ollie returned to the headquarters, it was already afternoon. The headquarters looked the same as ever, surrounded by scorching sand and swirling heat waves, devoid of any signs of life. The sand was flowing, just like water in a river, and no plants could survive in the moving sand. Indeed, under such conditions, even Qiao Shu and little Ollie couldn't sustain themselves, let alone a whole herd of camels. Gaining the trust of the camel herd was clearly the hardest step. Having had the ability to attract money since childhood, Qiao Shu felt the helplessness of inadequate resources for the first time. He needed to quickly start farming to develop, which would allow him to better carry out his work in protecting animals. Beep beep. Although there was no one at the headquarters, Qiao Shu still instinctively honked the horn twice. This was a habit he developed at home. No matter how late Xiao Qingfeng returned from socializing, he would honk the horn to let Qiao Shu and his sister know, allowing them to sleep peacefully. Children without a mother always need more care, and Xiao Qingfeng did this very well. Parking the off-road vehicle next to the small cabin at headquarters, Qiao Shu carried little Ollie inside. The moment he opened the door, a few strands of hair fluttered down from the crack of the door to the ground. Qiao Shu breathed a sigh of relief. These strands of hair were deliberately left by him to see if poachers would launch a surprise attack in his absence. As long as the poachers lived nearby, He could never let his guard down. Qiao Shu still remembered the fate of his predecessors in the 044 management area. All met with unnatural deaths. With almost 100% mortality rate, a few survivors suffered severe mental trauma. They either ended up in graves or insane asylums. The bed in the house was in tatters, and Qiao Shu had long planned to replace it. He had just won a comfort single bed in a previous lottery, so he dragged the old bed outside to use as firewood. Looking at the brand new and comfortable single bed, Qiao Shu felt very pleased. He casually released little Ali from the pokeball and lazily leaned against the headboard, not wanting to move at all. After several days of live streaming, traveling, and battling, his spirit had been in a tense state. Now that he was safely back at headquarters, the tension finally eased. He decided not to stream today, planning to take a good break for himself. Although he wasn't streaming, Qiao Shu didn't intend to just lie in bed all day. That would be slacking off, not resting. After a short rest, he began to organize the supplies and equipment he had acquired over the past 2 days. Items that could be used repeatedly or had high usage frequency were moved to his spatial backpack, such as 2 revolvers, a 5-shot shotgun, Momotaro rice balls, a lighter, and a Dolan dagger, among others. One-time use items remained in the system warehouse to save space, like 10 cubic meters of fresh water, sugar oranges, cola, and crispy noodles. The space in the system warehouse was almost limitless, but the only downside was that items could only be taken out, not put in. If coordinated well, he could even perform a magic trick. Qiao Shu suspended his hand over the cup, and a stream of clear, fresh water gushed from his palm, filling the cup to the brim. He could also extract items in batches. For instance, this 10 cubic meters of fresh water could be taken out in any amount he desired until it was all extracted. For Qiao Shu, who always chose to build a home while playing Don't Starve in his past life, categorizing items was never a tedious task, but rather a pleasure. Soon, he had categorized these items so that he could retrieve them at the fastest speed when needed. With the remaining time, Qiao Shu planned to read books to improve himself. Or books. Books are the stepping stones of human progress. The knowledge within books is the only way for ordinary people to achieve social mobility, a lifelong endeavor for humanity. He had drawn a pile of books related to desert knowledge, and now was the perfect time to recharge himself. Qiao Shu took out a book about land desertification and sat at the head of the bed, studying earnestly. 3 minutes later, hoo-hoo-hoo, a faint snoring sound came from the room, and little Ali looked up at Qiao Shu in confusion. Why was the master sleeping so early today? The little guy walked over to the pokeball beside Qiao Shu and gently pressed the button in the middle with his little paw. Ali lightly bumped the enlarged pokeball with his head, pulling himself inside. The next day, Qiao Shu still did not start the live stream. Instead, he sat in the sand outside the headquarters, facing 3 fresh camel carcasses. 3 severely injured camels from the herd hadn't made it through the day before. And to help them escape their pain, Qiao Shu chose to mark and kill them himself, storing their bodies in his spatial backpack. The hunter skill was triggered, and Qiao Shu received a reward for increased stamina. Stamina includes tolerance to various types of damage, even physiological resistances such as heat, hunger, and thirst. What pleased Qiao Shu the most was that it indirectly increased his duration. As for the carcasses, camel meat is indeed edible. But Qiao Shu did not plan to use these 3 camels as food. The host of the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome virus is the dromedary camel, and eating camel meat carries a risk of infection. This disease is almost untreatable. Moreover, the camel herd had already become his companions. Although Qiao Shu enjoyed meat, he would never consume the flesh of his companions. As for the 3 carcasses, Qiao Shu had other significant uses for them. They were to be used for sand stabilization and soil cultivation. Planting vegetation in completely desertified land is not simple. In other words, doing things that go against the laws of nature is never easy. China's sand control efforts have continued for decades, pouring in countless human and financial resources. But the returns have been far less than the investment. Is it because the sand controllers are not putting in effort? Or because the common people do not pay attention to environmental protection? Actually, neither. The real reason is simple. Trees cannot survive in the desert. Human-induced desertification is a secondary factor compared to the God level of nature. This land has been barren for thousands of years. It is not as simple as having sand controllers carry shovels, bring water, and plant a few trees to turn it into a lush forest. As for the management plan for the 044 management area, especially the sandy lands near headquarters, Qiao Shu had almost figured out. The Chinese people have always been a nation willing to fight against nature, and alongside decades of sand control efforts, a magical weapon invented by Chinese sand controllers has emerged. This invention is cheap and simple, yet has remarkable effects on managing quicksand lands, and it has now been successfully promoted worldwide. That is the sand control artifact, Grass Square. Chapter 50. Half a rabbit can save half a rabbit. Grass grids are a method for windproofing, sand fixation, and moisture retention, known abroad as the Chinese magic cube. The specific method involves laying bundles of discarded straw in a grid pattern on sandy ground and then using a shovel to press them into the sand. 1/3 of the straw is left standing naturally at the edges, and finally, the sand in the center of the grid is pushed towards the roots of the straw, firmly anchoring it in the sandy ground. After being treated with grass grids, the desert resembles a lifeless mini protective belt, interconnected and ultimately forming a magnificent spectacle. Grass grids can increase the roughness of the ground and reduce wind force. The straw can also retain moisture, increasing the water content of the sandy layer and benefiting the growth of other plants. This is exactly what this land urgently needs. Without grass grids, even a torrential rain lasting 10 days and nights would not retain water, but rather lead to salinization of the land. The sand fixation issue in the 044 treatment area is not from 1 to 100, but from 0 to 1. It is clearly impossible to successfully plant trees right away. The basic principle established by Qiao Shu is to first fix the sand and then plant trees. Thus, the viewers who discovered that Qiao Shu had finally started broadcasting poured into the live stream and immediately saw him sitting under the eaves tying straw. Is Tree Brother inside? Why is he tying straw mats? Where's Ollie? Where's the little camel? The camel herd? Why is Tree Brother tying straw? Wait, where did the dry straw in this desert come from? Zhou Wang Tree quickly hand over little Ollie. Qiao Shu, without raising his head, was organizing the pile of dry straw in his hands. The bodies of the 3 camels had long been buried beneath the sand. As long as the sand was fixed and moisture was retained, they would continue to decompose underground, ultimately becoming nutrients for the land, a decent resting place for them. As for this dry straw, it was naturally bought from the system shop, a large pile for 10 greening points, ridiculously cheap. The dry straw? I pulled it from the mountains to the west last night, Qiao Shu casually said, and I also took out the off-road vehicle. Little Ali is sleeping inside. It's a nocturnal animal. As for the camel herd, they left for the oasis a long time ago. I can't support them now. After saying this, Qiao Shu put down the dry straw and smiled at the camera. All right, enough chit-chat. Today's livestream main content is farming. Hearing Qiao Shu's words, the viewers in the live stream were confused. Farming? With this dry straw? This straw is so dry it wouldn't survive if inserted in water, let alone in sand. If the host can make the grass grow, I'll eat 10 pounds of snacks. Is this guy back to tricking us into eating and drinking? Trick-eating brother and sliding shovel brother are truly like the hidden talents in the live stream. Qiao Shu was not in a hurry to explain. He continued with his work. The viewers were seeing for the first time how a desert reclamation worker planted trees. Usually, the news only mentions how many acres of protective forest have been planted, glossing over the hardships of tree planting. Now that they could see it firsthand, they were naturally captivated. Qiao Shu, wearing gloves, took a handful of dry straw and beat it against the wind, shaking off the smaller or decayed inferior straw pieces, leaving only the quality long wheat straw. Then, he neatly stacked the clean, dry straw along the pre-drawn square edges on the sandy ground. The camera zoomed out, and the viewers collectively gasped. The sandy ground around the headquarters had been marked with intersecting straight lines, extending for hundreds of meters. Qiao Shu was actually planning to plant this grid of dry straw, all by himself. Not to mention whether this method would work. The massive workload alone made the viewers hesitant. Then, Qiao Shu casually picked up a shovel and forcefully pressed the dry straw along the square edge with the shovel. When the middle of the straw was pressed down, the 2 ends naturally stood up, forming a natural barrier to prevent wind and fix the sand. After pressing, He also had to push the sandy soil from both sides towards the base of the straw, firmly anchoring it in the sandy ground. At this point, one grass grid could be considered complete. This is called a grass grid. Qiao Shu wiped the sweat off his face and said to the camera, "The size of one grass grid is 1 meter by 1 meter, with a height of 10 to 20 centimeters. He pointed to the sandy ground in the distance. My task is to plant dry straw all over this sandy area, which has about 30 to 40,000 grids. This is a real big project, but it is also the first step in desert planting. Only by planting these grass grids can I continue to plant other desert plants." Qiao Shu then ran out a bundle of dry straw from the nearby pile, shaking it wildly against the wind. Suddenly, a fluffy gray object fell from the straw with a thud onto the sandy ground. Qiao Shu looked down in shock, and their eyes met. A rabbit, a rabbit? The gray rabbit had silky fur all over its body, with large ears standing up about 7 or 8 centimeters high, and its eyes tightly closed. It was unclear whether it had fainted from the heat while hiding in the straw or was just startled. Qiao Shu swallowed the saliva in his mouth and unlocked the animal encyclopedia for this little rabbit. Species name, desert cotton-tailed rabbit, alias desert cotton rabbit. Audubon's cotton-tailed rabbit, kingdom, Animalia, phylum, Chordata class, Mammalia, family, Leporidae genus, Sylvilagus description, active in dry grasslands, shrublands, low-altitude mountains, and desert areas. Usually sleeping at noon and foraging in the morning and evening. It feeds on various grasses, shrub leaves, and cacti, with a large population that contributes to grassland desertification. Food, herbivorous, with 90% of its diet consisting of grasses. It also eats leaves of leguminous shrubs, peas, tree bark, fallen fruits, pads of cacti, and fine branches of shrubs. It rarely needs to drink water, mainly obtaining moisture from the plants it eats or from dew. Did you see that? The system says this thing is a contributor to grassland desertification. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up, and the greedy look faded, replaced by a righteous expression. As a nationally certified desert reclamation worker, a steward of the desert, a guardian of ecosystems, and a protector of the environment and nature, isn't it reasonable for me, Qiao Shu, to eat a contributor to anti-environmentalism? It was unclear whether it was Qiao Shu's strong aura or the rabbit's desperate survival instinct. But the dazed, cotton-eared rabbit gradually awoke, and the first thing it saw was a pair of dark brown eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Bright yet filled with greed, desire, affection, and hunger. The owner of the eyes occasionally reached out to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. The little rabbit hesitated for a moment before finally succumbing to the overwhelming pressure and fainting again. Qiao Shu, I haven't done anything yet. Why did this guy faint again? Forget it. Qiao Shu grabbed the 2 plump rabbit ears and walked towards the headquarters. Half a rabbit can save half a rabbit, right? Chapter 51, True Backup Food in the Office of the General Administration. It seems I can't eat it anymore. Qiao Shu sat cross-legged on the ground with a disappointed expression, while the little Li in his arms curiously looked at the gray little rabbit on the floor. The little creature reached out its paw to poke at the rabbit's ear. This was the first time it had seen a creature other than itself with such big ears. Little Li was still a child, at an age where it was curious about all living, moving things as long as they weren't too much larger than itself. However, considering the small stature of the desert cotton-tailed rabbit, there were hardly any animals smaller than them in the entire desert. Qiao Shu reached out a hand and flipped the unconscious little rabbit over. Pointing at its round belly, he said to the audience, "Its belly is so big, and it's a female rabbit. This little one is pregnant. An adult cotton-tailed rabbit can give birth to 2 to 3 young ones at a time, meaning that to satisfy my appetite, it could very well be 1 corpse and 4 lives. Eating animals must have principles. No pets, no small ones, no pregnant ones. This is just like watching movies. Even the most indulgent people have their principles, such as not watching adult content, not watching minors, and not watching pirated films." Qiao Shu didn't consider himself a kind person, but he couldn't bring himself to kill a pregnant female rabbit, extract the baby rabbits from its belly, just to have a bite of delicious rabbit meat. He couldn't do that. Forget it. Qiao Shu shrugged. After all, this little one couldn't eat much. So let's just raise it for now. A roasted rabbit, a family of roasted rabbits. Raising in the desert is part of farming. and Qiao Shu planned to raise this gray rabbit as a true backup food source. He never considered it as a pet. Desert cotton-tailed rabbits have a very short lifespan, and hardly any live beyond 19 months, with most living less than a year. It's a perfect food source, but definitely not a perfect pet. Looking at the unconscious cotton-tailed rabbit, then at the little A-Li in his arms, Qiao Shu suddenly felt a strange emotion. These two little creatures had a special bond. They had both played different roles in the same movie. Both were extremely popular characters. That was the sensational Zootopia, where the female lead Judy was a desert cotton-tailed rabbit, while the fox Finnick, who pretended to be the male lead's son, was based on the fennec fox. Forget it, forget it. Qiao Shu patted Ali's head. Stop thinking about it. Let's find something to raise it with. Ing. Ali tried hard to lift its leg, making it more comfortable for Qiao Shu to pet. The little one wasn't interested in the body of the little rabbit. It was just curious about this living creature that was about the same size as itself. The temporary home of the cotton-tailed rabbit was a plastic box, which had originally been used to store sugar tangerines. However, the box of sugar tangerines had long been eaten by Qiao Shu and little A-Li, leaving only an empty box. The box was mesh-patterned, which could filter out rabbit droppings and allow ventilation, making it a comfortable rabbit nest. To make the cotton-tailed rabbit more comfortable, Qiao Shu added some hay and fresh grass to the box. Fresh water was not necessary at all. Rabbits don't need to drink much water and can survive on the moisture for plants. Conversely, feeding rabbits watery vegetables while also giving them water can cause diarrhea and, in severe cases, even death. Looking at the little rabbit lying obediently in its nest, Qiao Shu reached out and pressed down on its big ears. Soft and quite nice to pet. Come on, little rabbit, Qiao Shu said while petting it. I'll find a male rabbit for you when I have time. Whether we can achieve rabbit meat freedom depends on you. The unconscious little rabbit's body tensed up, probably dreaming of something frightening. After taking care of the cotton-tailed rabbit, Qiao Shu walked outside to continue making the unfinished grass grids. He planned to complete 30,000 grass grids, which would take 20 days at a rate of 1 per minute, and that was without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Planting trees was a labor-intensive task with a long timeline. There were no shortcuts in this regard. After making 300 grass grids, Qiao Shu sat down on the ground, tired, and drank water from his canteen. All right, I've completed 1%. The audience looked at the endless grass grids in front of them, bewildered. 300 grass grids, which is an area of 300 square meters. You tell me you've only completed 1%? No, Brother Shu. Are you planting trees or a forest? This is bad. I was careless. The king of Zhou isn't planning to create a paradise for little A-Li, is he? 300 square meters? Even if I moved bricks for a lifetime, I couldn't buy a 300 square meter house. Too small, too small. Qiao Shu smiled. 300 square meters is nothing. Sooner or later, this managed area will become a vast forest of 30,000 square meters. What is this? The director stood by the desk, closely examining the grass grids Qiao Shu had created on the screen, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. The computer on the desk was being used by Xiao, whose fingers flew quickly over the keyboard. As a young person, Xiao clearly used the computer much faster than the director. Director, I searched the official database of sand control workers and senior sand control websites at home and abroad. The keyword grass grid yields no results. In human history, this method of sand fixation has never been used, and its effectiveness has not been validated. The director turned around to look at Xiao. Are you saying that Qiao Shu is putting in all this effort for nothing? Xiao was at a loss for words. He had watched the live stream with the director for quite a while, and he had some understanding of Qiao Shu's character. This guy is more cunning than a monkey. How could he do something thankless? Forget it. Qiao Shu is already doing it. Let's wait and see. The director looked at the busy Qiao Shu on the screen with bright eyes. Planting trees on completely sandy land is a problem that sand control workers have never solved. The protective forests established by sand control organizations can only slow down the desertification of the land, but cannot reclaim the land that has already turned into desert. If Qiao Shu's grass grid is as effective as he claims, it would be like a ray of light appearing in the darkness. At this moment, Qiao Shu had no idea he had inadvertently accomplished something monumental. In this parallel world, the method of sand fixation using grass grids had not yet been invented. Chapter 52. The abnormality of the camel tattoo in his past life in 1987. The grass grid sand fixation method won the National Science and Technology Special Prize and was also awarded the title of Top 500 Global Environmental Protection by the United Nations Environment Program. This was not only a technique capable of combating desertification, but also a technology that shocked environmentalists worldwide and changed the landscape of sand control. Qiao Shu never expected that this magical weapon for sand fixation would be his own original creation in this world. On the first day, the grass grid project was ultimately fixed at a quantity of 500. The 500 square meters of dry grass blocks connected into one, blending the golden yellow grass with the yellow desert, creating a pleasing sight. 500 square meters may not sound like much, but it took Qiao Shu nearly 10 hours of hard labor. After finishing work, Qiao Shu felt as if his waste was no longer his own. He needed at least 10 bottles of Red Bull to recover. Forget it, he thought. He would sneak a can of Little Ali's fresh milk later. He quickly wrapped up, had a meal, and took a break in one go. That night, lying in bed, Qiao Shu picked up the hypnotic toolbook again. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes, which had still held a hint of sleepiness, became increasingly alert. Confused, Qiao Shu glanced at the cover. Damn, he grabbed the wrong one. It was Jean Ping Mei. Forget it, since he already taken it out, he might as well read it. With a look of resentment from Little Ali, Qiao Shu crossed his legs and read Jean Ping Mei while sipping fresh milk. Over the next few days, Qiao Shu repeated the work of planting grass grids every day. The number of grass grids soared from 500 to over 1,000. The days had become much more mundane. Poachers did not come to cause trouble, and Qiao Shu was busy planting grass grids without live streaming. Planting grass grids was the first step and also the most difficult step from 0 to 1. The rest could only be left to time. The sand was fixed. So how far could the oasis be? Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had passed. One morning, Qiao Shu woke up from his warm blanket and saw Little Ali curled up like a small milk ball in the blanket, and he smiled contentedly. There was nothing more healing than waking up to see the world's cutest little animal, gently moving Little Ali aside. Qiao Shu tiptoed to the rabbit hutch to add some hay for Little Gray. Little Gray was the name of the cotton-tailed rabbit. After a few days of feeding, Qiao Shu found that it seemed to have no intention of running away, proving that this type of rabbit could be completely domesticated and raised. So he decided to keep it. The only problem was that this little guy was a bit too timid. Little Gray, it's time to eat, Qiao Shu softly said next to the rabbit hutch. Although he had tried to lower his voice as much as possible, Little Gray was still startled awake, its small eyes wide with fear. With its 4 little legs in the air, 2 big ears pressed tightly against its head, and its white belly facing Qiao Shu, Little Gray fainted again, just like the first time they met. Qiao Shu's hand holding the hay froze in midair. Sometimes he truly couldn't tell if Little Gray wouldn't run away, or if it was simply too timid to do so. If it were a human pregnant woman, fainting multiple times a day would have caused serious problems. But the cotton-tailed rabbit's body was much more resilient than a human's. Despite fainting every time it saw Qiao Shu, the little guy was still lively and eating well. Are you a pregnant rabbit or a fainting rabbit? Qiao Shu couldn't be bothered with it anymore. After putting down the hay, he walked straight out of the door. The moment he stepped outside, a wave of hot wind blew past, and Qiao Shu instinctively squinted his eyes. When he opened them again, he was greeted by a field of golden yellow hay. The gentle breeze blew through, causing countless pieces of hay to bend over. The mere 1 square meter grass grid had woven a miracle in the barren desert. Although this miracle was still too small at the moment, Qiao Shu believed it would eventually evolve into a miracle in the history of human sand control. The over 1,000 square meters of grass grids brought not only the fixation of sand, but also an increase in greening points. According to the system's calculations, each grass grid planted would reward 100 greening points. Now, Qiao Shu's balance of greening points had once again surpassed 100,000, with 190,000 greening points quietly lying in his account, giving him a strong sense of security. After saving for a few more days, he could draw 2 more 10 consecutive draws. Qiao Shu put on his sunglasses and hat, picked up the nearby shovel, and was just about to step forward to continue his farming endeavor. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his chest, quickly fading away. He hurriedly pulled up his shirt, revealing the silly camel tattoo on his chest. The tattoo, which originally had a light hue, was now emitting an unsettling red glow. No doubt about it, something had happened to the camels. Qiao Shu dropped the shovel in his hand and rushed back into the house. He had thought that camels were not rare in the desert, and that poachers would focus their attention on rarer animals, which was why he felt safe letting them go to the oasis. Unexpectedly, something went wrong. A chill crept into Qiao Shu's eyes without him realizing it. He had originally planned to draw a few more times to enhance his strength before dealing with the poachers. He never expected they would dare to target his camels. "Ollie, we have to go." Waking the drowsy little fox, Qiao Shu casually stored it in the pockball. The little guy's keen sense of smell and hearing would help him find the camel herd faster. "Little Gray, you stay home and guard the place. We'll be back soon," Qiao Shu shouted to the cotton-tailed rabbit that had just woken up. Sure enough, the rabbit's eyes rolled back, and it fainted again. "Qiao Shu." The off-road vehicle roared to life, kicking up clouds of dust as it sped eastward. Qiao Shu, expressionless, kept pressing the gas pedal, and the speed shot up. System. Start the live stream. After not streaming for 3 whole days, the viewers entering the live stream immediately began to complain. "It's been 3 days. Do you know how I spent those 3 days? The biggest regret I have now is believing in the foolish words of the tyrant tree that he wouldn't bail on me. You might as well be called the Pigeon King from now on. What are we doing? Where are we going, tree brother?" Qiao Shu glanced at the barrage of comments flooding the live chat and said with a slightly urgent tone, "I just received news that a camel herd in the east seems to be in danger. I'm heading there now. I suspect this herd is the same one we encountered before, as it is unlikely for 2 herds of the same species to appear in one area. To find them quickly, I need to use a drone for aerial reconnaissance." Before the viewers could react, they found the live stream's perspective rapidly ascending. Ugh, a viewer prone to motion sickness immediately felt nauseous. Chapter 53. Quicksand. Have you ever experienced the feeling of rapidly spiraling into the sky in a 360-degree, no-death angle ascent for a second? Thanks to the old 6, Qiao Shu, the viewers in the live stream got to experience it once. The small spherical flying device is not an ordinary drone. It is hardly affected by gravity, and reaching its maximum speed is just a matter of an instant. Plus, with Qiao Shu feeling a bit anxious, the entire shot zoomed up into the sky in a flash. The combination of a spiraling ascent and high-definition camera footage caused over 10 severe 3D motion sickness patients to vomit on the spot. "Brother Shu, rein in your powers. I just called you the Pigeon King. Why are you getting so anxious?" "Brother Qiao, stop. I'm getting 3D vertigo. Wow, we're going up. Mom, you don't need to bring me dinner tonight." Seeing the barrage of comments flying in, Qiao Shu finally realized he had moved the camera too quickly, and he awkwardly patted Ali's head, saying, Sorry, I was a bit hasty just now." "Ali, why are you patting my head if you're in a hurry? I still need to drive. It's not good to be distracted by the live stream. Everyone, please help me keep an eye out for any camel herds in the footage," Qiao Shu said as he gripped the steering wheel. The desert is golden yellow, and the animals that survive in the desert tend to have skin colors that lean towards yellow. Camels, fennec foxes, and various desert lizards and snakes all mostly have yellowish exteriors. The extremely similar color tones make it hard to distinguish their presence from a high altitude. Especially since Qiao Shu was distracted while driving, it became even more difficult to notice the camel herd. As the off-road vehicle got closer to the oasis, Qiao Shu took out 2 revolvers from his backpack and placed them in the passenger seat. Little Ollie leaped onto Qiao Shu's shoulder, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The duo was fully in combat mode. At that moment, the livestream comments started to change. "Brother Shu, look at that cluster in the upper left corner of the screen. Could it be a camel herd? I see it too. It's moving. It should be a living creature. That's definitely a camel herd. Zhaowang Shu, get the drone to fly closer. I have good eyesight as the Air Force. I won't be mistaken." Upon hearing this, Qiao Shu also glanced at the upper left corner of the virtual screen, and indeed, there was a cluster made up of more than 20 small dots that looked very much like a camel herd. He quickly controlled the small sphere to descend toward that direction. As the altitude gradually decreased, the image became clearer. He saw that more than 20 camels were huddled together, tightly surrounding something, and from a bird's-eye view, it looked like a donut. Qiao Shu quickly counted and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no significant losses in the camel herd. The off-road vehicle approached the camel herd, slowed down before getting close, and then came to a steady stop beside them. The leading camel initially showed some caution, but when it saw Qiao Shu in the driver's seat and Ollie on his shoulder, its wary gaze returned to being harmless and dazed. "What is going on? Let me see," Qiao Shu said as he pushed through the camels to the center of the herd. He spotted a silly little camel head sticking out of the sand, while the rest of its body was completely hidden, deeply sunk into the sand. Little camel. Seeing this scene, Qiao Shu's eyelids twitched. This little guy is really unlucky. It's quicksand. Quicksand is a natural phenomenon that often occurs in unstable sandy areas. When a creature accidentally sinks into it, it can submerge like drowning and sink to the bottom. Qiao Shu didn't have time to think much. He quickly shouted to the little camel, "Don't move. Take a deep breath and stay calm. The more you move, the deeper you'll sink." However, the silly little camel couldn't understand Qiao Shu's words. The innocent little guy thought Qiao Shu was calling it over to play and began flailing its limbs even faster. Seeing the little camel's long neck sink down even further, Qiao Shu's face darkened a bit. Quicksand isn't as terrifying as portrayed in movies. It's just a non-Newtonian fluid. Due to its density being higher than water, it's nearly impossible to completely submerge a person. Most victims who die in quicksand do so because they cannot remain calm and end up trapped inside. Once caught in quicksand, the more you struggle, the quicker you cool down. "Eat something first," Qiao Shu said as he casually took out 2 rice balls from his backpack and tossed them into the little camel's mouth. "Don't move now." The little camel, lost in the joy of chewing on the Momotaro rice ball, forgot to struggle, and its sinking gradually stopped. Qiao Shu took a deep breath and surveyed the quicksand area of about 5 square meters in front of him. If a normally intelligent human were to fall into quicksand, self-rescue would be quite simple. As Qiao Shu took off his backpack, he spoke to the camera. "You just need to get rid of all your weight. Grab anything nearby that you can hold on to, then lean back to increase your contact area with the quicksand. This way, at least you can slow down the sinking process. The most important thing is to rhythmically shake your legs to gradually liquefy the sand around your legs. Then, when the opportunity arises, pull out your legs while using your arms to paddle backward." However, these actions are easy for humans, but animals don't have such high intelligence. So I can't get the little guy to follow my instructions. Therefore, there's only one way left. In the next moment, Qiao Shu stretched out a foot and unhesitatingly stepped into the quicksand. "I'll go down personally and save the little camel." Seeing this scene, the audience was instantly stunned. Just a second ago, they were listening to Qiao Shu explain how to rescue oneself from quicksand, and the next second, they saw him step right in. This unexpected action created a strong sense of dissonance with reality for the viewers. "Wait, he just jumped in. You were supposed to save the little camel, not jump in to sacrifice yourself. I mean, couldn't you just pull it out with a rope?" The surrounding camel herd, seeing this, anxiously surrounded Qiao Shu. Little Ollie also rushed toward the quicksand, but fortunately, the camel leader reacted quickly and blocked the little guy's path. With both feet sunk in the quicksand, Qiao Shu was adjusting to the fluid's force, breathing a bit rapidly as he replied. The sand's density increases and sticks to the lower half of the body of anyone who falls into it, creating a lot of pressure, so it's impossible to pull someone out with a rope. Research shows that dragging out 1 foot of a trapped person at a speed of 1 centimeter per second requires about 100,000 newtons of force, which is roughly equivalent to lifting a medium-sized car. If you pull hard, the little guy's body would have long been torn apart by the immense force before escaping from the quicksand. While speaking, Qiao Shu had already adapted to the force of the quicksand and began to approach the little camel at a turtle's pace. "The best way is for me to go down and help the little guy stir the surrounding quicksand to liquefy it. We can then easily escape." After saying this, Qiao Shu finally revealed a smile on his face. A pair of large hands gently landed on the little camel's head, and he took the opportunity to ruffle its fur. "Got you." Chapter 54. The lost civilization, a rope was tied around Qiao Shu's body, with the other end connected to the heaviest camel leader in the herd. The purpose of this rope was not to pull him and the little camel up, but rather to use it for leverage and find a support point. Most depictions of quicksand in films are actually incorrect. True quicksand is not dry, does not glide like a smooth chocolate, and does not have a vortex-like suction. Its properties are somewhat similar to sludge, full of stickiness, a mixture of sand and water. The key to escaping quicksand is to find something to support your body and then move to agitate and thin out the surrounding quicksand. The rope tied to the camel leader served as a support for Qiao Shu and the little camel. How did you fall down? Qiao Shu chuckled as he tapped the little camel's head. So many camels are fine. Why are you the one in trouble? The little camel affectionately bleated in response. Oh, sounding like a little lamb. The little camel, stuck in the quicksand, still appeared carefree, even having the mood to stick out its tongue and lick Qiao Shu's face. Although Qiao Shu felt both amused and exasperated, he still tried to communicate with the little creature. Do you remember when you saw the wolf pack and trembled all over like a vibrating wooden? Cough, 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 like a razor? I need you to get back to that state to escape the quicksand. The little camel looked at Qiao Shu in confusion, then continued to stick out its tongue and lick. Despite having eaten 3 Momotaro rice balls, this silly creature couldn't grasp Qiao Shu's words. There was no choice. Qiao Shu had to resort to a big move. System used the hunter skill to mark the little camel. A familiar sense of terror washed over the little camel, and its expression froze instantly. Dang, 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 dang. The little camel shivered expertly. Its rows of teeth began to chatter, and its body, along with its legs, trembled uncontrollably. The foolish little camel had logged off, and the trembling little camel was logging in. Qiao Shu felt a surge of joy as he noticed the quicksand around the little creature visibly thinning out. Now, silly thing, keep your body relaxed. Qiao Shu grabbed the little camel and shouted at the camel leader, pull hard. The camel leader's strong limbs suddenly exerted force, and a powerful pull was transmitted through the rope to Qiao Shu. With a pop, the camel leader, like pulling a radish, hoisted both Qiao Shu and the little camel up. Qiao Shu released the little camel and lay on the sandy ground, covered in mud, gasping for breath. Although the rescue process seemed easy, it was actually fraught with danger. The main issue was that the silly creature wouldn't listen. If it didn't move its body rhythmically and instead struggled mindlessly, it could drag Qiao Shu into the quicksand as well. Qiao Shu straightened up and looked at the little camel, which was still shaken. You silly thing. Every time I save you, I lose half my life. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Not only had he saved the little camel, but he was also unharmed and had brought out a skeleton. Wait, what's this strange thing? Where did this skeleton come from? Qiao Shu then noticed a white, dry bone tightly tangled around the little camel's hind leg, which had been dragged onto the sandy ground. The age of the white skeleton was definitely considerable. Even the clothes on it had decayed, and its limbs were incomplete. Nevertheless, seeing a corpse of its kind still invoked the deepest fears within humans. Damn, how did Tree Brother end up rescuing a skeleton? Mom, I'm never watching live streams again. This is purely a horror movie. I just got sick from the spiral ascent, and now I'm scared to death by a skeleton. What's going on? Quick, call the police. Someone has died. Could it be that previous group of poachers? How cruel. Qiao Shu's expression grew serious as he approached the skeleton, reaching out to touch and knock on it. Then he shook his head. It's impossible for poachers to have done this. This skeleton is quite old. The desert's arid climate and lack of rain causes corpses to dehydrate quickly when buried in sand, allowing them to remain uncorrupted for hundreds or even thousands of years. This skeleton had already turned to bone, so it couldn't have died recently. It should be an ancient corpse. Qiao Shu extended his hand and gently pried at the skeleton's finger. With a crisp crack, the slender bone finger snapped and bone dust fluttered down. The skeleton seemed to complain, seriously, how bold are you? I've been dead for thousands of years without issue, and you just come up and snap my finger? Qiao Shu's gaze shifted slightly. Ancient corpses, quicksand, oases. These terms alone hold little meaning, but together they indicate a significant issue. Beneath this oasis, perhaps lies a long-lost ancient civilization's relic. And this burial method is a unique sand burial custom found only in desert regions. In the 1980s, the Archaeological Research Institute of China announced the discovery of the ancient corpse of the Lulon girl in the Lop-Ner region, which dates back approximately 800 years. Looking at the skeleton before him was like seeing an extraordinary treasure. This female corpse represents the ritual of sand burial, nearly 4,000 years old, demonstrating just how ancient this burial method is. And now, such an opportunity lay before me. Qiao Shu looked towards the oasis behind him. This beautiful yet mysterious oasis filled with infinite danger, which likely harbored large burial groups or remnants of civilization. Danger always coexists with opportunity. When Qiao Shu first discovered this oasis, he didn't even dare to reveal that he knew of its existence. He suspected that the group of poachers possibly hid deep within this oasis. However, as the system continuously upgraded and strengthened him, he now felt confident facing the poachers, though he still lacked confidence against the powerful people behind them. After all, those people had forced 7 desert managers to their deaths and concealed the fact that an oasis existed in the 044 management area. Who knows how powerful their connections are? But now, this no longer mattered. To save the little camel, he had already stepped into this oasis today. Qiao Shu knew that the people behind the poachers must have realized he had discovered the oasis. He also understood that those people knew he had found the oasis. What he didn't know was whether those people were aware that he knew he had discovered the oasis. Ahem. Please, protagonist, stop your nested behavior to avoid misunderstandings about the word count. Chapter 55. Entering the oasis, he discovered it. In the dimly lit room, a man spoke angrily at the computer desk. What a bold move. So many sand control personnel have gone to die in the desert. Yet they only dare to cower in the headquarters, trembling, not even daring to step outside. Since his arrival, he had been running around, and now he had discovered the fact that there was an oasis within the control area. Endless killing intent and anger were hidden in the man's eyes. But his attitude was very humble. The chair behind the computer desk turned around, revealing a refined middle-aged man. With his elegant appearance and the exquisite gold-rimmed glasses on his face, the middle-aged man's overall demeanor was very gentle and cultured. He looked at the live broadcast screen on the computer with a smile, while his left hand kept spinning a kerosene lighter. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that although the middle-aged man's left hand was long and dexterous, it was missing 2 fingers. I've told you countless times not to let your emotions cloud your judgment, the middle-aged man said. The situation hasn't reached an irreversible point. It's just a small sand control personnel. Just make him shut up. But you should know that the situation regarding that oasis is unknown up top. If anything inside leaks out, the man hesitated when mentioning the oasis. I'll take care of the matters up top, the middle-aged man replied, still appearing calm and unhurried, as if nothing in the world could disturb his emotions. That kid named Qiao Shu hasn't entered the oasis, has he? If he goes in, we won't have to worry about him anymore. He'll surely die. If he leaves, we'll find someone to take him out at headquarters and replace him with another sand control personnel. Look at which sand control personnel is as dedicated as I am, and also has to be your guardian. Qiao Shu muttered while checking the health of the little camel. The probability of getting injured from falling into quicksand is low, but it is definitely not 0. The ultra-fine particles in quicksand have a tremendous squeezing force that can harm the trapped person's body without them realizing it, causing varying degrees of bruising and internal injuries. Fortunately, the silly creature was tough, and after a thorough check, no wounds or signs of internal injuries were found. Qiao Shu then checked the other injured camels one by one and changed their bandages. The wolf teeth contained a lot of bacteria. The wounds themselves were not worrisome, but the fear was a blood infection. Most of the camels' injuries had improved, and there were no signs of infection or deterioration in the other camels' wounds. After facing that pack of wolves, this herd of camels had regained some vitality. Next, you guys don't follow me, Qiao Shu said to the camel leader. Looking at the little camels playing nearby, the oasis is very dangerous. I'll go in first to take a look. You all stay around the perimeter of the oasis, and only come in once it's confirmed safe. Oh, what did you say? Oh, huh? Qiao Shu looked curiously at the silly camel. The camel leader was leisurely chewing on an unknown plant, with a simple and dull expression. Just now, Qiao Shu really thought this guy had spoken and made a sound of oh. Ha ha, that cracked me up. A conversation in vain? Brother Shu's IQ has actually reached the level of communicating with camels without barriers. This is like talking past each other. Brother Shu is a chicken, and the camel is a duck. This friend you can't get through. After interacting amicably with the audience for a while, Qiao Shu felt that his stamina had mostly recovered and prepared to lead Ali into the oasis ahead. Bringing the herd of camels into the oasis is too big of a target and could easily alert poachers. As for whether the live broadcast would expose his location, Qiao Shu was confident it wouldn't. In the 044 control area, apart from the system's small round ball being able to receive signals, all other communication devices were completely out of order. His live stream would at most alert the behind-the-scenes figures of the poacher gang, but they could not transmit information into the control area in a short time. Little Ali nimbly jumped onto Qiao Shu's shoulder, while the herd of camels gathered together, watching the man and fox enter the depths of the oasis. The oasis is an area surrounded by desert terrain and covered with vegetation, usually formed because there is a continuous water supply throughout the year. Qiao Shu's pupils reflected the transparent barrage, allowing him to check the audience's comments at any time. Seeing that the audience was very interested in the oasis, Qiao Shu briefly explained some relevant knowledge about it. The oasis is very important for life in desert areas, serving as a crucial food and water supply station. More than 60% of the population in desert areas lives in the scattered oasis zones. The same goes for animals in the desert. They live here at a much higher density than in the desert, whether herbivores, carnivores, or scavengers. All come to the oasis to replenish water. Speaking of water sources, I thought of something very interesting. Qiao Shu reached out to touch the white elm tree beside him, unlocking its data. There's a saying online that wild beasts do not kill or hunt each other at water sources in the oasis. There are even pictures as evidence, showing a lion and a zebra drinking water side by side in harmony. This is definitely a misconception. In fact, lions love to hunt near water sources. The reason they do not attack the zebra is likely that they just had a full meal. Beauty often coexists with danger. In the oasis, encountering poachers will surely lead to a life and death battle. Meeting any fierce bird or beast will undoubtedly result in a bloody fight. Suddenly, Qiao Shu picked up a bright yellow-striped lizard from the white elm tree beside him and cheerfully placed it under the camera. Let me give you an example. This leopard gecko surely didn't expect that it would soon become lunch for me and little Ali. The yellow lizard struggled continuously, its dim and lifeless vertical pupils filled with panic. Damn old six. One moment you're educating, and the next moment you're treating wild animals as snacks. Lizard, I'm really impressed. This thing can be eaten? Isn't it usually kept as a pet? Damn, Brother Shu even eats geckos? Although the audience in the live stream had grown accustomed to Qiao Shu's antics, it didn't stop them from commenting. This is a leopard gecko, a type of lizard commonly found in the desert. Qiao Shu held the leopard gecko in one hand while using the other to keep little Ali on his shoulder from rushing up to bite off the gecko's head. However, the viewer who just spoke was right. The gecko also has another name, the wall gecko, and it is actually a precious traditional Chinese medicine that can be eaten. Leopard gecko. Oh, Mom, I'm not coming home for dinner tonight. Chapter 56 Desert Bread Dates. Species name. Leopard gecko, kingdom. Animalia, class. Reptilia, family. Geckonidea, genus. Eublepharus. Introduction. The leopard gecko, whose Latin name translates to true eyelid, belongs to the suborder of lizards and has a pair of movable eyelids. Its body features beautiful purple-brown and bright yellow stripes, which break into small spots as it matures. It lives a polygamous happy life centered around a male gecko, inhabiting areas from plains to mountains, including deserts and grasslands. Diet is a carnivorous animal, primarily feeding on insects such as cockroaches, beetles, crickets, and mealworms. Good boy, you've even got a polygamous lifestyle. Truly a toad looking for a frog, ugly but playful. Qiao Shu looked at the information in the guidebook and smiled at the little creature in his hand. The little gecko flailed its limbs, but with its big eyes and small claws, it had an adorably fierce appearance. However, to be honest, this little leopard gecko is not ugly at all. It could be considered a handsome guy among lizards. Qiao Shu said enviously. No wonder it can have several wives. Looks are justice. The little gecko in his hand was brightly colored, and its prominent double eyelids made its big eyes very noticeable. It had movable eyelids, but did not have the fierce appearance of larger lizards. Most importantly, this guy was very docile. Even when Qiao Shu held it in his hand, it only thought of escaping and had no intention of biting him back. Because of its cute appearance, the leopard gecko is very popular among reptile enthusiasts in the country and is a common pet. The barrage naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to tease Qiao Shu. Brother Shu, with that sour tone. Are you envious? Xing, you can find someone too. To see if we report you or not. Ha ha ha. A toad looking for a frog. You're killing me. You upstairs have a really long reflex arc. Such a little guy is polygamous? I'm a tall man, over 200 pounds. Why Haven T, I found a partner all these years. Is there a possibility that it's because you weigh over 200 pounds that you can't find a partner? Qiao Shu placed the leopard gecko back on the tree, smiling as he watched it panic and run away, eventually disappearing into the treetop. I'll let you go this time. Remember not to wear a leopard printout next time. It's easy to be stalked by perverts. I lost one last time. Watching the little gecko disappear, Qiao Shu continued speaking to the camera. This little guy doesn't have much meat, and it's not tasty. So let's let it go. After all, I'm not some pervert who eats everything. Viewers, do you want to check what you're saying? Even a pervert would call you a pervert. Qiao Shu continued walking deeper into the oasis, where various tall trees began to appear, and the path became more difficult to navigate. The trees here were dense, and it was precisely because of this that the oasis could withstand the erosion of wind and sand. Qiao Shu casually helped Ollie remove a leaf stuck to its head. These big trees are the guardians of the oasis. Mountains like screens, woods like barriers, firmly preserving this vibrant life in the desolate desert. Clusters of green trees rustled softly, and the gentle breeze brushed against the face like a young girl's tender palm. Looking further away, colorful unknown wildflowers adorned the lush green trees, and various birds could be faintly heard singing melodiously in the woods, with unseen small beasts hurriedly running through the bushes. Everywhere was a scene full of vitality, forming a stark contrast with the dusty desert outside the oasis. The jungle in the oasis was still very hot, and it needed to replenish moisture quickly. Qiao Shu took down the water bottle from his waist, took a gentle sip. The warm environment would evaporate the fluids from his body. So, although it seemed like there was no lack of water here, I still needed to replenish fluids regularly, otherwise I would get dehydrated while walking. But don't worry, I've already spotted a treasure that can replenish my water. Qiao Shu pushed aside a patch of bushes about a meter high and forced his way through. His vision suddenly opened up, revealing a group of trees resembling coconut palms in front of everyone. To everyone's surprise, the trees had long, slender leaves, and beneath the leaves hung clusters of mouth-watering fruits. Date palms, referred to as the sacred tree in Arabian mythology, resemble coconut palms, but are thicker and shorter. The fruits on them are the dates, known as desert bread, sweet and plentiful. Just a second ago, Qiao Shu was explaining to the audience, and the next second, everyone noticed he had climbed up a date palm as nimbly as a monkey, with his feet wrapped around the trunk to secure himself. Qiao Shu drew his tactical dagger from his waist and gently sliced at the base of a large cluster of dates. With a rustling sound, a cascade of at least 70 or 80 dates fell from the tree, scattering everywhere. Little Ollie immediately rushed to the dates scattered on the ground, picked one up, and began to eat it with great delight. Wild animals inherently possess the ability to identify food. Dates are quite common in the diet of fennec foxes. So the little guy naturally wouldn't be polite with Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu cut down 2 more large clusters of dates, feeling that it was enough for him and Ollie, and then happily jumped down from the tree. Eagerly, he picked up a date, wiped it on his clothes a few times, and then threw it into his mouth. As soon as his teeth crushed the outer skin of the date, a fragrant and sweet aroma spread in Qiao Shu's mouth. Dates are very high in sugar content. Even the sap extracted from the trunk of the date palm can be made into sugar, let alone its fruits. Qiao Shu felt as if he had just eaten a fruit candy flavored like dates, full of juice, and that sweet flavor danced on his tongue, making him reluctant to stop. Brother Shu, don't just eat. Tell us what it tastes like. ISNT it just a jujube? Haven't you ever eaten jujubes? It's that flavor. Is that an ordinary jujube? This is from a poem by Wang Wei. This is the jujube from Brother Shu's live stream. Look at little Ollie. It seems this thing is really tasty. Qiao Shu swallowed the date remnants and juice in his mouth, eagerly picked up a second one, and then spoke to the audience. Taste? How can I describe it to you? Let us put it this way. What is the sweetest fruit you've ever eaten in your life? The barrage immediately chimed in with various answers. Cantaloupe. Plum. Rational. No, it's lychee. Lemon. All right, lemon. Hurry up and try it if you haven't eaten it. Once the barrage had shared enough, Qiao Shu swallowed the date in his mouth and said with a smile, "The date I just ate is just a tiny bit sweeter than the sweetest fruit you've ever eaten." Chapter 57. The lake and the oasis. There are 100 million date palms in the world, with Arab countries owning 70 of them. In those regions, dates can even serve as a staple food. However, Qiao Shu is somewhat skeptical about this. If people really relied on dates as a staple, wouldn't the entire nation end up with diabetes? Wild date palms are tall, with some reaching heights of up to 35 meters, almost like towering trees. But the few date palms Qiao Shu encountered were not that tall, with the tallest only about 4 to 5 meters high. This tree, which has valuable resources, is comparable in worth to the palm tree. Its fruits are edible, the trunk can be used as building material, the flowers can be made into sugar, and the leaves can be used for paper. Such a treasure cannot be missed, and while eating dates, Qiao Shu unlocked the illustrated guide for date palms. Species name, date palm, alias date tree, sea date, Persian date, Chinese date, kingdom, plant class Magnoliopsida, family, Ericaceae genus, phoenix, introduction. It is drought-resistant, alkaline-tolerant, heat-resistant, and prefers moist conditions, with a lifespan of up to 100 years. It has a high fruit yield and is an important export crop for some Middle Eastern countries. The date palm holds significant status in Arab mythology, with the date palm appearing above the emblem of Saudi Arabia. The fruit is highly nutritious and is also known as desert bread. Iraqis refer to it as green gold. Uses 1. Edible value. The date palm is a treasure with highly nutritious fruits, containing various vitamins and natural sugars beneficial to the human body. 2. Medicinal value. Dates can treat various ailments, including qi deficiency, poor digestion, coughing with phlegm, and gastric ulcers. 3. Economic value. The annual global production of dates reaches 4.5 million tons. Branches can be made into chairs, beds, and baskets. Leaves can be woven into mats, tied into brooms, and used as fuel. Trunks can be used to build houses, and date pits can be used as animal feed. 4. Ornamental value. Often planted as scenic trees in parks and gardens. Distribution area, as shown in the image. Qiao Shu felt a surge of joy. The date palm truly is a treasure, and it could easily support a small country. Looking up at the grove of date palms, Qiao Shu felt that he was not looking at individual trees, but at a cluster of golden trees shining in the light. Unfortunately, the land in his own department was too barren. Even if the grass grids could stabilize the sand, it would take 1.5 years to reach the planting standards. He needed to think of a way to speed things up. He couldn't even keep a tree alive with the resources he had. Qiao Shu and Ollie had only eaten a few dates, and he had packed the remaining half into his backpack, then secretly tossed it into his space backpack. He thought about turning off the live stream when he left the oasis, then returning to collect several thousand dates for later use. After all, they wouldn't spoil in the space backpack, so it would be a waste not to take advantage of this free resource. After bidding farewell to the date palms, Qiao Shu walked deeper into the forest with a round belly from eating. After passing through a denser thicket, Qiao Shu sharply sensed that the moisture in the air seemed to be increasing. Not only that, but animal activity also seemed to be becoming more frequent. Unknown little insects buzzed around the treetops, and a nimble sand antelope darted through the underbrush, followed by more antelopes emerging from all directions. With a sudden sense of purpose, Qiao Shu quickened his pace to follow the group of sand antelopes, aiming to reach his final destination. As expected, when Qiao Shu climbed over a small hill, a lush green lake suddenly came into view. The green waves shimmered and sparkled in the sunlight, enveloped in a veil of white mist created by the evaporation of water vapor from the desert's high temperatures. Under the dappled light, the sand antelopes he had just seen elegantly approached the lake, lowering their long necks to take graceful sips of water. Qiao Shu stood in a daze, greatly shocked by the scenery before him. Not only was Qiao Shu astonished, but the viewers in the live stream also gasped. Wow, such a large lake hidden in the deathly desert. This could support thousands of animals, right? It's a bit moving. Even the desolate desert has such vibrant scenery. One person writes a blood letter, crowdfunding to have Tree Brother livestream a bath in the lake. Two people write a blood letter, crowdfunding to have Tree Brother livestream a bath in the lake. 86 people write a blood letter. Qiao Shu felt excited to discover a place resembling a sacred land amidst the vast desert. Even someone as well-traveled as him was touched. Towering, steep red stone cliffs loomed around, with several sand antelopes leaping and running along the cliffs, which were their favorite environment. The small round sun rose high, surveying the oasis from above. The magnificent and fantastical red sandstone resembled a majestic city wall, tightly protecting the lake and the surrounding forest. The lake, located at the center of the oasis, resembled a bright green mirror. Surrounding the central lake were hundreds of tall palm trees, poplar trees, and sand jujube trees, standing like loyal guards encircling the lake. What was most delightful was the presence of animals around the lake's water source. The slender and elegant sand antelopes were not to be missed, and through the swirling mist above the lake, Qiao Shu also spotted some familiar faces. No, familiar wolves. The desert wolf pack that had previously attacked the camel herd was resting and drinking water on the opposite side of the lake. And the large wolf king, with its distinctive white collar, was impossible to ignore, even though there was plenty of food around the lake. The fierce wolf pack seemed disinclined to rampage. Qiao Shu knew this was not because the water source was in neutral zone, but because the wolf pack had just gorged themselves a few days prior. Additionally, hunting in the scorching sun would expend too much energy, making it not worth the trouble for the desert wolves. Through the swirling mist, the Wolf King's gaze fell upon Qiao Shu from afar. Qiao Shu was not afraid. He smiled broadly, showing 2 rows of white teeth, and waved at the Wolf King as a greeting. The Wolf King paused, confused. "Who are you? Are we familiar?" At that moment, a comment in the live stream caught Qiao Shu's attention. "Zhou Wang, look to your left. What kind of animal is that?" Qiao Shu focused and instantly felt his pupils shake. In the mist, a robust white creature appeared faintly. It had long limbs, a strong body shaped like a square, and an elegant neck resembling a swan's, with a ring of pure white fluffy fur around its neck. What surprised Qiao Shu the most were the 2 tall, towering humps on its back. This was a Bactrian camel, and it was a pure white wild Bactrian camel, even rarer than giant pandas. Chapter 58. An animal rarer than the giant panda, the Bactrian camel. Qiao Shu's voice was somewhat excited, but he tried hard to suppress himself from speaking too loudly. This was a wild animal rarer than the giant panda. According to data from desertification fighters in 2006, there are only about 500 wild Bactrian camels left in China, and fewer than 800 in the entire world. Moreover, the number of these large, rare wild animals continues to decline. Their scarcity makes it difficult for desertification fighters to locate them, and as a result, effective conservation measures cannot be implemented, bringing the wild Bactrian camel to the brink of extinction. At this point, Qiao Shu shifted his tone, revealing a look of sorrow. To this day, wild Bactrian camels are even more endangered than the national treasure, the giant panda. People are finding it increasingly difficult to see wild Bactrian camels in the deserts of China. Ironically, the giant panda, which has almost escaped the danger of extinction, remains the darling of the public. Even the loss of one makes headlines. Meanwhile, the truly endangered wild Bactrian camel is largely ignored, except by desertification fighters and animal protection organizations. Many other protected animals share the same awkward situation as the Bactrian camel. There are numerous critically endangered species rarer than the giant panda, yet they receive little attention. Qiao Shu took a deep breath and said somewhat gloomily, "Conservation cannot rely on personal preferences. Affection for cute appearances is insufficient to support a lifetime of dedication." Upon hearing this, the audience in front of the screen fell silent. Who doesn't like the clumsy and adorable giant panda? Its charm is akin to that of an international superstar in the animal kingdom, Even foreigners willingly become devoted panda fans. But do those endangered animals that are not cute in appearance, or even somewhat ugly, not deserve our concern? Moreover, the Bactrian camel in front of us is not unattractive. Its pure white fur gives it a somewhat sacred aura, like a mythical beast. Wild Bactrian camels are rare, but pure white Bactrian camels are even rarer. Qiao Shu collected his thoughts and continued excitedly in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a genetic mutation, because even white camels are not this pure. The value of this Bactrian camel is significant. If it has an entire family behind it, it could even elevate the importance of the 044 management area. The audience gasped in disbelief. A single camel could enhance the importance of the management area. It seems the value of the wild Bactrian camel is indeed very high. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang in Qiao Shu's ear. Ding. Detected extremely rare species. System rewards 10,000 greening points. Detected genetically mutated albino organism. System rewards 5,000 greening points. Discovered wild Bactrian camel. Issuing side quest. Save the Bactrian camel. Save the Bactrian camel. Quest level. Rare level. Side quest levels are normal, difficult, rare, epic. Legendary. Quest brief. Changes in natural environments, increasing populations, and expanding cultivation areas have led to a shrinking habitat for wild Bactrian camels. As a desertification fighter, please protect the Bactrian camels in your jurisdiction and help them increase their population. Quest objective: increase the number of wild Bactrian camels in the management area to over 20 and ensure they have the ability to breed the next generation of Bactrian camels. Quest reward: 1 million greening points, plus the esteem bond level, friendship badge, Bactrian camel. Qiao Shu came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was the first time he had seen such a stingy system being so generous. It seemed that the protection of wild Bactrian camels was also very important to the system. The reward for merely discovering that Bactrian camel was 15,000 greening points. Not to mention the million-point reward for completing the quest. Moreover, the esteem level friendship badge is almost the highest level, second only to the top level never leave each other. Thinking about it, if he could develop a complete population of Bactrian camels, he would essentially be their creator god, naturally earning their complete trust. Qiao Shu pondered for a moment, then took out the useful Momotaro rice balls from his backpack, preparing to first approach the beautiful albino camel. Developing the population could wait. The immediate priority was to make friends with the camel in front of him. The power of the Momotaro rice balls has yet to be rejected by any animal, especially since he also had the affinity reward from the animal encyclopedia. Just as Qiao Shu took a small step forward, bang! A gunshot pierced the air, and Qiao Shu's leg, which was extended, froze in midair as he looked incredulously at the scene before him. A tragic blood flower burst forth from the white camel, blooming unexpectedly on its pure-colored fur. Following that was a series of gunshots. The sand gazelles by the lake and the desert wolves across the lake fell one after another. Qiao Shu trembled as he reached out, trying to grasp something. Gritting his teeth, he chose to lie down and hide in the nearby bushes. By the lake, the beautiful albino camel had collapsed into a pool of blood, its clear eyes filled with unwillingness and sorrow. The crimson blood from the evil bullets stained the entire oasis. Time rewound a few minutes earlier, just as Qiao Shu arrived at the lake. Several poachers had already been lurking on the rocky wall beside the lake, armed with various types of guns, observing the movements in the oasis. "Boss, it's about time, right?" One poacher licked his lips, a cruel smile on his face. "More than 20 desert wolves, over 10 sand gazelles. That's enough for us to make a profit. What's the rush?" A man with a scar on his face leaned against a rock, a thick cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Every time we shoot in the oasis, it scares the surrounding animals away. They won't come back for a long time, not until the smell of blood dissipates, so we need to make enough this time." The man exhaled a puff of thick smoke, smiling cruelly as the scar on his face quivered. "I heard you bought a house and a wife in Annam again. If you don't make enough money to go back, do you think your woman will let you back in bed?" The poacher grinned obsequiously, of course. "So let's wait a bit longer." The scar-faced man put out the cigarette, but in his palm, and stared down at the lake with indifferent eyes. Just then, Another poacher suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, look over there. Isn't that a camel? It looks like a Bactrian." The scar-faced man looked over at the sound, and a beautiful albino camel came into view. Even the scar-faced man, who had killed countless wild animals, felt a moment of awe. But soon, that awe was devoured by greed. "This is a big catch. Tell the brothers to get ready. Don't shoot to kill, try to catch it alive." A greedy, sinister laughter erupted around them as more than 10 dark gun muzzles extended, aimed at the animals drinking below. The oasis, which represented life and hope, had become a slaughtering trap for this group of poachers. Chapter 59, Ambush. The gunfire in the oasis continued. Qiao Shu remained sprawled in the grass, his eyes blood-red, reflecting the color of blood in his pupils. Little Ali curled up beside him, trembling with fear, its small furry ears pressed tightly against its head. The experience of being shot had left a significant psychological scar on the little creature, and the sound of gunfire triggered many bad memories in its mind. The small spherical drone had automatically entered stealth mode the moment the gunfire erupted, invisible to everyone except Qiao Shu. Although the drone was hidden, the live stream continued. The viewers in the chat were indignant. Is there no law anymore? How dare they shoot in broad daylight? This is a no man's land, apart from Brother Shu. There are no humans for hundreds of miles around. Brother Shu should shoot them down. These heartless bastards. Are you kidding? There are at least a dozen guns on the other side, plus heavy automatic rifles. Brother Shu would just be sending himself to death. King Qiao Shu should withdraw for now. Let the sand control fighters provide reinforcements, or wait for the military and police to come and catch them. The audience remained rational. Although everyone hated poachers, they were also worried that Qiao Shu would rashly confront them. Looking at the bloody scene before him, Qiao Shu couldn't bear to watch and closed his eyes, his trembling lips turning pale. Even though he had seen videos about poachers in university lectures and learned about the brutal tactics of poachers in China during training with the sand control team, data was just data. The visual impact of the cruel reality was 100 times more painful than any data. That beautiful white figure lingered in Qiao Shu's mind, but that pure white had gradually turned into a blood-red hue of slaughter. "Ali, you go back first." Qiao Shu lowered his voice and took out the pokeball to recall little Ali, with the sound of gunfire as cover. The live stream remained focused on the bloody lake, and the audience did not see Qiao Shu's actions. Little Ali was still too weak and couldn't help in a fight against humans. After recalling Ali, Qiao Shu crawled backward, eventually disappearing into the dense woods. On the other side of the lake, chaos reigned. A woo! The white-collared wolf king let out an authoritative howl, trying to stabilize the panicking wolf pack. However, the pack's discipline was no match for the enemy's gunfire, especially with comrades collapsing around them in pools of blood, unable to see their attackers. Various factors intensified the desert wolves' fear, and they began to flee like headless flies. The wolf king let out a helpless whimper, turned, and picked up a half-grown pup, running toward the woods. Since this was not a hunting operation, but merely a water stop in the oasis, the entire pack had come out, including pregnant females and pups. Unlike the battle-hardened desert wolves, these females and young ones had very low adaptability and would run at the slightest disturbance. Children are always the hope of a pack. The wolf king glanced back at the poachers on the cliff, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Rustle, rustle. Qiao Shu, hidden in the woods, began to move quickly toward the cliff, and the audience could only see a mess of leaves and hear the sound of his body brushing against them. 2 revolvers hung at his waist, and the glinting Doran dagger was strapped to his thigh. Fully armed, Qiao Shu's expression was grim as he silently approached the poachers. "Ha ha, this is exhilarating." One poacher boasted to his companion while changing magazines, "I killed 4 desert wolves. We're going to make a fortune this time." His companion scoffed, unimpressed. "How much are desert wolves worth? Did you see that white camel? Its value is greater than the entire pack of wolves." The white camel had been shot by the poacher leader himself. Though not a fatal hit, it still lay in a pool of blood. According to the poacher's rules, whoever hits the prey takes the biggest share. Prey hit by multiple bullets is divided among them. If the white camel could be sold successfully, the poacher leader would take at least 30 of the spoils, and only 20 might be shared with others. As for the remaining 50, of course, That would go to the higher-ups in the poacher gang. This was a well-organized poaching operation. From the crime to sales and distribution, each process had its own rules, making them much more troublesome than disorganized poachers. Since we can't get much money from that white camel, let's kill a few more wolves. The poacher nudged his companion. What do you say, you? The companion turned back in confusion, a fresh bullet hole appearing in the center of his forehead, blood gushing from it. Qiao Shu, ambush. The poachers were struck with fear, dropping their hunting rifles without realizing it. The next second, a piercing scream rang out. There are enemies. Bang! This time, the poachers clearly heard the gunfire coming from the woods behind them. The next moment, a chilling sense of crisis enveloped him. Hunter marked. However, it was too late for him to realize this now. A bloody bullet hole had also appeared on his forehead. The poacher leader caught a glimpse of two of his men falling to the ground and felt his body hair stand on end when he turned to look. A strong sense of danger spread throughout his body. Relying on his instincts from years of battling beasts, he rolled to the side. Bang! Two bullets struck the spot where the poacher leader had just been, sparking a shower of sparks. Turning to fire, there are enemies in the woods behind. More than a dozen poachers immediately turn around, their dark gun muzzles re-aimed at the woods behind them. Qiao Shu furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected the enemy to have such keen senses. The effect of hunter had actually made him more alert. The previous two poachers had been shot in the head by the revolver the moment they were marked, with almost no reaction time. Ding! Human hunting successful. Reward permanent slight increase in lifespan and luck. Qiao Shu's eyelids twitched. Lifespan. Luck. The attribute boosts from killing humans were actually lifespan and luck. The system was indeed bold. If it were to fall into the hands of a dark-hearted and ambitious host, wouldn't it cultivate a killing machine? Just imagine. Someone with nearly infinite lifespan and counteracting luck. What a force of nature that would be. A perfect protagonist in a male-oriented power fantasy. Seeing more than a dozen guns aimed in his direction, Qiao Shu had no choice but to retreat quickly, his figure disappearing into the thicket. Crackle, crackle. Dozens of guns fired simultaneously, shaking the branches and raising clouds of smoke. Chapter 60. Poachers versus hunters according to the principle of no smoke, no injury. Qiao Shu was naturally not hit by bullets. In their panic, the poachers fired wildly, but ultimately, the big tree bore the brunt of it all. Several palm trees were riddled with bullet holes of varying sizes, their trunks bent at awkward angles as if they were about to snap at any moment. Twigs and leaves were scattered all around, as if the forest itself was mocking the incompetence of the poachers. The leader of the poachers ordered sternly, "Cease fire." The sudden death of a comrade had thrown the poachers into a panic. They didn't even hear their leader's command and continued to unload their weapons into the woods. Bang! 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 The leader fired several shots into the air, raising his voice in anger. I said, "Cease fire." Only then did the poachers stop shooting, turning to look at their leader, bewildered. The assailant was the sand control man. The poacher leader's face was filled with murderous intent. Apart from us, there was only him here. He should only have a shotgun, which is not enough firepower. Shurtu, a poacher named Shurtu, stood up, composed, and said, "Boss, your orders. Take 5 men and chase after that sand control man. I want no live captures. Bring me his head," ordered the leader. Shurtu was the most trusted subordinate of the poacher leader, tough and taciturn, loyal to carry out any command from the leader. Understood. Shurtu nodded in agreement, picked up his automatic rifle, and selected 5 skilled shooters from the poachers to head deeper into the jungle. The jungle was the poachers' home ground. They had spent the first half of their lives committing crimes and fighting here. And the poacher leader did not believe that Qiao Shu could evade their pursuit in the jungle. Nevertheless, the cautious leader ordered the remaining subordinates, "Today's hunt is over. You all come with me to collect the spoils." Although his subordinates were reluctant, none dared to voice their objections. Thus, Qiao Shu's plan was halfway successful. The reason for exposing his presence was to allow the wild animals that hadn't been shot yet to escape, minimizing today's losses. As for the other half of the plan, it was to eliminate all the poachers in the oasis. Perhaps the jungle was the poachers' home ground, but Qiao Shu excelled at dealing with enemies in their own territory. This was a battle of poachers versus hunters. The 6-man team delved deeper into the jungle, pursuing in a combat formation towards the direction Qiao Shu had left. Shi too was at the forefront. He had a remarkable ability to determine the direction of the prey's escape by observing the broken branches. A qualified hunter must be familiar with various habits of animals and adept at identifying the traces they leave behind to discover hidden animals. Shi too was evidently a competent hunter. Suddenly, Shi too halted. He stood beside a bush, carefully observing the broken branches above, looking around in confusion. Qiao Shu's trail had continued to this point and then vanished without a trace. Shi too frowned, realizing that things were not simple. As a poacher who had followed the leader for many years, he had not been without experience in killing humans. Park rangers, forest wardens, and even forest police had fallen victim to their hands. In Shi too's view, humans were not much more clever than animals. In the wild, most humans' tracking abilities were far weaker than those of cunning animals. But this time, the sand control man seemed to be more cunning than usual. He's nearby. Spread out in pairs and find him. Shi too instructed in a deep voice, "Be careful, he's a tough one." The 6 poachers split into pairs and began searching for Qiao Shu's trail nearby. If Shi too had been a bit more careful and looked up, he would have spotted Qiao Shu, whose gaze was cold, hidden among the treetops. Shi too and another group of poachers gradually moved away, leaving one group lingering at the original spot. Where the hell did this guy go? One poacher wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shi, a comrade, gestured for silence. This guy's not simple. He's alone and dares to face us with over 10 guns. He's tough. The poacher fell silent, impatiently turning over a bush with a shotgun. Suddenly, a strong sense of dread surged within him. The poacher inexplicably looked up, his pupils dilating. A shadow leaped down from a 3-meter-high poplar tree, a glinting dagger plunging straight into his throat. A stream of crimson droplets that only Qiao Shu could see flew out from the poacher's throat, which Qiao Shu absorbed entirely. The wounds inflicted by various branches while running through the jungle began to heal at an eerie speed. The poacher instinctively covered his mouth and throat with his hands, but could not stop the blood from gushing out like a fountain. Another poacher, hearing his comrade's moans, immediately aimed his gun. Swish! A flash of silver. A tactical dagger was thrown by Qiao Shu like a throwing knife, accurately piercing the left side of the poacher's chest. Unfortunately, the accuracy and force were somewhat lacking. Although it penetrated flesh, it did not hit the heart. The shotgun erupted with sparks, a wide spray of iron shot heading straight for Qiao Shu. Unfazed, Qiao Shu lifted the already throat-slit poacher in front of him as a shield. The iron shot hit the poacher's chest, which was already on the brink of death, instantly turning it into a bloody mess, sending him to report to the King of Hell. Qiao Shu calmly drew the M1895 revolver from his waist, which had a black silencer attached at the muzzle. Due to the significant gap between the barrel and the chamber, no practical silencer could be used on a revolver. However, the M1895 revolver was different. It had a unique sealed powder gas system, making it the only revolver in the world that could accommodate a silencer. The M1895 had a 7-round capacity, with the chamber rotating 42 degrees, producing a very quiet explosion. At the same time, a grotesque blood hole appeared on the forehead of the poacher across from him. Qiao Shu disdainfully pushed aside the now blood-soaked poacher in front of him as the sound of rapid footsteps approached from behind. The silencer's function was to reduce noise, not eliminate it. Although Qiao Shu had tried to minimize the sounds of battle, he could not avoid attracting the attention of the poacher's companions. Coldly, Qiao Shu glanced towards the source of the footsteps before running towards the other end of the jungle, casually pulling out the tactical dagger from the poacher's chest. By the time Shi too and the others arrived at the scene of the battle, Qiao Shu had long vanished, leaving only 2 cold bodies of comrades behind. Chapter 61, Close Combat Dam. Stone crouched down to examine his companion's body, discovering that both had been killed almost instantly. One had his throat slit, his chest peppered with iron shot from a shotgun, both wounds fatal. The other had a bullet through his forehead, his brain matter destroyed in an instant. Just like the first 2 who had been ambushed and killed. The enemy was exceptionally skilled with a gun and adept at using a dagger. Stone closed his eyes, visualizing the scene when Qiao Shu killed, somewhat reminiscent of the methods used by the special forces in Huagua. It was no wonder Stone had this misunderstanding. Soldiers from special forces excelled at marksmanship, close combat with cold weapons, and counter-tracking, traits that indeed resembled Qiao Shu. A sense of foreboding filled Stone's heart. At this moment, the roles of hunter and prey seemed to have swapped. Meanwhile, the fleeing Qiao Shu leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and the gruesome deaths of the two poachers echoed in his mind, causing a strong sense of discomfort. Before becoming a sand controller, Qiao Shu was just an ordinary college student, having just transitioned from that naive and foolish period into society. Oh, wait, into the desert. Killing two humans with his own hands had placed a tremendous psychological burden on him. His stomach churned, a feeling of something foreign lodged in his throat. And if it weren't for his strong will, he would have already vomited. This wasn't the first time Qiao Shu had seen dead bodies. In his childhood, the security back home wasn't great, and with Xiao Qingfeng being the local tycoon, various criminals often came knocking. Xiao Qingfeng had personally killed criminals, and his bodyguards had killed even more. Young Qiao Shu had witnessed death scenes more than once. However, seeing others kill was nowhere near as unsettling as killing with his own hands. The atmosphere in the live streaming room was tense. Although the system had automatically blurred the screen during Qiao Shu's killing, the gunshots and the blurred outlines made it clear to everyone what had happened. Seeing Qiao Shu's pale face, some viewers couldn't help but send encouraging messages. Don't panic, Brother Shu. You are the righteous sand controller. They are the evil poachers. Killing them is just and in line with public sentiment. Exactly. They can't even be considered human, just beasts in human skin. You're like King Zhou. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Don't show mercy. That's right. Don't be afraid of the police. The 200,000 people in the live stream can testify for you. After taking a few deep breaths, the psychologically strong Qiao Shu quickly emerged from the shadow of killing. Looking at the messages floating by, he felt warmth in his heart and smiled at the camera. Speaking was impossible. They were too close to the poachers, and talking would reveal his position. But he sensed the genuine concern from the viewers. Regaining his composure, Qiao Shu began loading bullets into the empty magazine, his trembling fingers steadying. With a determined expression, he glanced in the direction of the poachers and then dove into the nearby bushes. 4 left. No more splitting up. Stone's expression was grave as he looked at the two fallen companions. The enemy's combat skills and psychological resilience were strong, excelling at picking them off one by one. The remaining 3 poachers swallowed hard, panicking. Although they were ruthless criminals, it was one thing to kill others. Witnessing the brutal deaths of 2 companions, if it weren't for Stone keeping a close watch, they would have scattered long ago. They huddled together, each watching a different direction, ready to fire at the first gunshot, no matter where it came from. Under Stone's command, the 4 poachers formed a back-to-back circle, each guarding a 90-degree arc. One could say that Stone had some skills, but not much. If the poachers were experienced soldiers, this tactical formation might be effective. But they were just a group of bullies picking on the weak, and their firepower was insufficient to cover a 90-degree area, leaving an opening for Qiao Shu. From the bushes beside them, 2 black gun muzzles quietly emerged, targeting 2 of the poachers armed with double-barreled shotguns. The rate of fire for such shotguns was slow, and even if the 2 fired instinctively, the chance of hitting their own was very low. Meanwhile, Stone and another poacher wielded automatic weapons. If Qiao Shu hit them, they might also be caught in the crossfire of their own panic shooting. Bang! Bang! The silence was shattered by 2 gunshots, and the already panicked poachers fell to the ground. Stone's reaction was quick the moment the gunshots rang out. He immediately grabbed his stunned companion and used him as a human shield, aiming his automatic rifle at the bushes where Qiao Shu was hiding. The rifle spat out smoke as it unleashed a volley of bullets. Although Qiao Shu had moved immediately after firing twice, he still felt a chill in his calf under the dense barrage. He rolled awkwardly to evade, glancing back. Damn, he was hit. Fortunately, the bullet had only grazed his calf, taking a chunk of flesh but not causing a fatal wound. He fired both revolvers again. The poacher used as a human shield by Stone coughed up blood, his chest riddled with several bullet holes. At almost the same moment, the automatic rifle in Stone's hands and Qiao Shu's 2 revolvers emptied their magazines. Stone discarded his companion and drew a 30-centimeter military dagger to attach to his rifle. Qiao Shu, with a cold expression, pulled out his tactical dagger and Doran's dagger from his leg and charged at the towering stone, the blades gleaming. In close combat, it was a matter of who was more reckless. Qiao Shu held the two daggers reversed, completely ignoring Stone's gleaming military dagger. Stepping forward with his left foot while turning right, stabbing fiercely with his right hand. Stone's eyelids twitched if he thrust his rifle forward. He could impale this young sand controller, but the price would be a dagger in his own head. This was a life-for-life exchange. And although Qiao Shu looked young, he turned out to be a reckless fool. Who was the real desperate one here? Unable to risk an extreme exchange with Qiao Shu, Stone could only parry the attack with a reverse upward stroke. The daggers and military dagger clashed, producing a piercing metallic sound. Stone felt a shock wave travel through his arm, his hands numbing from the impact. He didn't expect this seemingly weak sand controller to possess such strength. Are you Li Yuanba or something? Grinding his teeth, Stone glared at Qiao Shu's calm eyes. Who the hell are you? The sand controller, Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu's lips began to curl into a slight smile. Mark. The Doran's dagger slashed out, warm blood gushing forth, splattering onto Qiao Shu's handsome face. In Stone's eyes, Qiao Shu's smile gradually morphed into something grotesque. Chapter 62. Hunting ground. The Doran dagger pierced into the left rib of the Stone, and small red orbs floated out along the dagger, gathering at the wound on Qiao Shu's calf. The wound began to slowly heal, and the missing flesh and blood tissue grew rapidly. Although the Stone could not see this blood-sucking effect, he could feel his vitality draining away, while the little sand control person opposite him was gaining more strength. The Stone's hands went weak, and he nearly dropped his rifle. Qiao Shu seized the opportunity to throw away his dagger, his hands darting in like lightning, pulling the rifle over. Bang, 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 bang. His right hand whipped out like a whip, the familiar sound of the 5 whips echoed. The caught-off-guard Stone was hit 5 times in quick succession by Qiao Shu, causing his entire face to swell up. Qiao Shu, taking advantage of the situation, threw the rifle away, tightly locked his hands around the opponent's neck, and violently tossed him to the ground. The body of the Stone, weighing over 200 pounds, floated lightly off the ground before crashing heavily down, plunging him into darkness. The danger of such a throw is immense. If it were a street fight, using such a move regardless of injuries would definitely be enough to convict someone of intentional injury. If a physically unfit fat person were to take this throw from Qiao Shu, their cervical spine might even fracture. Fortunately, the Stone had spent years in the wild, so his physical condition was decent, but he had completely lost his combat ability. He lay on the ground, groaning in pain, and when he looked into the eyes of the sand control person, he couldn't help but feel a chill all over. That kind of gaze was familiar to the Stone. It resembled the eyes of wolf cubs hunted in the wild. Fierce, cunning, never giving up. Qiao Shu sat down on the Stone's belly, slightly out of breath. Let's talk. What's your situation? The Stone held his neck stiffly, saying nothing. How many of you are there? How long have you been in the 044 governance area? And how did you get in? Qiao Shu spoke to himself, his right hand slowly moving to the wound on the Stone's left rib. Who is the person behind you? He suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the Stone's expression twisted in an instant, the intense pain from the wound making it hard for him to breathe. Qiao Shu remained unfazed, the pressure of his hand not diminishing at all. For a desperate outlaw, resisting to the end, one must be even harsher than him to defeat him. As for the legality of torture, I, Qiao Shu, have my back to the screen. Who saw me make a move? Do you have evidence? Without evidence, I'll sue you for defamation. There are 13 of us, and you killed 4, leaving 9 including me. The pain numbed the Stone's will, and he couldn't help but shout out. And Qiao Shu retracted his right hand. Who is the person above you? What are you doing in the 044 governance area? The Stone looked at Qiao Shu with a cold smile. Gasping for breath, I dare to say, do you dare to listen? Qiao Shu frowned, glancing at the drone that was invisible to others. What is there that I wouldn't dare to hear? Even if the poacher gang's higher-ups were the Jade Emperor, I would dare to listen. But making all this public through my live stream is a completely different concept. That would drag myself and my family into trouble, especially since my father's identity is already sensitive. Thinking of this, Qiao Shu's gaze toward the Stone grew colder. Since he couldn't extract any useful information from him, what was the point of keeping him alive? He picked up the 2 daggers that had fallen to the ground and slowly walked toward the terrified stone. What are you going to do? Killing is a crime. A bad premonition rose in the stone's heart. If he had fallen into the hands of other sand control people, even those specifically responsible for dealing with poachers, he wouldn't be this panicked. After all, the sand control people are a protective organization. They don't have the power to execute prisoners at most. They would hand him over to the police. But this little sand control person was different. This kid was a real tiger. Killing his own comrades was like killing chicks, and the stone wasn't sure if this tiger would directly take him out. Qiao Shu crouched down, coldly raising the Doran dagger in his hand. The back of the dagger smashed hard into the stone's neck, knocking him unconscious. I'm a tiger, but not stupid. Executing an incapacitated poacher in front of 200,000 viewers would end my career as a sand control person, and I'd have to spend years in prison sewing. Dragging the unconscious stone to a big tree, Qiao Shu took out a bundle of sturdy rope from his backpack and tied him up tightly to the tree. With a heart full of girlish sentiment, Qiao Shu even tied a bough for him, hoping that this cute bough could cleanse his sinful soul. Qiao Wang Shu. After finishing all this, Qiao Shu looked toward the distant lake, his eyes gradually narrowing. 8 left, nearby the oasis lake. The remaining 8 poachers spread out to collect the animals hit by bullets. A still-breathing desert wolf stared fiercely at the human in front of it, its white fangs exposed, emitting a suppressed low growl. The poacher sneered and pulled out a dagger, stepping forward to slice the desert wolf's throat. No matter how fierce the beast, it will die when its throat is cut. The poacher's eyes widened in disbelief as he touched his own neck, blood covering his palm. A figure emerged from behind him, coldly watching him collapse to the ground, gradually losing his breath. Ah, yes, you're right. It will indeed die. On the other side of the lake, a sand antelope lay with wide, unseeing eyes, clearly having lost its breath. The poacher processing the sand antelope's corpse grinned as he skillfully peeled off an entire hide, his technique more proficient than Qiao Shu, who had the basic skinning skill. Kidneys are good stuff. They're incredibly nourishing. Once I eat this, let us see if that woman dares to say I'm a fast shooter. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced through the flesh. The poacher froze in place, his body trembling uncontrollably, but he couldn't make a sound. The Doran dagger had pierced into the poacher's lower back, puncturing his kidney. The kidney is the foundation of life. Once stabbed, one would immediately lose the ability to fight, and the terrifying pain would render one unable to even scream. Kidney collector, huh? Qiao Shu looked disdainfully at the poacher lying on the ground. Those who take lives will be taken themselves. In just 20 minutes, the scattered poachers around the lake were taken down one by Qiao Shu using his dagger, without making a single sound. A qualified hunter remains as still as a mountain, gathering strength, and strikes as swiftly as the wind. The entire oasis was Qiao Shu's hunting ground, and those poachers who lived by hunting animals had instead become his prey. Chapter 63, Quick Shooter Woohoo. Another one taken care of. Brother Shu's skills are incredible. Damn mosaic, can't see anything at all. It's great that it can be broadcasted. Haven't you heard Brother Shu say kidney cutter? The kidneys are gone, and without the mosaic, you wouldn't even dare to look. Brother Shu, Thai pants spicy. Thai pants spicy. Although the audience was a bit uncomfortable when Qiao Shu first dealt with the poachers, as one poacher after another fell, their discomfort gradually disappeared. Moreover, the system always managed to apply the mosaic at the most critical moments. The audience could see the poachers being taken down, but not any bloody scenes. The audience's experience now is akin to watching police raids on entertainment venues, filled with anticipation and excitement. There are still 2 left. Qiao Shu looked at the kidney cutter as he stopped breathing in front of him, then shifted his gaze to other locations around the lake. The stealth function of the small spherical drone had been a great help during the recent battle. Qiao Shu was able to spot the poachers through the mist above the jungle and lake surface, while the poachers had no idea of Qiao Shu's existence. Qiao Shu glanced at the sheep kidneys that the poachers had uncovered, and his expression changed slightly. After confirming that the audience couldn't see him, he suddenly squatted down and stashed 2 sheep kidneys into his spatial backpack. This kidney cutter might be detestable, but he had a good eye. Sheep kidneys are indeed delicious and nutritious, they shouldn't go to waste. He dragged the kidney cutter's body into the bushes to hide it, so it wouldn't alert his companions and cause them to be on guard. If Stone hadn't lied to him, the poacher team should only have their leader and a close bodyguard left. According to a previous captive he had spared, these two were tough nuts to crack. One was a poacher leader who had been on the run for decades, and the other bodyguard was said to be a foreigner who had been a mercenary in Africa. Dealing with these two tough characters posed a high risk for close assassination, and the revolver's range was too short, making it easy to be discovered. Shooting from a longer distance could also result in a miss. The combat experience accumulated today made Qiao Shu realize that he lacked a remote and silent combat method to eliminate enemies without them noticing. This was the essence of being a hunter. Qiao Shu picked up an automatic rifle he had seized from a poacher and examined it closely. It was a classic AK series automatic rifle, a favorite among foreign warlords, criminals, and poachers. Its accuracy was average, but it had astonishing environmental adaptability and firepower, capable of fighting in any extreme environment. Qiao Shu skillfully pulled back the bolt and checked the magazine. Seeing the magazine filled with shiny yellow bullets, he nodded in satisfaction. Although he had never used this type of rifle before, his intermediate shooting skill was enough for him to master various ranged weapons instinctively. Especially with the AK series being simple and easy to use, it posed no difficulty for him. He slung the AK rifle over his back and swiftly climbed up a tall poplar tree, about 5 meters high. This tree was a tall, deciduous tree, with a diameter of up to 1.5 meters, and its dense leaves easily concealed Qiao Shu's figure. Taking out the revolver from his waist, Qiao Shu covered his ears and fired 3 shots into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Without the trees to muffle the sound, the echoes rang out across the oasis lake. As long as the poacher leader wasn't deaf, he would definitely hear the gunshots and come to investigate the source. Qiao Shu quietly crouched on the tree trunk, hiding motionlessly, waiting for his prey to fall into the net. At the same time, 2 men on the other side of the lake suddenly turned their heads. As the gunfire faded, the two exchanged serious glances. It sounded like a revolver. Doesn't seem like anyone here is using a revolver, does it? The poacher leader muttered. For poachers, a revolver's power is insufficient to deal with large beasts, and its accuracy is far inferior to that of shotgun, so almost no one chooses it as a weapon. I'll go take a look. You wait here, the burly white man said in somewhat halting Chinese, but he managed to convey his meaning. The poacher leader nodded, and the man turned to leave. Moments later, the poacher leader followed him. The burly man looked back in confusion. Together, the poacher leader unstrapped a rifle from his back. What if it was a trap? With no news from Stone for so long, and with the other subordinates also not returning, the poacher leader had a bad premonition. The 2 men cautiously approached Qiao Shu's direction, guns in hand. Soon, they entered Qiao Shu's shooting range. Qiao Shu in the tree remained very calm. He carefully observed the 2 remaining enemies and ultimately decided to shoot and kill the foreign burly man first, leaving the poacher leader's small life. That burly man was over 2 meters tall and weighed at least 150 kilograms. He might not be able to take him on in close combat. The poacher leader must know a lot of things. Qiao Shu was confident he could capture him alive. The recoil of the AK-47 is significant and difficult to control, so Qiao Shu opted for a burst fire method. Da-da-da. 3 bullets flew out in a spin, and 3 beautiful splashes of blood blossomed on the burly man's chest. He fell to the ground and quickly lost his breath. At such close range, not to mention the burly man, even a polar bear would die. The poacher leader watched helplessly as his bodyguard collapsed in a pool of blood, immediately rolling on the spot and hiding behind a large rock. In his panic, the poacher leader was careless, with half his body still exposed outside the stone. Qiao Shu calmly aimed again and fired another 3-round burst. Da-da-da. This time the target was the rifle in the poacher leader's hands, which was instantly shattered by the powerful 7.62 millimeters bullets. The poacher leader was thrown into a panic, having to discard the half of the rifle he was holding and curl up behind a rock to hide, since he had already marked the poacher leader. As long as he didn't escape the 10-kilometer skill range, his position would continuously appear in Qiao Shu's mind. So Qiao Shu wasn't in a hurry. He slung the AK rifle behind him and slid down the tree trunk. Hearing Qiao Shu's approaching footsteps, the poacher leader, feeling a chill, drew a handgun from his waist. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Qiao Shu was less than 3 meters away from the large rock when the poacher leader suddenly jumped out, pointing his handgun directly at Qiao Shu. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but it was the poacher leader clutching his bloody wrist as he collapsed to the ground. Qiao Shu blew away the smoke from the muzzle of his revolver and sneered. Who are you looking down on? Who isn't a quick shooter? Chapter 64. Almost a disaster. Poachers, under the cold muzzle of a gun, are driven only by profit. After spinning the revolver around his index finger for a few moments, Qiao Shu elegantly returned it to his waist. Hyenas in the desert, mice hiding in the sewers. A pair of black tactical boots stopped in the line of sight of the poacher leader, who slowly looked up. The man before him was much younger than he had imagined, dressed in a black tactical jacket, with 2 daggers strapped to the sides of his legs and 2 revolvers hanging on either side of his waist. Qiao Shu took off his sun hat, revealing a head of short black hair and a sharply defined face. What impressed the poacher leader the most were his sharp and clear eyes. These eyes seemed to have a magical power, making people unable to look directly at them while unknowingly becoming entranced. What? Have you never seen such a handsome desert fighter? Qiao Shu opened his mouth with a vulgar remark. You don't like men, do you? The poacher leader replied. All your subordinates are dead. What do you have to say? Qiao Shu squatted in front of the poacher leader with a smile. When you slaughter those animals, did you ever think that one day you would be killed in the same way? He patted the poacher leader's face and provocatively said, treat others as they treat you. Right? You asked for this, idol. The poacher leader's eyes were fierce, and his fingers slowly reached for his waist. Qiao Shu watched his every move, remaining silent on the surface. In the next moment, the poacher leader suddenly threw a black stick-like object. Qiao Shu, quick to react, grabbed the stick, intending to wrest it away, but suddenly his pupils constricted. Crap! A stun baton. Zzz. White electricity flickered at the end of the baton. An excruciating pain shot from his palm to his limbs, as if a steel needle had pierced through his body, accompanied by the burning sensation of high temperature and the unique numbness of electric shocks. Even Qiao Shu, with a strong physique, was stunned, his limbs going numb as he collapsed to the ground. Qiao Shu's heart sank. Damn it, I didn't T-dodge. I messed up. He thought the poacher was pulling out a baton or something, and he arrogantly tried to catch it barehanded. Who would have thought it was a stun baton? The high-voltage electricity formed a circuit through Qiao Shu's body, exiting from the other end of the baton. The level of pain had reached above 8. No matter how tough a man was, he would instantly lose his ability to resist and suffer greatly. Hey. The poacher leader pressed the stun baton hard against Qiao Shu, showing no sign of stopping. Young man, you're still too green. Don't you understand the principle of fighting back against a cornered beast? Slap. The poacher leader withdrew the baton, and Qiao Shu had already been shocked into unconsciousness, completely unable to resist. After the electric current stopped, he immediately fell to the ground, his pockball dropping from his waist and rolling into the nearby bushes. The poacher leader pulled out the door-end dagger from Qiao Shu's leg and examined it closely. Good knife. You managed to take down so many of my men. You're quite capable. Let us use this good knife to end your life. Excitement and cruelty gleamed in the poacher leader's eyes. The thought of personally killing the desert fighter thrilled his already warped mind. Danger! The audience in the live stream saw Qiao Shu suffer such a significant loss for the first time, and they couldn't help but leave worried comments. Brother Shu, get up and fight back. Damn that guy. Let go of Brother Shu. Let us settle this one-on-one at 356 Haichuan Street, Sunset District, Spring City, Jilin Province. I'll break your legs. Zhou Wang run. This guy really dares to kill. In front of so many viewers, you can't escape after killing a desert fighter. The drone remained invisible, and the poacher leader had no idea that every word and action was being witnessed by 200,000 viewers. His eyes glinted with malice as he aimed the door-end dagger downward. Suddenly, a bright flash of white light erupted from the bushes that no one saw. Ali, like a Psyduck from an anime, had somehow freed itself from the confines of its pockball. Squeak! An unprecedented roar of anger erupted, and a white flash sprang out from the bushes, lunging straight at the poacher leader's face. The furious cry was short and sharp. The poacher leader thought he had encountered some ferocious beast, startling him into a tremor. Then he saw a cute little fox leap onto his face, biting down on his throat. After being nurtured by both moo moo milk and the pockball, Ali was much stronger than an average fennec fox with sharper teeth. Its 2-centimeter-long teeth pierced through the poacher leader's skin, instantly soaking his clothes in blood. What the hell is this thing? The poacher leader panicked, trying to swat the little Ali off his neck. But Ali was incredibly agile, dodging effortlessly and changing positions to continue its bite. A new row of small puncture wounds appeared on his neck. By the time Qiao Shu struggled to stand up, the poacher leader had already been bitten into a bloody mess, a sight too horrific to behold. Watching the frenzied little Ali, Qiao Shu quickly reached out to pull it off the poacher leader's neck, gently stroking its bloodied fur to calm it down. All right, let's not be angry anymore. Qiao Shu, still shaken, kicked the poacher leader over while softly comforting Ali. In Qiao Shu's arms, Ali continued to struggle, resembling an angry youth who refused to back down after being pulled apart. Squeak, squeak. Although Qiao Shu didn't understand animal language, he knew the little guy was definitely cursing harshly. After finally calming Ali down, Qiao Shu turned to the poacher leader, who lay convulsing on the ground. That was truly dangerous. After all, the power of a stun baton could instantly incapacitate an adult. The probability of dying directly from the stun baton or indirectly triggering other acute illnesses was also quite high. Without the loyal little Ali protecting him, Qiao Shu would have had nearly 100% chance of dying here today. Qiao Shu picked up the stun baton that had fallen nearby and stepped forward. The poacher leader, terrified, covered his neck and kept retreating. Although Ali's teeth were sharp, they were still too short to effectively slash the opponent's throat. Cutting a throat isn't as simple as it looks on TV. It requires a deep enough wound to reach the carotid artery. Although the poacher leader had lost a lot of blood, he hadn't reached the brink of death yet. Qiao Shu squatted beside the poacher leader, his face twisted in rage. Damn it, you're ruthless. Zzz. The electric baton crackled as it landed on him, and the poacher leader let out a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Lightning King, huh? Young Yongxin, right? You like giving electric therapy, huh? Today I'll give you a proper treatment. As the electric sparks flew, the once calm oasis echoed with the chilling cries of agony. Chapter 65. Pregnancy. 3 minutes later, Qiao Shu stopped the electric therapy on the poacher leader. It wasn't that he was no longer angry. Rather, if he continued, the old guy would really kick the bucket. His face was covered in mud and dirt, looking like black charcoal, and there was white foam at the corners of his mouth, making him look utterly miserable. Truly beaten to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Electric torture is definitely one of the most painful forms of punishment. But Qiao Shu felt that the pain he endured was far less than that of the animals and animal protectors he had harmed. This time, Qiao Shu learned his lesson and carefully searched the poacher leader from head to toe, ensuring he had no other tricks up his sleeve before bandaging his wounds. This guy deserved to die, but he couldn't die here. He had to confess all his crimes and die under the judgment of the people's court. Tying the poacher leader securely to a big tree, Qiao Shu even tied a cute bow around him. The family should be neat and tidy. Done. Qiao Shu clapped his hands and looked at the camera, now just waiting for the people above to arrive. By the way, you guys should have called the police for me, right? The barrage of comments did not disappoint Qiao Shu. I called the police as soon as the poacher fired, but the operator told me that reporting false alarms is a crime. Same here. At first, no one believed me, but later, perhaps due to the increasing number of people reporting, they finally believed it. It's also possible that the police saw Brother Shu's live stream. After all, it sounds pretty ridiculous for a single person to take on a dozen poachers in a deserted desert and actually win, getting a positive response. Qiao Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The live stream was his only way to communicate with the outside world. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the transport team to come next month to take away the surviving poachers. However, even if the police rushed over now, they probably wouldn't arrive until the next day. After all, the 044 governance area is a true no-man's land, and the nearest human settlement is far away. Little Ali, come here. Qiao Shu waved to Ali, and the little guy immediately trotted over with an elegant little fox step. He scooped up little Ali into his arms and took out a pack of tissues from his jacket pocket to help clean the bloodstains off the little guy. Don't be so impulsive next time. Qiao Shu, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, frowned. Look at you. You've turned into a little dirty fox. Little Ali stupidly shook his head. What kind of fox is a hidden fox? In a parallel universe, an unnamed teacher, Xiao Liang, sneezed. The break didn't last long. Qiao Shu had other matters to attend to. The poacher team had been cleared, but the animals they had injured or killed were still lying in the oasis. Qiao Shu planned to gather the dead animals to prevent them from contaminating the water source. The ones that were still alive needed to be checked to see if there was any hope of saving them. The white camel lay not far away, and as Qiao Shu approached it with little Ali, its body was still trembling slightly. It seemed that the poachers hadn't hit its vital points. They knew that a living white dromedary was worth far more than a corpse. Qiao Shu quickly examined the white camel's body, and when his gaze fell on its abdomen, he could no longer look away. A highly protruding abdomen is rarely seen in herbivorous animals. It could be due to some disease, or it was pregnant. The gestation period for camels is about 13 months, and they generally give birth once every 2 years. Such a low reproduction rate is one of the reasons why wild camels are so scarce. The belly of this white camel was already quite large, clearly on the verge of giving birth. Qiao Shu felt a pang of sympathy. The white camel was seriously injured, and if it weren't pregnant, he could still try to save it. But being pregnant would consume a lot of its physical strength. It couldn't possibly hold on in this condition. It was pregnant, one body, 2 lives. Qiao Shu said helplessly, "There's no way to save it in this situation. Those damn poachers have slaughtered 2 rare dromedaries." Hearing this, the barrage fell silent. Everyone knew how precious dromedaries are. They are rarer than giant pandas. Each one a national treasure. I should have thought of it sooner. The peak breeding season for herbivores is between March and May. Qiao Shu felt a bit regretful. The little gray one at home is like this, and so is this camel. The audience was also dumbfounded. Who would have thought that this kid, Qiao Shu, had such a knack for female animals? First, he saved a little female fox, then caught a pregnant female rabbit. And now this rare white camel is also female and pregnant. You are the king of females. Pregnant? So suddenly? Doesn't this mean facing the incredibly melodramatic question, save the mother or save the child? First, saving the mother or child is just a dramatization in TV shows. In reality, hospitals will prioritize saving the mother's life without needing family consent. Second, didn't King Qiao Shu just say that the mother camel can't be saved, and there might still be a glimmer of hope for the baby? Shu, can you perform a cesarean section on the mother camel? After all, it is also a little life. If one can live, that's something. Qiao Shu's eyes brightened at the barrage that floated by. Right? The big camel can't be saved, but the little camel still has hope. The risks of animal delivery aren't that high. In fact, the most difficult animal to give birth to in this world is humans. For example, a newborn camel can run, and a mother camel can walk right after giving birth. The process of delivery is almost without risk, as long as the baby camel in the mother's belly is fully developed. A cesarean section is very likely to save it. Qiao Shu looked at the mother camel, who was in evident pain, and his expression gradually turned grim. The mother camel isn't human. She might not cooperate with me. It's a bit difficult. Qiao Shu slowly spoke. The mother camel was just attacked by humans. If I cut open her belly now, she will definitely resist fiercely. Performing a cesarean section on animals isn't complicated, but if the subject resists too vigorously, it could very likely harm the baby in her belly. After hearing Qiao Shu's analysis, the audience felt that the hard-won hope had once again been dashed. Indeed, the poachers had just attacked this mother camel with guns, and now you expect her to trust you to perform a cesarean section? Dream on. Qiao Shu reached out to gently groom the mother camel's fur, trying to alleviate her pain and calm her down. This was all he could do. Just then, an ethereal and gentle voice suddenly sounded in Qiao Shu's ear. Save her. Who? Qiao Shu turned around abruptly, drawing his revolver and looking around. The area around the lake was empty. The poachers' gunfire had scared away all the nearby animals. Did you hear any sound? Qiao Shu looked at the camera in confusion. The audience all replied that they heard nothing. Only then did Qiao Shu put down his revolver, deep in thought. If 200,000 viewers didn't hear that voice, could it be that he was hallucinating? Save my child. The voice rang out again, and this time, Qiao Shu clearly understood the content of the voice. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the mother camel in front of him. Was she just speaking? Chapter 66. Camel Caesarean Section System. Could be your doing? Qiao Shu silently questioned in his heart. The system did not respond. It was merely a tool system without the ability to answer questions. If it wasn't the system's doing, could it be that I have superpowers? No way. Before my transmigration, I was just an ordinary person without the ability to communicate with animals. Were you the one speaking just now? Although it was hard to believe, Qiao Shu still tentatively asked the mother camel in front of him. Coincidentally, the mother camel's eyes were looking at him, filled with pain and gentleness, but there was not a trace of hatred. Cut open my belly, save it. That voice echoed in his mind again, and this time Qiao Shu was convinced that it was definitely not an auditory hallucination, although he didn't know how it was possible. The mother camel was really communicating with him. You mean? Qiao Shu looked at the mother camel very seriously. You agree to me performing a cesarean section on you to save the child in your belly? The audience was confused, completely unaware of who Qiao Shu was talking to. Qiao Shu, on the other hand, was filled with a glimmer of hope. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion. But this time, although he didn't hear the mother camel's words in his mind, he saw a hint of pleading in her eyes. If the mother camel knew that he was saving her child, then the cesarean section might actually work. Suddenly, Qiao Shu thought of something and began to frantically search through the system's prompt records in his mind. He remembered that when he ambushed those poachers earlier, he had discovered several nameless bugs on the tree trunk, and out of curiosity, he had unlocked their encyclopedia information. It seemed that because he had unlocked 10 animal encyclopedias, he received a related reward, but since he was in battle at the time, he didn't have time to check the specific information about the reward. Sure enough, Qiao Shu soon found this record in the information log. Ding. The leaf mite encyclopedia has been unlocked. The host's affinity for this species has slightly increased. You have unlocked a total of 10 animal encyclopedias and gained the growth type special skill Voice of All Things. Voice of All Things, growth type special skill. Level, beginner, can be upgraded by unlocking animal encyclopedias. Effect, listen to the voice of all things. When nearby creatures have strong desires and intend to communicate with you, you can briefly communicate with their inner world and listen to their wishes. Evaluation, possessing the qualities of a king, listening to the voice of all things. It's solved. The mother camel cannot speak, and he had not experienced auditory hallucinations. The reason he heard that ethereal voice was due to the effect of the voice of all things skill, and he was listening to the mother camel's heartfelt voice. This mother camel surprisingly possesses human-like qualities. Looking at the pleading gaze of the mother camel, Qiao Shu pondered for a moment and ultimately nodded his head firmly. No matter what situation arises, he had to give it a try. If he did nothing, this mother and baby camel would die right in front of him. But if she could cooperate with him in the cesarean section, the unborn little camel would have a glimmer of hope. I'm going to prepare for the surgery. Qiao Shu took out a tactical dagger from his waist and said firmly, You are right. The little camel still has a chance to survive. I can't just stand by and do nothing. After saying that, Qiao Shu looked at the mother camel. You need to endure. I don't have any anesthetics. It will be very painful later. He had no anesthetics, no sterilization equipment, and no sterile environment. Even if the little camel was delivered, the mother camel would die from excruciating pain and bacterial infection. Of course, now is not the time to worry about that. The mother camel's condition couldn't last long enough to worry about bacterial infection. She could collapse at any moment. Here we go. The mother camel's heartfelt voice echoed in his mind again. Under the influence of maternal love, Qiao Shu's gaze became even more resolute. He wiped the tactical dagger clean with a tissue and then poured some medical alcohol over it. Although the Dolan dagger was sharper, it was definitely not suitable for performing surgery on the mother camel due to its blood-sucking effect. Disinfecting the dagger was not to protect the mother camel, but to prevent accidentally cutting the little camel, as the bacteria on the dagger could infect it. Qiao Shu positioned the mother camel on her left side, tying her front and back legs with rope and holding her head down. This was to prevent her from instinctively struggling, which would affect the surgery. Fortunately, the mother camel was surprisingly cooperative and allowed Qiao Shu to operate on her without resistance. Qiao Shu prepared to use the right abdominal lateral incision method, making a surgical incision from the right side. He pressed his hand against the camel's belly, using the sense of touch to locate the position of the fetus. Then along the line, connecting the hip tubercle and the navel, he made a clean and swift incision about 50 centimeters long. Although Qiao Shu's movements were quick, the mother camel still inevitably let out a series of mournful cries. New viewers in the live stream were stunned, thinking that Qiao Shu was live streaming animal abuse, and another round of calls was made to the police. Cutting through the skin did not complete the cesarean section. Qiao Shu still needed to cut through the external oblique muscle, internal oblique muscle, and aponeurosis in sequence according to the direction of the muscle fibers. A bloody and foul smell filled the air, and the little fox was so scared that it trembled and hurried back to its pockball, pulling itself inside. The entire process was bloody and painful, and Qiao Shu couldn't help but furrow his brows, let alone the audience. The system promptly added a mosaic to the live stream, presenting the audience with 3 options. Due to the presence of bloody scenes, please choose your viewing method according to your own situation. 1. Ignore the warning and continue watching. 2. Blurred processing of the image and continue watching. 3. Exit the live stream. Most people chose the blurred image option, while a small number of brave souls resolutely ignored the warning, and the most timid portion of people rolled and crawled out of the live stream. At this moment, Qiao Shu had already cut through layers of obstacles and clipped open the peritoneum and uterine membrane. A weak little camel, covered in sticky fur, lay in the uterus, its body soaked in blood, making it impossible to tell its original color. Qiao Shu held his breath against the unpleasant smell and reached deep into the mother camel's pelvic cavity, finding the umbilical cord connecting the little camel to the mother. All mammals have an umbilical cord. The difference is that animals can bite it off themselves, while humans need external tools to cut it. Given the little camel's current condition, Qiao Shu could only help separate the umbilical cord. After doing all this, Qiao Shu took a deep breath, cradled the little camel in his hands, and pulled it outward. This was the riskiest step. If the little camel could survive after leaving the mother, then the cesarean section could be deemed successful. The little camel was quite large, which was one of the main reasons for the camel's dystocia. Qiao Shu used all his strength to barely separate the little camel from its mother. The newly born little camel lay lifelessly in Qiao Shu's arms, not even opening its eyes, let alone getting up to walk. Qiao Shu looked anxiously at the dirty little camel in his arms. This was a life that your mother had risked her life to save. Pull yourself together, little one. Chapter 67. The newborn camel, why isn't it moving? Is the little camel still alive? Open your eyes, little one. Your mother is waiting over there for you. Cheer up. Don't let your mother die in vain. Come on, little camel. Shang sent a super rocket and commented, Little camel, be strong, keep going. Bunan Zero sent a tiger roar 10 and commented, Little camel must survive. Encouraged by the audience's cheers from afar, the little camel opened its eyelids just a tiny crack. Qiao Shu's spirits lifted, although it was just a small opening. As long as the little one hadn't given up, there was hope. The will to survive is a powerful thing. It can overcome all the special medicines in the world. Slowly, the little camel opened its eyes. The newborn camel seemed to have a thin film over its eyes, looking watery and incredibly clear. However, the little camel saw the world through those eyes in a bit of a blur, only able to see a black silhouette holding it. In its embrace, there was a sense of security that eased the anxiety of seeing the world for the first time. Next, the little camel began to struggle. It wasn't to escape Qiao Shu's embrace, but to try to stand up. This is the instinct of herbivores. Once born, they must learn to run. Only by keeping up with the herd can they avoid being eliminated by the harshness of nature. Qiao Shu quickly placed the little one on the grass, trying not to interfere as it attempted to stand on its own. Moo! The little camel called out in a soft, babyish voice, sounding very lively, and its small body gradually stabilized. Amid the frenzied cheers from the comments, its 4 little legs stood firmly on the grass, and the little one wobbled as it stood up, Qiao Shu let out a breath and sat down beside the little one. It's alive. It has finally survived. Miracles of life don't happen often, but that doesn't mean they can't occur. The little camel stood on the grass, its calls growing louder, and its eyes becoming brighter, as if announcing its arrival to the world. The birth of one life came with the passing of another. On the other side, the mother camel had already reached the end of her life. Qiao Shu slowly stood up, picked up the little camel, and placed it in front of the mother camel. "This is your mother," Qiao Shu said solemnly. "You must always remember that your mother used her selfless sacrifice to bring you this precious life." The little camel seemed to realize something, and its watery eyes appeared to mist over. Without needing Qiao Shu to say anything more, the little one nestled against its mother's body, its gaze filled with an indescribable affection. The mother camel's eyes followed the little camel closely, filled with reluctance, love, and sadness. The intersection of their pure and sincere gazes created a bloody yet heartwarming scene that deeply pierced the soft spots in the hearts of the audience. As the mother camel held on for so long only to not make it, she has already been so brave, suffering such severe gunshot wounds and undergoing a cesarean section. She has been so strong. Damn, I'm tearing up just watching this. Those poachers truly deserve to die. Teary-eyed, I hope the streamer can take good care of this little camel. The mother camel is too pitiful. The white double-humped camel, one of the rarest wild animals in Huagua, has been so mistreated. This was the first and last meeting between the mother and the little camel. Life and death. First meeting and eternal farewell. The warm body began to grow cold, and its limbs started to stiffen, signaling that the mother camel's life was coming to an end. "Thank you for saving my child," echoed in Qiao Shu's mind, the mother camel's heartfelt voice. "No," Qiao Shu gently replied, "I should be the one to apologize to you. I'm so sorry. Human actions are too cruel. The troubles we have caused you, we will repay 100-fold." Although Qiao Shu had done nothing wrong, he was apologizing for the sins of his kind, for the greed of humanity. Humans are a community. The evil done by one group often requires many others to repay. The mother camel did not say anything more, her large eyes maintaining a loving and reluctant emotion, gradually losing their vitality. "You can rest easy now. I will take care of the little one." Qiao Shu extended his hand and, following human customs, closed the mother camel's eyes. Then he picked up the little camel, which was confused and cuddling beside its mother's corpse, and remained silent for a long time. Ding! The host rescued a wild, double-humped camel and received 3,000 greening points. Ding! A wild, double-humped camel's dying wish has been detected. A request to adopt the cub has been initiated. Do you accept? Accepted, Qiao Shu silently responded. After little Ali, this poor little camel, which lost its mother right after birth, became Qiao Shu's second officially adopted wild animal. Accepting the adoption request did not come with any rewards. Perhaps the system considers adopting an animal itself as a reward. Qiao Shu looked at the pitiful little camel beside him, filled with worry. Successfully delivering the little one was just the first step to ensure it lives healthily. Many challenges lay ahead. The most important issue was the little one's food. The newborn camel must drink colostrum to survive. This is determined by the camel's placenta. The antibodies in the mother camel's body cannot be passed through the placenta to the cub. They can only be transmitted through colostrum. Therefore, the active substances in colostrum are what keep the little camel alive. However, this life-saving colostrum disappeared with the mother camel's departure. Perhaps moo milk could replace colostrum? Or maybe in the herd outside the oasis, there's a mother camel that just gave birth to a little one, which could serve as a temporary wet nurse. Qiao Shu sighed helplessly. The mother camel's body cannot be buried. The rare wild double-humped camel, even in death, still holds great research value. Not only the mother camel, but also the bodies of the desert wolves and sand antelopes cannot be buried. They still carry the poacher's bullets inside them, which are important evidence and clues. However, if there is a sand antelope that was not shot dead, but accidentally fell to its death due to being startled by a bullet, it could be used to improve the diet. At this moment, Qiao Shu didn't have the energy to deal with these bodies. He planned to go wash up in the lake first. Unlike the small pond in the canyon, the lake in the oasis connects to an underground river. providing a source of moving water. As long as animal bodies aren't thrown in, even jumping in for a bath wouldn't risk contaminating the water quality. Qiao Shu took the little camel and Ali to the lake, looking at his reflection on the surface. What a sight! So disheveled. The mud from fighting the poachers, the leaves stuck to him while moving through the forest. The blood that splattered while performing surgery on the mother camel, the handsome face that usually charms countless beautiful girls, was now so dirty it was unrecognizable. Qiao Shu's expression darkened. This one do. I can endure going without food. I could tolerate not having cigarettes. But having my unmatched good looks tarnished is worse than being killed. Chapter 68, Support arrives looking at his disheveled self on the water surface. Qiao Shu decisively took off his shirt and jumped into the lake. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as Qiao Shu surfaced, deeply exhaling a breath of murky air. He cupped his hands to scoop some clear water and poured it over his head. The icy and refreshing lake water flowed down his hair, washing away the fatigue and grime from the battle. It felt great. If it weren't for the need to pay attention to the live broadcast, Qiao Shu would even consider buying a bath towel from the system mall to scrub himself clean. Next to him, little Ali was also a clean little guy. Without needing any prompting from Qiao Shu, he squatted by the lake and began washing his little paws. Little Camel, on the other hand, timidly watched Qiao Shu, seemingly instinctively afraid of the deep lake water, as he stood confused at the shallow water's edge. Just as the water reached his 4 little hooves, he jumped back in fright as if he had been electrocuted. In contrast, little Ali had already started to scoop clear water with his paws to wash off the bloodstains from the poacher leader he had torn apart. Qiao Shu couldn't help but smile as he gently grabbed little Camel from the shore. The camel calf was relatively sturdy and not afraid of water. Being newly born didn't prevent him from getting a bath. Qiao Shu wet the little guy's fluffy fur and gently rubbed it. With Qiao Shu by his side, the little guy quickly adapted, comfortably closing his big eyes with long eyelashes. A patch of bright red blood spread out on the lake's surface, and the stains and filth on little Camel were washed clean, revealing his true appearance. Qiao Shu's eyes brightened slightly. What a handsome little camel. He was nearly 1/10 as good-looking as me, Qiao Shu. After washing, his slightly curled fluffy fur was pure white, clearly inheriting his mother's genes without a single stray hair. Those round eyes were ridiculously large, and his long and shiny eyelashes made him look like a cute creature straight out of a comic book. His limbs and body had perfectly proportioned lines. Although he was a premature baby, little Camel was very healthy. No wonder he was my camel, so good-looking. Qiao Shu laughed and patted little Camel's head. With this level of good looks, he wouldn't have to worry about attracting wild female camels. Qiao Shu hadn't forgotten that he still had a mission to develop a wild Bactrian camel population. The mission reward was 1,000,000 greening points. Whether the master can achieve freedom with greening points in the future will depend on your good looks. Although little Camel didn't understand what Qiao Shu was saying, it didn't stop him from proudly lifting his little head. Oh my, it's true, this little guy is really good looking. This little handsome camel, when grown, would definitely be a stud. As the saying goes, one white covers 100 flaws. Pure white animals can't look bad at all. Wow, is this saying really applicable here? The eyes of the crowd are sharp. Obviously, the good looks of this white little camel received widespread recognition from the public. 10 minutes later, a bonfire rose by the lake, and the soaked Qiao Shu squatted by the fire with the 2 little guys to dry off. As night fell, the temperature began to drop sharply. Qiao Shu planned to stay here for the night, both to rest well and to wrap up some work. The poachers' bodies needed to be gathered together, and the animals' bodies also needed to be collected. Qiao Shu was lucky. While collecting animal bodies, he actually found a sand antelope that had fallen to its death. Soon, the aroma of roasted lamb legs wafted through the oasis. Qiao Shu feasted on the lamb leg while preparing fresh milk for the 2 little guys. As for the few poachers who weren't dead, let them starve. It would save the country a bullet. The next day, a convoy entered the 044 management area, heading directly towards the oasis. Xiao Tian held a large box, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery outside the window. Although he had seen it many times in the live broadcast, upon actually arriving at the 044 management area, Xiao Tian couldn't help but marvel at the desolation here. Yesterday's live broadcast by Qiao Shu had caused a huge stir online, and the authorities of the sand control people took it very seriously, sending Xiao Tian's big secretary from his office to come over. This was to prevent any poachers' accomplices from sneaking into the support team and taking action against Qiao Shu in desperation. Xiao Tian's role was akin to that of an imperial envoy in ancient times, monitoring every move of the support team. A man's voice came from the vehicle intercom. Secretary Tian, up ahead is the oasis. The off-road vehicle can't drive in, so we can only walk in. Xiao Tian came back to his senses and looked at the lush oasis in front of him. He had only learned of the existence of this oasis yesterday. Its information had never appeared in previous reports from the 044 management area. This shows how serious the problems in the 044 management area are, as even such an important resource location as the oasis had been concealed. Furthermore, according to Qiao Shu's thoughts yesterday, there was likely a lost civilization relic within this oasis. "All right, Captain Liu, let's get off here," Xiao Tian replied gently. Liu Yuan, belonging to the Sand Control Combat Team, was the squad leader of the 043 management area. The Sand Control Combat Team is a very special entity, independent of the Sand Control Organization, with its upper management not holding positions in the Sand Control Organization. At the same time, it is subject to both the Sand Control and Arm departments, requiring permission from both sides for every action. The reason for this situation can be attributed to the unique population distribution in Huagua. Since ancient times, southeastern Huagua has been densely populated and narrow, while the northwest has been sparsely populated and vast. From Heisheng-Ihun to Yun Province Tingchong, drawing a straight line at a 45-degree angle divides Huagua's map in two, marking the famous Huhuan-Yong line. In the southeastern 36 of the territory along this line, 96 of the population resides. Meanwhile, only 4 of the population lives in the remaining 64 of the territory, where most of the areas managed by Sand Control people are located. Given the vastness of the land, the Sand Control Combat Team must exercise restraint. The long convoy slowly came to a stop. Xiao Tian got out of the car with the box and immediately saw a herd of wild Bactrian camels beside the convoy. What puzzled the Sand Control people was that these wild camels seemed completely unafraid of humans. A cute little camel even approached the convoy on its own. The little camel looked at Xiao Tian with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. "Hey!" The captain of the combat team, Liu Yuan, quickly walked over to Xiao Tian's side. "This little guy is really brave. Normal wild camels would have run far away upon seeing us. It dares to come closer." Xiao Tian smiled slightly and reached out to pat the little camel's fluffy head. Others might not know this little guy, but he recognized him. This was the silly thing that had been saved multiple times by Qiao Shu, so of course, he wasn't afraid of humans. Chapter 69. Xiangzi Xiao Tian's feelings towards Qiao Shu were quite conflicted, or rather, polarized. On one hand, he felt a bit jealous that Qiao Shu could gain the director's favor so quickly. On the other hand, he admired Qiao Shu's courage to venture alone into the 044 governance area and actually achieve some tangible results. Especially when he saw Qiao Shu fighting poachers alone during the live broadcast, Xiao Tian wished he could jump through the screen and become a partner fighting alongside Qiao Shu. Watching the little camel that was so friendly, Xiao Tian's admiration for Qiao Shu gradually outweighed his jealousy. Is this what you want to do? To have humans and animals coexist harmoniously without any barriers? If every wild animal could be as close to humans as this herd of camels, that would be the highest realm of animal protection, right? As Xiao Tian pondered, he suddenly felt something soft and squishy fall onto his foot. Looking down, he was instantly infuriated. The little camel wiggled its furry rear, and a fresh pile of camel dung fell continuously onto his foot. Seemingly sensing the murderous gaze directed at it, the silly creature raised its head to look at Xiao Tian, its expression as innocent as could be. That little gaze made Xiao Tian momentarily suspect that he had just stepped in its dung. "I take back what I just thought. This silly thing and its owner are both shameless." Seeing Xiao Tian's lips twitch, the little camel sensed something was off and wobbled away from the scene of the crime. Liu Yuan, who was nearby, struggled to suppress his laughter and took out a pack of tissues from his backpack, handing them to Xiao Tian. "Secretary Tian, hurry up and wipe it off." Xiao Tian took the tissues but didn't use them to wipe. Instead, He forcefully flicked his right foot to send the pile of camel dung flying. As the chief secretary of the General Directorate, Xiao Tian was certainly not some pampered rich kid. It's just camel dung. If Qiao Shu can handle it, so can I, Tian Guanyu. Captain Lu, let's head inside. Xiao Tian said, looking at Lu Yuan beside him. Please keep everyone alert. I'll leave the command of the team to you. Lu Yuan nodded. His opinion of Xiao Tian improved quite a bit. After all, he was a special envoy sent down from the General Directorate for Desertification Control. And Lu Yuan was genuinely worried that he might not understand anything and insist on giving ridiculous commands. Attention, everyone. Form into groups of 5 and enter the target area in a combat formation. The desertification control personnel in the convoy were all well-trained fighters. The moment they heard the command, everyone immediately grouped according to Lu Yuan's instructions and proceeded step by step deeper into the oasis. The structure and equipment of the desertification control combat teams were different from any soldiers. Each 5-person group consisted of 1 axeman, 1 crossbowman, and 3 ordinary soldiers. The axeman's weapon was a machete and a sharp axe, usually held by the strongest melee fighter in the group, who could also act as the pathfinder in forest environments. The crossbowman's weapon was a modern compound crossbow, which could silently and invisibly kill targets without igniting nearby flammable or explosive materials. These characteristics made the crossbowman irreplaceable in combat against poachers and wild beasts. The 3 ordinary soldiers carried either a suppressed Type 95 assault rifle or a Type 05 submachine gun, providing considerable firepower. 1 soldier was at the front, followed by the axeman, then the crossbowman, with the remaining 2 soldiers bringing up the rear. The convoy was divided into 8 combat teams entering the oasis, with 1 team responsible for protecting Tian Guanyu and Lu Yuan, while the other teams chose different directions to enter. Everyone, pay attention. There's one of our comrades in the oasis named Qiao Shu. Before they set off, Lu Yuan seriously instructed his subordinates. Keep your eyes open and make sure not to accidentally injure him. Inside the oasis, the lazy King Zhou had just woken up and was having breakfast. Breakfast naturally consisted of roasted lamb legs, accompanied by a glass of sweet and fragrant date juice. The night before, they had roasted 2 whole lamb legs. And Xiao Shu and Xiao Ali had eaten their fill, but couldn't finish both. As for the little camel, how did you come up with the idea of feeding a camel lamb meat? The leftover lamb leg from yesterday could be reheated over the fire and would be even crispier on the outside, making both Qiao Shu and the fox eat with greasy mouths. Today, Qiao Shu did not start a live broadcast. After a whole day of intense fighting yesterday, the broadcast effect was maximized and the greenery points balance had skyrocketed. By the time the broadcast ended, there were as many as 200,000 greenery points, enough for 2 10-times draws, considering that the greenery points were temporarily sufficient and that some of today's finishing work might not be suitable for broadcasting. Qiao Shu decided not to go live. After finishing an entire lamb leg, Qiao Shu finally turned his attention to the little camel drinking milk beside him. As for the little camel, Qiao Shu pondered, what should I call you? Oh man. The little camel made a sound that was somewhat sheep-like, sounding silly and giving off a vibe that a punch could make it cry for a long time. How about calling you alpaca? Oh man. The little camel seemed a bit unhappy. It was indeed a bit awkward to call a camel an alpaca. Qiao Shu lifted one of the little camel's hind legs and looked at its private parts. If it's a boy, let's call you Xiangzi. Oh man. Although the little camel was still somewhat reluctant, its resistance was not as fierce. Xiangzi, Xiangzi, Qiao Shu reached out to pat the little camel's head. Grow up quickly, and I'll find you a tiger girl so we can have a bunch of little camel babies. Just as Qiao Shu withdrew his hand, a strange voice suddenly rang in his ears. Master, Master, someone is coming. What the heck, a lowly voice. Qiao Shu widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Ali beside him, who had already set down the lamb meat in his hands and was looking warily towards the depths of the jungle. Voice of all things was triggered again. Did I just hear Xiao Ali's thoughts? Last night, Qiao Shu and Xiao Ali had studied for a long time, and no matter what, they couldn't fully grasp the voice of all things skill. It seemed to be a completely uncontrollable passive skill, and only when Xiao Ali was experiencing particularly strong emotions. Like now, could Qiao Shu hear the voice. However, having someone call him master in a cute little lowly voice was a bit overwhelming. Someone? Qiao Shu quickly realized that now was not the time to dwell on the lowly voice. Could it be the poacher's accomplices had arrived? Qiao Shu took an AK rifle from his spatial backpack, picked up the little camel that was still drinking milk, and ran towards the woods. Xiao Ollie didn't need Qiao Shu's concern. The moment he stood up, he had already jumped onto Qiao Shu's shoulder. The little camel lay on the other shoulder, its mouth still stained with milk, its head bobbing up and down, and its small eyes filled with big confusion. Soon, Qiao Shu led the two little creatures into the woods, disappearing from sight. Chapter 70. Urgent, urgent, urgent in the forest. A combat team slowly advanced deeper into the jungle. The leading axeman wielded a battle axe, cutting through the thorns and bushes that blocked the team's path. After all, not everyone was as skilled at parkour as Qiao Shu. Ordinary soldiers expended a lot of energy moving quickly through the jungle, so they needed the axeman to clear the way. It seemed very quiet around here. One of the crossbowmen suddenly spoke up, suggesting that there probably weren't any enemies left, so they should hurry up and find their comrade. Shu, the team leader, sternly interrupted. Be quiet. How many times have I told you? Never let your guard down during missions. The crossbowman shrank back, no longer speaking. Although he was a special forces member and the core of the team leader was an experienced veteran, and his authority was still very high. Suddenly, the crossbowman with the best vision saw a shadow flash past in the nearby bushes. Who is it? He pulled back the string of his compound crossbow, and the wheels on either side of the bow swiftly spun, quickly completing the loading process. With the continuous advancement of technology, loading bolts into modern crossbows was no longer as laborious. A skilled user could instantaneously complete the steps of drawing, aiming, and shooting. Team leader, there are people around. The crossbowman maintained his shooting stance as he spoke to the leader behind him. Everyone, prepare for battle. The leader naturally wouldn't be careless. He disengaged the safety on his Type 05 submachine gun and aimed around. Whoosh! Another shadow flashed by, immediately drawing everyone's attention, and the gun barrels quickly turned. Quick! It's too fast. The soldiers in the team couldn't believe this was a human. They preferred to think it was some kind of beast. The feeling of not being able to see the enemy was uncomfortable, and soon a thin layer of sweat formed on several heads. At this moment, the axeman at the front spoke to reassure everyone, don't panic, panic. Suddenly, a series of strangely pitched notes escaped the axeman's mouth. Baby, Dashin. You idiot, stop being ridiculous. What are you singing at a time like this? The crossbowman cursed angrily. No, wait. The experienced team leader sensed something unusual. Dashin. You've been electrocuted. The other side has electric weapons. It's human. Is that friend over there Qiao Shu? We're not enemies. We're a support team of desert warriors. The panic sound abruptly stopped. Just as Dashin was about to slump to the ground, he was firmly caught by a large hand. Everyone quickly adjusted their aim toward the newcomer. The owner of the large hand was an excessively young man, holding a black electric baton in one hand, with a ridiculously cute little fennec fox perched on his shoulder. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qiao Shu said innocently. Why didn't you tell us sooner? His innocent expression was reminiscent of the little camel that had just left the droppings on Xiao Shu, looking quite foolish. The team leader gestured for his men to lower their weapons and, with a helpless expression, said, You didn't ask either. You just came and gave my brother an electric therapy session. Qiao Shu awkwardly retracted the electric baton and scratched the little fox's head. Little fox. Desert warriors? Feeling embarrassed, shouldn't you be scratching your own head? Why are you scratching that little fox's head? Cough. You've worked hard on the way here. I am Qiao Shu, the district chief of the 044 control area. Qiao Shu helped Dashin up and extended his right hand to the team leader. You haven't eaten yet. Let me treat you to a whole roast lamb. The team leader politely shook Qiao Shu's hand and signaled the crossbowman behind him to take the unconscious Dashin. The crossbowman slung the compound crossbow across his back and assisted Dashin. But as they passed by Qiao Shu's gaze thoughtfully lingered on the compound crossbow. A compound crossbow, huh? That seems like a good weapon, and it's quite stylish too. We appreciate Chief Qiao's kindness. The team leader's voice interrupted Qiao Shu's contemplation. But there are orders above. We need to report immediately after finding you. You see. Of course. It's all part of the process. I'm well aware of that. After all, Qiao Shu had killed several poachers, and given the seriousness of the situation, the necessary reviews had to be conducted. Team leader. We found Qiao Shu. The team leader looked at Dashan, leaning against the crossbowman's shoulder, his eyelids twitching. We have another comrade injured, location at. Although Lu Yuan didn't understand how there could be injured members upon encountering him, he still replied, "All right, we're on our way. We must protect Comrade Qiao." The combat team's 5 members twitched their lips. Protect him? You're overestimating us. It will be a miracle if he doesn't zap us one by one. Yes. We'll ensure the mission is completed. After hanging up the intercom, everyone's gaze fell back on Qiao Shu. In the military, strength was revered, and it had to be said that this desert warrior named Qiao Shu was quite formidable. Not only could he move gracefully through the forest, but he also managed to take down one person right under the noses of the 5. His movements were fluid and stylish. It would have been perfect if the one being hit wasn't a comrade. 2 minutes later, a rustling sound came from the woods. Lu Yuan and Xiao Tian arrived at the scene with a group of desert warriors, and the two didn't have time to chat with Qiao Shu before rushing to check on the unconscious Dashan. What happened? Lu Yuan asked after confirming that Dashan was merely unconscious and not seriously injured. How did he get hurt? Everyone turned to look at Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu grinned apologetically. I didn't mean to. I didn't expect you all to arrive so quickly. I thought you were accomplices of the poachers. So you're Qiao Shu? Lu Yuan said with a friendly expression. I am Lu Yuan, the person in charge of this mission. Hello. Qiao Shu quickly shook hands with Lu Yuan. How about we go talk inside? Not for any other reason, mainly because I've hidden that little camel in there, and I'm worried it might get scared after a long time. Oh my. Xiao Tian, who had been secretly observing Qiao Shu, was taken aback. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Qiao Shu looked up at the bespectacled, refined young man. There was a threat. This pretty boy's looks were at least 1% more handsome than mine. Who the hell are you? Qiao Shu clearly underestimated the importance of Xiangzi in the eyes of these people. Upon learning that the little camel had been hidden by him, everyone hurriedly rushed to the hiding place. Only when Qiao Shu pulled a lively little camel from a pile of broken leaves did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Tian quickly squatted down to carefully check the little camel's condition. It really is a wild Bactrian camel. Xiao Tian's tone was a bit excited, and it's a rare albino variety. Qiao Shu, you really have some luck. Holding the little fox, Qiao Shu frowned and finally asked the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Wait, before you take my little camel, who are you? Chapter 71, do you want to take my camel away? I forgot to introduce myself. Xiao Tian calmly pushed up his glasses and said, I am the first secretary of the Desertification Control Authority. My name is Tian Guanyu. Secretary? Qiao Shu looked at this kid with some suspicion. Is he really the secretary of the director? He can't be a fake, right? The secretary of the dignified director is just this young kid? Why are my father's secretaries all mature women with long legs, wearing black or white stockings and high heels? Hello. Qiao Shu perfunctorily shook hands with Xiao Tian, then snatched the little camel away. You don't even wear stockings. How can you be a good secretary? Don't corrupt my Xiangzi. Walking past Xiao Tian, Qiao Shu put his arm around the shoulder of the crossbowman and enthusiastically called out, Everyone, stop being dazed, follow me. I'll treat you to roast whole sheep. While speaking, Qiao Shu also cast a sneaky glance at the compound crossbow behind the crossbowman. Lu Yuan and Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched. Roast whole sheep? It can't be roast gazelle, right? This kid is too extreme. A whole gazelle was set up on a huge bonfire, with fat continuously seeping from its skin and dripping into the flames, making a sizzling sound. While turning the gazelle, Qiao Shu chattered on. Just like that, after I dealt with all the poachers, I took out their boss, and now the man is tied to that tree over there. Lu Yuan nodded and instructed his subordinates behind him. Go check the location he mentioned and arrest the poacher leader. Yes. The subordinate nodded and walked back. Qiao Shu kindly reminded him, the other side is pretty easy to recognize. I tied a bow tie on him. Don't catch the wrong person. The subordinate stumbled and almost fell to the ground. You, a fierce person who can take on more than 10 poachers, tied a bow tie for someone? Is it a contrast cuteness? So, Director Qiao, do you think this group of poachers has been entrenched in the 044 control area for a long time? Lu Yuan asked calmly. Don't call me Director Qiao. It feels too distant. Just call me Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu nodded. This group of poachers is definitely not just passing through. I encountered them right when I took office here. It was definitely a premeditated intimidation. Qiao Shu also recalled that the poacher who sat on the back of the motorcycle and gestured at him with a throat-cutting motion was the burly man named Shurtu. Poachers stationed in the oasis, and they could reach the authority to intimidate me so quickly. Who would believe it wasn't premeditated? Qiao Shu tore off a leg of the sheep and handed it to Lu Yuan beside him. Lu Yuan hesitated to take it and cautiously asked, "This isn't the one killed by poachers, right? That can't be eaten. It's evidence." "How could that be?" Qiao Shu said confidently, "I know the rules best. This gazelle fell off a cliff and died after being startled by gunfire." Lu Yuan looked skeptical. Is it really that coincidental? Although he found it hard to believe. His body honestly swallowed hard. How could he not be tempted by such a large roasted whole sheep? Confirming that the unfortunate gazelle died from a fall. He had no more concerns. Just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly heard a scream from beside him. Xiao Tian was also holding a lamb leg, looking at Qiao Shu in disbelief, with blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Then, angrily, he flipped something from his mouth and spat out a bullet. Qiao Shu, wait. Who put a bullet in my gazelle's leg? Qiao Shu looked panicked. Now you admit this is your gazelle? Xiao Tian covered his mouth and shouted angrily, I think I lost a tooth. Lu Yuan quickly put down the lamb leg in his hand and hurriedly asked the medic in the team to check Xiao Tian. Fortunately, the injury wasn't severe. He hadn't completely lost his teeth, just a bit loose, and had lost a fragment. Xiao Gap-Toothed Tian looked angrily at Qiao Shu. You said this gazelle died from a fall, so how could there be a bullet in the meat? Qiao Shu, realizing he was in the wrong, shrank his neck. No way. I remember I took out all the bullets. I eliminated the evidence. Forget it. It's not a big deal. Lu Yuan quickly stepped in to mediate. The evidence doesn't hinge on this one. It's just unfortunate for Secretary Tian. We'll find a dentist for him when we go back. The others nodded in agreement. It wasn't that they lacked sympathy. It was just that Qiao Shu's roast gazelle smelled too good. Xiao Tian was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. So he bit down hard on the lamb leg, tried to eat back some money for dental work. Soon, the soldiers who had left earlier returned with 3 captives. Report. Captain, the suspect leader has been brought in. Lu Yuan stood up, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and asked Qiao Shu with a smile. Brother Qiao, take a look, is it them? Qiao Shu glanced at the 3 dejected poachers. Yes, this is their boss, and this one called Shurtu should be the deputy. The last one is a little Kalami. Lu Yuan nodded and looked at the poacher leader. How long have you been in the 044 control area? The poacher leader didn't even glance at him, keeping his head down and silent. Lu Yuan continued to ask, who supports you in poaching here? The poacher leader remained silent. How many animals have you poached? And who is your buyer? Seeing the poacher leader silent like a mute, Qiao Shu felt a surge of anger. Old Lu, step aside, talking nicely won't work with him. Qiao Shu pulled out the electric baton from his waist with a pop. This kid needs to be shocked. Give him 220 volts, and he'll be honest. The poacher leader looked at Qiao Shu in terror, repeatedly stepping back. This kid is really fierce. He dares to use electric therapy in front of so many people. The desertification workers saw the situation was bad and rushed up to grab Qiao Shu, repeatedly persuading him. Brother Qiao, calm down. Don't stoop to the level of a filthy poacher. Brother Qiao, please rein in your powers. No. Torture is illegal. Leave it to us. You continue eating lamb. After Qiao Shu's intimidation, the 3 poachers trembled in fear, but still, no one dared to confess. Perhaps they thought that as long as they kept their mouths shut, the higher-ups would come to rescue them. Forget it. Qiao Shu signaled for everyone to let go. Picked up the little camel on the ground. You all keep handling it. I have nothing to do here. I'm going back to the authority. Lu Yuan's expression hardened, and he reached out to block Qiao Shu. Sorry, Director Qiao. Lu Yuan pointed at the little camel in Qiao Shu's arms. You can leave any time. But this Bactrian camel calf must be handed over to us. It's a critically endangered species. And the 044 control area probably doesn't have the capability to raise it. Hearing this, Qiao Shu's eyes sharpened. Do you want to take my camel away? Chapter 72. Qiao Shu with a camel on each side, absolutely not. Qiao Shu's tone left no room for negotiation. If you don't trust me, I don't trust you either. He looked around at the sand control workers with a stern expression and continued, we still haven't determined who let the poachers in. How can I be sure that when I hand over the little camel today, it won't show up on the black market for wildlife tomorrow? Although Qiao Shu had been very accommodating since this group of people arrived, that didn't mean he had let his guard down. Lu Yuan clearly noticed that Qiao Shu's hand was still resting on the revolver at his waist, never letting go. This young man seemed friendly and informal, but in reality, he was bold and meticulous. Let's not talk about whether you can be trusted, Qiao Shu continued. I came to the 044 control area alone, and the sand control workers haven't provided me with any help, just a shabby little house. Now, you want to take the little camel I found? That is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lu Yuan quickly said, Director Qiao, you misunderstood. You rescued a wild Bactrian camel, and the sand control headquarters will definitely reward you. Since Qiao Shu had turned against them, Lu Yuan had changed how he addressed him to Director Qiao, adopting a formal demeanor. I don't want a reward. Qiao Shu decisively refused. Come on. I've lived a life of luxury since I was a child. What good things haven't I seen? The reward from the sand control people isn't worth as much as I would reward myself. Do you understand the power of high-level craftsmanship? I'm not disobeying orders. I'll do whatever headquarters asks, but I can't trust you with a little camel. Or perhaps one of you could try to see if the little guy will willingly go with you. Everyone turned to the main character in this dispute, the little camel, and immediately felt deflated. The little creature seemed to be glued to Qiao Shu's leg, gripping his thigh with its two front legs and watching the others warily. This little appearance left no doubt that if anyone attempted to pull the little camel away, it would start crying loudly the next second. All right, Captain Liu. A garbled voice broke in. Let Qiao Shu take the little guy. Lu Yuan looked incredulously at the speaker, Xiao Tian. This is also the director's intention. Xiao Tian took out a document from his pocket, which authorized Qiao Shu to care for the Bactrian camel cub, and said, you can take a look at this. Moreover, as the head of the 044 control area, all decisions on how to handle wildlife in the area must consider his opinion. But the orders I received, Lu Yuan still felt conflicted. The orders you received were to handle this poaching incident, right? Xiao Tian interrupted. It seems like there was no mention of the Bactrian camel. And look at the little camel's appearance. Do you think any part of it looks like it wants to go with you? Lu Yuan looked at the little camel, whose face was filled with resistance. The little camel seemed to say, no way. I understand now. Lu Yuan raised his head in resignation. I want to take the little guy. Qiao, you don't need to be so hostile towards us. Am I? Qiao Shu loosened his grip on the revolver with his left hand and let go of the electric baton with his right. Lu Yuan and Xiao Tian exchanged glances. That electric baton was almost poking our mouths, and you're still being stubborn. Is there anything else you need me to cooperate with? Qiao Shu picked up the little camel from the ground and looked at Xiao Tian. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. I have rabbits to feed at home. Qiao Shu was not making excuses. He had been out for a day and night, and the little gray rabbit's feed was probably long gone. Plus, this little guy still had several backup rations from the 044 control area in its belly, so he couldn't be careless. Everything's fine. You can leave any time. Xiao Tian pushed up his glasses. But I have to escort you out. Why? Xiao Shu was most uneasy about this pretty boy. The director has some things for me to pass on to you. Xiao Tian shrugged. 10 minutes later, Qiao Shu and Xiao Tian, with their gear packed, walked out of the oasis one after the other. The mess in the oasis would naturally be handled by Lu Yuan and the others. Qiao Shu's trip was not without gains. His space backpack contained 2 nearly new AK rifles and a whole sand antelope that had accidentally fallen to its death. Of course, the biggest gain was the pure white little camel following closely by his side. Will Captain Liu and the others be investigating the oasis for a long time? Qiao Shu suddenly asked the silent Xiao Tian behind him. Xiao Tian was taken aback. Why do you ask that? After all, it's my control area. Qiao Shu replied honestly. I should at least play the host. Plus, with so many armed soldiers staying at my doorstep, I might have trouble sleeping at night. Xiao Tian chuckled, realizing that the latter part of the statement reflected Qiao Shu's true feelings. Don't worry, they won't stay too long. They'll probably leave tonight. Oh, Qiao Shu was somewhat surprised. The poacher's den in the oasis hasn't been discovered yet, and there may also be hidden remnants of civilization. The sand control people aren't interested in these? Very interested, but they will only deal with the poachers. Everything else is up to you. Xiao Tian said meaningfully, Qiao Shu, you don't need to be so wary of me. We're on the same side. Upon hearing this, Qiao Shu paused. Ever since he discovered the poachers in the control area and the existence of the oasis that even the sand control headquarters didn't know about, he had become suspicious. There was no way around it. There was only one life, and who knows if the ones supporting him were allies or traitors. However, the director had treated him well, giving him the authority to care for the little camel, and given his position, it was highly unlikely that he was a traitor. As they talked, Qiao Shu and Xiao Tian had already exited the oasis. They returned to the spot where Qiao Shu had entered. The herd of camels was still waiting nearby, and his beloved off-road vehicle was parked alongside the other vehicles. Silly thing, Qiao Shu waved at the single-humped camel in the herd. The little creature immediately took off, running towards Qiao Shu. But upon seeing the timid white little camel behind Qiao Shu, the silly thing hesitated, and a sense of crisis arose. Oh no, this cousin is way prettier than me. I think I'm going to be neglected. The silly thing dove into Qiao Shu's arms and then shot a proud glance at the little camel. Qiao Shu, unfazed, wrapped his arms around both little camels, stroking them left and right, exuding an air of indulgence. Xiao Tian watched Qiao Shu embracing both little camels, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself, walking over to a jeep and pulling out a large silver box. Take a look. This is what the director asked me to give you. Chapter 73. A call with the director. Xiao Tian entered the password to open the box, and a plume of white vapor surged out, instantly elevating the atmosphere. This was a vaccine specially developed by the biological department overnight for the Bactrian camel cubs. Xiao Tian took out a syringe that emitted a strange white light under the sun. It could replace the camel colostrum and provide antibodies for the little ones. Moreover, it could enhance the young camel's constitution, making it less prone to illness. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This director he had never met was truly considerate. The lack of maternal antibodies had always been a concern for him. A young camel without them wouldn't survive long, and even if it did, it would be frail and sickly. This vaccine was specifically developed for the fennec fox and could prevent over a dozen diseases that canine species are susceptible to. It was a gift from the director. Xiao Tian took out another syringe of a different color, showcased it in front of Qiao Shu, and then carefully put it back. Both vaccines required refrigeration and were effective within 24 hours, so they needed to be administered as soon as possible after returning. Qiao Shu nodded, his gaze toward Xiao Tian becoming much friendlier. Well, this kid was looking more pleasing to the eye now. He might as well be awarded the title of the second most handsome sand control worker. Xiao Tian lifted the box and pulled out a card the size of an ID. This is your new identification, level 1 sand control worker. Xiao Tian stood at attention, his expression becoming more serious. Congratulations, Comrade Qiao Shu. You have completed your internship assessment. Sand control workers also have level distinctions to encourage everyone's achievements. Level 3 is the grassroots level for sand control workers, and district heads in general management areas are usually above level 3. Qiao Shu was considered an exceptional case. However, Qiao Shu and the previous several sand control workers in the 044 management area were all acting district heads, and the appointment of a district head was not that simple. Qiao Shu carefully stored the identification, feeling a bit surprised. He had finally been confirmed. In the future, when he said he was a sand control worker, he could do so with more confidence. Finally, Xiao Tian performed a magic trick, pulling out a black object from the car. This is a satellite phone, which allows you to contact the outside world from the 044 management area. However, the phone is on a dedicated line and can only connect to the director's office. This means that with this phone, you can talk directly to the director. At that moment, Xiao Tian's expression was somewhat strange. After all, satellite phones were tricky to obtain, and the 044 management area had no signal whatsoever. Thus, the director had always been curious as to how Qiao Shu managed to live stream from the 044 management area. However, when coming here, the director specifically instructed him not to ask too many questions, considering Qiao Shu's father was Qiao Shu, a businessman worth tens or hundreds of billions. So it was normal for him to have some high-tech gadgets. Remember, don't contact us unless it's an emergency. Wait, what are you doing? Xiao Tian's eyes widened as he saw that Qiao Shu had picked up the satellite phone and had already dialed. Making a call, Qiao Shu replied blankly. Isn't that what a phone is for? You. Before Xiao Tian could say anything, a strong voice came from the other end. Hello? Hello, I'm Qiao Shu. Is this the director? Qiao Shu's face broke into a sycophantic smile, resembling the expression he had when calling the brigade commander Li Yunlong. Director, I received the items you sent. Thank you. On behalf of my little fox, little rabbit, over 20 camels, and the desert wolf pack, I thank you. Wolf King, you better not get involved. Thousands of miles away, the director put down the receiver in confusion, staring at it for a long time. Did I hear that wrong? What did this kid say he was thanking me for? After being a senior sand control worker for over 10 years, the director had never encountered a newcomer as cheeky as Qiao Shu. Stop it. Don't come at me with that, the director scolded with a laugh. Just focus on keeping the 044 management area safe for the country. That's all that matters. Qiao Shu replied cheerfully, of course, you can rest assured. Director, there's one more thing. Secretary Xiao Tian brought me 2 animal vaccines, saying it was by your order. Is that true? Beside him, Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched, and he was so angry that he didn't even feel the pain from a chipped tooth. Well, so you were waiting for this. You never trusted me at all and had a call to verify, right? At that moment, Xiao Tian felt that the young man on the phone didn't seem human. He looked more like a fox in human skin. That's too cunning. But after some thought, Xiao Tian let it go. In the deathly desert of the 044 management area, lone wolves and tigers couldn't survive. Only cunning and bold foxes could thrive. Yes, it was my order. I went to the biological department to get those 2 vaccines custom-made overnight, so you better cherish them. Qiao Shu let out a deep breath before switching back to a smiling face. Oh, you're too polite. Thank you. I bow to you. Saying that, he pressed down on the silly creature's head and thudded a few times on the sand. This was called principal debt camel repayment. Silly creature. Scumbag Shu. After getting that pretty face camel, am I now your tool camel? All right. Even the director, who had weathered many storms, found no way to deal with Qiao Shu's antics. I have no other request for you. Just live well. The situation in the 044 management area is very complex, and I can't send you any helpers because they may not be reliable. You can only rely on yourself. If you really can't hold on, call me anytime, and I'll arrange for you to be moved to the safest management area. Although the director said this, Qiao Shu knew very well that once he entertained the thought of retreating, the hard-won connection with the director would be severed. The 044 management area was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. It was precisely because of his outstanding performance here that he gained the favor of a big figure like the director. All right, that's it. The director waved his hand on the other end of the phone. I have other matters to attend to, so if you have any questions, ask Xiao Tian. The satellite phone signal cut off, and the director, who he had never met, acted decisively. Qiao Shu put down the phone and cheerfully said to Xiao Tian, the director seems pretty nice. Xiao Tian pushed his glasses up and sneered. Now you believe me? I believe. Qiao Shu wrapped his hand, which had just touched the silly creature's rear, around Xiao Tian's shoulder. We're buddies now. Come have a meal at my place before you go. Sure, let's go. Xiao Tian also responded with a smile. He realized that dealing with someone like Qiao Shu required being even more shameless. Forget it. My place is a bit messy, so let us do it another day. I'll have Ali cook you some dishes then. Xiao Tian. This kid is rambling again. Chapter 74. Needle-pricking Qiao Shu sat in the off-road vehicle as it drove away, a whole herd of camels following behind. Xiao Tian watched the vehicle and the camel herd disappear from view, his mood lingering in agitation. Dealing with this kid was too infuriating. Next time he came, he needed to prepare some anti-hypertensive medication and fast-acting heart pills. However, seeing the desolation of the 044 governance area and those ruthless poachers today, Xiao Tian couldn't help but admire Qiao Shu a bit. He believed that if their positions were reversed, he definitely wouldn't do better than Qiao Shu. Just facing those burly poachers, he wouldn't stand a chance, let alone confront a pack of wolves. Xiao Tian took a deep breath. ready to head back and meet up with Lu Yuan and the others. Just as he lifted his foot, he felt something unusual on his shoe and quickly looked down. A fresh pile of camel dung was firmly deposited on the clean surface of his shoe, clearly just dropped, if it were a colder night. It might even have been steaming. No doubt about it. It was that silly thing's doing. Qiao Shu, can you manage your camel? Xiao Tian gritted his teeth in anger. The culprit, the silly thing, was currently squatting in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, staring wide-eyed at Xiangzi beside it. The two little camels were of similar age and size, if it weren't for their completely different colors. Others would surely mistake them for a pair of twin brothers. The silly thing had only gotten on the vehicle after throwing a tantrum, and Qiao Shu had no choice but to let it enjoy the ride for a while. Qiao Shu knew he didn't have the capability to support the entire herd yet, and even if he could, he didn't necessarily want the camels following him every day. Camels were meant to roam freely as the ships of the desert. As long as they didn't leave the 044 governance area, they should be allowed to wander anywhere. As for the silly little camel, Qiao Shu had no intention of claiming it for himself. He had principles. Animals with parents wouldn't make it onto his list of abducted creatures. For the sake of his own selfish desires, separating a little camel from its family would be no different from what poachers did. Thinking of this made Qiao Shu feel a bit smug. Although I am an animal abductor, I am also a principled animal abductor. This is what you call there's a way to abduction. The off-road vehicle slowly moved forward for a while, and the camel herd stopped in their tracks. Qiao Shu stepped on the brakes, knowing that the camel herd wouldn't be following him any further. They must have heard the gunfire from the oasis and felt it was a good place to stay, so they planned to return to the valley in the west. Qiao Shu agreed with the decision of the camel leader. The oasis was indeed too dangerous, and he hadn't figured out its secrets yet, so staying away was a wise choice. Anyway, with the friendship badge in hand, he wasn't worried about them encountering danger. He opened the car door to let the silly thing out. Its parents had been waiting outside the door for a long time. The silly thing glared angrily at Xiangzi, but eventually got out of the car with a reluctant expression. Although this little white-faced camel had tempted Qiao Shu, the silly thing couldn't bear to leave its parents and herd, so it had to endure the pain of separation. Xiangzi looked innocently at the silly thing as it slammed the door and walked away, raising its head with big eyes toward Qiao Shu, seeking some comfort. Qiao Shu couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable scene of the two little ones. They were just two little camels. Why did it seem like a melodramatic idol drama? After bidding farewell to the camel herd, Qiao Shu stepped on the gas, speeding the off-road vehicle toward the headquarters. After the battle yesterday, the biggest hidden danger in the governance area had been dealt with, allowing Qiao Shu to sleep soundly at night without worrying about being raided in the middle of the night. He planned to reward himself by drawing a lottery, getting a good night's sleep, and then continuing with his farming endeavors. As for whether the poacher gang would send someone to return, Qiao Shu wasn't particularly worried. When soldiers come, we will meet them. When water comes, we will block it. Do you think our money-sending Tozi is just for show? Draw it a few hundred times to enhance combat power, and if you dare to come again, I'll turn you to ashes. The vehicle came to a slow stop, and the headquarters still looked serene and peaceful. The neatly arranged, charming grass squares swayed in the wind, forming a unique scenic line. Qiao Shu tucked the spirit ball containing little Ollie into his pocket and pushed the door open while holding the little camel. "Little Gray, we're back." Before Qiao Shu could walk forward, he saw a gray figure in the rabbit cage lying sprawled out. "Qiao Shu, is this little fainted rabbit being a bit too dramatic? It really makes one suspect if it's acting." Putting aside the fainted little Gray, Qiao Shu prepared to set up a sleeping place for the little camel in the bedroom now. Animals have a territorial awareness that should be cultivated from a young age. Sleeping in their territory greatly increases their sense of security. For example, dogs don't feel uncomfortable sleeping in their crates. On the contrary, they feel very safe. Ollie's territory is that spirit ball, and when not in the ball, it usually sleeps with Qiao Shu. The headquarters had plenty of dry hay. Wild little camels aren't that delicate. A nest made of hay would allow it to sleep comfortably. After making a camel nest in the corner of the room with hay, Qiao Shu took out the large silver box. Since he confirmed that the vaccine was fine, it was better to give it to the two little ones sooner. He could protect them from wild beasts, but he couldn't prevent them from suffering from diseases. The primary veterinary skills mainly focus on surgery, while internal medicine is a challenge in the entire veterinary field. Releasing little Ollie from the spirit ball, Qiao Shu held a needle and showed the little one a friendly smile. Little Ollie couldn't help but feel wary every time the master showed that expression. It meant it was about to be tricked. Qiao Shu pulled a piece of hay from Xiangzi's nest and pretended to tie it around Ollie's paw. Then he reached out and seriously patted Ollie's little paw. Qiao Shu looked troubled. Why can't I see any veins on this little fox? Is it too fat? Ollie shyly allowed Qiao Shu to handle its little paw, still unaware of what was about to happen. Qiao Shu didn't continue to play with the little one. He picked up the vaccine specially developed for Ollie from the box, revealing the sharp, thin needle. Outside the room, little Gray, just waking up, lay lazily in the nest, its big ears flopping. Woo! Eek! Suddenly, a miserable cry from Ollie echoed through the room, causing little Gray to flinch and its rabbit ears to droop instantly. With a roll of its eyes, the rabbit fell back into a deep sleep, primarily focused on the quality of its sleep. Chapter 75, A Fertile Land. 10 minutes later. Qiao Shu lay on the bed, looking exhausted. Beside the bed was Ollie, who was still sulking, and at the foot of the bed was Xiangzi, looking aggrieved, yet too timid to get angry. Who understands family? It's so difficult to give injections to two little animals. In just 10 minutes, he had endured at least 7 claws, 3 hooves, and a big foxtail slap. Although all of this was caused by the two little ones struggling unconsciously, the pain was very real. Now that the injections were done, the two little ones had no energy left to settle scores with Qiao Shu, and both looked somewhat listless. According to the instructions in the box, this was normal. Various reactions would occur after vaccination, and as long as the reactions weren't severe, there was no problem. Qiao Shu decided to ignore them and open the system interface. Current greenification points balance: 409, 310 points. The grass planting squares had earned a reward of 190,000 greenification points, plus over 200,000 points from yesterday's live broadcast, bringing Qiao Shu's balance to a new historical high. With extra provisions at home, it was naturally time to gamble. In the void before him, the roulette wheel spun automatically, and Qiao Shu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of stones for skipping stones. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue skill, intermediate throwing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of Baumule mini limited edition ice cream. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue item, pet saddle. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of high concentration pesticide. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green item, Zhu Zhongba's itchy scratch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained green weapon, steel flying knives X10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained white item, super cool camouflage towel. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blue item, a fertile land X100. Congratulations, host. You have obtained purple weapon, Doran's ring. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of Cucina delicious tea. 1 purple, 3 blue, and 2 green. It was a fairly standard haul. Qiao Shu had already lost interest in the 2 green items, as he was now financially robust. Steel flying knife, measures 3 inches long. Forged from cold iron from the western regions, does not frost in winter, does not fog in summer, and is not stained with blood. A good item. Desert knife masters all use flying knives, right? Zhu Zhongba's itchy scratch was used by the great Emperor Han Wu, made from precious jade, and due to residual dragon energy. The area scratched with it will not itch again within 24 hours. Qiao Shu. Why the hell would I want an itchy scratch used by Zhu Zhongba? Is it for scratching that white-collared wolf king? And Zhu Zhongba, why don't you do something useful? Why put dragon energy into an itchy scratch? The flying knives were stored in the space backpack, while the jade itchy scratch was toyed with in Qiao Shu's hand. It may not be much use, but it looked quite nice. While scratching his back with the itchy scratch, Qiao Shu looked at the 3 blue rewards. The blue level rewards were quite practical. Intermediate throwing seemed to be a skill that complemented the steel flying knife, significantly increasing proficiency with any weapon thrown by hand. This included, but was not limited to, flying knives, javelins, grenades, smelly socks, and crumpled tissues scattered under the bed. The pet saddle was an item prepared for the little ones. Just like the pet collar. Pet saddle, quality, blue excellent price 150,000 greenification points. Function, greatly increases pet stamina, improves stability while being ridden, allowing for a harmonious relationship between human and pet, as if walking on flat ground. Evaluation, come on, ride me. It was a nice item. Hopefully, Xianzi would like it when he grew up. The last blue reward, a fertile land, was what Qiao Shu had been looking forward to the most. From the name, it seemed to be a material for improving soil. A fertile land, quality, blue excellent price 1,000 greenification points, unit conversion. 1 cubic meter is 1 square meter. Function, can replace any piece of land, transforming it into the best soil suitable for the current environment. Plants grown in this fertile land grow at an accelerated rate. Evaluation, plant a grain of millet in spring, reap 1,000 grains in autumn. Qiao Shu was stunned. It was here, the farming artifact had arrived. A fertile land was exactly what he had been searching for, capable of quickly solidifying sand and enriching soil. No, it was not just enriching soil. It directly replaced sand with the most perfect soil, and at just 1,000 greenification points per square meter. It was much cheaper than housing prices, truly a great value. The blue reward directly provided 100 square meters. While it wasn't enough to plant a large-scale protective forest, it was excellent for planting edible plants like date palms, dragon fruit, cacti, and aloe. Qiao Shu felt that getting these rewards in a 10 draw was already worth it. Not to mention, there was also a purple level Doran's ring. Doran's ring, quality, purple epic weapon description from the world of League of Legends. Forged by the legendary blacksmith Doran from the village of Wujiu in Ionia. The ring hides powerful energy within. Attributes, while holding this ring, energy recovery rate is greatly enhanced. The holder's memory and IQ are significantly improved, allowing them to calmly analyze situations and make the best choices during combat. Skill 1, Focus, highly concentrates energy, making it easy to focus. In this state, learning efficiency, work state, and combat wisdom are significantly improved. Skill 2, Rookie, the owner of this ring will permanently learn the martial skill Clarity. Evaluation, Doran's products are guaranteed to be of high quality. Qiao Shu examined the blue ring in his hand, which resembled a nut, and gently slipped it onto the ring finger of his right hand. Swish! A cool energy gathered in his brain, feeling as if he had just downed 3 bottles of Red Bull, 2 cups of coffee, and 3 cups of strong tea. Entering a sage mode, he felt extremely awake, as if his body had lost weight. Qiao Shu activated the Focus active skill, and instantly the whole world felt different. That heightened concentration, with thoughts flashing and colliding in his mind, made him feel as if he had Einstein's brain. Qiao Shu had no doubt that if he had obtained this ring during high school, acing the entrance exams for Tsinghua or Beida would have been no problem. However, his alma mater, Jilin University, wasn't bad either. Hadn't he heard that the beautiful Spring City was located within the Jilin University campus? After a moment of reflection, Qiao Shu took off the Doran's ring and carefully stored it in his space backpack. Focus was a good skill, but if one could slack off, who would want to work hard? Moreover, after putting on this ring, his energy level was almost at a husky's standard, making it hard to even sleep. If he wore it for too long, he would probably go crazy in a few days. However, this ring was quite good for writing novels and making money. Hiss! Qiao Shu shivered and took a deep breath. Why did it feel like some presence was eyeing the ring he was wearing? Chapter 76, the first hint of green, the clarity attached to the Doran's ring, is like the dagger art attached to the Doran's dagger. It doesn't need to be worn continuously. Just putting it on once allows for permanent learning. It seems that the Doran weapons should be a series, with each Doran weapon having a newbie passive that allows learning one combat skill. Qiao Shu checked the skill description for clarity. Clarity allows one to enter a meditative state without any poses, continuously recovering injuries, energy, and stamina. Literally, this is a sustained endurance skill. So the question arises, if I use advanced crafting while simultaneously using clarity, wouldn't that be a new type of perpetual motion machine? My skill combinations seem to be heading in a strange direction. Even the little teddy next door is drooling. After finishing 10 consecutive draws, I decided to stop, leaving the remaining green points for critical moments. Qiao Shu opened his skill panel. His current setup could not be described as anything less than luxurious. Host, Qiao Shu, life skills, beginner cooking, beginner repair, beginner housework, advanced crafting, beginner driving, beginner skinning, survival skills, intermediate wilderness survival, beginner swimming, intermediate parkour, beginner climbing, beginner veterinary, intermediate hunting, intermediate first aid, combat skills, intermediate shooting, beginner fighting, intermediate throwing, cultural skills, beginner language, beginner mathematics, beginner English, intermediate geography, intermediate biology, beginner music. Click to expand, martial skills, lightning 5 whip, dagger art, clarity, special skills, hunter, heartless willow, voice of all things. In terms of weapons, I have 2 revolvers, 1 shotgun, 2 rifles obtained from poachers, 1 tactical dagger, 10 throwing knives, and 2 purple weapons from the Doran series. Well, I could be invincible for a while now. The other white rewards were categorized and stored. Qiao Shu picked up a box of Bao Donkey mini ice cream and leaned against the headboard to eat. Halfway through, Qiao Shu frowned slightly. This thing isn't that tasty. Why is it limited to foreigners? I don't understand this operation by Bao Donkey. Qiao Shu planned to share this precious ice cream with little Ali, only to find that the little guy, who was just sulking, was now quiet. Looking towards Ali, he saw that the little fox had curled up into a circle, its tail connecting to its big ears, lying on the bed soundly asleep. It looked like a cream-flavored donut. It seems that the vaccine brought about a negative effect of drowsiness for the little guy. Qiao Shu casually picked up a pokeball and stored the little fox inside. The pokeball's effect on improving constitution is no exaggeration. In just a few days, little Ali has developed the ability to fight against humans. Although it was a sneak attack, the little holes left on the poacher leader's neck were no joke. After throwing the remaining ice cream into the trash can, Qiao Shu stood up and walked over to the little camel. The little camel was too small. Its stomach definitely couldn't handle ice cream. Not to mention that Bao Donkey's ice cream isn't anything good. The little camel raised its head, a hint of confusion in its eyes, with tearful big eyes staring at Qiao Shu, and one could faintly see a trace of pity in those round eyes. For Xiangzi, who lost its mother right after birth, coming to a completely unfamiliar environment can be quite confusing. Qiao Shu might be the only person the little guy can rely on in this world now. Under such a piercing gaze, Qiao Shu's heart softened involuntarily. He stepped forward and patted the little camel's head. "Don't be sad. I'll treat you like my own camel." The little camel affectionately nudged its head forward, completely oblivious to the slight awkwardness in Qiao Shu's words. After preparing a plate of fresh moo milk for the little camel and filling up the food for the fainted little bunny, Qiao Shu finally walked out of the main hall's door. He arrived at an empty space next to the grass square and began to quietly communicate with the system. "System, I want to use a patch of fertile land. Ding, please select the area to use. The patch of sandy land in front of me. Help me create a 10-meter by 10-meter square field." Under Qiao Shu's gaze, the sandy land miraculously began to roll. The sand grains gradually settled, and the gray-brown soil began to emerge. In the midst of yellow sand, a patch of brown fertile land appeared abruptly, like a patch on this desolate sandy ground, giving a sense of incongruity. Qiao Shu squatted down and picked up a small handful of soil, gently crushing it between his fingers. Sure enough, this is sand-fixing soil. This type of soil originates from coastal sandy soil, developed through long-term sand fixation and the creation of windbreak forests, featuring deep soil and good light and heat conditions. However, it also has certain drawbacks. The sandiness of sand-fixing soil is high. The soil is loose, it leaks water and nutrients, and is poor in fertility. However, the sand-fixing soil provided by the system seems to be very fertile, though its specific composition would need to be tested to know for sure. Although sand-fixing soil has certain flaws, it is the most suitable soil for desert environments. At least it poses no problem for planting any desert plants. And sand-fixing soil is particularly suitable for growing citrus. Qiao Shu began to browse through his system warehouse, contemplating what to plant in this precious 100 square meters of fertile soil. Basic plants like camel thorn, saxaul, and hushy chrysanthemum are too low-level and do not match my identity as a time traveler, a cheat user, and a tyrant tree. Moreover, these easy-to-cultivate plants are meant for that patch of grass square. There's no need to waste this fertile land. Qiao Shu ultimately chose 3 types of plants: cactus, dragon fruit, and jujube. As for why he chose only edible ones, don't ask. The answer is simple: craving. The system provided seeds for both cactus and dragon fruit, while jujube was a sapling. He buried these seeds and saplings in the soil at the most scientifically appropriate depth, then extended his palm. And fresh water appeared from thin air, watering the land. Ding! The skill Heartless Willow has been triggered, increasing the survival rate of this planting, ignoring all side effects, and enhancing yield. This is Qiao Shu's reliance. You know, farming in the desert isn't just about planting seeds and watering them. Temperature, humidity, light, propagation of seedlings, pest control. These are all elements that need to be considered. If others planted like Qiao Shu, they would only end up with a patch of withered branches and rotten leaves. Over a dozen small saplings swayed in the wind. Behind the saplings was a mound of seed packets. Qiao Shu looked at his labor results with satisfaction. In a few months, the first hint of green will appear in the 044 headquarters. Time to wrap up and go take a nap. Qiao Shu put on the Doran's ring on his finger, lay down on the bed, and activated the skill Focus. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of even snoring. If the Doran master of the Valoran continent saw Qiao Shu sleeping soundly with the artifact he painstakingly crafted, he would probably faint on the spot. Chapter 77. Dad is coming. While the Joshua tree was sound asleep in the desert, Xiao Ning knocked on the door of Xiao Qingfeng's study. "What is up, daughter?" Seeing his daughter walk in, Xiao Qingfeng quickly closed the video of long-legged women in black stockings on his computer. "Dad, the supplies and helicopter fleet are ready. Parked at the airport in Lan City. It can depart at any time. From northeast to northwest, crossing most of Huagua, the helicopter fleet can't start from the northeast. So we chose Lan City, an important city in the northwest, as a midpoint, which solves most transportation issues." "Oh, no wonder you're such a seasoned businessman." Xiao Qingfeng's expression switched from lewd to serious in an instant. "The efficiency of handling things is really slow. The people below need better management." Xiao Ning saw through her father's behavior, but chose not to comment. After all, her mother had passed away many years ago, and Xiao Qingfeng had never intended to remarry. What more could you ask from a father who cares so much for his child? "Since the supplies are prepared for the Joshua tree, should I accompany the helicopter fleet to ensure everything goes smoothly?" Xiao Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, just sending some things to that ungrateful child. "There's no need for you to make the trip personally." Before Xiao Ning could say anything else, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly stood up. "I'll go instead." "Xiao Ning." Xiao Qingfeng awkwardly chuckled. "After all, I can't handle the company's affairs without you, so I'll reluctantly take a trip." "Are you missing your son?" Qiao Ning said expressionlessly, clearly puzzled as to why he would fly thousands of miles away to find his son when his daughter was right there. "Of course not," Xiao Qingfeng stammered. "Sons can't compare to daughters. The son just plays in the sand every day, while the daughter can help me with worries." Having received a perfect answer, Xiao Ning finally smiled. She glanced at her phone and continued, "Then I'll report to the air traffic control. Is it okay to take off at 6 tonight?" A big shot like Xiao Qingfeng would never take a commercial flight. It had to be a private jet. And every private plane in Huagua must report its departure time and destination to the air traffic control, including the helicopter fleet waiting in Lan City. "Sure, you handle it. I'll go pack up." Xiao Qingfeng hurriedly left, leaving only his back to Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning shook her head helplessly. Dad is still so contradictory. On the second floor of the villa, Xiao Qingfeng rushed into his private collection room, excitedly starting to pack his luggage. What man doesn't have a wilderness survival dream? Few, however, turn that dream into reality. Most just read or write about it. But the wealthy Qiao Qingfeng had turned his dream into a room full of gear. Pushing open the door to the collection room, various wilderness survival equipment was laid out before him. Survival packs, tents, climbing gear, space blankets, first aid kits, survival knives. If you can think of it, Qiao Qingfeng has bought it. This American military ration is for that brat to try. This entrenching tool is nice. He can use it while playing in the sand. And this climbing rope, we can use to lead that little fox. Qiao Qingfeng mumbled to himself, while packing various gear. Brat, Dad is coming. In the far northwest, Joshua was taking a nap when he suddenly sneezed in his sleep. The quality of his focused state sleep was no joke. He casually touched his mouth and fell back into a deep sleep. That sneeze didn't wake him up, but instead disturbed the curled-up little fox, Ollie, beside him. Ollie opened his sharp mouth and yawned widely, then looked up with big eyes at Joshua. Worried that the little guy might catch a chill, Joshua had draped a thin towel over Ollie. Seeing the towel on himself, little Ollie's eyes softened. The master is so good to Ollie. Little Ollie had already learned to be grateful, immediately picking up the towel and trotting over to Joshua. The next moment, he directly covered Joshua's face with the towel. Master shouldn't catch a chill either. The effect was immediate. Joshua's previously even breathing became hurried. Half an hour later, Joshua was awakened by suffocation. It wasn't from needing to pee, but from a lack of breath. He took the towel off his face with a gloomy expression, staring at the ceiling in confusion. Just a moment ago in his dream, his face was nestled in something soft. But how did it turn into a towel covered in fox fur? Seeing Joshua awake, Ollie happily wagged his tail and came over. Joshua couldn't help but smile as he reached out to pat the little guy's round head. "Did you cover me with a blanket?" "Ing." Little Ollie responded with a series of soft, cute sounds. "Thank you. You're so considerate." Ing. Ollie proudly lifted his head. After playfully lifting little Ollie high and spinning him around until the little princess was giggling, Joshua finally set him down. "Next time, remember not to cover my face." Joshua poked Ollie's nose with his finger. "Let us go find your brother." Last night, Ollie had nearly stayed in the pockball to regain energy, so he and Xiangzi hadn't interacted much yet. If all goes well, the two little guys would become companions in the future. So Joshua wanted them to get familiar with each other. When Joshua looked at the little nest he had just prepared for the little camel before going to sleep, he nearly dropped Ollie in shock. "Where's my camel?" The straw-made little nest was now completely empty, and the bedroom door was slightly ajar, clearly indicating that the little camel had run out by itself. Joshua's sleepiness instantly vanished. The little camel wasn't like Ollie. Even if a fennec fox was small and cute, it was still a predator. The little camel was much larger than Ollie, but in this desert, it couldn't defeat anyone. Even a snake could easily overpower it. He placed little Ollie on his shoulder and anxiously headed outside. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw a familiar white figure lying next to the rabbit's nest. Joshua let out a sigh of relief. "Xiangzi." The little camel opened its sleepy eyes, looking pitifully at Joshua. "Why are you running around? Don't you know I worry?" The little camel struggled to stand, bouncing over to Joshua's feet and rubbing its fluffy neck against his pants. "I was scared," came a soft, childish voice, looking at the little camel's pitiful appearance. Joshua seemed to understand why it had run to the rabbit's nest. Chapter 78 Neighbors. A camel calf that was separated from its mother at birth felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Other young camels of its age would never stray even a step away from their mothers. So, after Qiao Shu and Ollie fell asleep, the little one fearfully sought out the only living creature in the house, Xiao Hui. Unfortunately, Xiao Hui was a dizzy little rabbit that was even smaller than the calf, and could not provide much comfort. Most importantly, this rabbit's sense of security was probably even lower than that of the newborn camel. The unfortunate little bunny saw the camel calf that was several times larger than itself, and who knows how long it had been unconscious, working hard every day but not putting in any effort, and then collapsing into sleep. "You girl have no more lunch today? Forget it. You can sleep with me for the next few days." Qiao Shu helplessly picked up the little calf, but made it clear in advance, "I snore, grind my teeth, and kick in my sleep, so don't be mad if I accidentally kick you off the bed." Omi. The camel calf had a gentle temperament, neither crying nor making a fuss, just a bit clingy. After comforting the little calf, Qiao Shu stretched lazily and began to think about the work for the afternoon. First, he habitually opened the live streaming system interface to check the back-end reward records. To his surprise, the total amount of rewards received from the live stream over the past few days had reached an astonishing 380,000 Huagua coins. The audience really had money. This was almost 1% of my family's savings. Recalling his past life, A certain Wong surnamed Big Shot who was somewhat familiar with him had also done live streaming. At that time, Xiao Wang jokingly said to him in private that he almost blurted out a line in the live stream. Thanks to this poor guy for sending the arrow through the clouds. However, the nature of these two matters was completely different. The audience sent gifts to Xiao Wang purely because it was the only chance to throw money at Principal Wang. In contrast, the audience sending gifts to him genuinely wanted to contribute to the country's desertification control efforts, which was commendable. Well, I, Qiao Shu, am just that double standard. Qiao Shu secretly noted down the viewers who sent gifts, regardless of the amount. The names of those who contributed would definitely be displayed on the protective forest in the 044 control area in the future. After closing the reward records, Qiao Shu began to ponder his farming ambitions. Farming, in summary, boils down to 3 phrases: build high walls, accumulate grain, and take it slow to become king. Currently, Qiao Shu did not lack food and water, but the infrastructure of the general administration was too dilapidated, making it uncomfortable for him to live. It was time to build a new house. Qiao Shu took out a design blueprint from his spatial backpack and examined it carefully. This was a green item, small warehouse design blueprint that he had won during a lottery, which had been sitting in the corner of his backpack, almost forgotten. Now that he had accumulated enough raw materials like logs and stones, it was time to build this warehouse. Small warehouse design blueprint. Quality green, excellent. Building material requirements: 20 logs, 10 stones, 2 iron ingots. Land area, 120 square meters. Description: a basic building facility with a wooden main structure and a stone foundation, capable of meeting your basic storage needs. With low defense. Physical preview. Click to expand. Evaluation: an unremarkable wooden house. From the description, there was nothing extraordinary about this warehouse. But the physical image showed that the warehouse looked quite sturdy and beautiful, resembling a large wooden house newly built in the countryside. The method of building houses in the desert was quite special. Houses here did not need to be waterproof, just capable of withstanding sandstorms. Moreover, the foundation construction was completely different from that in cities. Most of the land in the desert had fine grains, large pores, and high compressibility, which was not conducive to construction. The sandy soil required a special construction method for the foundation, which was the layered dynamic compaction method. Dynamic compaction, which uses large track dynamic compaction machines to drop a weight of 8 to 30 tons from a height of 6 to 30 meters, compacting the soil with great force. Qiao Shu naturally could not complete such a large project himself, but it didn't matter. His little assistant would surely take care of it. According to the blueprint's instructions, Qiao Shu only needed to gather enough building materials and then dig out a foundation space. The system would automatically decompose and reorganize the building materials. All he had to do was piece them together like building blocks. The foundation was similar. He just needed to stack the various layers of materials underground, and the system would compact them automatically. Very convenient. Logs and stones were sufficient, but iron ingots needed to be purchased with greening points. He opened the system all, found iron ingots, and quickly placed an order. A price of 1,000 greening points per unit was just a drop in the bucket for Qiao Shu, and he felt no pain at all. Once the building materials were ready, Qiao Shu took Li and Xiangzi outside the general administration. After selecting a piece of empty land on the right side of the general administration, a shovel appeared out of thin air in Qiao Shu's hand. Wiping the sweat off his shoulder with Ali, Qiao Shu enthusiastically shouted, "All right, let us get to work." Little Ali felt stiff all over and didn't tee on the fur that had touched Qiao Shu's sweat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All right. It's just the little clean freak fox. Qiao Shu comfortingly patted the little guy. Next time when you sweat, I'll let you wipe it back, okay? Ali, digging a foundation in the desert was definitely a hard job. The soft, collapsing sand could easily undermine previous efforts. Therefore, Qiao Shu chose to accept the help of his little assistant again. By digging out the 4 edges of the foundation first, that part of the sand could be liberated, allowing him to directly use the spatial backpack to collect all the sand. The sand stored in the spatial backpack had another use. Next time he encountered an enemy, he could throw sand in their face. If it weren't for the smell, Qiao Shu even thought about storing some camel dung in the spatial backpack. Just imagine the scene of suddenly throwing a rain of dung during a fight. It was exhilarating to think about. The shovel plunged into the sandy soil, and the warm sand was thrown high into the air. In just a few strokes, Qiao Shu dug out a trench. Just as he was about to continue extending the trench, the shovel in his hand suddenly stopped mid-air. Huh? Qiao Shu crouched down in confusion, looking at the cave that had appeared out of nowhere. Having lived here for so many days, he was unaware that there was a nest of neighbors right next to his home. Judging by the diameter of the hole, it didn't seem like a rabbit. It resembled a wildcat's den, more like a nest of small rodents. After pondering for a moment, Qiao Shu swung the shovel swiftly. No matter what kind of animal it was better to dig it out first. As the sand flew, the animals hidden in the cave gradually revealed themselves. Hiss! Qiao Shu looked at the creature before him and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. Chapter 79. All in one net, a snake. And it's an old familiar snake, just like the flower-striped snake that was roasted to perfection by Qiao Shu before. Several flower-striped snakes of different sizes, wrapped tightly together with brown stripes, intertwined in a very strange manner. At first glance, there were dense scales with scarlet tongues flicking out, making a hissing sound that caused a wave of discomfort. The most important thing was their actions. Qiao Shu quickly reached out to block Xiao Ali's view. "Don't look, it's not suitable for children," Qiao Shu whispered. "Xiangzi, you're not allowed to peek either." The little camel on the trench shrank its neck and obediently lay down. Lacking moral integrity, Qiao Shu immediately started a live stream, broadcasting this unsightly scene. "Brothers, let me show you something thrilling," Qiao Shu said with a mischievous smile. The audience just entering the live stream looked confused, and then they saw the tangled mass of flower-striped snakes. What is this? I'm going to throw up." Those with a fear of dense objects were triggered. King Zhou was up to no good. They happily entered the live stream, expecting to see the cute little fox and Xiangzi. But instead, King Zhou showed them this? Why are snakes even appearing in this world? Isn't anyone curious? Why are they tangled together? Familiar with the habits of desert creatures, Qiao Shu naturally knew what they were doing and said with a holy expression, "They are mating. They are intertwined, seemingly dancing, but in fact, they are fighting for the right to mate. It's just that these creatures, which live in cold and damp environments, are too ugly, and their dense scales make it quite uncomfortable to watch." A flurry of question marks floated across the screen. The audience could never have guessed that these disgusting creatures were doing such a thing. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably scream and run out of the trench by now. Qiao Shu was obviously not an ordinary human. He looked at the nest of snakes before him, glanced at the delicious pot in his inventory and the hunter's skill in his skill bar. And a noble smile gradually appeared on his face. "Aren't you just delivering yourselves to me? Snakes don't dig holes. The reason these snakes live in holes is that the holes were dug by mice." Qiao Shu continued, "And snakes are the natural enemies of mice. After eating the mice, they naturally move into the holes. Pure kill the mouse and destroy the heart. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Heaven will not spare anyone." Qiao Shu silently took out a few gleaming flying knives from his waist. "How can you bear to kill such adorable mice?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold light flashed as 3 flying knives were thrown from Qiao Shu's hand. They accurately struck the tangled snake group, and 3 snake heads that were flicking their tongues were severed. The remaining flower-striped snakes, frightened, didn't even have time to pull up their pants and scattered in all directions. On Qiao Shu's shoulder, a small black shadow flashed out. Xiao Ali pounced like a cute fox, directly pinning down the largest flower-striped snake. "Squeak, squeak, squeak." The little one shouted as if to take credit. "Catching snakes? This fox is a professional." Qiao Shu was not to be outdone either. Several flying knives flew from his hand, nailing the remaining flower-striped snakes to the ground. "Gathering in a group, I sentence you to death, depriving you of the right to mate for life." Qiao Shu stepped forward, grabbed the flower-striped snake under Xiao Ali's mouth, and declared the body confiscated, stating it would be used for a great culinary experiment. The audience was dumbfounded, only hearing a few whooshes as the nest of snakes met their end. 666. This move is called Xiao Qiao's flying knives. Do such disgusting snakes actually taste good? You're new here. Haven't you seen Brother Shu's previous streams? That stone slab roasted snake meat looked so delicious. Little Ollie is so amazing. She subdued a snake right away. King Zhou is so cruel. He just killed several lives. Wow, you're even better than Brother Shu. You really understand double standards. Qiao Shu pulled a flying knife from the ground and beheaded the struggling flower-striped snake in his hand. He then used the same method to cut off the heads of the other dead snakes and bury them in the ground. Ding! Successfully hunted flower-striped snakes. Reward skin toughness permanently, slightly increased. This reward is quite ordinary, but at least it's not embarrassing. After doing all this, he said, "It's not that I'm slaughtering indiscriminately, but these snakes are too close to the headquarters, which could pose unknown safety hazards. Although the toxicity of the flower-striped snake is not high, a bite might only cause swelling for a few days. But what if it bites Xiao Ollie? What if it bites Xiao Hui Hui or Xianzi?" Qiao Shu pointed at the silly-looking little camel, who seemed completely oblivious to the situation. They might not be able to withstand the toxicity of the flower-striped snakes. Protecting animals also has to be based on actual conditions. If they pose a threat to humans, then we must decisively eliminate the danger in its cradle. Furthermore, Qiao Shu paused, swallowed, and thought, snake meat really smells good. Another wave of floated across the screen. Although the audience had anticipated Qiao Shu's cunning behavior, they didn't expect him to be so thorough. Originally, they planned to dig a foundation for a warehouse today, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. Qiao Shu frowned and said, "Looks like I need to check the surroundings of the headquarters carefully. Fortunately, this is just a nest of flower-striped snakes. If it were a nest of black mambas or cobras, you could all prepare to feast." When he unlocked the biological encyclopedia earlier, Qiao Shu discovered that the headquarters was also one of the distribution areas for flower-striped snakes. He thought they might just be passing through, but didn't he expect them to settle here? Since the live stream was already on, the ever-supportive Qiao Shu naturally couldn't let them continue watching him dig. Ignoring the absurd comments in the barrage, saying, "I want to sit at the kids' table," Qiao Shu climbed to the ground with several brown spicy strips on his back and skillfully built a bonfire at the entrance of the headquarters. Unfortunately, making a fire was not a skill. Otherwise, Qiao Shu would definitely be a master level now. To the friend who previously doubted whether snake meat was delicious, you better watch closely. Today, I'll let you experience the charm of roasted snake meat. After a while, the snake skewered on the stick was sizzling and oozing oil, and Xiao Ollie wagged her tail and approached. Qiao Shu skillfully and elegantly sprinkled cumin, salt, and chili powder, bringing the snake's skewers to the camera. "Look at this compact meat, this chewy texture, this rich flavor." Qiao Shu took a bite of the snake meat and gave a thumbs up to the camera. The meat was incredibly soft, fragrant, and extremely tender. With one bite, you would find that its texture was neither like beef nor like lamb, but what was it like? It was like snake meat. The audience. I was wondering why it wasn't raining. Turns out you've left me speechless. Chapter 80 Dad's coming. While the son is savoring snake meat, the old father is rushing on the road. The private plane landed in Lanshu in the afternoon, but the helicopter fleet still needs to continue heading northwest. The location of the 044 governance area is very remote, even close to the borders of the motherland. Qiao Qingfeng needs to pass by Qinghai Lake, fly over Dunhuang, and spend a whole day flying in the sparsely populated desert to reach the 044 governance area, known as the Death Desert. Since arriving in Lanshu, Qiao Qingfeng has seemed very excited. Perhaps it's because he is about to see his son, or perhaps it's the first time entering the vast desert, or maybe it's the anticipation of the upcoming journey. Aside from taking a few hours of nap on the plane, Qiao Qingfeng has hardly slept, yet he feels as if he has endless energy. He is very satisfied and feels that this is the will of fate. The desert is welcoming him and celebrating his arrival. Perhaps he is the chosen one. Qiao Qingfeng, I'm still in my prime. Although I'm over 40, becoming a sand control person now would definitely be better than that brat Qiao Shu. Qiao Qingfeng said with a smile to the accompanying doctor checking his health. The doctor in the helicopter fleet told him that he is not the chosen one. He is just experiencing altitude sickness from oxygen intoxication. The air is thin at high altitudes, and the cabin is supplying oxygen, causing too much oxygen intake and leading to intoxication. One moment, Qiao Qingfeng was the chosen one, and the next moment he slumped in the back seat of the helicopter, still holding a bag of vitamin E solution. The expedition is not going smoothly. Qiao Qingfeng sighed with some resentment. Mr. Qiao, should we find a place to rest a bit? The accompanying doctor asked with concern. Is my condition that serious? Qiao Qingfeng asked, a bit scared. The Qiao family's inherited character is both reckless and life-preserving. Although he is eager to see his son, if it risks his own life, he suddenly becomes less anxious. There is fatherly love, but not much. It's not very serious. It's normal for someone to experience your condition when suddenly arriving at high altitude, especially when feeling excited. Most people quickly adapt and improve, the doctor said honestly. Then we won't rest. Qiao Qingfeng weakly swallowed a mouthful of vitamin E water. Thinking it's just altitude sickness, I'm not that weak. The doctor looked at Qiao Qingfeng, who was lying in the back seat looking half dead, feeling helpless. He didn't know whether to tell Mr. Qiao that his current physical condition is no different from when he was the chosen one. Just hearing the term oxygen intoxication made him instantly weak. To be so life-preserving to this extent, Mr. Qiao is indeed one of a kind. Xiaozheng, when will we reach the 044 governance area? Qiao Qingfeng asked, leaning forward with difficulty to inquire from the navigator in the front seat. The navigator respectfully replied, Mr. Qiao, if all goes well, we should arrive by noon tomorrow. However, we still need to meet up with the convoy waiting there and report to the sand controllers. Calculating the time, we should arrive before sunset. Good. Qiao Qingfeng sat up, looking somewhat excited. Then let's proceed at full speed and be sure to arrive at my son's place tomorrow afternoon. Okay, Mr. Qiao. Thinking of his son's surprised expression, Qiao Qingfeng felt a bit smug. But feeling the accompanying doctor's resentful gaze beside him, Qiao Qingfeng's expression changed immediately, lying back down in the back seat and groaning nonstop. The next day, Qiao Shu was a bit restless today, only preparing to go live in the afternoon. Since he woke up in the morning, he felt both his eyelids twitching and couldn't stop. According to the old generation saying, left eye twitching means wealth and right eye twitching means disaster. What does it mean when both eyelids twitch? Wealth and disaster together? Qiao Shu shook his head disdainfully. This is really absurd. Such feudal superstition is not to be believed. It makes no logical sense. What disaster could there be? Poachers? Or traitors among the sand controllers? I'm not a timid rabbit. I won't let shadows scare me. And such things cannot happen to me, Qiao Shu. What I specialize in is being reckless. Today, even if the King of Heaven came, I, Qiao Shu, would still pluck a few hairs from him. Qiao Shu's task for today was still digging pits. He planned to build the warehouse little by little in front of the audience. Otherwise, if the higher-ups of the sand controllers discovered a warehouse suddenly appearing out of nowhere, they might just take him away for questioning. Opening the door of the headquarters, the small camel equipped with pet gear dashed out happily. The pet gear can be adjusted according to the pet size, just like a collar. Although Qiao Shu doesn't plan to ride the camel now, it's necessary for it to get familiar with the equipment early on. On the small camel, a creamy-colored little fox also excitedly raised its paw. Qiao Shu. Goodness, I raised this little camel with such hardship, and now it's become your little fox S-mount. Huh? Forget it. Let us start the live stream. I need to earn some milk money for these two little ones. I can't really raise them with all that hardship. Woohoo! Brother Shu has been streaming quite frequently lately. What is that? A little fox and camel knight? Ali combined. I'll form the head. What is King Zhou Shu doing today? Still playing. Eating snakes. Su Xian. 6. Qiao Shu, carrying a shovel, replied listlessly, what else can I do? Of course. I'm continuing to dig the foundation. The agricultural enterprise hasn't succeeded yet. We must keep working hard. Digging in the blazing sun of the desert really doesn't feel good. But like I said, Qiao Shu didn't come to the desert to enjoy himself. Expanding the headquarters is necessary. The viewers in a live stream like to see Qiao Shu in this struggling state and couldn't help but tease him. Brother Shu, please, let me come help you. Pick me. I'm a chosen worker. Moving bricks is awesome. Call me Big Brother, and you can summon an army of 200,000 fans. Qiao Shu looked at the floating comments and sneered. Don't even talk about calling me Big Brother. If you all can come help me dig, I'll shout Dad-S coming right now. As soon as the words Dad-S coming were spoken, the originally calm desert suddenly echoed with strange sounds. Buzzing, This is the sound of helicopter rotors. Roaring. This is the sound of off-road vehicle engines. Clank. This is the sound of the shovel in Qiao Shu's hand dropping to the ground. On the live stream screen, a fleet of helicopters consisting of dozens of aircraft appeared, flying in formation. As the helicopter fleet approached, a winding convoy appeared in the viewer's sight. Undoubtedly, their destination is the headquarters of the 044 governance area. He is coming. He is coming. Dad, he is really coming. Chapter 81, Battle Royale. No way. Am I, a mere level 1 desertification fighter, really being targeted by so many people? Looking at the massive scene before him, Qiao Shu began to doubt his life choices. Did he somehow offend the Dragon King? The Dragon King returns to find his wife and children killed by him, leading an army of 100,000 soldiers to the 044 management area. Is this for real? His father, Qiao Qingfeng, was intent on giving his son a surprise, completely unaware that this surprise could evolve into a scare. Qiao Shu was stunned for a full 3 seconds, then decisively threw down the shovel in his hand, shouldered the small AUE, and bolted. Are you kidding me? This convoy and helicopter squad must have at least over 100 people. Even if I were Schwarzenegger, I couldn't take them on. In the distance, Qiao Qingfeng, fully revived, was enthusiastically shaking hands with a middle-aged man. My son has always been bold since he was a child. When he was little, he set off sky rockets by holding them in his hand. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Yes, Qiao Shu is now a typical example of our desert fighters, bravely fighting against poachers. The Director General has publicly praised him. This middle-aged man was the person in charge of liaising with Qiao Qingfeng regarding the desert fighters. With such a big commotion, the desert fighters couldn't allow him to swagger into the 044 management area without supervision. Qiao has a good son, the middle-aged man said enviously. The young master has a bright future. Qiao Qingfeng wore a proud expression, clearly pleased with the compliments. As a business mogul, he had long mastered the art of keeping his emotions in check, but he would lose his composure when it came to praise for his children. After all, Qiao Shu and Xiaoning were his only soft spots in this world. Not to mention, this kid has guts, can endure hardships, and would never be a deserter. My old friend said when they heard Qiao Shu became a desert fighter, that he would be back home within a few days after facing hardships. What nonsense! Qiao Qingfeng straightened his neck and said proudly, and what happened? My son not only didn't desert, but personally killed over 10 poachers. He's a hero now. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, his gaze inadvertently drifting out the car window, suddenly changing. I told you, a hero's son is a hero. How can my son be a deserter? Mr. Qiao. The middle-aged man tried to interrupt Qiao Qingfeng. Just take a look at their sons. A bunch of idle second-generation rich kids, especially that Wang kid with his esports company. What happened? Did he run away? Mr. Qiao, the middle-aged man, seeing Qiao Qingfeng rambling on without a hint of stopping, had to raise his voice. Qiao Qingfeng, interrupted while boasting about his son, looked at the man somewhat annoyed. Your son. The middle-aged man pointed out the window, as if he was about to run. Qiao Qingfeng quickly looked outside. He saw a dilapidated off-road vehicle suddenly start up near the shabby headquarters and race westward. The speed was so fast that even the world's top F1 racers would be in awe. God knows how Qiao Shu managed to drive that seemingly falling apart off-road vehicle at such racing speeds. Qiao Qingfeng, you little brat, what are you running for? He was furious, reaching out to tap the driver on the shoulder. Step on it, catch him. The driver looked a bit frustrated as he pressed the gas pedal. Your son runs like a cheetah. Who can catch up to him? The convoy sped forward, and the helicopters overhead could only accelerate to keep up. The usually calm 044 management area suddenly became lively. It was like a scene from a blockbuster movie, with an off-road vehicle speeding in the front, a whole convoy following behind, and helicopters overhead. Desert Live, a dramatic escape begins. Qiao Shu slammed on the gas, and Ali and Xiangzi in the passenger seat were buffeted by the wind, their faces looking fierce, revealing their pink gums. A strong push from behind sent the two little ones rolling under the driver's seat. The small spherical flying device leisurely followed behind the off-road vehicle, faithfully recording Qiao Shu's embarrassing scene. He kept his foot on the gas, the off-road vehicle speeding up steadily. What the hell? using so many helicopters on Chinese territory. Qiao Shu cursed in frustration. These foolish poachers were truly reckless. Your young master. Are they mistaking us for poachers? The middle-aged man watched the off-road vehicle crazily fleeing ahead, his mouth twitching slightly. This father and son pair seemed a bit dim-witted. A big shot in a northeast physical industry? The most promising newcomer among desert fighters? Is this it? Exactly. Xiao Qingfeng slapped his thigh. That kid thinks his dad is the bad guy. What now? Do you desert fighters have any vehicle-mounted rocket launchers or something to blow up his off-road vehicle? The middle-aged man was shocked. No way, no way. As far as I know, our director left a satellite phone for Qiao Shu. Just call the director and let him clarify the situation. Secretary Xiao Tian had given Qiao Shu the satellite phone, which he had been carrying with him. Hearing the satellite phone ring, Qiao Shu's eyes lit up. With one hand on the steering wheel, he answered the call with the other. Director, help! He immediately asked for help without any hesitation. Forget about saving face. Life is more important. It's me, Tian Guanyu. The voice of Xiao Tian came through, sounding gleeful. Xiao Tian, you pompous secretary. Qiao Shu, feeling anxious, quickly urged, send the combat troops over. These poachers have gone crazy, sending dozens of helicopters to chase me with at least 1,000 people. Xiao Tian, wow, dozens of helicopters and over 1,000 people. Why don't you just say there's an entire army on the other side? If it weren't for your dad just calling, I might actually believe you. Stop running. That's our desert fighters transport team, here to deliver supplies. Xiao Tian explained with a sly smile. Transport team? Qiao Shu glanced at the rearview mirror. Such a big scene? The transport team that delivered supplies to me when I arrived had only 4 or 5 vehicles. This time's transport team is a bit special. Just trust me. You don't need to run. If you don't believe me, take a look at those cars chasing you. They all have the desert fighters insignia on them. Hearing this, Qiao Shu leaned out to look at the convoy behind. Sure enough, the sides of those vehicles were marked with Bureau of Desertification Control. That scared me to death. Qiao Shu slowly stopped the car, cursing, which idiot's convoy is this? I'll have to chop him up. Chapter 82. Father and son. The jeep slowly came to a stop, and Qiao Shu angrily picked up the shotgun from the back seat, ready to have a good talk with the leader of the opposite convoy. Don't get me wrong, Qiao Shu, no matter how fierce he is, wouldn't use a gun against a colleague, but getting hit with the butt of a shotgun still hurts a lot. The convoy also came to a halt, and Xiao Qingfeng jumped out of the car, equally furious, prepared to have a serious talk with Qiao Shu. As the father and son approached each other, they both paused when they clearly saw each other's faces. After months of training and the harsh conditions of desert life over the past 10 days, Qiao Shu's demeanor had changed dramatically. The Qiao Shu who had just come out of school exuded a scholarly air, with a handsome face that made him look like a refined young gentleman from a wealthy family. Now, however, Qiao Shu was wearing a half-dirted jacket, his muscles taut, and his face filled with a fierce expression while carrying a shotgun, devoid of any scholarly demeanor. At first glance, he looked like a desert bandit. Seeing his transformed son, Xiao Qingfeng felt a pang of heartache. Although he knew that Qiao Shu had become stronger, how could growth come without pain? He had worked so hard in the first half of his life just to spare his children from this kind of suffering. On the other hand, Qiao Shu's thoughts were far less complicated than Xiao Qingfeng's. He was only thinking. The uncle walking towards him looked a bit like my dad, right? Qiao Shu rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. Oh my God, it really is my dad, separated by swirling yellow sand. The father and son gazed at each other affectionately. The others in the convoy wisely stopped to avoid disturbing their reunion. Even the little Ali stretched out its paw to tug at the ear of the little camel beneath it, preventing it from causing trouble for its owner. Tom seemed to pause at that moment. A middle-aged man watched as the father and son approached each other, feeling a sense of sentimentality. Getting older, he couldn't bear to see such touching scenes. But the next moment, the man's wistful expression froze. He saw the old father, who had just been gazing at his son affectionately, skillfully pull off his belt, while the equally affectionate son turned and ran away. Little brat, you stop right there. Qiao Qingfeng was still spry, quickly taking small steps as he chased after him. You dare to sneak off to the desert without telling me? You think you can escape a beating? Huh? Confucius said, a small stick is for correction, a big stick is for fleeing. Qiao Shu didn't look back and shouted, Put down that 7 wolves, and I'll stop. The middle-aged man watched the father and son chase each other in the hot desert, feeling a bit of a headache. One could only say they truly were father and son. Blood is thicker than water. Geez, that's my dad. Qiao Shu, with a bruised face, pointed at Qiao Qingfeng beside him and spoke to the camera. Qiao Qingfeng smiled kindly at the camera and said gently, "I'm Qiao Shu's father. My son has been under everyone's care these days." The viewers in the live stream had just witnessed the earlier commotion and now looked at the extraordinary Qiao Qingfeng, leaving comments like, "Wait, this handsome old man is the father of the tyrant tree? He doesn't look like it at all. He does resemble him. But the demeanor, I'm crying, uncle is so gentle. And then look at the tyrant. Why does Tree's father seem a bit familiar? He must be a big shot too. Otherwise, how could he bring so many people into the desert?" Qiao Shu shook his head, not responding to the viewers' comments. His dad might act sophisticated outside, but at home, he was just a rough man. After introducing Qiao Qingfeng, Qiao Shu waved at A Li and Xiangzi, who were watching him from a distance. Xiangzi immediately ran over without a care. A Li, being smart, sensed no malice despite Qiao Qingfeng's earlier roughhousing. It even felt a great deal of affection. After all, that was a loving punch. So A Li didn't attack Qiao Qingfeng. It just looked on worriedly from a distance. As the little camel carried the little fox over, Qiao Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he forgot about Qiao Shu and the drone. He reached out to pat the little camel's head, which looked at him innocently, without flinching. He then tried to pat A Li's head, but A Li dodged quickly, watching him with a wary gaze. A Li didn't like anyone else touching it except Qiao Shu. It still held a wariness towards humans. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Qiao Shu glanced back at the convoy and asked quietly. "Your sister asked me to bring you some things," Qiao Qingfeng said, enjoying the moment while petting the little camel's head. The little camel trembled, looking like it didn't dare to resist. Qiao Shu twitched his mouth and quickly snatched the little guy away from his dad's grasp. All right. If you keep petting it, it'll go bald." Qiao Qingfeng didn't mind and pointed at the convoy behind him. "Your sister saw you struggling out here and bought you some supplies. She didn't trust anyone else to deliver it, insisting I come myself." His tone was calm, as if he were just bringing some vegetables and fruits on a family visit. Qiao Shu tilted his head to look at the convoy and the helicopters that weren't fully parked yet, falling into thought. "Just a little bit? It's probably more like 1 billion bits, right? What are you thinking?" Qiao Qingfeng gave Qiao Shu a light tap on the head. "All these supplies are for you, but you can't use that much. Most of it is what your father and I donated to the sand control workers. It's also a contribution to environmental protection. Isn't it?" Qiao Shu looked at his dad with a strange expression. "You contributing to environmental protection? That's like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. The trees you've cut down in your lifetime could circle the earth 2.5 times. Where did you get this? It looks pretty advanced." Qiao Qingfeng pointed at the little drone in the sky. Qiao Shu had long anticipated this question from his father and had prepared the answer. "I got it from Uncle Fan. It's one of a kind in the world." Uncle Fan was a friend of Qiao Qingfeng's, and anyone who could be friends with Qiao Qingfeng was certainly a big shot in their own right. However, Uncle Fan didn't deal in physical products or online sales. He was engaged in the same industry as Edison, a patent businessman. Uncle Fan had thousands of bizarre patented inventions, from land swimming devices to bald shampoo and tomato peelers. Qiao Shu frequently visited Uncle Fan as home since childhood. The collection room was always open to him, and he could use various patented products at will. Given Uncle Fan's memory, he probably forgot many patents himself, making it a perfect excuse for the little drone. "Oh, tell Uncle Fan I said hi later, so this old man doesn't come back to bother me for drinks," Qiao Qingfeng said without elaborating further, tiptoeing to casually pat the little floating drone. Little drone? Wow, as expected of Qiao Shu's dad. After all this time, Qiao Shu hasn't even touched me, and you just raise your hand to take me away for the first time? Chapter 83. The unfeeling Qiao Qingfeng at this moment. Qiao Qingfeng was like a curious baby, filled with a strong curiosity about everything in the desert. In his eyes, this was all the territory his son had conquered. That sense of pride was even stronger than when he personally founded a company worth billions. After half an hour, the helicopter convoy finally finished landing, and Qiao Qingfeng took Qiao Shu to see this batch of supplies. A middle-aged man who had been observing for a long time quickly approached, smiling as he shook hands with Qiao Shu and said, "District Chief Qiao, I've heard so much about you, but haven't had the time to pay a visit." Qiao Shu politely shook his hand in return. Both Qiao Shu and Xiao Qingfeng had a characteristic. They could act like normal, civilized people in front of strangers. Hello. May I ask who you are? I'm Huang Hua, your neighbor. I'm the district chief of the 043 governance area. Ilu. Qiao Shu suddenly realized that the 043 governance area bordered his own 044 governance area. And he had heard it was a large governance area with over 100 permanent desert management personnel. Most of the vehicles in the convoy before him likely came from the 043 governance area. In contrast, the 044 governance area was so poor that it was left with nothing but sand. It was clear that the reason for the lack of visits was not due to being too busy, but rather unnecessary. After all, a district chief dying in the 044 governance area was as unremarkable as a flower-patterned snake dying in the desert. Qiao Shu silently observed the smiling neighbor who seemed very easy to get along with. It was likely that news of his recent victory over poachers had spread and earned him recognition from the 043 governance area, prompting this man to greet him. Qiao Shu glanced at his father, who was gently petting a small camel. It's probably more due to my father's impressive financial capabilities. Well then, Brother Qiao, you carry on. I'll wait for you over there. Huang Hua winked at Qiao Shu, indicating he wanted to discuss some work-related matters. Qiao Shu politely nodded and courteously sent Huang Hua off. After all, they were in the desert, and maintaining a good relationship with neighbors was essential. Xiao Qingfeng led Qiao Shu to the first helicopter cargo hold, which was filled with cases of mineral water, completely packed. You probably won't need this much. 1,000 cases of mineral water. Just take what you need. The rest I'll send to other governance areas in your name. Xiao Qingfeng understood the ways of the world. Qiao Shu, not wanting to be polite with his father, approached to check the brand of the mineral water. Wow, it's Shadante. To be honest, it was hard to say how great this water was. Its value lay in its scarcity and the high shipping costs. As the official water for the royal family from the True Versailles Palace, the annual extraction of Shadante mineral water could not exceed 1 million liters. In Europe, it could only be purchased at Michelin 2-star restaurants and top supermarkets in the UK, and once it reached Hua country, its price skyrocketed to 1,000 yuan for 1,000 milliliters. The value of this cargo hold of mineral water was approximately 1 million Hua country currency. So extravagant. Qiao Shu pondered for a moment before saying to Xiao Qingfeng, "Leave me 50 cases." In fact, the governance area didn't lack water, as there were water sources in the valleys to the west and the oasis to the east. All right, Xiao Qingfeng didn't even blink, sending out a gift worth nearly 1 million without any emotional fluctuation. This compartment is filled with your favorite snacks, imported golden truffle chocolate, grassland yak jerky from Meng province, and fried chicken from Jishur. Xiao Qingfeng recounted, being a busy worker but still a responsible father. He always knew what Xiao Shu and Xiao Ning liked to eat. Chocolate and fried chicken are not easy to store, so I'll just keep a few servings. The rest can go to the comrades in the 043 governance area. Qiao Shu looked towards Huang Hua in the distance, who noticed his gaze and smiled friendly back. I'll keep the jerky, biscuits, and other easy-to-store snacks, since I can't always be a lone commander. I want to leave some for future companions. Next, Qiao Shu followed Qiao Qingfeng to inspect all the cargo holds. Even though he had seen a lot since childhood, he couldn't help but be amazed. His father was so extravagant. This batch of supplies not only had a variety of items, but were also all top-tier high-end products on the market. Considering their prices and shipping costs, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as luxury goods. The value of this batch of supplies could easily reach several tens of millions. Qiao Shu was somewhat surprised, and the viewers in the live stream were naturally even more shocked. At that moment, a comment in the live stream sparked heated discussion among the audience. I just remembered who Qiao Shu's father is, Xiao Qingfeng, a business tycoon from northeast China and a well-known philanthropist. Is that true? Sounds like a gimmick. I believe he's a business tycoon. But isn't being a philanthropist just for fame? Indeed, most businessmen do charity to evade taxes and don't actually do anything meaningful. All right, Did you see him do charity with your own eyes? Seeing the audience's doubts, the original commenter became a bit irritated and replied, "How could I not see it? I'm an orphan, and the orphanage I grew up in is called Qingfeng Orphanage." With this insider-esque comment, the doubts in the comments quickly disappeared. The person had grown up in the orphanage funded by Qiao Qingfeng, and what they said naturally carried more weight. Wow, so this means Qiao Shu is actually a top-tier second generation? I checked Baidu, and he's about on the same level as Principal Wang. What? Brother Shu is already so impressive, and yet he is still a top-tier second generation? They're younger, richer people than me, and they're working harder too? Brother Shu, do you want a wife? Just don't be too picky about gender, and I'll send myself over to you. Too small-minded. What is the use of marrying Brother Shu? I say just marry CEO Qiao directly and become Brother Shu's stepmother. Since Qiao Qingfeng and others appeared, the system had transformed into a small display the size of a phone, where the audience's comments would be shown. This way, it wouldn't raise suspicions from others. However, the virtual screen in front of Qiao Shu also existed, and he could clearly see the audience's heated discussions at that moment. Qiao Shu knew very well that most of what the comment said was true. Since Qiao Qingfeng made his fortune, he had funded the establishment of numerous Hope primary schools, nursing homes, and orphanages, totaling at least 100. The annual donation amount also exceeded 100 million, and these were not anonymous donations. They were all traceable. According to Qiao Qingfeng, he had genuinely donated the money and done good deeds, so there was nothing to hide. As for the voices in society criticizing Qiao Qingfeng for putting on a show, Qiao Shu could only say, it's about actions, not intentions. No one is perfect in this world. At least in Qiao Shu's eyes, Qiao Qingfeng could be considered a righteous businessman, which was also why he continued to be recognized by the desert management elite and Hua country officials despite having participated in many environmentally destructive projects. What are you looking at? Qiao Qingfeng noticed Qiao Shu's gaze and asked irritably, just admiring your handsome face. Qiao Shu skillfully flattered his father. What good is a great philanthropist if he still needs to be flattered by his own son? Chapter 84. Dad's cheat code, feeling satisfied after receiving compliments. Qiao Qingfeng nodded and said, in addition to food, these helicopters are also loaded with medicine, clothing, tents, construction materials, and tools. All things you will need. Consider it your startup capital from your dad. As my son, starting off at a higher point is not a problem. After all, I work hard so you can have an easier life. You secretly ran out of the house and joined the sandfighting team, which means you've given up your inheritance rights to the family business. Qiao Qingfeng looked deeply at Qiao Shu, realizing that the future of the company would have to be handed over to your sister. However, I'll provide corresponding support for your career. Qiao Shu shrugged indifferently. Dad, do you really think your company is some hot commodity? Neither my sister nor I actually want to inherit the family business. The reason Xiao Ning joined the company is actually out of concern for me. She wants her little brother to live freely according to her wishes. As for money, as long as it's enough to spend, that's fine. All right, let's not talk about that for now. Qiao Qingfeng glanced at the drones and suddenly became excited. These cargo holds are nothing special. Let me take you to the last cabin, where my personal treasures are stored. Qiao Shu shuddered in shock and quickly stopped him. Dad, we're live streaming. Those personal treasures of yours can't be shown. What are you thinking? Qiao Qingfeng's face darkened, and he stepped forward to give him a light slap on the head. These are serious personal treasures. Oh, Qiao Shu said, suddenly enlightened. So these are the serious ones. Does that mean you have some not-so-serious personal collections? I'll hammer you. Qiao Qingfeng was both angry and embarrassed. The father and son exchanged banter as they walked toward the last cabin, a way of interacting that reflected Qiao Qingfeng's unique educational approach. A child needs both paternal and maternal love to grow up healthy. Since Qiao Qingfeng couldn't provide maternal love to Qiao Shu and his sister, he chose not to play the strict father role and instead tried to interact with his children as equals and friends. Arriving at the last cabin door, Qiao Qingfeng mysteriously opened the door slowly. Inside the helicopter's rear cabin were high-quality survival gear. Survival knives gleamed coldly, neatly arranged along the cabin walls, each one a handcrafted masterpiece. A complete set of combat uniforms was displayed on mannequin models, with some even equipped with the most advanced bulletproof vests. Each set 100 times better than the tattered jacket he wore. On the opposite wall, various long-range weapons were displayed. Spear guns, compound bows, high-pressure slingshot guns, crossbows. The cabin floor was piled high with first aid kits, wilderness gearboxes, and backpacks. Qiao Shu's eyes lit up. Finally, his dad was reliable for once. Look at you, dressed in rags. What kind of appearance is that? Qiao Qingfeng frowned. From now on, your gear is on me. If your clothes get dirty, just change it to a new one. No need to wash them. Looking at his imposing father, Qiao Shu suddenly realized something. What if my biggest advantage isn't the system, but my dad? Do you have a compound crossbow? Qiao Shu suddenly asked, eyeing the survival supplies in the cabin. Ever since he saw the crossbowman in the sand fighting team, he had been interested in that kind of weapon. Unfortunately, the little assistant hadn't given him any crossbow rewards until now. The compound crossbow had many advantages. Powerful and quiet, it was perfect for stealthily hunting enemies. Compared to bows, crossbows required less skill from a user, although the loading time was much longer. Generally speaking, it had a longer range, greater lethality, and higher accuracy, making it a powerful long-range weapon. I'll go look for one, Qiao Qingfeng said. The pain of being wealthy is probably like this. There are so many things bought on a whim that finding the right one, when needed, can be a challenge. This one won't do. It's too low quality. This one is too cheap. This one is too ugly. Qiao Qingfeng rummaged through the cabin, tossing boxes containing brand new bows and crossbows onto the floor. Qiao Shu's lips twitched. Who knew when his dad had collected so many compound crossbows? It was a stroke of luck that none of them had been confiscated. One must know that while collecting compound crossbows is legal, carrying one is definitely illegal. According to the law, any manufacturing, selling, importing, transporting, or using of bows and crossbows requires approval from provincial authorities. Found it. It's this one. Qiao Qingfeng suddenly pulled out a full metal box from somewhere. Interceptor compound crossbow, used by U.S. Special Forces. I spent a lot of money to get it through legal channels. It's worth about $50,000 U.S. dollars. Qiao Qingfeng entered a series of codes on the box, and the all-metal lid slowly slid open, showcasing a high-end, sophisticated setup. What came into view wasn't a complete bow and crossbow, but a set of precise compound crossbow components. The Interceptor, produced by the U.S. Carbon Express Bow Company, had parts that could be freely assembled and disassembled, with a draw weight of up to 82 kilograms and an arrow speed of 120 ms. The weight of a crossbow bolt is much greater than that of a bullet. Although the speed is slower, its power should not be underestimated. Qiao Qingfeng pushed the box in front of Qiao Shu. This crossbow has terrifying power. It can pierce through an elephant's bones within 150 meters. That means if a person is hit, it's not just about breaking bones. Moreover, this crossbow has been modified to load 5 bolts at once. While it can't shoot in rapid succession, it greatly saves loading time. Qiao Shu's eyes sparkled as he looked at the crossbow components in the box. This exhilarating feeling. If I'm not mistaken, this crossbow is my dream crossbow. High power, silent, and still terrifyingly lethal at a distance of 150 meters. Using it against poachers would mean taking them down one by one. Are you really giving it to me? Qiao Shu asked tentatively. Qiao Qingfeng felt a pang in his heart, but still waved his hand. It's yours. It won't be of use to me here. Qiao Shu excitedly nodded. To be honest, all those other supplies worth tens of millions combined aren't as important as this Interceptor compound crossbow. Dad, you've given away all the supplies. When do you plan to go back? Qiao Shu understood the saying about burning bridges. Go back. Where to? Qiao Qingfeng looked surprised. I took a week off with your sister this time. Qiao Shu, huh? Chapter 85. Stubborn Qiao, family Qiao Shu, didn't really want to burn bridges. He just didn't want his father to stay here because the 044 governance area was still quite dangerous. Although some poachers had been dealt with, who knew if there were still remnants left? Even if there weren't, would that gang send more people over? Plus, with Qiao Qingfeng here, he wouldn't have the chance to stash those supplies in his spatial backpack, and the live streaming situation was also quite troublesome. What's wrong? Surprised? Qiao Qingfeng casually took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Qiao Shu. Who doesn't he have a wilderness survival dream? Your old man wants to fulfill his dream too. Or is it that you're annoyed with your old man and don't want me to stay? Feeling the increasingly dangerous look in Qiao Qingfeng's eyes, Qiao Shu quickly replied, "Of course not. I wish you could stay here with me. But look at how many people you brought. My little headquarters can't accommodate them all." This time, Qiao Qingfeng brought 6 bodyguards, 3 long-legged secretaries, and along with the accompanying doctor, assistant, and driver, there were at least 30 to 40 people. Even if they cleared out Little Gray's rabbit den, it wouldn't be enough to house everyone. Qiao Qingfeng shrugged and said, "No problem. I'll have them go back first and come pick me up in a week." "No. What if you encounter danger after sending the bodyguards away? It's not safe here." Qiao Shu continued to persuade, knowing his father's weaknesses well. "With my son here, who needs bodyguards?" Qiao Qingfeng patted Qiao Shu on the shoulder. "You're quite capable now. When did you become so skilled?" Qiao Shu chuckled awkwardly, shrinking his neck and choosing not to speak further. Continuing to argue with his dad would only lead to revealing his own intentions. The father and son lit their cigarettes, exhaling smoke towards the distant desert. 1,000 miles away, Xiao Ning watched the 2 heavy smokers on the live stream, frowning slightly. "Wow, you rushed to deliver supplies to Qiao Shu just to smoke in the desert, huh?" With a frosty expression, Xiao Ning took out a small notebook and seriously noted, "On this day, Father and Little Shu secretly smoked in the desert." The time it took to finish a cigarette passed quickly, with no daughter watching over him. Qiao Qingfeng felt even better after finishing a whole cigarette. However, Qiao Shu felt more frustrated. Even with the support of cigarettes, he couldn't think of a way to make his father obediently return. With no other options, Qiao Shu decided to find Huang Hua to see if he had anything to discuss with him. When he reached the off-road vehicle, Huang Hua was also smoking, and upon seeing Qiao Shu approach, he skillfully offered him a cigarette. "Want one?" Qiao Shu graciously accepted and tucked it behind his ear. "Director Huang, do you need to discuss something with me?" Huang Hua smiled, but didn't speak, pointing to the drone hovering above Qiao Shu's head. Qiao Shu immediately understood, pulling out the controller that the system had transformed, sending the small spherical drone high into the air to give the audience a view of the desert landscape. "I'm sorry, but the following conversation is really not suitable for live streaming. I want to discuss the joint defense between the 2 governance areas." "Joint defense?" Qiao Shu frowned. "That's right. The 043 governance area and the 044 governance area are neighbors sharing a border. We should enhance our communication." Noticing Qiao Shu's silence, Huang Hua continued, "The 044 governance area has opened up some permissions to us, such as allowing the sand control personnel from the 043 governance area to enter freely and help you capture illegal poachers. In exchange, we have a right to use some resources within the 044 governance area, like the water source in the oasis and the fruit trees in the valley. But don't worry, we want to over-extract resources." Huang Hua looked at Qiao Shu confidently, believing that given the current situation in the 044 governance area, Qiao Shu would inevitably agree to his proposal. The 044 governance area is vast, and with Qiao Shu as the sole commander, if poachers were to launch another attack, the consequences would be dire. "I'm sorry, Director Huang, but I refuse," Qiao Shu said gently. "I can't." Qiao Qingfeng interjected with a perfectly standard northeastern dialect. "You go on with your plans. Mr. Qiao, your body can't handle such a harsh living environment. If something happens, we can't explain it to the young lady." This was the beleaguered accompanying doctor. "Mr. Qiao, there are so many matters that need your attention at the company. You can't spend too much time here." This was the frustrated secretary. "Mr. Qiao, it's too dangerous here. Without our protection, your personal safety cannot be guaranteed." This was the unlucky captain of the bodyguard team. All of Qiao Qingfeng's team members were top-notch professionals, highly qualified employees, yet they found themselves with a rather unreliable boss. "Nonsense. My son can stay here. Why can't I?" Qiao Qingfeng said irritably. "At least let Dr. Wang and Captain Song stay." The tallest secretary pleaded, "This is the death desert. You need to ensure at least your basic safety." Qiao Qingfeng dramatically waved his hand. "I have my son Qiao Shu. I have the courage of 1,000 men." "Qiao Shu, don't say that." I don't." Everyone was quite responsible. Although Qiao Qingfeng's attitude was resolute, they still tried desperately to persuade him. This was also related to how Qiao Qingfeng treated his subordinates well. They were all smart people and understood that Mr. Qiao wouldn't be angry over loyal advice. However, the three Qiao family members were all strong-willed and stubborn. No matter what everyone said, Qiao Qingfeng refused to agree. With no other choice, everyone could only agree to come back to pick him up in 7 days, assuring him that he must leave then. On the other side, Huanghua also experienced the stubbornness of the Qiao family. No matter how he tried, Qiao Shu was unwilling to relent, firmly rejecting the assistance from the 043 governance area. Indeed, Huanghua had no bad intentions. He genuinely wanted to help Qiao Shu. However, requesting the right to use some resources in the governance area while the 043 governance area would have to deploy manpower and resources to assist Qiao Shu against poachers seemed like a win-win for Qiao Shu. But he didn't realize that Qiao Shu needed their help to deal with the poachers. On the contrary, sharing the resources of the 044 governance area would disrupt Qiao Shu's development plans for the governance area, posing a risk of exposing the system. The two Qiao family members were like two stubborn donkeys. After failing to persuade them, everyone could only organize supplies and leave in disappointment. Standing under the scorching sun, Qiao Shu and Qiao Qingfeng watched the convoy and helicopter team leave in an orderly fashion, feeling a mix of emotions. Qiao Qingfeng, great. I can have fun in my son's territory. Qiao Shu, it's over. I want to be able to have fun for the next few days. Chapter 86. Qiao Qingfeng's first meal in the desert. The main force has retreated, and the 044 governance area has become quiet again. After the commotion caused by Qiao Qingfeng, Qiao Shu could no longer continue the live broadcast and simply said goodbye to the audience before logging off. After shutting down the live stream, he realized that even though the broadcast didn't last long, the Green Space Project had settled over 100,000. Father and son stood at the entrance of the General Administration, with two brand new off-road vehicles parked beside them, one Land Rover and one Wrangler. Both were well-modified vehicles, carefully selected by Qiao Ning after seeing Qiao Shu's dilapidated off-roader. A pile of supplies was placed in a temporarily built huge tent, stacked like a mountain, with the tent occupying more space than the General Administration itself. As people dispersed, the atmosphere between the father and son began to turn awkward. So, the emotionally intelligent Qiao Shu took the initiative to speak. Aren't you going to keep a secretary to warm your bed? Qiao Qingfeng was furious. Am I that kind of person? Qiao Shu remained silent, pressing the head of the little fox in his arms, prompting it to nod. No, I've told you before. Hiring these young people is just for appearances. Otherwise, we won't be taken seriously when doing business. Qiao Qingfeng defended himself. Yes, you're right. Qiao Shu laughed. Does the big boss Qiao still need a secretary to hold up the scene? But Dad, you're not that old. It's normal to have a second spring. My sister and I wouldn't mind you finding us a stepmother. Just don't go for a young college student in her 20s. Get lost. Qiao Qingfeng was both angry and embarrassed, leaving Qiao Shu and walking towards the General Administration. He was anxious, and Qiao Shu played with the little fox's paws, knowing who was anxious but choosing not to say it out loud. Bam! Half a minute later, Qiao Shu had a size 43 footprint on his face, looking wronged as he led Qiao Qingfeng to tour the General Administration. The interior was even worse than the outside, filled with a sense of poverty, and Qiao Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. His son had never known hardship. He had always been well-fed and well-clothed. This shabby place had spider webs that could be swept up to 3 pounds, and his son was going to sleep here? Son, why don't we go back? Qiao Qingfeng felt a bit reluctant. How could people live in such a place? Qiao Shu shot him a sidelong glance and said impatiently, I'm not going back. I'm afraid your little wife will give me a hard time. I'll kick you from a southern heavenly gate to Hokkaido. There really wasn't much to see in the General Administration. Aside from the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, there were no other rooms. Qiao Shu had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Although the General Administration's facilities were quite shabby, at least they were somewhat tidy. Qiao Qingfeng, although wealthy, had also experienced hardships since childhood and quickly adapted. Feeling a bit tired, he sat on Qiao Shu's bed and asked, Son, what are we having for dinner tonight? I just saw a dead rabbit in the kitchen. How about we eat that? That's not a dead rabbit. It just fainted from being scared. It's still alive? Qiao Shu said with a dark expression. It can't be eaten, it's pregnant. I'm keeping it to give birth to baby rabbits. Oh, then I'll go look for something to eat in the tent outside. Xiao Qingfeng was about to head out with his hands behind his back. Hey. Don't go. You've come all this way. I have to at least take care of a meal. Qiao Shu quickly stopped his father. He then went into the kitchen, rummaged around for a while, and came out holding 2 fresh sheep kidneys. These were taken from a poacher during a previous fight, still very fresh as they had been kept in his spatial backpack. Xiao Qingfeng, being someone who knew good food, immediately brightened up. Sheep kidneys? Good stuff. I knew you liked this. Qiao Shu smiled. There is also a leg of lamb in the kitchen. Let us roast it and have a good drink together. Sounds great. Your sister is strict, and I haven't had a nice drink in a long time. Xiao Qingfeng chuckled happily. With his father's approval, Qiao Shu quickly set up a bonfire, while Xiao Qingfeng was in charge of marinating the leg of lamb and kidneys. Although he had never been in the kitchen, being a Northeasterner, he naturally had some barbecue talent and was more than capable of mixing seasonings. As the bonfire blazed, the marinated leg of lamb was ready. Qiao Shu skillfully cut the leg and hung it over the fire to roast. He had also pulled out a box of liquor, although it wasn't the best. It was strong enough to pair well with the simply prepared roasted leg of lamb. As the sun set, the busy shadows of the father and son stretched long. The little fox lay on Qiao Shu's back, taking a nap with its big ears flapping. In a live stream, it was fine, but seeing these 2 little creatures in reality, Xiao Qingfeng could clearly feel their uniqueness. He had seen all sorts of unusual pets at his friends' homes, but aside from tamed animals like cats, dogs, and horses, other pets outdoors all needed to be leashed. However, the fox and camel raised by Qiao Shu were different. Ever since he arrived, the 2 little creatures followed him obediently without needing supervision. Compared to the strangeness of the 2 animals, Xiao Qingfeng was more surprised by his son's changes. He admired the rare desert scenery in front of him and looked at his son busy fanning the fire, feeling emotional. His son had truly grown up and was able to carve out his own career. To thrive in a deserted environment was no easier than starting from scratch. My son, Qiao Shu, has made it. What are you smiling about? It's time to eat. Qiao Shu's voice pulled Xiao Qingfeng back to reality. Xiao Qingfeng frowned, and his good mood vanished instantly. Humph, ungrateful brat. Xiao Qingfeng seemed to have a short temper, like the little fox. He was angry for less than 10 seconds before being distracted by a piece of roasted lamb meat handed over by Qiao Shu. The lamb meat kept in a spatial backpack was no different from freshly cut, and biting into it released a rich aroma that instantly captivated his taste buds. Even Xiao Qingfeng, who was used to gourmet foods, almost bit his tongue from the deliciousness. So good, Xiao Qingfeng mumbled. Qiao Shu smiled and handed him a bottle of liquor. Xiao Qingfeng boldly took a big swig of the strong liquor along with the lamb. The strong, spicy aroma flowed down his throat and spread throughout his body, paired with the fragrant lamb. This little life is worth more than being a CEO of a listed company. I seem to already be the CEO of a listed company. Well, never mind. Xiao Qingfeng enjoyed the lamb and liquor, completely ignoring Qiao Shu by his side. It wasn't until he had eaten enough to feel stuff that he looked up and immediately saw 2 resentful gazes shooting at him from different directions. Qiao Shu, winky-faced little fox, where's the lamb leg meat? Xiao Qingfeng looked at the empty lamb bone in front of him, lost in thought. Chapter 87. Foot big and small. Qiao Shu didn't expect his nearly 50-year-old father to eat so much, as if there was no food at home. He finished an entire leg of lamb by himself. There was no choice. Qiao Shu had to get up and pretend to go to the kitchen, then took out a leg of lamb from his space backpack. The leg of lamb from the sand antelope was indeed too small, so Qiao Shu thought for a moment and took out 2 peeled striped snakes, along with the 2 lamb kidneys, and put them on the grill to roast. Xiao Qingfeng rubbed his belly, looking at the snakes and kidneys on the grill, feeling a bit greedy. Unfortunately, he truly couldn't eat another bite. Is the food here always this good? Eating lamb every meal? Xiao Qingfeng suddenly asked. Qiao Shu turned the leg of lamb on the grill and said leisurely, "How could it be this good every day? Do you think I'm on vacation?" Xiao Qingfeng nodded knowingly. That's right. It seems my son is still filial, treating himself to the best. Maybe 2 meals every 3 days. After all, Eating lamb all the time can get boring. Goodness. Qiao Qingfeng placed his hand on the 7 wolves at his waist, eager to try, drinking and eating meat every day with a fox for company. You really are like King Zhou, aren't you? Qiao Shu instinctively took a small step back. What are you going to do? Qiao Qingfeng looked over suspiciously, then loosened his belt. Nothing. Just too full. Loosening my belt. Qiao Shu. Loosening your belt? I thought you were going to pull out the 7 wolves. Qiao Qingfeng genuinely couldn't eat anymore. He leaned against the little camel with his belly sticking out, staring blankly at the setting sun in the distance. Although the little camel was somewhat reluctant, its honest nature made it not resist. After the new leg of lamb was roasted, Qiao Shu immediately sliced it into pieces with a dagger, stuffing them into his and little Ali's mouths. As little Ali ate, it also looked warily at Qiao Qingfeng, afraid he might snatch the food away. Son, Qiao Qingfeng suddenly thought of something, a bit inexplicably excited. Where are we going tomorrow? Should we go to that oasis again? Oasis? Qiao Shu instinctively frowned. He had originally planned to continue building the warehouse. But if you want to stroll around the oasis, that's not impossible. No need. You should do your own thing. Qiao Qingfeng said very understandingly. I'm just here to see you. Won't interfere with your work. If you really don't want to affect my work, you should be with your black silk secretary at the company, instead of coming to the desert to compete with me for lamb legs. Qiao Qingfeng. Can we not mention the black silk? If it's really necessary, I can have them changed to white silk. Qiao Qingfeng felt a bit depressed, feeling his authority as a father was undermined by the black silk. Qiao Shu curled his lips. Where were you earlier? It's too late now. I can laugh at you for a lifetime. In the desert, the sunset disappeared quickly. Qiao Shu and little Ali unleashed their full power, and the leg of lamb, striped snakes, and kidneys were all completely devoured. Qiao Qingfeng felt a lot of food had digested in his stomach and ate half a kidney. After the meal, the 2 little animals lay lazily in the sand, while the father and son quietly took out cigarettes from their pockets. A smoke after a meal is better than a living god. The father and son leaned together, lighting a cigarette with a nearly burned-out campfire. What do you usually do after a meal? Qiao Qingfeng asked for conversation. Qiao Shu replied without thinking, high-level hand. Sleep, of course. There's no entertainment here. What else can we do? Qiao Qingfeng felt a bit depressed upon hearing this. Clearly, he hadn't gotten over the excitement of just arriving in the desert and hadn't had enough fun. After finishing 1 cigarette, the sun had completely set. The 2 cleaned up the food scraps and garbage, putting them into a large plastic bag, which would be taken away by the transport team when they arrived. Back at the headquarters, Qiao Qingfeng yawned, finally feeling a bit sleepy. He glanced at the double bed in the bedroom and said, Sleep, sleep. I guess I'll squeeze in with you tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, little Ali nimbly jumped to Qiao Shu's left side and lay down, looking defiantly at Qiao Qingfeng. Qiao Qingfeng was at a loss for words, just as he wanted to lie on the right side. He saw that silly little camel clumsily climb up and settle on Qiao Shu's right side. Qiao Qingfeng. Qiao Shu felt a bit embarrassed, tentatively suggesting, How about you just sleep on the floor? I have a multifunctional sleeping bag that keeps warm. It's actually quite comfortable. Qiao Qingfeng incredulously replied, What? You want her father to sleep on the floor? Filial. I'm dying of filial piety. Qiao Shu scratched his head awkwardly. It really didn't seem right for the son to sleep in the bed while the father slept on the ground. Then you sleep in the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. Qiao Shu rolled out of bed. Qiao Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, just about to climb onto the bed when he felt 2 sharp little gazes shooting over. Ali. Xiangzi. Qiao Qingfeng twitched the corner of his mouth and silently took his legs down from the bed. He wasn't afraid of the 2 little animals attacking him. After all, the 2 little guys were quite sensible. However, while he was asleep in the middle of the night, they might still come and drop a poop on his head. Qiao Qingfeng silently crawled into the sleeping bag and lay down, while Qiao Shu hugged the 2 little guys and began to drift off to sleep. With Ali around, there was no need to keep watch at night. If any unfamiliar sounds appeared within hundreds of meters, Ali would be able to distinguish them immediately. A night of silence. The next day, Qiao Qingfeng and Qiao Shu wore matching black combat suits, looking spirited as they stood in front of the headquarters. The compound bow had been fully assembled by Qiao Shu and was strapped to his back, while the dagger and revolver were hung on his boots and belt respectively. Qiao Feng had a sharp axe at his waist, a compound bow on his back, and a 7 wolves belt shining brightly at his waist. "Dad, do I look cool?" Qiao Feng ran his hand through his bangs, asking Qiao Shu beside him. Qiao Shu expressionlessly patted Qiao Feng's tight belly, which made a crackling sound from the combat suit. "Pretty cool. But this belly is a bit noticeable." To be fair, Qiao Feng had been a soldier before, and his physique was still decent. However, due to frequently attending drinking parties, his belly inevitably grew bigger day by day. "I can't be bothered to talk to you. This kid has no sense of aesthetics." Qiao Feng had a black line on his face and turned to get in the car. Qiao Shu smiled helplessly and, taking advantage of his father's averted gaze, summoned the small spherical flying device from behind. The system started the live broadcast. Ding! The live broadcast room has been opened. Titled Big and Small Qiao's Desert Adventure Diary Day 1. Qiao Shu. This is upside down. The system has rebelled. Explain to me what Big and Small Qiao is. Chapter 88. Eating books. What the heck is little Qiao? Ha ha ha. Uncle Qiao hasn't left yet? It seems Uncle Qiao and Qiao Shu are about to start a father-son live streaming life. Goodness. Where did Dad go in the desert? Yesterday, I did a search on Qiao Feng and found out he's quite a big shot. Just a bit low-key with not much fame. Qiao Shu discovered that the clickbait title created by the system actually had a traffic-boosting effect, as the viewership in the livestream room was significantly higher than usual. Although he was unhappy about it, he didn't take action to change it. No choice. Everything is for the sake of greening the area. Hello everyone, I am the sand control expert Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu greeted the camera with a smile. This is my father, old Qiao. Qiao Feng elegantly nodded to the camera. Today, father and son will return to the oasis. Firstly, to observe the situation of the animals after the attack, and secondly, to explore the lost civilization within the oasis. What concerns Qiao Shu the most about that oasis is not the relics of civilization, but those animals. The oasis, full of life in the desert, has an astonishing richness of species. Qiao Shu has only seen familiar faces in the livestream room, such as desert wolves, sand antelopes, and camels. And there are many unlit animal entries waiting for him to unlock. Today, Qiao Shu was driving a Land Rover off-road vehicle, carrying only weapons and some seasonings. Food would naturally come from the oasis. Seeing the compound bow on his father's back, Qiao Shu frowned. Can you use a bow and arrow? It's quite dangerous outside. Let's switch to a more handy weapon. Don't underestimate your old man. Qiao Feng took down the compound bow. I'm a senior member of the archery club. Hitting a target at 20 meters is no problem. Shooting targets is not the same as real combat. Let me get you a gun. Qiao Shu knew his father had been a soldier, and his marksmanship was impeccable. When he took him hunting in the mountains as a child, he always hit the mark. But he had used it less in recent years since carrying guns was no longer allowed. However, his basic skills should still be intact. Walking to the back of the old off-road vehicle, he took out a 5-shot hunting rifle, and Qiao Feng's eyes instantly lit up. This, isn't it bad? Doesn't comply with regulations. Qiao Feng hesitated, but his hand was already reaching for the rifle. For a retired soldier, the temptation of handling a gun again was too great, even if it was just a hunting rifle. Don't you have a hunting license? Qiao Shu waved his hand. Besides, just help me carry it. Don't shoot at animals. If we encounter poachers, then it's self-defense. The hunting rifle was considered a self-defense weapon provided by the organization, so it wouldn't hurt to get it to his father for protection. If it were those AK rifles, that would be a different story. Those guns were unregistered and could easily cause problems. Qiao Feng nodded, happily accepting the hunting rifle and skillfully checking the magazine. As for the compound bow, he had already tossed it aside. Who needs a bow when there's a gun? Qiao Shu climbed into the driver's seat, surveying the luxury interior of a Land Rover when he suddenly spotted something, his eyes shining. He took out a small booklet from the storage compartment and held it up to the camera. Does anyone know what this is? The text on the booklet was all in English, and the audience could clearly see several English words. In case of emergency, eat this book. Is there anyone with good English who can help me translate this? Where's my royal translator? Forget it, if it were me in middle school, I could translate this easily. But now I've graduated from college. Qiao Shu smiled slightly, reading the words aloud. This English phrase means, in an emergency, eat this book. True eating book? The audience's curiosity was immediately piqued, and even Xiao Qingfeng secretly looked at the small booklet in Qiao Shu's hand. This was a promotional plan by Land Rover. Since Land Rover buyers have a high demand for off-roading, each vehicle comes equipped with an edible survival guide. The manual lists handling solutions for almost all potential dangers encountered during outdoor adventures, especially in desert environments. Qiao Shu waved the booklet at the camera. This little booklet is made from potato starch, and the illustrations and characters on it are printed with edible glycerin, so it is completely safe to eat. Its nutritional value is equivalent to that of a cheeseburger if you get lost in the wild. You can eat the booklet after reading this guide for a calorie boost. To prove the truth of his statement, Qiao Shu casually tore off a page and stuffed it into his mouth in front of Qiao Qingfeng's horrified gaze. Munch, munch. Qiao Shu savored it carefully, then said, "It doesn't taste like much, just like boiled potato slices without salt." He tore off another page and handed it to Qiao Qingfeng, who immediately waved his hand, indicating he was not interested. With no other option, Qiao Shu had to feed that page to the camel. Xiangzi seemed to enjoy it quite a bit, chewing happily in the back seat until he woke up the little fox next to him, who then stretched out its hand to give him a big slap. The materials used for this manual are very meticulous. Its cover is made from military-grade, high-reflective material, which can send distress signals to passing planes and vehicles by reflecting sunlight. Additionally, the nails used for binding the pages can also be used as tools for hunting and gutting small animals. Truly, with this book in hand, survival is worry-free. Qiao Shu returned the remaining booklet to the storage compartment and started the off-road vehicle. So, friends who have this Land Rover can check it out. It might save your life one day. Unsurprisingly, the live stream room was once again flooded with familiar question marks. Do you even know what you're saying, Brother Shu? What I lack is not a potato booklet. What I lack is money to buy a Land Rover. Huh? The version of Why Not Eat Meat Porridge by King Zhou. Realizing he had unintentionally shown off, Qiao Shu fell silent and silently drove towards the oasis. The bumpy ride was momentarily set aside. Qiao Qingfeng remained excited until the vehicle slowly stopped at the edge of the oasis. As expected of a luxury off-road vehicle, the modified Land Rover was much faster than that old off-road vehicle, saving about a third of the time. Qiao Shu parked the car and walked with Qiao Qingfeng into the woods at the edge of the oasis. There are many animals in the oasis, including quite a few venomous snakes and insects. Dad, please don't touch anything carelessly. Before Qiao Shu finished speaking, he saw his father dash into the woods and disappear. The next second, Qiao Qingfeng re-emerged, holding a panicked yellow lizard. What kind of animal is this little guy? Chapter 89. Desert Crocodile. Qiao Shu was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the yellow lizard in Qiao Qingfeng's hand, feeling a bit amused. It was an old acquaintance. Wasn't this the little guy in leopard print from before? Why is it out again? The viewers in the live stream recognized the little creature as well. Huh, isn't this the leopard gecko? This little guy has really bad luck. First running into Qiao Shu a few days ago, and now meeting Qiao Shu's dad. Leopard gecko. Oh no, I won't even need dinner tonight. The last time that old six came with his dad. Laughing so hard, I finally understand where Brother Shu learned his old six behavior from. The chance of both father and son catching a gecko at the same time is small, but it's not impossible. Qiao Shu stepped forward and teased the panicked and struggling leopard gecko. Hey, aren't you not supposed to be wandering around in leopard print? How's it going? Running into a weirdo again? Qiao Qingfeng's smile instantly froze beside him. Who is this kid mocking? To give Qiao Shu some face in front of the audience, Qiao Qingfeng didn't summon his 7 wolves, but instead asked, "What kind of animal is this?" It looks like a gecko. It's a type of gecko called a leopard gecko. I saw it once when I first entered the oasis, and it seems to be the same one. Qiao Qingfeng hadn't watched that live stream, so he naturally didn't know about this little gecko's existence. Can this thing be eaten? Qiao Qingfeng licked his lips, looking just like when he first met the little gray one. Hearing this, the little gecko struggled even more. Forget it. Even this little bit of meat is a waste of charcoal. Qiao Shu took the leopard gecko from Qiao Qingfeng's hand and examined it closely. Since wearing the Doran's ring, his memory had become particularly good. Not photographic memory, but recent events were vividly recalled with just a little thought. Comparing the little gecko before him with the one in his memory, Qiao Shu speechlessly discovered that it really was the same one. Let's go. Qiao Shu placed the little gecko back on the tree trunk, reminding it to remember not to wander around in leopard print every day. The little gecko, instead of rushing to escape, stared at Qiao Shu with its round slit pupils. Qiao Shu laughed and patted its little head. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you really want me to take you home?" After saying that, he pinched one of the little gecko's tiny paws with his fingers, smiling at the camera. "Family. I found a gecko that insists on going home with me." The little gecko looked panicked and desperately pulled back, waving its other little paw in the air. "Look, which hair on it wants to go home with you? Is there a possibility that this thing has no hair?" The little gecko, who understands? I encountered a dog on the way, and it insisted on dragging me away. It was almost begging on its knees, asking for mercy. Zhou Shu is really something, the old six behavior. Qiao Shu noticed that the little guy was genuinely scared. If it continued, it might end up breaking its own tail, so he loosened his grip. The little gecko immediately dashed into the tree canopy, disappearing from sight. Such a coward. Xiao Qingfeng shrugged. Do we look like bad guys? The audience. After a brief interlude, Qiao Shu and Xiao Qingfeng continued their journey into the oasis together. Unlike the last time, when Qiao Shu ventured into the oasis alone, this time the father and son moved in a duo battle formation, one in front and one behind. So Qiao Shu didn't have to worry about attacks from behind, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. The father and son passed through the jungle and arrived at the previous date palm grove, collecting quite a few dates. After a few days, the dates on the trees had increased significantly, weighing down the branches, hanging in clusters. Qiao Qingfeng ate several, praising the sweet taste of the dates. After leaving the date palm grove and walking for a while, they reached the lake area at the center of the oasis. Compared to a few days ago, the lake was much quieter now. Apart from the occasional bird descending from the sky to drink water, no other creatures were visible. Even smaller animals seemed to have no intention of coming here for water. Desert creatures have strong drought resistance. A few days without water won't kill them. But if they catch the attention of poachers, it could lead to instant death. It seems that the massacre from a few days ago has indeed impacted the oasis. Qiao Shu sighed. The animals have all hidden away, and it will probably take some time before they return to drink water. Xiao Qingfeng was also quite emotional. He had seen this kind of scene too many times. When he used to run a lumber company, open coal mines, and mine stone materials, he often disturbed nature's peace. Although he had tried to minimize environmental destruction, it still caused a lot of irreversible pollution. Thinking of this, Qiao Qingfeng felt a bit heavy-hearted and casually pulled out a cigarette. Before he could light it, it was snatched away by Qiao Shu. "You can't smoke here. It could easily cause a fire. Just hold on." Qiao Qingfeng didn't mind and followed Qiao Shu to the lakeside. The cool lake water flowed through his fingers. This feeling of being close to nature was something Qiao Qingfeng had never experienced before. The mental scars and fatigue from the cutthroat business world vanished, as if nature had a magic power to purify the soul. Suddenly, Qiao Qingfeng keenly sensed that a figure in the water seemed to be slowly approaching Qiao Shu. At first, he thought it was some large fish and didn't pay much attention, but as the figure drew closer, his alertness suddenly heightened. What the hell? This isn't the ocean. What fish can be 2 meters long? In the next moment, an exaggerated, gaping mouth leaped out of the water with a pair of cold, ruthless slit pupils fixed on the unsuspecting Qiao Shu. "Watch out!" Qiao Qingfeng kicked Qiao Shu several meters away and pulled out the axe from his waist, aiming to chop at the attacker's head. Qiao Shu rolled to absorb the force of the kick and instinctively shielded the little Ali and Xiangzi behind him. When he turned back to look, his pupils suddenly constricted in shock. Damn, a crocodile? Qiao Qingfeng's skills were not bad, and since he was ambushing from the side, he struck the large crocodile on the mouth with his axe. The crocodile, in pain, was about to roll back into the water, but Qiao Qingfeng's second axe was already on its way. "Dear Dad, let go under the axe." "No, wait. Let the crocodile go." The desert crocodile, also known as the West African crocodile, is not a brutal species. On the contrary, the ancient Egyptians had a tradition of keeping these crocodiles as pets because they were smaller, more docile, and easier to catch and tame. The reason it attacked Qiao Shu just now was most likely that there were too few animals coming here lately. This guy was almost starving. Most importantly, in Qiao Shu's previous life, There were no such crocodiles in the desert of Huagua, and although they existed in this world, they were extremely rare. In other words, this was another precious creature that, if harmed, would lead to a long prison sentence. Chapter 90. Desert Fishing. Fortunately, Qiao Qingfeng was agile. The moment he heard Qiao Shu shout, he immediately adjusted the angle of his axe. The sharp axe blade whizzed past the top of the desert crocodile's head, causing several pieces of crocodile skin to fall off. Desert crocodile. Am I going bald? The desert crocodile is a high-level reptile with a not-so-low IQ, and it instantly understood that the human in front of it was unbeatable. Although it was their first encounter, the human had already been crossed off its menu. And at this moment, the desert crocodile only thought about surviving. The desert crocodile rolled and fell into the lake, splashing water before disappearing instantly. At the moment it entered the water, Qiao Shu quickly unlocked the species catalog. Species name, desert crocodile. Alias, West African Nile crocodile. West African crocodile, kingdom. Animalia, phylum. Chordata, class. Reptilia, order. Crocodilia, family. Crocodilidae, genus. Crocodilus. Introduction. Once thought to be a subspecies of the Nile crocodile due to its resemblance. It is actually an independent species. Compared to the Nile crocodile, it is smaller, more docile, has a lighter body color, and is agile enough to jump upright. Diet carnivorous, primarily feeding on fish, birds, frogs, and insects due to the arid climate. Distribution area, as shown in the image. Click to expand. Ding. The catalog for the Crocodilus desert crocodile has been unlocked, and the host's affinity for this species has slightly increased. Qiao Shu looked at the distribution area of the desert crocodile and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At least within the range of the 044 governance area. This crocodile would only appear in this oasis, with no populations elsewhere. This was good news. Crocodiles were among the few animals that could pose a threat in the desert. Their attack power was extremely strong, and their terrifying death roll technique was particularly powerful. Qiao Shu did not want to be bitten on the butt by a crocodile while bathing in the wild one day. Are you okay? Qiao Qingfeng stepped forward to help his son up. I'm fine, just a bit sore from your kick, Qiao Shu said, looking at him with lingering fear. Not bad. Old Qiao, your skills haven't diminished over the years. Qiao Qingfeng wore a face reminiscent of Wang Yusheng during a military parade, leaving the audience feeling a bit dazed. Why does that expression seem so familiar? It's like Qiao Shu often looks like this. What's going on? There are crocodiles in the desert? Qiao Qingfeng asked, puzzled. There's nothing strange about crocodiles in the desert. Ancient Egypt, this ancient civilization, was built between rainforests and deserts, and crocodiles were seen as a source of power for the pharaohs. This desert crocodile is relatively docile, and there are even precedents for taming them. If we encountered a Nile crocodile, your axe would barely scratch the surface, Qiao Shu explained carefully to his father. Oh, I've learned something new. Qiao Qingfeng felt a bit proud. Aside from not wanting to inherit the family fortune, his son was quite excellent in other aspects. Qiao Shu rolled his eyes. In any case, let's not get too close to the lake. These guys are starving and have even started to have the audacity to attack humans. To be honest, Qiao Shu was quite keen on getting a small crocodile as a pet, especially this desert crocodile, which had a docile temperament and was good at guarding the house. However, under the current circumstances, it was definitely not a good idea to take a small crocodile. They were all confused and would see any animal as a piece of meat. Let us continue deeper along the water source. Qiao Shu stood up, picking up Ollie from the back of the little camel. Both animals and civilizations need to rely on water to survive. Following the water is definitely the right choice. Qiao Qingfeng had little experience in wilderness survival, so he naturally wouldn't contradict Qiao Shu's decision. The father and son, seemingly unfazed, walked as if they hadn't just narrowly escaped an attack from a crocodile. As they walked around the lake, Qiao Shu quickly discovered a hidden creek. The creek wasn't large, measuring about half a meter in width. The water flowed between rocks and shrubs, winding its way deeper into the oasis. This should be the direction of the underground river beneath the oasis. Walking along the creek, both father and son became more vigilant. Little Ollie sat upright on the little camel, its large ears twitching as it absorbed the sounds around. Looking at the clear creek water, Qiao Shu said with interest to Qiao Qingfeng behind him, Dad, Keep an eye on the movements in the water. We might catch a fish. There are fish in the desert? Qiao Qingfeng asked in surprise. As a middle-aged man over 40, Qiao Qingfeng naturally had a hobby of fishing. But this was his first time fishing in the desert. Of course there are. Not only are there fish in the water of desert oases, but there are also fish in the sand, Qiao Shu said confidently. Upon hearing this, not only was Qiao Qingfeng astonished, but the audience also exclaimed, "Impossible." Qiao Shu straightened his collar proudly. He loved the feeling of shocking the audience with surprising statements and his wealth of knowledge. In other words, that means, everyone, step aside. I'm about to show off. Although the desert appears barren on the surface, due to the large temperature difference between day and night, moisture in the air condenses underground, forming flowing underground water over the years. This is the desert's underground river. The underground river has no entrance but connects with other water systems, allowing fish from those water systems to enter. However, there is no light in the underground river, so the eyesight of these fish degenerates, becoming blind fish. Qiao Shu explained clearly to the audience. And in the underground river, there are indeed fish. The Tuareg, people living in the desert, can accurately find the underground rivers, dig a hole in the sand, and use insects as bait to fish on top of the sand. From a distance, it looks as if they are fishing in the sand. Hey, his words were cut off, and Qiao Shu's eyes lit up as a hidden throwing knife fell into his hand from his sleeve. Beside him, Qiao Qingfeng only saw a flash of cold light before a throwing knife flew straight into the creek, and then a large silver fish flipped onto its back, floating up. Qiao Qingfeng's jaw dropped as he stared at his son, unable to close his mouth for a long time. Qiao Shu, my son is a martial arts hero. Before Qiao Shu could make a move, little Ollie had already jumped off Xiangzi, bouncing over to the creek and picking up the fish that was about the same size as itself. Seeing the little guy struggling to drag the fish to himself, Qiao Shu couldn't help but smile and reached out to encouragingly pat its little head. Good girl, you can have the fish head as a reward. Little Ollie proudly raised its head, its big eyes squinting into crescent moons, seemingly enjoying Qiao Shu's praise. Only the audience felt something was off. Why did this little fox's expression seem so familiar? Is it true that all 3 generations of the Qiao family use the same expression? Chapter 91. Five-toed jerboa. The fish in hand had a laterally flattened tail, a wide and flat head, and weighed about 5 pounds. After removing the bones and scales, it could be considered a nutritious ingredient. It seemed to be a type of catfish. Qiao Shu looked at the fish in his hand and said, "This is a warm-water freshwater fish, widely distributed, with tender and delicious meat. We're in for a treat today." The scientific name for catfish is silurus. And warm-water catfish are found in almost all water systems in Huagua. You can see them in any river or lake. Qiao Shu casually unlocked the fish's information in his catalog and then tossed it into his backpack. To keep the catfish fresh for later, he secretly stowed it in a spatial backpack to prevent spoilage in the heat. Qiao Shu, I'm just that thoughtful. Catfish, you're actually quite nice. After securing the catfish, Qiao Shu and his son continued deeper into the oasis. It was still early for lunch, and one catfish wasn't enough for the 2 of them. Not to mention, there was a greedy little fox as well. Qiao Shu planned to explore the oasis while collecting more ingredients. As the sun gradually rose, the temperature in the oasis visibly began to increase. Indeed, only those who have truly entered the desert would realize that the heat here is truly visible. The heat waves, or hot air, are caused by light refraction. Hot air is less dense than the surrounding cooler air, and when the light reflecting off the oasis passes through the heat waves and enters the eyes, it refracts at the boundary of the hot and cold air. This causes everything seen to appear slightly deformed, and one can distinctly feel the movement of the gases. The harsh, desolate environment of the desert is extremely unwelcoming to humans. However, there are still thousands of small animals thriving here, especially in areas of desert oasis and dark rivers. Traces of various animal activities abound. Not far away, a round little mouse was hopping around in the grass, holding a mysterious fruit in its hands. This mouse was only about 10 centimeters long, had kangaroo-like hind legs, big eyes, big ears, and soft fur, making it quite adorable. Most impressively, it had a long tail that resembled a flagpole. This was a jerboa, a typical small rodent of the desert. Qiao Shu casually educated the viewers. Although it looks very cute. This little guy is listed as an endangered species on the red list of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Do not harm it, and definitely do not attempt to catch it. Otherwise, you might end up in serious trouble, perhaps because it had never seen a human before. When the little jerboa saw Qiao Shu approach, it stood frozen in place without any intention of escaping. Naturally, Qiao Shu wouldn't make things difficult for such a small mouse. He simply reached out and took the fruit from its paws, pocketing it. Little jerboa, what are you doing, hey? Wow, this is the first time I've seen a mouse that looks so much like a ball. Ha ha ha, Brother Shu, you're so mischievous. I really like it. Little jerboa, oh no, I didn't check the calendar before going out today. I ran into a dog. Qiao Shu and his son continued to enjoy the abundance of resources in the oasis, as this type of fruit was everywhere. The little creature ignored Qiao Shu and began hopping again to pick up more fruit. Qiao Shu and the viewers were quite intrigued by this bouncy little mouse, and they didn't rush to leave, instead following Qiao Qingfeng like two stalkers to film the jerboa. Just as the little jerboa picked up a piece of fruit and was about to take a bite, it saw two fingers descending from above, snatching the little fruit from its paws. The little jerboa's tail twisted in anger, but due to its small size, it was utterly helpless against Qiao Shu. Qiao Qingfeng initially looked down on Qiao Shu's behavior of bullying the weak, but as the jerboa's actions became increasingly comical, even causing it to trip, his smile began to distort into something more sinister. The father and son flanked the little jerboa, immediately taking away any fruit it picked up, and then snickering at the little creature's bewildered expression. The jerboa, with a head the size of a walnut, could not comprehend what was happening. Its big eyes filled with tears, looking like it was about to cry. Little jerboa, I'm really getting mad now. Qiao Shu and Qiao Qingfeng finally stopped, realizing that it was all in good fun, but they didn't want to make the little one cry. Qiao Shu cheerfully took out the fruits from his pocket and piled them up in front of the little jerboa, gently pressing down on the jerboa's head. Qiao Shu said with a smile, "Don't be upset. I'll give them all back to you." After a moment's thought, he took out a piece of a Momotaro rice ball from his backpack, tore off a small piece, and placed it in the jerboa's embrace. The little jerboa's eyes widened as it clutched the rice ball, staring at the mountain of fruits in front of it, looking a bit confused. Biting into the rice ball with its tiny rice-sized teeth, the jerboa's big, watery eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Squeak, squeak, squeak later on. The little jerboa roamed the entire desert, but could never find that taste that haunted its dreams. Watching the little jerboa bounce back into the woods with the rice ball in its arms, Qiao Shu smiled with satisfaction. Today, King Zhou had done another great deed for animal protection. The jerboa's information had been unlocked in the catalog at the first opportunity, and another page of the flora and fauna catalog lit up. Species name, five-toed jerboa, alias jumping pouch mouse, five-toed jumping rabbit. Jumping rabbit, kingdom, Animalia, phylum, Chordata, class, Mammalia, order, Dipodidae, family, Dipodidae. Introduction. The largest species in the jerboa family, highly adaptable, with a wide range of activity. Not living in groups, mainly inhabiting semi-arid grasslands and hillside grasslands. Food, primarily herbivorous, mainly feeding on seeds, fruits, and grass roots, but also preying on some beetles and occasionally raiding crops for seedlings and vegetables or sneaking into pigsties to steal food. Distribution area, as shown in the image. Click to expand. Ding. The five-toed jerboa catalog has been unlocked, and the host's affinity for the species has slightly increased. Five-toed jerboas are distributed in the northeastern and northwestern regions of Huaguo, and their numbers are still considerable. They tend to be quite timid and sensitive. The fact that this jerboa didn't run away from Qiao Shu was likely due to the increased affinity. Of course, it might also be because this little one is just a bit silly. Although jerboas sometimes steal from humans, they have a small appetite and reproduce slowly, so they do not cause large-scale disasters. As nocturnal animals, jerboas breed once a year, with 2 to 4 offspring per litter, which is not particularly prolific among rodents. Jerboa, although I'm timid, I steal things and stay up late, I'm still a good little mouse. Chapter 92. The canyon and the oasis. After bidding farewell to the little jerboa, the Qiao family continued to walk deep into the oasis for quite a distance. This oasis was larger than they had imagined. Previously, Qiao Shu had assumed that the lake was the center of the oasis, but it seemed that wasn't the case. If the lake were the center, they should have already emerged from the other side of the oasis. However, the lush jungle before them remained boundless and vibrant. Qiao Shu had encountered many unlocked plants and animals along the way, unlocking 7 or 8 entries in the encyclopedia, yet there was still no end in sight. How about we take a break? Xiao Qingfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he usually paid attention to exercise, such a long trek was still not easy for him at 40 years old. Can you hold on a bit longer? Qiao Shu hesitantly said. This place is too narrow for camping and making a fire. He raised his hand and pointed to the east, adding, I hear what seems to be water falling from a height over there. It should be a canyon. We can camp there for lunch. Xiao Qingfeng nodded. It had been much harder to survey mines in the mountains before. He could still endure it, but he felt a bit sorry for his son. The little camel was also a bit tired, its tongue hanging out as it panted rapidly, looking both silly and adorable. Seeing this, Qiao Shu immediately picked up the little ollie from its back and carried it on his shoulder. After walking a few hundred meters, they indeed encountered a breathtaking view as Qiao Shu had described. The stream widened continuously, eventually reaching about 3 meters. The dense, obstructive trees disappeared, replaced by a massive canyon that split the forest. The stream cascaded down the canyon, forming a charming little waterfall. Inside the canyon, logs and branches were intertwined, and piles of broken stones and wood scraps formed small mountains, with some white animal bones faintly visible. Clearly, these were remnants left by strong storms that had struck this area. Dad, you take them to rest here. I'll go check out the canyon, Qiao Shu said, handing the little ollie to Qiao Qingfeng. To his surprise, the little creature refused to stay put and jumped back onto his shoulder as soon as he let go. With no other choice, Qiao Shu had to take it along. Be careful, Qiao Shu responded, then walked towards the edge of the canyon with little ollie. After crossing a rugged mountain path, he reached the canyon's edge and looked down, unable to suppress a gasp. The canyon before him was 7 or 8 meters deep, with sunlight blocked by the steep cliffs, shrouding the bottom of the valley in a massive shadow and obscuring its true appearance. The clear stream rushed down, splashing against protruding stones and sending sprays of water flying. On the cliff above, a silly-looking antelope was cautiously watching Qiao Shu. Upon meeting his gaze, the little creature panicked and leaped along the cliff, disappearing from sight in no time. In the arid oasis, the most delightful scenery that Qiao Shu could imagine suddenly unfolded before him. He casually took out a skipping stone from his spatial backpack and threw it down the cliff. The stone plunged into the water at the canyon's bottom with a splash, echoing throughout the canyon. Is there a reason for throwing a stone? Xiao Qingfeng asked curiously from a distance. No, it's just a moment of impulse. Xiao Qingfeng. Pure impulse, extreme enjoyment, right? We need to continue moving this afternoon, so let us eat something here before heading out. Qiao Shu turned around, no longer looking at the canyon. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes lit up at this. Can we eat fish now? Tell little Shu that I want to eat fish. Okay. Xiao Shu nodded, Dad. You gather some firewood and start a fire, and I'll look around for other ingredients. As soon as the mention of food came up, Xiao Qingfeng's fatigue seemed to vanish, and he quickly jumped up, taking the little camel to find firewood in the forest. Qiao Shu, along with the little ollie and the drone, ventured deeper into the woods to search for other food. This is wild onion, a great seasoning. Qiao Shu pointed to a patch of grass-like plants and explained. Wild onion is a large category, subdivided into types like sand onion, mountain onion, and water onion. What you see now is sand onion, a common companion plant in desert meadows. Its seeds have a long lifespan. They can still germinate normally even after being buried in sandy soil for years. Qiao Shu smiled. I'll dig some up to flavor that catfish. 3 minutes later, Qiao Shu stood up from the patch of sand onion and walked away. In the shot, the once lush patch of sand onion was now bald. After harvesting the entire patch of sand onion, Qiao Shu approached a large tree and said to the camera, As soon as I entered this forest, I noticed a very familiar sound of insects chirping. Cicada, cicada. I believe everyone knows what insects call this is, right? Qiao Shu tiptoed and quickly caught a cicada that hadn't managed to fly away. Cicadas are very common insects, widely distributed in temperate and tropical regions. Even in the desert, they can be found. Qiao Shu's hands were quick, and he caught several cicadas in no time, tossing them all into his backpack. Since they were live creatures and couldn't be stored in the spatial backpack, Qiao Shu had to damage their wings to prevent them from flying around inside. Cicadas, huh? I used to eat them often, just frying them is super delicious. Now you hardly see them. Back home, they sell for $100 per pound. Even though they're tasty, we shouldn't let them go extinct. I don't understand. Brother Shu, in the wild, that's fine, but in the city, you can find any kind of chicken, sheep, cow, or pork. Isn't that more fragrant than eating bugs? You're mistaken. Those meats don't have the same aroma as cicadas. Looking at the comments, Qiao Shu explained, "Don't worry, it's nearly impossible for humans to eat cicadas to extinction. Their reproductive capacity is extremely strong, and they are found all over the world. After all, not everyone has the habit of eating cicadas. The reason many feel there are fewer cicadas in recent years is actually due to weather changes. Especially now, as trees are being planted across the country, more trees will allow cicadas to reproduce and grow quickly. There were many cicadas in this forest. Qiao Shu casually found a few trees and caught over 30 cicadas. This creature is rich in protein. 30 or so was enough for the father and son, so he decided not to catch more. Returning to the campsite, Qiao Qingfeng had already gathered branches and started a fire. He was sweating profusely, squatting on the ground, quickly drilling a small branch. Qiao Shu lightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, walked over, and pulled out a lighter from his pocket, igniting the tinder in front of Qiao Qingfeng's shocked and incredulous gaze. Chapter 93. Desert grilled fish let you carry cigarettes without a lighter every day. The second-rate smoker is getting what he deserves, Qiao Shu joked with a smile. Who says I don't carry a lighter? Qiao Qingfeng insisted stubbornly. It's not easy to come to the wilderness. I want to experience making fire by friction. Is that not allowed? All right, you're right, Qiao Shu said, picking up a stick from the pile of firewood that old Qiao had collected, his eyes suddenly brightening. Oh, I didn't realize you were a barbecue expert, Dad. Qiao Qingfeng thought to himself, though he put on a look of understanding. Sure enough, Qiao Shu didn't notice old Qiao's unusual behavior and continued to explain to himself. This is red willow. This plant is quite famous, but it's known for being a barbecue material. Fresh red willow branches, when peeled, secrete a sticky red willow juice, which, when wrapped around the food and roasted over charcoal, not only breaks down various off flavors, but also releases the unique aroma of the red willow tree to the fullest. Qiao Qingfeng showed an expression of understanding. Right. It's the red willow branch. Old ginger is still spicier. I recognized it at a glance. Qiao Shu didn't think much of it, took out a Duran dagger from his boot, and sat next to old Qiao to peel the red willow branches. With the supplies from old Qiao, many props could be used openly in front of the camera without any disguise. If anyone doubted the source of the props, they could also go find a dad with billions. The bonfire made of red willow had already started burning, and Qiao Qingfeng was still planning to make a grill with the branches when he was stopped by Qiao Shu. We're not using a grill today. We're trying a different barbecue method. Qiao Shu went to the stream, cleaned the catfish, and used the dagger to split it open, removing some unclean internal organs before washing it again. He found 2 sharpened sticks, skewered the clean catfish with the head facing up, and then stood it next to the fire to roast slowly, about 70 centimeters above the ground. The burning red willow branches also released fragrance, and combined with the aroma of the branches themselves, it created an effect greater than the sum of its parts. This was the authentic method of desert grilled fish, a perfect combination of red willow and wild fish. Red willow grilled fish is not a legend, but the beauty of the wild desert. As for adding seasonings, that would have to wait for the next step. Qiao Qingfeng sat by the bonfire with a small camel, watching the catfish sizzle and pop as it cooked, and he couldn't help but drool. The drool flowed out before he could retract it, landing with a plop on the small camel's head. Small camel, winky face. Although no seasonings had been added yet, the smell of the burning fish protein was enough to make anyone drool. As for the cicadas, they didn't need to be that complicated. just skewer them with small twigs, stick them into the ground next to the fire, and roast them until cooked through with high heat. Qiao Shu also found 2 potatoes in his space backpack, and when the charcoal fire weakened slightly, he tossed them into the fire. Once cooked, he brushed them with a layer of garlic chili sauce, creating another rare delicacy. The midday sun was bright, and the surrounding area was filled with lazy insect sounds. Sitting around the bonfire, the flames danced and leaped among the red willow charcoal. Black charcoal, white ash, and red flames. Such a captivating color combination. The heat and curling smoke from the grilled fish rose high into the sky, and the intersection of red willow and food produced an extraordinarily wonderful aroma. The first to be ready were the cicadas. Their crispy skin wrapped around a thin layer of grease, releasing the fragrance of protein. Qiao Shu took the cicadas off the twigs and placed them in a prepared bag, adding salt, cumin, and MSG, then closed the bag and shook it vigorously. Each grain of seasoning stuck evenly to the surface of the grilled cicadas. He took one out and put it in his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The sound of crunching filled his mouth, instantly satisfying the human craving for high-calorie food. Crispy and fragrant, it tasted just like childhood. Qiao Shu handed the bag to old Qiao beside him, helping him suppress his drool. If he were to give a score, he'd give an 85. After all, this dish wasn't too difficult to make. Qiao Qingfeng took a golden, crispy cicada and tossed it high into his mouth, and his previously tired mood instantly perked up. Deliciousness rated at 80 points, satisfaction at 999,999 points. The protein content of cicadas is as high as 58. 58, which is 3. 5 times that of lean beef, 4. 3 times that of lean pork, 3. 8 times that of lamb hind leg meat, 3 times that of chicken, 4 times that of carp, and 6 times that of eggs. It doesn't just satisfy human taste buds, but also primitive instincts for energy intake. Qiao Qingfeng, my son, is the wilderness food god. Little Ali also loved the grilled cicadas, after being fed twice by Qiao Shu and still wanting more. He pawed at Qiao Shu's wrist to indicate he needed more food. Seeing how much little Ali liked them, Qiao Qingfeng curiously picked up a cicada and held it near Xiangzi's mouth. The little camel shot at a glance, then lowered its head to continue drinking the moo-moo fresh milk Qiao Shu had prepared for it. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. The little camel looks a bit disdainful of Uncle Qiao. Damn it, it's the most favorite desert food segment again. And I can't control my finger from clicking on the Ugly Group takeout app. Is it time to poison myself at noon? I'm going to buy a pound of cicadas right now, forget it. I can't afford it. Is this really that fragrant? How does it compare with the roasted cicada pupae we have here? About the same, they're all high-protein bugs. Dozens of grilled cicadas were devoured by the 2 of them, and the fish by the bonfire was about 7/10 cooked. It's worth mentioning that hunting cicadas doesn't trigger the hunter reward, probably because they are too weak. However, the catfish does provide a small boost to swimming speed, which is better than nothing. Next comes the most soulful step of the desert grilled fish. Qiao Shu took the grilled fish off the red willow stick, opened its belly, and stuffed it with sand onions, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and other seasonings. Then he sprinkled a layer of salt, cumin, and chili powder on the skin. He continued to lay it flat on the charcoal fire to steam and roast for 20 minutes, and a genuine desert grilled fish was completely done. The fragrant grilled fish was placed on a row of cleaned red willow branches, topped with glistening oil and chili flakes. Just bringing it close to smell made one drool. Qiao Shu leaned in front of the grilled fish, blew a few times, then opened his mouth to take a bite of the flaky fish meat. The fresh and tender texture released on his tongue, as if thousands of small fish from the lake were dancing on his tongue. Tender, fragrant, and delicious. It created the ultimate feast for the senses. How is it? Qiao Qingfeng asked nervously, swallowing his saliva as he looked at Qiao Shu. Qiao Shu closed his eyes to savor it for a few seconds before finally speaking. It's average. If I were to score it, I'd give it a 99, leaving 1 point out of fear of becoming arrogant. Qiao Qingfeng. My son is the king of Versailles. Chapter 94. Valley Bottom, who taught you to be so Versailles? King Zhou? Was it dodgy? Damn, who understands? This grilled fish looks delicious just by looking at it. Brother Shu's cooking has improved again. It feels like the aroma is coming out of the screen. Wait, no, it's just that I overcooked the fish. When I was a kid, I had grilled lamb skewers from a red willow tree once, and it was truly fragrant, unforgettable for life. The bullet comments were refreshing wildly. But Qiao Shu couldn't be bothered. He was busy fighting with his dad for the fish. Qiao Qingfeng only needed to focus on one mouth. But Qiao Shu had to manage two mouths, his own and Ali's. Even so, Qiao Qingfeng couldn't compete with Qiao Shu. Because Qiao Qingfeng had dental issues and had to pick bones out of the fish, while Qiao Shu, with his improved physical condition, could chew and swallow the crispy fish bones without a second thought. A 5-kilogram catfish, after losing moisture, fish bones, and scales, still weighed over 3 kilograms. But it was cleaned out by the father-son duo in just 10 minutes. Qiao Shu patted his belly and pulled 2 fish bones from the fish skeleton in front of him, scraping the fish meat caught between his teeth. Not quite full. Want one? Qiao Shu smartly handed his dad a piece. Qiao Qingfeng took the fish bone, instinctively holding it between his middle and index fingers, and started rummaging for a lighter in his pocket. It wasn't until he found nothing that he realized Qiao Shu wasn't offering him a cigarette. So he pretended nothing happened and started picking at his teeth. The red willow branches had burned down to a pile of charcoal, the flames flickering. Qiao Shu casually picked up a branch and dug out 2 blackened potatoes from the charcoal. Eating grilled fish was just for fun, if you really wanted to enjoy it. You had to eat grilled potatoes. Potatoes are filling. Eating one while it's hot gives you energy. Qiao Shu and Qiao Qingfeng each had another potato, and only then did their lunch officially end. Lunch took over an hour, and the sun was no longer as scorching as at noon, making it a good time to continue their journey. Qiao Shu fetched a pot of clean water from the creek to extinguish the fire and packed up all the garbage into his space backpack. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Next, they were going to the valley bottom. I always felt there was something extraordinary down there. Qiao Qingfeng nodded. They didn't come out just to have a picnic. When they encountered an unexplored canyon, they naturally had to take a look. Qiao Shu returned to the cliff's edge and looked down. There seemed to be an inexplicable attraction in the valley, mysterious and profound. I figured it out. It must be trying to trick us into going down and then cut our kidneys out, although he thought this in his heart. Qiao Shu still took off his backpack and pulled out a long bundle of climbing rope. Qiao Qingfeng watched with wide eyes. How could his son's backpack resemble a treasure chest? In just one morning, he had pulled out at least 3 plastic bags, 2 potatoes, a pack of rice balls, a box of stones, a spice box, and a bundle of climbing rope. Is it reasonable for an ordinary survival backpack to hold so much? In fact, I could go down barehanded at this height, but today I have a burden, so it's better to be cautious. Qiao Shu was securing the climbing rope to a large rock while regretfully addressing the viewers. Beside him, Qiao Qingfeng chuckled and poked little Ali's nose, saying, "I'm talking about you, little thing. Grow up quickly so you won't hold us back." As soon as he said that, 3 gazes turned to Qiao Qingfeng. He quickly realized, was he talking about me? Qiao Qingfeng was furious. After securing the rope, Qiao Shu tied a climbing carabiner around his waist and stood facing away from the cliff. Little Ali stood on his shoulder, gripping his clothes tightly with all 4 paws. "Old Qiao, after I go down, you send Shanzi down first, and then I'll help you down." "Okay, leave it to me." Qiao Qingfeng made an okay gesture. Having served in the military, he naturally mastered the skill of climbing, especially since this was a protected climb, which wasn't very difficult. Qiao Shu took a deep breath and jumped off the edge of the cliff, secure by the rope. His feet landed on the stone wall. The tactical boots had a lot of friction, allowing him to grip without slipping. He descended slowly towards the valley bottom in a very standard posture, which is the abseiling skill in climbing. The abseiler must master appropriate descending techniques and safely control the friction and descent speed. Perhaps because sunlight couldn't reach the valley bottom, the temperature dropped the further he descended. The air was filled with an indescribable smell, like the odor of decaying leaves or the scent emitted from farm animals. Could there be living creatures in the valley bottom? Qiao Shu frowned, placing his hand on his revolver, ready to draw at any moment. The 7 or 8 meters distance was not long, and soon Qiao Shu safely reached the valley bottom. The environment at the bottom of the valley was a different scene. Water from the stone wall waterfall pooled into a dark pond. The water was clear, but due to insufficient light, it appeared somewhat murky. Around the pond, strange rocks stood, likely fragments beaten down by the water flow. Besides the stone fragments, there were some sparse weeds scattered around the pond. These weeds weren't lush and seemed to be pressed down tightly against the ground, as if trampled by something. What surprised Qiao Shu the most was that large clusters of mushrooms were hidden among the weeds. Qiao Shu untied the rope from his waist and walked over to a cluster of mushrooms for a closer inspection. The yellow-brown, umbrella-shaped mushrooms were thinner and smaller than ordinary mushrooms, with white granular crystals on the surface, looking somewhat ominous. Qiao Shu casually unlocked the plant encyclopedia, and his eyelids twitched. Species name, Crystal Ghost Umbrella. Alias, Crystal Ghost Umbrella. Dog urine moss, kingdom. Fungi, phylum. Agaricomycetes, family. Mycenic genus, Mycena. Description, common large fungi, with weak caps and slender stems. The name comes from dogs habitually urinating on it upon seeing it. Uses edible value. Can be eaten when young and tender, but should not be consumed with alcohol to avoid poisoning. Distribution area. As shown in the picture, click to expanding. The host has unlocked fungi for the first time, and the fungi encyclopedia is now open. Rewarding item. Fungi cultivation chamber. Qiao Shu was too preoccupied to care about the rewards. He keenly noticed the detail. Dog urine moss, dog urine moss. Where would dogs come from in the desert? He quickly walked over to a patch of weeds, pushing them aside to reveal a dark hole in front of him. This was clearly a wolf den. Those mushrooms weren't dog urine moss. They were clearly wolf urine moss. The valley bottom seemed to be the territory of a wolf pack. Chapter 95. A big misunderstanding in the dimly lit room. The computer screen emitted a faint glow. On the screen, Qiao Shu was surprisingly clearing the weeds in front of the wolf den. The middle-aged man calmly twirled a lighter with his remaining 3 fingers. You see, PS about to go down, said the man behind him indignantly. We've hidden this relic for over a year, and now it's just been discovered. Everyone is unhappy. The artifacts in this relic are priceless. Our losses exceed at least 10 billion. The middle-aged man remained silent, elegantly picked up a glass of whiskey from the table, took a gentle sip, and continued to watch Qiao Shu's live stream with great interest. Are you listening? The middle-aged man finally shifted his gaze to the man's face. Stealing items meant to accompany our ancestors in burial is inherently wrong. What's there to discuss? As for those people, they're just a group of opportunists who are only interested in profit. If they are unhappy, so be it. You. The man was momentarily at a loss for words. The organization needed to consolidate funds and gain everyone's support. Otherwise, how could they accomplish their grand mission? We are a poaching organization, not grave robbers, the middle-aged man interrupted. Concealing the civilized relics within the governance area was your unilateral decision. I never agreed to it. Now that there's a problem, what does it have to do with me? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. The middle-aged man raised his gentle gaze to the man, who felt as if 1,000 thorns pierced his heart, not daring to meet his eyes. Compared to some broken relic, I care more about those 2 little animals. One overly intelligent fennec fox, one exceedingly rare albino Bactrian camel. You should focus on how to get those 2 little guys, not on selling artifacts. That's not our task. Yes. The man lowered his head, hiding his strong unwillingness. The middle-aged man said nothing further, continuing to sip whiskey while watching the live stream, as if he were Qiao Shu's most loyal viewer. Qiao Shu, what's going on down there? Oh me. Qiao Qingfeng and Xiang Zi, above the valley, grew restless as Qiao Shu hadn't moved for a long time. Qiao Shu did not respond, but cautiously took out 2 revolvers, scanning the surroundings. Wolves are very perceptive animals. Since they hadn't appeared after he had come down for so long, it proved that the wolf pack should not be home. Nature is fascinating. Territories of the same species are divided, even herbivores. This means there will only be one wolf pack in the same area. This wolf den likely belongs to the wolf pack led by that white collar wolf king. So where are the wolves? Out hunting? Qiao Shu, if you don't speak. I'm coming down. Qiao Qingfeng's slightly anxious voice interrupted Qiao Shu's thoughts. After confirming there was no danger nearby, Qiao Shu put the revolvers back at his waist and looked up at the cliff above, saying, Dad, I'm fine. First, bring Xiang Zi down. It's safe down here for now. Qiao Qingfeng sighed in relief, tied the little camel to a rope, and slowly lowered it down. The little camel was very obedient. gently shaking its limbs, and quickly landed in Qiao Shu's arms. After seeing Qiao Shu successfully catch the little camel, Qiao Qingfeng put away the climbing rope and skillfully climbed down the rope. Qiao Shu had a clever little design when securing the climbing rope. He inserted a small stick at the knot, and the other end of the stick was connected to a thin string. As long as the thin string was pulled to remove the stick, the knot would automatically open. This way, the climbing rope could be retrieved and reused. As soon as Qiao Qingfeng's feet hit the ground, he planned to retrieve the rope, but was stopped by Qiao Shu. Don't pull it back yet. Something feels off here. Be ready to retreat at any moment. Qiao Shu had a deep impression of that white-collar wolf king. It and its desert wolves were very powerful. It was nearly impossible to defeat this pack without harming them. This is the wolf den? Qiao Qingfeng noticed the large hole at that moment. Do you recognize it? Yes. Qiao Qingfeng squatted next to Qiao Shu. I fought wolves when I was a soldier, and that's when I learned that wolves dig holes. Wolves are not great diggers. Digging a hole on flat ground is not an easy task for them. So if wolves cannot find a cave, they will dig their own den. He then added, and I also know that when the wolf pack goes out hunting, they are likely to. Qiao Qingfeng reached into the wolf den and, after feeling around for a moment, his eyes immediately revealed a look of realization. In the next second, he pulled out a puppy that had not yet opened its eyes in front of everyone. They probably leave their newborn pups in the den. Wow. Qiao Shu's eyes widened. He hadn't even thought of this. His dad just went ahead and took their pups, still too young. Suddenly, a faint sound entered his ears. With his enhanced hearing, Qiao Shu quickly turned his body to look toward the bushes where the sound came from. Seeing Qiao Shu's movement, Qiao Qingfeng instinctively followed his gaze. The viewers in the live stream, who had been discussing the puppy, also grew tense upon witnessing the actions of the father and son. The deep environment at the bottom of the valley felt like a horror movie, with everyone worried that something might jump out at any moment. Qiao Shu pulled out a compound crossbow from behind and held it in front of his chest, already having a bad premonition. What could it be? After a brief silence, a furry head emerged from the bushes. Following, there was a pure white neck, long and proportionate limbs, and those deep, cold wolf eyes. Qiao Shu was very familiar with this animal. He had encountered it more than once in this desert. The white-collar wolf king. Soon, rustling sounds of leaves surrounded the trees, and a pack of desert wolves with glimmering eyes emerged from all directions. Over 20 desert wolves tightly surrounded Qiao Shu and his father. Qiao Shu's mouth twitched as he turned to glance at the little puppy in Qiao Qingfeng's hands. The little puppy was very gentle and cute, its fur smooth and its little paws chubby, showing no intention of attacking Qiao Qingfeng. However, the fur around its neck was a bit strange, having grown a circle of pure white fluff that looked like it was wearing a little scarf. This was clearly the Wolf King's pup. Qiao Shu turned back to look at the frost-faced Wolf King behind him, and his heart instantly turned cold. This is a big misunderstanding. There's no way to explain this. Chapter 96. He escapes. It chases. He can't fly away. Imagine. You are that Wolf King. In the morning, you happily take your more than 20 little brothers out to hunt, and by noon, you excitedly return home. Just want to take a glance at your newly born son. Is that too much to ask? Of course not. But as soon as you get home, you find that there are 2 humans, a fox, and a silly little camel with a runny nose in your house. The worst part is that the old man is holding your wolf son. How to explain? This is simply unexplainable. Wolves are highly territorial animals. At the same time, they have a strong dependence on their dens. Qiao Shu once heard from an old hunter back in northeast China that experienced hunters, when they find a wolf den, will directly enter the wolf's nest. The usually fierce wolves, upon discovering their den has been invaded, will fearfully surrender instead. Therefore, the reason the wolf pack in front of him only surrounded him without immediately attacking is not that they didn't want to tear him apart, but because the wolf cub in the den are in his hands, making them somewhat hesitant. Qiao Shu held the interceptor compound crossbow firmly, his gaze locked on the Wolf King without daring to look away. In the animal kingdom, making eye contact is a symbol of provocation and a gamble of courage. Qiao Shu knew that any sign of retreat from him would cause the desert wolves to rush at him immediately. Suddenly, he noticed the Wolf King's ears twitch, and the entire wolf stood upright, chest out. Out of the corner of his eye, Qiao Shu saw several desert wolves sneaking from the nearby forest path, trying to block his escape route. Old Qiao run! Qiao Shu's face changed dramatically, and he shouted immediately. They were already using tactics. If he waited any longer, battle was inevitable. When he turned back to look, there was no sign of Qiao Qingfeng beside him. Looking further away, his father, who was over 40, was holding the little wolf cub in one hand and the little camel in the other, running out at a speed close to bolts. Having already dashed out several meters in the blink of an eye. What a real dad. No wonder you're a billionaire. You really know how to handle things in critical moments. Knowing that staying would only drag Qiao Shu down, he decisively left the battlefield. The key point is, Dad, your operation is clever, but why don't you put down that wolf cub? You took the kid away. How could the Wolf King let us go? A woo! A commanding wolf howl came from behind, like a horn signaling an attack. Swish, swish, swish. Sounds of desert wolves moving through the grass came from all directions, and the wolf pack rushed towards him like arrows. Damn, they want to eat people. Qiao Shu cursed, quickly slinging the compound crossbow behind him, picking up the little fox on his shoulder, and ran. After spending so long in the desert, he hadn't learned other skills, but escaping was definitely Qiao Shu's forte. The wolves saw Qiao Shu's legs turning into afterimages, and he almost instantly reached his maximum speed, racing towards the distant forest. If Qiao Qingfeng's speed was close to Bolt's, then Qiao Shu's speed would make Bolt weep and retire. Fast, too fast. The main focus was on speed, as if you're being chased by wolves. Even the well-experienced Wolf King was astonished by Qiao Shu's speed. After years of hunting in the desert, he had never encountered a creature that could run this fast. However, speed alone could not dispel the wolf pack's determination to attack. The wolf pack had previously suffered a poacher's ambush by the lake and harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. On top of that, they mistakenly believed that Qiao Shu had come to steal their home, intensifying their enmity. Most importantly, damn, my son is still in that old man's hands. So, more than 20 desert wolves exerted their strength, relentlessly chasing after Qiao Shu, creating chaos in the forest. He escapes. It chases, he can't fly away too. Zero Enhanced Edition. After running for a few minutes, Qiao Qingfeng felt as if a fire was burning in his chest, and his speed quickly slowed down. After all, he was older and hadn't exercised enough. Plus, he had to divide his strength to hold the little camel and the little wolf cub. Qiao Shu quickly caught up with him. Throw it away, Qiao Shu shouted while running. Huh? Qiao Qingfeng felt like his lungs were going to explode, gasping for breath. I mean the little wolf cub in your hands. Throw it away. Qiao Shu was fine and could speak normally. You took their kid. Of course, they're going to chase you with all their might. Only then did Qiao Qingfeng look at the little wolf cub in his hands. The little guy still couldn't open its eyes and was a bit dazed from being bounced around. If he ran a couple more steps, he would definitely spit up milk. Qiao Qingfeng quickly hit the brakes and put the little wolf cub on the ground. Then he shouted at the pursuing wolves behind him. I put your kid down here, so stop chasing. I didn't take your kid and jump into a well. After saying this, Qiao Qingfeng took off running, only stopping when he reached Qiao Shu's side. He felt safer next to his son. The Wolf King approached its cub, nudging it with its snout to confirm it was not in danger. The other desert wolves also stopped behind the Wolf King, their pink tongues hanging out, panting heavily. Qiao Qingfeng also put the little camel on the ground and sat down, gasping for breath. The chase suddenly stopped, and both sides looked at each other awkwardly. Just as Qiao Shu was preparing to make a run for it with his dad, the Wolf King suddenly shot him a cold glare. A woo! A wolf howl echoed, and Qiao Shu's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the desert wolves behind the Wolf King all retracted their tongues and lunged at Qiao Shu and his father again. Damn, you're a big wolf. Why don't you have any martial ethics? Qiao Shu cursed as he helped his old man up and picked up the little camel, running wildly again. Behind them, more than 20 red-eyed desert wolves chased after them relentlessly. He escapes, it chases, he can't fly away 3. 0 Deluxe Edition, but desert wolves are species that can survive in harsh desert environments and possess very efficient mobility. They can travel about 10 kilometers per hour for several kilometers, and their speed can increase to nearly 65 kilometers per hour when chasing prey, with each stride during a sprint reaching up to 5 meters. The distance between the wolf pack and Qiao Shu and his father continued to shrink. especially the Wolf King, who was now far ahead of the pack, leading the way. Suddenly, while running, Qiao Shu felt his foot give way, and the world spun around him. Who dug a hole here? Qiao Shu had no time to dodge and could only use all his strength to throw the little camel up. At the same time, the Wolf King, who was running at the front, noticed Qiao Shu suddenly disappear and felt something was wrong. However, it was too late to slow down. The Wolf King followed closely behind and fell rapidly alongside Qiao Shu. Chapter 97. Beat the Wolf King. Little tree. Qiao Qingfeng didn't have time to reach out. Beside him, Qiao Shu had vanished. He could only desperately hold onto the little camel that Qiao Shu had thrown up, landing on the ground with a roll. Fortunately, as Qiao Qingfeng rolled, he dissipated most of the force, and both the little camel and he were safe. Meanwhile, the other members of the wolf pack also caught up. The intelligence of the other desert wolves was clearly not as high as that of the Wolf King. Seeing their leader disappear into thin air, all the desert wolves looked around in confusion. Qiao Qingfeng's eyes widened in anger as he put down the little camel and scrambled to the cave entrance. Looking down, the entrance seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, a dark abyss that obscured how deep it really was, and he couldn't see the figures of the Wolf King and Qiao Shu. He could vaguely hear the sound of air flowing, like a hellish pit leading to another world. Qiao Qingfeng remained calm enough not to jump down recklessly. In this situation, staying above was more useful. If Qiao Shu couldn't escape on his own, he could throw down a rope to pull him up. The premise was that he had to deal with the pack of desert wolves eyeing him hungrily. Qiao Qingfeng silently unlatched his 5-shot shotgun from behind and looked at the pack of wolves nearby. Without the Wolf King's command, the pack was in disarray, but they still remembered the last order given by their leader: charge and tear apart these two humans. The desert wolves slowly surrounded Qiao Qingfeng, their dark eyes chilling, and their sharp fangs terrifying. Bang! Without hesitation, Qiao Qingfeng fired a shot at the head of the nearest desert wolf. The loud bang startled the wolf, causing it to instinctively jump back, a large tuft of fur ripped away by the bullet. The desert wolf thought, "Now I'm bald too? I, Qiao Qingfeng, specialize in giving animals haircuts. Take one more step forward, and the next shot is for your heads." Qiao Qingfeng said coldly, a chill in his gaze. The playful demeanor he usually had vanished, replaced by the innate powerful aura of a superior. The little camel behind him also stood firmly beside Qiao Qingfeng, its little hooves scraping the ground. Whether it was due to Qiao Qingfeng's imposing aura or the sound of the gunshot, the wolf pack stood frozen in place, not daring to advance. Qiao Qingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze back to the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Qiao Shu and the Wolf King were experiencing a rapid descent. This cave was deeper than expected, except for the part near the entrance, which was straight down. The rest consisted of sloped paths. Like a slide, Qiao Shu was sliding down quickly, but didn't suffer any significant injuries. It was just that the wolf's tail above frequently slapped against his face. "Damn it, can you wash that tail of yours? It stinks." While rapidly falling, Qiao Shu didn't forget to complain. To his surprise, the little round drone was able to follow Qiao Shu's speed of descent. However, there was no light in the cave. The audience could only see darkness and hear the sounds of Qiao Shu and the Wolf King rolling around in the cave. Smack! After 2.5 minutes of falling, Qiao Shu finally hit the ground, his butt aching painfully. Just then, a howling sound came from above, and a filthy wolf dropped down from the sky, its head making a precise and intimate contact with Qiao Shu's head. With a tough skull, the wolf's head was unusually hard, causing Qiao Shu to see stars. Woo! As is well known, the force of action is mutual. The Wolf King also felt a pain in its head and couldn't stand up after hitting the ground. Thud! The little round drone sensed the darkness and automatically turned on its lighting function. The Wolf King held its paws to its head, looking warily at Qiao Shu. One man and one wolf faced each other, both covering their heads. The scene looked somewhat absurd and a bit strange. After a moment, it was the Wolf King, being a wild beast, who shook off the dizziness first. Seeing Qiao Shu clutching his head with a grim expression, the Wolf King revealed its sharp white fangs and lunged forward. Wow! Seeing a shadow pounce at him, Qiao Shu quickly rolled to evade. Just because you're a tiger doesn't mean you can treat me like a sick cat. Even the clay figurine still had some fire in it. Let alone Qiao Shu. In a narrow encounter, Qiao Shu didn't care whether the other party was a protected animal. He swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, at it. Most people misunderstand human combat capabilities. Even without weapons, humans can still possess considerable fighting power in nature. The belief that humans are weak comes from the idea that they can defeat wild animals without injury. As long as they can control their fear, humans can take on most canids and some felids. Moreover, the combat ability of desert wolves is not very high within the wolf species. And Qiao Shu was a particularly strong human. The Wolf King dodged Qiao Shu's punch and was about to bite his arm when it saw another hand swiftly coming towards it. Slap, 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 slap. This hand struck the Wolf King's face like a snake, making it see stars again, and the recently recovered head began to buzz again. Martial skill, lightning 5 strikes. You just called the Wolf King, huh? Qiao Shu felt that just hitting wasn't enough, and he mocked, "You wear that old torn white scarf every day, trying to act like a cultured youth." The Wolf King, overwhelmed by the blows, jumped onto Qiao Shu's upper body, ready to bite his neck. But Qiao Shu reacted quickly and threw it off with a shoulder throw, sending it flying 4 to 5 meters away. The Wolf King quickly got up, only to hear a gust of wind howling as it lunged at Qiao Shu, baring its sharp fangs. Qiao Shu quickly dodged and hid behind the Wolf King. The Wolf King leaped again, and Qiao Shu evaded once more. The Wolf King, anxious, growled threateningly and charged straight at Qiao Shu's lower body. Qiao Shu quickly jumped aside and boldly flipped over to ride on the Wolf King's back, grabbing the Wolf King's white scarf with his left hand. He used all his strength in his right hand to deliver 3 hard slaps. The little round drone was incredibly resilient, even deep in the unknown depths of the cave. It maintained a live broadcast signal, albeit with some unstable footage. The viewers in the live stream clearly saw the fight between Qiao Shu and the Wolf King. Why does this scene look so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. I noticed it too. It's just like when Wu Song fought the tiger. Wow, it's intense. I can't believe I'm seeing Brother Shu beating a wolf. I'll sleep for a while. In ancient times, Wu Song fought the tiger. Now we have Qiao Shu beating the wolf. Do you know how much psychological damage 3 hard slaps can inflict on a Wolf King? Wu. Chapter 98. The Burrow Wu. After taking several heavy hits, the Wolf King finally realized that the man in front of it was an unbeatable existence. It could only continuously dodge the blows while emitting whimpers of surrender. It is quite common for animals to beg for mercy from stronger foes. Except for one irritable, flat-headed brother, most wild animals do not fight to the death when faced with a formidable enemy. They will plead for mercy, flee, or submit. As for the dignity of being a Wolf King, what does a beast know about dignity? Strength is paramount. Survival is the true path to kingship. Surrendered? Qiao Shu frowned and paused, slightly out of breath. After running 800 meters with the wolf pack, falling from such a high place, and then battling this wolf for a long time, Qiao Shu felt a bit drained. The Wolf King let out a reluctant whine. I see, it still hasn't surrendered. Qiao Shu, being exceptionally perceptive, raised his hand to continue striking. Ooh. The Wolf King was startled by Qiao Shu's movement and quickly begged for mercy again. At the same time, Qiao Shu heard the Wolf King's inner voice. Stop hitting, I really submit. Oh, from the accent, it's still a northern wolf. What do you mean by surrendered? Is it sincere or just verbal? After the battle ended, the little fox that had been hiding in Qiao Shu's clothes poked its head out, putting on a facade of superiority. Zhi. Qiao Shu heard the Wolf King sigh again. Aowu. I am completely submissive. Seeing the Wolf King's strong, emotional submission, its inner voice conveyed clearly. Qiao Shu relaxed his grip on its white collar. He slowly withdrew from the Wolf King, keeping his eyes fixed on it, still holding the electric baton he had just taken out. If this creature were to act out in defiance, Qiao Shu wouldn't mind giving it another round of electric therapy. Having temporarily subdued the Wolf King, Qiao Shu felt a bit relieved. He took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, took a few sips, and then fed a bit to the little fox in his arms using the bottle cap. The Wolf King beside him licked its lips, looking at the mineral water in Qiao Shu's hand with some desire. Qiao Shu noticed, but remained indifferent. after just having beaten it. It was clearly not the right time to win over the Wolf King. Qiao Shu had interacted with many dog trainers, and the method of using food rewards to make dogs obey was already outdated. Dogs trained with food rewards develop an instinct to execute commands when they see food. But what if the owner doesn't have food? Dogs that obey because of food are like Wei Yin. They submit to wealth and power, not to the owner themselves. Unconditionally obedient dogs are like Zhao Yun. They are loyal to the core and will remain faithful even without food incentives. Wolves are the same as dogs. Qiao Shu wanted this Wolf King to submit completely, even without coercion or temptation, so it wouldn't turn against him. This is the royal heart technique of King Zhou, with which one could rule the animals within 1,000 miles of the desert. After a brief rest, Qiao Shu began to survey his surroundings under the drone's light. Reaching the edge of the cave, he extended his hand to touch the rough earthen wall and frowned, saying, "This cave doesn't look naturally formed. It shows signs of being excavated with tools. It looks like a man-made theft hole." Qiao Shu looked at the camera and asked, "Are there any viewers familiar with tomb raiding? Is this really a theft hole?" Without Xiao Qingfeng beside him, Qiao Shu didn't have to conceal himself, and a stream of comments floated across his vision. Who dares to understand that stuff? No, why ask that? Even if I understand, I wouldn't dare to say it in the live stream. I understand. I'm a 31st generation heir of the tomb raiding school, the so-called Seek the Dragon. Look at the mountain. Every layer of winding is a layer of concern. If the door has 1,000 locks, there are surely nobles residing here. Come on. Apart from this line, what else do you know? Let's hear it. Bang, bang, bang. FBL opened the door. Qiao Shu shook his head helplessly. He couldn't count on this group of viewers. Based on the superficial knowledge he learned from tomb raiding novels, this cave seemed to be a sloped theft hole. Theft holes generally come in two shapes, round and square, with round being the most common. Most theft holes lack technical sophistication. They're just straight up and down passages, since even the lowest level tomb robbers don't have much expertise. However, high-level tomb robbers are different. They can easily locate the grave's position and create the most convenient theft hole in the most reasonable place. The passage Qiao Shu was in should be one of those. He just didn't know what kind of secrets and treasures were hidden deep within the cave. After leaving the earthen wall, Qiao Shu looked up at the cave entrance. The slanted cave was endless, and even sunlight couldn't penetrate, leaving him unsure of its length. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Shu cupped his hand around his mouth like a trumpet and shouted up, "Dad, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" Only the empty cave and endless echoes responded to him. With no other choice, Qiao Shu controlled the small spherical drone to fly up and let his father know he was safe. Since Qiao Shu fell, Qiao Qingfeng had been anxiously waiting at the cave entrance, worried about his son's safety and having to be on guard against the wolves watching from the side. Qiao Qingfeng felt as if he was starting to black out, barely holding on. Just then, the small spherical drone flew out of the cave and came before him. Qiao Qingfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The drone being able to fly out meant that Qiao Shu was in control. His brat was not dead. Cough, cough, as long as he is fine. Little Shu, I'll wait for you here. The camel is fine too. Once you find the exit, just come back here and meet us. Qiao Shu controlled the small spherical drone to bob up and down, as if nodding. After lingering for a few seconds, the small spherical drone re-entered the cave and disappeared. After this reconnaissance, Qiao Shu confirmed that the cave had a steep slope, making it impossible for him to climb back the way he came. Moreover, the cave was long. If it truly was a theft hole, it should lead directly to the bottom of the grave. Without a doubt, Qiao Shu had only one choice left: to continue deeper into the cave. Let's go. Qiao Shu placed the fluffy little fox on his shoulder and tightened his grip. Don't fall off. Without Qiao Shu needing to say much, the little creature was always cautious about its life, clutching tightly to Qiao Shu's collar. Qiao Shu picked up the backpack that had fallen on the ground and was just about to head deeper when he suddenly turned back to the Wolf King that was huddled in the corner. "Hey, White Collar, do you want to come with me?" "Ow!" The Wolf King's tail instantly wagged happily, and it followed Qiao Shu with cheerful steps. Chapter 99, A Corpse. The fierce Wolf King instantly transformed into a docile big dog. And this little guy with the white collar had practiced his face-changing skills for at least 2.5 years. Qiao Shu was too exhausted to mock this guy anymore. He had lost all the aura of a wolf king, and his wolf persona had been completely ruined. However, no matter what, this guy was still a protected animal within his territory, and it was impossible to just leave it here to die. Qiao Shu slowly walked deeper into the cave with the Wolf King, the ring of Dolan on his index finger emitting a dim blue light. Clarity technique activated. There was no need to maintain a standard sitting posture. The clarity technique could slowly recover the injuries Qiao Shu sustained during the fall. His lost stamina and energy also began to rise, quickly returning to optimal condition. The cave was very quiet, without the illumination from the drone's lights. It would be completely pitch black. Qiao Shu even felt as if his five senses had been deprived. This dark environment was unfriendly to humans. When one is in a confined space, the fear of the unknown can easily lead to anxiety and obsessive symptoms. This is what is known as claustrophobia. Almost everyone has this phobia, but most symptoms can be ignored. Severe cases may even lead to suffocation. Qiao Shu's symptoms were not too serious, but he still felt a tingling in his scalp and his heartbeat quickened. Fortunately, as Qiao Shu went deeper, the width of the cave began to slowly increase. Previously, the cave was only wide enough for two people to walk side by side. As Qiao Shu continued deeper, the width had expanded to accommodate 4 or 5 people walking side by side. This made Qiao Shu marvel at the grand scale of the Tomb Raider's construction. It is known that the further one is from the surface, the harder the excavation work becomes. Just transporting the soil generated from digging is a huge challenge. To dig a cave this spacious requires a significant investment of manpower and resources. What kind of treasure could be worth such an effort from these Tomb Raiders? The dim light illuminated only the sound of Qiao Shu and the Wolf King's footsteps. A cool breeze blew from deep within the cave, making Qiao Shu feel chilly, and he instinctively hugged the little Ali in his arms. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream also sensed the eerie atmosphere. Why does it feel so creepy? Is there something unclean here? If this is a Tomb Raider's cave, it definitely means there is an ancient tomb inside, and there must be a corpse in the tomb. Could it be a ghost? Qiao Shu, who had been secretly watching the screen, couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if little bugs were crawling on his back. Mute that guy who said there's a ghost for 2.5 days. Qiao Shu was furious. What kind of society is this, still engaging in such feudal superstitions? Qiao Shu feared nothing, not even the heavens or the earth, but he was particularly afraid of ghosts and gods. This was thanks to his sister, Qiao Ning. When Qiao Shu was in elementary school, Qiao Qingfeng's career was on the rise, and he hardly had time to accompany his children. As the older sister, Qiao Ning naturally took on the responsibility of taking care of her younger brother, which included telling Qiao Shu bedtime stories. At that time, Qiao Ning had just entered middle school and was at an age where she was interested in horror stories. Thus, Qiao Shu's bedtime stories gradually transitioned from fairy tales like The Ugly Duckling to ghost stories reminiscent of Red Steam Bun and Green Steam Bun. This left a significant childhood shadow on Qiao Shu, resulting in him still being terrified of ghosts as an adult. Ha ha ha, I seem to have discovered something incredible. Could it be that King Zhou is afraid of ghosts? Good heavens, you keep a fox demon, and yet you're afraid of ghosts? Upstairs, do you really think Ali is dodgy? Feels good. I said it, after 9 years of compulsory education. How could Brother Shu have no weaknesses? Qiao Shu shrank his neck, unusually refraining from retorting. He really was afraid of ghosts, due to the Tyndall effect caused by dust in the air. The drone's light was somewhat diffuse, appearing to flicker. Qiao Shu swallowed hard, his 10 toes instinctively gripping the insole. Perhaps it was psychological, but ever since the viewers mentioned ghosts, Qiao Shu felt as if there was something behind him. Suddenly, an abrupt figure seemed to appear in his line of sight. A humanoid figure lay beside the tunnel, and a chilling breeze blew past, sending shivers down his spine. Summoning his courage, Qiao Shu looked over and was almost scared out of his wits. Lying on the ground was a corpse with a grotesque expression. Holy crap! Qiao Shu's reaction was quick. He instantly jumped backward and hid behind the Wolf King, grabbing onto it to shield himself. The Wolf King? Damn, I'm scared too. The viewers were also bewildered, although everyone knew this was a tomb and had mentally prepared themselves. Suddenly seeing a corpse in the center of the screen made their scalps tingle. Looking at Qiao Shu, he had already started chanting incantations. Monsters and ghosts, go away. Monsters and ghosts, go away. After reciting it 10 times with nothing happening, Qiao Shu finally peeked his head out from behind the Wolf King's rear, trembling as he examined the corpse. Once he confirmed that it was indeed just a corpse, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem. Qiao Shu awkwardly rubbed his nose and stepped out from behind the Wolf King. It's not a big deal. I wasn't scared just now, mainly just maintaining a cautious attitude. After calming down, Qiao Shu quickly blurred out the corpse in a live stream. 666, I almost believed it. Brother Shu, stop being stubborn. Your face has turned pale. Oh my god, you scare me to death. Could you give a heads up next time you encounter a corpse? Do you think this is a movie? Can we give advance notice? Ignoring the silly viewers, Qiao Shu took out a piece of gauze and tied it over his mouth and nose, quickly walking over to squat down in front of the corpse. This was a corpse that showed very little signs of decay, aside from its grotesque expression. It had almost no damage. The deceased was male, likely of European descent, and had struggled for a long time before death. Qiao Shu frowned and spoke, noting that there were traces of struggle on the ground, indicating that he had experienced great pain before dying, ruling out the possibility of a normal death. The time of death was hard to determine. Corpses in the desert decay slowly, making it difficult to infer an exact time. After a person dies in the desert, moisture evaporates quickly, and bacteria cannot survive or reproduce, so the body naturally does not decay. Qiao Shu also noticed that there seemed to be a gun pressed onto the corpse, and he was about to reach out to pull it out. The moment he touched the corpse, it suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Qiao Shu's soul nearly left his body, and he almost lost control, instinctively giving the corpse a few hard slaps. However, he soon saw small black-shelled bugs crawling out of the corpse's mouth and nose. Corpse beetles? Is this really just like Tomb Raiding Notes? Chapter 100. Terrifying army ants. The carrion beetle is a small, horrifying insect that feeds on decaying corpses, gathering within the bodies to extract nutrients. However, this is actually a fictional bug. In reality, the oxygen content in tombs is extremely low, insufficient for such powerful insects to survive. Looking beside the corpse, a mound of dirt suddenly bulges from the ground, followed by a fountain-like eruption of countless small bugs. These bugs have a pair of large mandibles, each one black and red, about 2 centimeters long. Their bodies are covered in rich soft hairs, and their compound and simple eyes are large, devoid of any emotional color. No, this is not a beetle. Qiao Shu's pupils suddenly constricted. This is an ant. And it's a soldier ant. Qiao Shu instinctively retracted his hands. He had long heard of the fearsome reputation of desert army ants. These creatures are like a group of madmen in the animal kingdom. Unlike ordinary ants, army ants do not build nests. They're constantly on the move from birth, searching for and consuming prey. When they set out, they form a dense and orderly formation, and in the dictionary of army ants, there is no such thing as taking a detour. All living beings in their path become their food. When army ants are seen, they usually come in vast numbers, like a surging flood, pressing forward relentlessly. Although these creatures could never eat humans, who were many times larger than them, Qiao Shu still didn't want to provoke them. After all, there's always a chance. What if he got attacked in such a small cave? Almost the moment Qiao Shu pulled back his hand, more than a dozen similar mounds appeared on the ground, and an innumerable army of ants surged out like a breached dam. In an instant, the corpse before him was submerged by the army ant horde. The densely packed army ants covered the entire body of the corpse, making crunching sounds as bits of flesh visibly fell off. Looking through the gaps in the army ants, it was vaguely seen that a section of white bone was already exposed on the corpse. Although he had long heard of desert army ants, seeing such a terrifying scene made Qiao Shu involuntarily think. Terrifying indeed. He forced himself to move aside. This horrifying scene was even more nauseating than those American horror gore films. The Wolf King was even more cowardly, having run to the other side at the moment the army ant swarm appeared, pressing tightly against the cave wall with a terrified expression. These army ants are quite eerie. I better retreat a bit. Qiao Shu no longer hesitated, quickly walking a few steps to the side of the Wolf King to give way to the army of ants. Do these things eat people? Damn, This is the legendary army ant, rumored to even eat elephants. Maybe I've watched too many sensationalized videos. Eating elephants seems unlikely, but they could probably handle a mouse. Elephants can run at a maximum speed of 24 kilometers per hour, twice as fast as humans. Wouldn't they run away upon seeing army ants? Seeing the discussions in the comments, Qiao Shu also spoke up. That's right. The image of army ants has been overly dramatized in artistic works. In real life, unless a human remains completely still for the army ants to eat, it's nearly impossible for them to kill a human. After all, ants have limited speed. Even if humans can't fight them, can't they run away? However, what if you accidentally broke a leg while running? That would be a different story. As you can see the fate of this fellow. Qiao Shu pointed to another corpse. The army ant horde had already extended over 10 meters, with no signs of stopping. Who knows how many army ants were hidden beneath the ground? The already decaying corpse had now turned into a skeleton, with not a single strand of flesh remaining. The audience felt a chill. The thought of dying from being eaten by thousands of ants was terrifying. By the time the last army ant crawled out of the mound, the entire army had formed a black ocean stretching 15 meters. Their numbers were completely uncountable, surely over 2 million. Qiao Shu watched the army of ants gradually move away. Deep in thought, he tried to unlock the army ant's entry in his encyclopedia, hoping to see if his thoughts had any possibility of realization. Species name, army ant, alias, legion ant, kingdom, Animalia class, Insecta, order, Hymenoptera, family, Formicidae genus Eciton description, preferring to live in groups, they possess strong mandibles, with a biting force much greater than that of ordinary ants. When hunting, they form large military units to fight, much like well-armed professional soldiers, hence the name. Food, omnivorous animals, primarily feeding on terrestrial arthropods such as spiders, centipedes, millipedes, and insects. When hungry, they will consume any living creature they can find. Distribution area, as shown in the image, click to expand ding. The army ant encyclopedia entry has been unlocked. The host's affinity for this species has slightly increased. Hearing this last line, Qiao Shu's eyelids jumped. It really is possible. His system is quite perverse. Even for ants, which are completely devoid of emotion, it can enhance affinity. As long as he keeps getting stronger, is it possible to completely control